The Lord's Empire Chapter 2144 to Chapter 2229. Yu Chan had long since known that Zhao Fu was not simple, but she had never thought that it would be like this. Not only did countless devil beasts fear him, but the core god stone statue did not even go through any tests and directly gave him its legacy power. Moreover, the aura that Zhao Fu gave off was not that of a devil god's. For a person who was not a devil god to be valued so highly by a devil god, how could they not be shocked, back when he had obtained the moon god's legacy? Had he obtained the legacy so easily? She immediately felt that she and Zhao Fu were not on the same level at all. Xianxia was also shocked. Just who was this bastard in front of her for him to be like this? She had thought that Zhao Fu was a despicable person who took advantage of others, but it seemed that Zhao Fu was quite terrifying. The people outside the secret realm were also quite shocked because this had happened in the demon god's legacy land. There had been no tests for Zhao Fu at all, and he had directly given him all of his legacy power. Now, they were even more curious about who Zhao Fu was and why he could do this. It was simply too shocking. Boom! Boom! Explosions continuously sounded out as rays of violet light continuously shot out from the stone statue's forehead and landed on Zhao Fu's body, continuously sending power into Zhao Fu's body. Finally, the stone statue started to disappear, giving Zhao Fu all of the devil god's legacy. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the stone door exploded out with a massive wave of devil chi, giving off an intense violet light and a shocking aura as it turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the ray of violet light exploded out, and a powerful wave of light spread out as a wave of devil chi spread out in all directions. In the sky, there was a massive magic formation with 24 circles, and one of them gave off a violet light, making it seem as if the circle was filled with violet light. Because Zhao Fu had a devil lord constitution, he was able to easily absorb this devil god's power. He gave a trace of a smile as he flew to the women's side and said, "Let's go. We'll continue to search for the core god's legacy land." Yu Chan paused and suddenly understood as she said in shock, "Husband. You are that person who has been going around collecting sovereign's might?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Yu Chan and Xianxia were both a bit shocked. Right now, the entire secret realm was searching for that person, the person who had always obtained the Lord's power, because he was the one who had brought forward the competition of the gods by countless years. At the same time, everyone in the secret plane was curious as to just what kind of person could obtain the legacy power of different overgods. Every overgod's test was extremely difficult. It was definitely not going to be easy. Although the test was very simple for peerless geniuses, it was still very difficult for them to obtain the inheritance of two main gods. However, that person had done it, and he had obtained many inheritances. These exceptional geniuses were also very surprised at who this person was. Now, that person was right in front of him. The method of obtaining the inheritance was also shocking. There was no need for any tests at all, and one could directly obtain the power of inheritance. Who the hell are you and this guy? How could he have such an ability? Xianxia asked as she looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "Kiss me and I'll tell you." Xianxia glared at Zhao Fu angrily, "You bastard. Hurry up and tell me, or else I'll teach you a lesson." Yu Chan looked at Zhao Fu curiously and asked, "Husband, I also want to know just who you are. I also want to know who you are. Now that we are all your women, we should have the right to know who you are, right?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "It's hard to say here, but I'll tell you after we leave this place." Yu Chan smiled and nodded. As she went up and hugged Zhao Fu. Seeing this, Xianxia felt quite uncomfortable. Yu Chan was the woman she had taken a fancy to, yet she was acting so intimately with another man. However, the key thing was that she had become that bastard's woman. After leaving the legacy land, Zhao Fu gave a simple explanation of his identity and released an energy barrier, blocking off all sound and images. This caused everyone outside the secret plane to feel incredibly furious. They had wanted to know Zhao Fu's identity, but at such a crucial moment, Zhao Fu had blocked off all sound and images. This was simply too infuriating. When Xianxia, the 6 female attendants, and Yu Chan heard that Zhao Fu was the second king of kings, they were all filled with shock. Such a legendary figure had appeared in front of him. Duan felt quite afraid. Zhao Fu's identity was so terrifying, no wonder he was not afraid of their young master. Luckily, Zhao Fu did not kill them. In the future, they would have to serve Zhao Fu with their young master. The other female attendants could not resist Zhao Fu at all, and after hearing about Zhao Fu's identity, they were incredibly excited and were very willing to serve Zhao Fu. To be able to follow an existence of this level, anything was worth it. Yuchan had never thought that when Zhao Fu had looked at her, she had thought that he was too ordinary and did not like him at all. Now that Zhao Fu had suddenly become the second king of kings, this change was simply too great. Yuchan acknowledged that she was indeed inferior to Zhao Fu. No wonder Zhao Fu had been favored by a god. Xianxia lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and asked, "Are the rumors about you true? Also, did you come here to awaken the god race's emperor star?" Zhao Fu hugged her and smiled as he nodded. After hearing Zhao Fu's acknowledgement, Xianxia felt quite shocked. News about the second king of kings had already spread throughout the world, and countless people knew how terrifying Zhao Fu was. Now, Zhao Fu had 6 emperor stars, and if he awakened the god race's emperor star, he would have 7 supreme emperor stars. People like her who did not have supreme emperor stars could not imagine how terrifying Zhao Fu was, and those who had supreme emperor stars understood how terrifying Zhao Fu was. Xianxia lightly harumphed, "I can be your woman, but my mother and the goddess palace both hate men. They'll definitely do everything they can to kill you, but try not to harm them. I can also leave the godly realm with you." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I agree. I came to the godly realm for the god race's supreme emperor star, and after dealing with this matter, I'll naturally return to the heaven-awakened world. When that time comes, you can leave with me." A trace of a smile appeared on Xianxia's face. This was the best way to resolve this situation. She did not want the goddess palace to suffer because of her, and she could not imagine how terrifying someone like Zhao Fu would be in the future. By now, Xianxia had returned to her normal appearance and had a domineering smile on her face as she wrapped her arms around Zhao Fu's neck and kissed him, saying, "Now, you bastard, you've come to spoil us." Haha. Jiu Yun could not help but laugh, "That's impossible. What aspect of my master is lacking now?" Zhao Fu speechlessly rolled his eyes at Jiu Yun. Xianxia and the other women looked quite confused as they stared at Zhao Fu and asked, "Is this true? It seems like even though you were playing with our bodies before, you didn't really violate us." Zhao Fu helplessly explained that it was a problem with his cultivation technique, but everyone still did not fully believe him. Xianxia also said that he was going to slay a dragon and use a dragon to refine a type of Longyangdan. This type of pill had a great effect on that aspect, because dragons were naturally lustful, and were exceptionally strong in that aspect. What she did not know was that Zhao Fu had long since possessed the dragon race's supreme constitution, the dragon emperor body, and consuming such a pill would not have much of an effect. Zhao Fu did not want to explain and continued to lead everyone to search for the legacy grounds. At that moment, Hikari Kamui found Lei Tianba. Hikari Kamui was still ranked 10th, while Lei Tianba was originally ranked 9th, and after defeating Bai Shou Qian, he had become 8th. However, out of the bottom 6, the other 4 people had already lost their qualifications, leaving only the 2 of them. It was impossible for Guan Xinlian to directly challenge Xia Ming, who was ranked 4th, because he knew that he was not Xia Ming's match. He could not resist Xia Ming's terrifying killing intent, but he had some confidence in defeating Lei Tianba. After all, Lei Tianba was ranked 9th and was only slightly stronger than him. Lei Tianba knew that Hikari Kamui would find him because there was no one else apart from him, so he waited for Hikari Kamui in a wasteland. Lei Tianming stood by the side, waiting for his big brother and Hikari Kamui to fight. He believed that his big brother would definitely win. The countless people outside the secret realm understood that these 2 peerless geniuses would most likely fight, so they all focused their gazes on them, waiting for this terrifying battle to erupt. Lei Tianba and Hikari Kamui stood on one side and did not say anything. Boom, an explosion sounded out as Lei Tianba exploded out with a massive amount of power. His body gave off purple arcs of lightning, and the ground seemed to be covered by electricity, giving off sizzling sounds. Boom, Hikari Kamui exploded out with a powerful wave of light energy, and his body gave off an intense white light. A powerful might covered the surroundings, causing the countless creatures in the surroundings to feel terror. Whoosh, with Lei Tianba's personality, he directly chose to take the initiative to attack. He charged at Hikari Kamui at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind a few arcs of lightning. In the next second, he appeared in front of Hikari Kamui and punched at Hikari Kamui with countless lightning bolts. Hikari Kamui channeled a formidable power into the spear in his hand, causing it to radiate an intense light. Hikari Kamui then stabbed out with his spear, bringing with it an astonishing spear energy. Bang! A loud sound rang out as the spear, which was emitting an intense white light, collided with the fist, which was surrounded by countless lightning bolts. A strong wind suddenly spread out, causing countless weeds to sway. Boom! Lei Tianba's other fist, which was surrounded by countless lightning bolts, punched towards Hikari Kamui, resulting in a massive sound. Hikari Kamui put away his spear and blocked in front of him. The spear gave off countless rays of white light, blocking the incoming lightning bolts, and Hikari Kamui was forced back a step. At that moment, Lei Tianba's body appeared in front of Hikari Kamui and his fist, which contained terrifying lightning power, blasted towards Hikari Kamui's chest. Hikari Kamui's body immediately gave off a white light and a white defensive barrier appeared, blocking in front of Hikari Kamui. Bang! The terrifying fist slammed into the defensive barrier, resulting in a massive sound. Many cracks appeared on the defensive barrier, and Hikari Kamui was forced back 4 or 5 steps. However, he was not injured at all. Boom! Hikari Kamui looked at Lei Tianba and exploded out with a powerful light energy. A pair of white wings of light appeared on his back, giving off a powerful white light. Swish, 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 Hikari Kamui vigorously flapped his wings of light and rays of white light containing immense power shot towards Lei Tianba incredibly quickly. It was as if they could pierce through everything. Lei Tianba gathered a massive amount of power in his right hand and countless purple lightning bolts exploded out, forming a massive thunder lion made of purple lightning. Lei Tianba punched out, and the thunder lion ferociously charged forwards with a massive amount of lightning power. Bang! The countless rays of white light collided with the massive thunder lion, resulting in a massive sound. An explosion blasted out, causing the ground to crack and rocks to fly everywhere. Suddenly, Hikari Kamui appeared behind Lei Tianba and his spear gave off immense power as it stabbed towards Lei Tianba. Lei Tianba dodged to the side, avoiding this attack. He vigorously punched out, and 10 or so purple lightning bolts containing immense power shot towards Hikari Kamui. They flashed by incredibly quickly. Hikari Kamui's wings of light gave off an intense light, forming a semicircular white barrier in front of Hikari Kamui. Bang! The 10 or so bolts of lightning slammed against the barrier, but only some cracks appeared on the barrier and it did not shatter. Hikari Kamui raised his spear and sent a massive amount of power into it. The spear gave off a blinding white light and a massive aura spread out. Boom! Hikari Kamui vigorously threw the spear towards Lei Tianba, drawing out a white ray of light and giving off a ferocious aura. Lei Tianba loudly roared and a shocking wave of lightning energy exploded out. Arm-thick bolts of lightning appeared around his body, causing the ground to continuously crack as a terrifying aura spread out. Boom! 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 Lei Tianba controlled the massive bolts of lightning, which contained destructive power as they smashed towards the incoming spear. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the two attacks collided, resulting in an explosion. A terrifying shockwave spread out, causing the ground to crack and countless bolts of lightning and white light to shoot everywhere. In the end, the bolts of lightning dissipated and the spear was sent flying. Suddenly, the wings of light on Hikari Kamui's back flapped and he quickly rushed in front of Lei Tianba. His palm contained immense power as it slammed into Lei Tianba's chest, causing Lei Tianba's body to be sent flying. Lei Tianba flew back 10 or so meters before stopping. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth and there was a trace of anger on his face as he said, "I haven't seen you in a while and you've become so powerful." Hikari Kamui replied, "Of course." Lei Tianba coldly laughed as he said, "You've become much more powerful, but don't even think about defeating me because of this." Thunder Emperor Divine Body. Boom! Suddenly, a massive explosion sounded out as Lei Tianba exploded out with boundless lightning energy. His body gave off an intense purple light that shined in all directions, causing the ground to continuously crack and collapse as purple arcs of lightning appeared in the air. His body started to turn into light, or in other words, illusory, becoming a person made of purple lightning. His body was surrounded by countless arcs of lightning, giving off a shocking lightning energy. He looked like a ruler of lightning, causing people to feel fear. Boom! The instant Lei Tianba unleashed the Thunder Emperor Divine Body, Lei Tianba gave off a massive amount of lightning energy as he charged at Hikari Kamui. His aura was incredibly powerful and he was incredibly fast, like a violet ray of light. Hikari Kamui felt quite startled. The pair of wings of light on his back gave off a powerful light, forming a powerful semicircular barrier in front of him. Bang! A massive sound rang out as Lei Tianba slammed into the barrier, causing it to shatter. Light Shinmei's body was sent flying back dozens of meters before crashing to the ground, a trace of blood leaking out of the corner of his mouth. Lei Tianba gave a trace of a cold smile as he gave off massive amounts of lightning energy and continued to charge at Hikari Kamui. As he flew, the ground gave off countless arcs of lightning and the flowers and grasses were all scorched, giving off a terrifying aura. Hikari Kamui crawled up from the ground and his gaze was slightly cold as he looked at Lei Tianba charging at him. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a massive wave of power exploded out from Hikari Kamui's body, causing Hikari Kamui's body to give off an intense light. The countless rays of light turned into a ray of white light that shot into the sky, forming a white pillar of light. Heaven and earth power continuously flowed into the pillar of light, causing it to give off an intense light that dyed the sky white. A massive wave of power spread out as Hikari Kamui's body became 10,000 meters larger. He wore white armor and held a white spear, giving off a powerful aura and a godly martial aura. Boom! After becoming so much larger, Hikari Kamui swung his spear, sending out a massive wave of energy. The ground instantly collapsed and a massive ravine appeared. Countless rocks shot out like a natural disaster. Lei Tianba, who was rushing over, was as small as an ant in front of the enormous light god's mercy. Facing this terrifying energy, Lei Tianba loudly roared and his body exploded. Countless bolts of lightning shot out, forming a 10,000-meter-long lightning dragon that gave off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything as it rushed forwards. Bang! That terrifying energy was blasted aside by the lightning dragon, and the lightning dragon continued to charge at Hikari Kamui, bringing with it countless bolts of lightning as it slammed into Hikari Kamui's chest, and Hikari Kamui was sent flying back. Hikari Kamui's huge body was sent flying hundreds of meters away. When he landed on the ground, he created a huge pit, causing the ground to tremble violently. The lightning dragon continued to give off immense power as it rushed towards Hikari Kamui. Countless bolts of purple lightning appeared around it, creating a terrifying scene. Hikari Kamui crawled up from the ground and looking at the incoming lightning dragon, he sent a massive amount of power into his spear, causing it to give off an intense white light. Hikari Kamui vigorously threw the spear out. Boom! The spear gave off terrifying power and gave off an intense white light as it shot towards the lightning dragon. It was incredibly fast and unstoppable, making it impossible for Hikari Kamui to block it. The lightning dragon hurriedly spat out a massive pillar of lightning from its mouth. This massive pillar of lightning contained shocking power as it shot out and collided with the incoming spear. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as blinding light shined out, making it impossible to see anything clearly. A terrifying shockwave spread out, bringing with it an enormous gale that caused countless trees to sway. However, in the end, the spear was still sent flying by the pillar of lightning, but it was unable to harm the lightning dragon. However, by that moment, Hikari Kamui's palm was already facing the lightning dragon, and it gave off boundless white light as well as a shocking wave of power. Boom! A ray of white light containing immense power shot out at an extremely fast speed and slammed into Lei Long's body. Lei Long's body was sent flying and crashed into a mountain. The immense power of the lightning caused the mountain to shatter. Roar! The lightning dragon furiously roared at Hikari Kamui and gave off massive lightning power as it continued to rush at Hikari Kamui, giving off an incredibly ferocious aura. Hikari Kamui's expression was cold as he spread out his wings of light and sent a powerful wave of power into them, causing them to give off intense white light. Boom! 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 Countless rays of white light containing immense power shot towards the lightning dragon incredibly quickly. There were simply too many of them to count, and they seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. Facing so many rays of light, the lightning dragon loudly roared and its body exploded out with countless massive bolts of lightning, covering the entire sky and making it seem as if the sky was filled with lightning. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as the two massive waves of power collided, causing blinding light to shine out and a terrifying shockwave to spread out. The countless rays of light were shattered by the countless bolts of lightning, and the lightning dragon once again slammed into Hikari Kamui's body, sending Hikari Kamui flying back. He crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The lightning dragon gave off countless bolts of lightning and ferociously rushed forwards. Hikari Kamui got up from the ground and raised a hand towards the sky. A massive ray of white light containing terrifying power rushed into the sky, giving off a massive sound as a pillar of white light was formed. The pillar of white light continuously sent power into the sky, and heaven and earth power continuously gathered. The sky was quickly covered by white light, and looking at the sky, it was impossible to see anything. The lightning dragon continued to rush towards Hikari Kamui. Boom, boom. Boom! Massive explosions sounded out as massive pillars of white light containing terrifying power descended from the sky. Some of them landed on the ground and blasted open holes in the ground. The lightning dragon gave off countless bolts of lightning that blasted towards the pillars of light, but it was not very effective. The pillars of light landed on the lightning dragon's body, and its body was pierced through by the pillars of light. The lightning dragon's body turned into countless bolts of lightning and dissipated. Everyone watching the battle felt quite startled. Had Lei Tianbao lost? The lightning dragon's powerful body could be pierced through by countless pillars of light. Lei Tianming closely watched the battlefield and felt quite worried. Hikari Kamui was indeed much more powerful than he had expected. Crackle! Suddenly, a massive explosion sounded out as a few massive bolts of lightning shot into the sky from the ground. A massive wave of lightning power spread out and dark clouds quickly gathered, forming a thick layer of clouds that covered the sky and gave off a sense of suppression. It was as if there were two worlds. One gave off a white light, making it impossible to see anything, while the other was filled with dark clouds, covering the sky and giving off a terrifying aura. Boom, boom. Boom! Massive explosions sounded out as a few massive bolts of violet lightning shot out from the dark clouds, tearing through the sky and bringing with them shocking power as they blasted towards Hikari Kamui. The sounds they gave off were quite shocking, and everyone in the distance felt their hair stand on end. Loading the next chapter, Hikari Kamui spread his wings and sent a wave of power into them, causing them to give off an intense white light and form a white energy barrier. Bang, bang. Bang! The massive bolts of lightning slammed into the white barrier of light, resulting in massive sounds. The barrier of light shattered and the lightning dissipated, not harming Hikari Kamui at all. Boom, boom. Boom! At that moment, the black clouds shot out countless massive bolts of violet lightning, bringing with them destructive power as they ferociously blasted towards Hikari Kamui. They gave off massive sounds and caused everyone's ears to hurt. Hikari Kamui immediately controlled countless beams of light, which shot out with terrifying power from the sky, seeming to be able to pierce through everything. Bang, bang. Bang! Massive explosions continuously sounded out as the beams of light and lightning continuously clashed, resulting in explosions. Explosive power blasted out, causing the ground to continuously collapse, trees to snap, and rocks to fly everywhere. The people in the distance could hear the massive explosions, and a terrifying aura surged out. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into icy water, and their bodies instinctively trembled. This was definitely another battle between geniuses, and countless people excitedly and fearfully hurried over. After a series of explosions sounded out, large craters appeared in the ground. Each crater was at least hundreds of meters wide and covered the entire ground. There were shattered rocks and wood everywhere, creating a terrifying scene. Everyone who had hurried over looked incredibly shocked. This battle was quite terrifying, and it seemed as if it could destroy the heavens and earth. However, this battle was not over yet. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Hikari Kamui sent even more light power into the sky, causing the sky to give off an even more piercing light. The light power seemed to be able to purify everything. Rumble! On the other side, the dark clouds continuously spun, forming an enormous vortex. A terrifying pressure spread out, and countless traces of purple light flashed within the vortex as divine punishment power spread out. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as countless traces of white light gathered into a ray of light that gave off world-purifying power as it shot forwards. As it streaked across the sky, the entire world seemed to be illuminated. Boom, a massive pillar of lightning shot out from the center of the vortex, giving off destructive power as it blasted forwards. The lightning was incredibly powerful, and it was simply unstoppable, causing space to twist. Bang, a deafening explosion rang out as the two huge beams of light collided. A destructive force spread out in an instant. Everything in the world was turned into nothingness in an instant. The entire world shook violently. A massive shockwave containing terrifying power swept out in all directions. Countless trees were destroyed, rocks were swept away, and massive cracks appeared on the ground. That terrifying aura instantly surged out, and countless people who were rushing over felt a bone-piercing chill. After everything calmed down, there was a crater that was tens of thousands of meters wide in the ground. The crater gave off traces of terrifying power, making people feel despair. Hikari Kamui's body fell to the side of the crater. His body was covered in blood, but Hikari Kamui did not give up. He stretched out a hand and pointed at the sky covered in dark clouds. Boundless white light shone out from the palm, and Hikari Kamui's full power surged out. The palm gave off an even more intense light, and a power that could purify everything flowed out. Holy and solemn hymns rang out all around. Hikari Kamui roared, heavenly hundredfold. Boom, a white beam of light containing terrifying power instantly shot out, forming white rings of light that wrapped around one another. There were 100 of them, and the outermost ring of light was tens of thousands of meters wide. The countless rings of light gave off terrifying power as they smashed towards the dark clouds. Space was unable to withstand this power and started to collapse. Boom, boom. Boom, massive sounds rang out as bolts of lightning descended from the dark clouds, bringing with them the power of divine punishment. Space seemed to explode, and violet arcs of lightning filled the surroundings. Bang, a shocking explosion sounded out as the 100 rings of light gave off world-destroying power as they smashed against the countless bolts of lightning. The bolts of lightning were scattered, and the 100 rings of light hit the dark clouds. The sky seemed to collapse, and a loud sound rang out. The thick black clouds were shattered by an unimaginable power, and a massive hole appeared. Countless rays of light shone out from the hole, and the black clouds began to dissipate. A massive wave of power spread out in the sky, and an aura of light covered the ground, causing people to feel a trace of warmth in their hearts. Lei Tianming stared at this scene in confusion. He felt that his big brother had lost. That attack was so terrifying. Outside the secret realm, the countless people also looked at the mirror in shock. They had never thought that Hikari Kamui would be able to unleash such a terrifying attack at the end. It seemed to be able to destroy everything, and everyone had underestimated him. Now, everyone stared at the battlefield. If there were no changes, Hikari Kamui would have won. Crackle, thunder suddenly sounded out as a few arcs of lightning appeared in the air. More and more arcs of lightning appeared, forming a 100-meter-tall lightning giant. This giant was Lei Tianba. Everyone looked quite confused. Lei Tianba had withstood such a terrifying attack and still had not lost. However, his current power was not as terrifying as before. Lei Tianba only had this much power left, and he understood how terrifying Hikari Kamui's attack had been. He had temporarily retracted some of his power, dodging that terrifying attack. He had to admit that he had underestimated Hikari Kamui. Hikari Kamui looked at Lei Tianba with an unsightly expression. His body no longer had a trace of power, and his 10,000-meter-tall body had dissipated. Hikari Kamui had also returned to his original appearance. Seeing this, Lei Tianba did not have any reason to continue fighting. Hikari Kamui did not have a trace of power left, and Lei Tianba could easily defeat him. Moreover, the Secret Realm's rules had already determined that Lei Tianba was the victor. At that moment, Lei Tianba returned to his original appearance and looked at Hikari Kamui, who was lying on the ground, as he said, "Boy, your power has become so terrifying that you can already rank 7th. Even Bai Shogun is not as powerful as you." Hikari Kamui said weakly, "But I still lost to you." Lei Tianba revealed a trace of a smile. "I said that I wouldn't lose to you. Moreover, my goal is to become one of the top 3 geniuses. How could I lose here so easily?" Hikari Kamui said weakly, "Is that so? Those people are far more terrifying than us, and there are even 2 holy sons." I want to see if you have the ability to do so. Lei Tianba smiled as he said, I naturally know that, but I also want to give it a try. Even if I lose, I will understand just how far off I am from them. Hikari Kamui did not say anything else. Lei Tianba brought his little brother and immediately left this place. They went to a secret place to recover their strength to prevent others from taking advantage of them. He knew about Yuchan and Xianxia. The two of them had used up almost all of their strength after the battle, which was why they were taken advantage of by a despicable person. More importantly, the two peerless beauties had become that bastard's women just like that. Lei Tianba did not believe this, because the two of them were peerless geniuses and famous beauties in the god realm. How could they become someone else's women just like that? Moreover, the two of them had the same man. Lei Tianba also wanted to possess these two peerless beauties. With their looks, no man would reject them, especially that Xianxia, who had a domineering and barbaric personality and was quite savage. Back then, Lei Tianba had been taught a lesson by her, and something under his body had almost been cut off. He still remembered this. Back then, Lei Tianba had wanted Xianxia to submit to him. He would use all sorts of methods to teach her a lesson and vent his anger. To the god realm, Xianxia was indeed a rather special existence. Countless men feared her, but they could not help but fantasize that subduing such a woman would be an unparalleled glory. On the other side, Zhao Fu brought the girls to another entrance to the Master God's legacy land. A planet that was a few hundred meters wide floated above a mountain peak, giving off faint starlight and a massive wave of star energy. This should be the Star Master God's legacy land. Zhao Fu was still the same as he rushed forward with a powerful aura. The planet that was a few hundred meters wide gave off red starlight, and a massive wave of star energy surged out. Stars that were a few meters wide slowly floated in the air, covering the surroundings and giving off a shocking aura. After the stars appeared, they were about to attack Zhao Fu. Suddenly, the countless stars that were charging towards Zhao Fu felt the aura from Zhao Fu's body and stopped. They obediently retreated to the side and did not release any power, as if they had seen their master. This made Zhao Fu, who had been preparing to act, feel quite surprised. He did not have any powerful star energy and was not a Star Lord, so why were these stars so afraid of him? In the Devil God and Demon God's legacy land, they had acted like this because Zhao Fu had two Supreme Emperor stars. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu understood the reason. Even though Zhao Fu did not have any powerful star energy and was not a Star Lord, Zhao Fu had 6 monstrous Emperor stars, which were also stars. That was why these stars were so obedient and afraid of Zhao Fu. Those were 6 Supreme Emperor stars, and they were most likely even more terrifying than ordinary Star Lords. However, no one felt too surprised. After knowing Zhao Fu's identity, they could understand even if something strange happened. After all, the man in front of them was the legendary second King of Kings. Xianxia lightly laughed and did not say anything. After all, in the history of the Heaven Awakened world, there had never been anyone who had 6 Supreme Emperor stars. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and did not say anything. In the history of the Heaven Awakened world, no one had ever had 6 Supreme Emperor stars. Following this, Zhao Fu lightly laughed and did not say anything. In the history of the Heaven Awakened world, there had never been anyone who had 6 Supreme Emperor stars. Following this, Zhao Fu brought everyone into the legacy space. The ground here was a grassy plain, and in the deep blue sky, there were massive stars, creating a beautiful scene. There was a stage with a 1,000-meter-tall stone statue on it. This stone statue was wearing a cloak, making it difficult to see its appearance. However, from its figure, it seemed to be a woman, and it gave off a powerful wave of star energy. Zhao Fu directly flew in front of the stone statue and did not receive any attacks or pressure. The stone statue's forehead gave off a red light, and a wave of star energy spread out as small stars appeared around its forehead. Boom, an explosion sounded out as a red ray of light shot out from the stone statue's forehead, giving off a massive aura as it landed on Zhao Fu's body. The massive wave of star energy continuously flowed into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu closed his eyes and focused on absorbing this power. Boom, boom. Boom, following this, explosions continuously sounded out as red rays of light continuously shot out. Star energy continuously flowed into Zhao Fu's body, and in that moment, Zhao Fu felt his power quickly grow. After a final explosion sounded out, the stone statue's powerful aura disappeared, and its body became hazy before disappearing. Boom, a massive explosion once again sounded out as the star exploded out with a massive wave of star energy, giving off an intense red light and a shocking aura as it turned into a red ray of light and shot into the sky. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the red ray of light exploded, and a powerful wave of light spread out like a hot knife through butter. A wave of star energy flowed out in all directions. In the sky, there was a massive magic formation with 24 circles, and one of them gave off a red light. It was as if the circle was filled with red light. System announcement. The third stage of the competition has begun. Those who remain here must raise their pantheon mark to the gold grade. Hearing this system announcement, even though the others were not too surprised, their expressions were still quite grim to behold, and some were even quite furious. Bastards! The second stage of the competition hasn't even ended, and now the third stage has begun? Are you going to let us live? How infuriating! Why did you get my legacy power so quickly? I knew it would be like this, so I did my best to search for treasures instead of points. That terrifying person wouldn't care if we lived or died, and you don't have the ability to reason with him. Accept your fate. What's the point of shouting here? If you have the ability, go curse that terrifying person a few times and tell him not to get his legacy power so quickly. Let's see if he'll kill you. Sigh. Even though I've raised my pantheon mark to the gold grade, it's useless. I feel that the final stage of the competition will begin very soon. Why are there so many changes in the competition this time? That's right. Let's not think about anything else. I wonder who that person is, and how did he get the core god's legacy power so quickly? More importantly, the core god even gave him the legacy power. It feels so strange. After the system announcement sounded out, a formless energy wrapped around everyone and teleported them out of the godly secret plane. They appeared on the platform where they had been, and there were many of them. This time, a large portion of the people had been eliminated, reducing the number of people in the secret plane by more than half. Most of the people here had silver-grade god marks, and those with blue-grade god marks were those who had just been teleported out. In the sky, there were 24 magic circles, and now, 18 of them were giving off different colored lights. There was also godly power, causing the entire magic circle to seem quite oppressive. Now, there were only 6 circles left. Once 6 of them gave off light, the 24 circles would all light up, and the competition for the King of God's position would truly begin. In actuality, this was how the competition would normally go. Before, the 24 circles would not give off light at all, and each stage would last for a long time before the competition for the King of God's position would begin. Making all 24 circles give off light was quite difficult, as there were not many geniuses who could do this. Now, 90% of the people in the secret realm did not continue to fight to gain points. They hurriedly searched for treasures, as it was impossible for them to obtain the King of God's position. As such, there was no need for them to participate in the final trial. Because Xiaofu had 6 Emperor stars, he quickly absorbed star power and felt that his 10,000 god power was even more powerful than before. He was only 6 more types of god power away from becoming a sovereign power in the godly world. At the same time, obtaining the stellar god's legacy power gave him many benefits. Xiaofu now had the ability to sense stars and borrow their power. By now, Xiaofu could more clearly sense the 6 Emperor stars and could sense every change in them. Apart from these Emperor stars, Xiaofu also had a stronger sense of the other ordinary stars. He could clearly sense where they were and could even gather the star power of other stars. Xiaofu felt that he could use this ability to sense if someone else had a general star or a king star. Xiaofu was quite satisfied with this ability and smiled as he said to the women, "Let's leave this place and continue to search for the God Legacy Land. I'm looking forward to the changes after I fuse with the 24 God Legacy Land." Shiwei smiled as she said, "Husband. I'm also looking forward to seeing just how terrifying the 10,000 God power will be." Yuchan and Xianxia were a bit confused. Because they had just joined Xiaofu's team, there were some things that they were not clear about. Originally, Xiaofu had fused the power of countless divine spirits to form a type of 10,000 deities power. Now, Xiaofu was planning on fusing the power of 24 sovereigns into it. When countless godly spirits' divine power fused together, the first feeling that this type of power was that it was incredibly powerful. After all, with so much divine power, even if it was ordinary, it would become an incredibly terrifying power. The inheritance power of the 24 over gods was also extremely terrifying. It originated from the creation god's power, and was one of the strongest divine powers in the immortal world. Countless geniuses entered the mystery realm to obtain this power. Just thinking about the power of countless deities and the power of 24 core gods was shocking. It was definitely a supreme power, and it was a supreme power that belonged solely to Xiao Fu. As it had been created by Xiao Fu, it was impossible for others to possess it. They also understood why Xiao Fu's power was called the power of 10,000 gods. It turned out that he really wanted to fuse the power of 10,000 gods. After hearing about this, they also looked forward to seeing just how terrifying this power of 10,000 gods would be after it was formed. Xianxia laughed as she said, "After you successfully fuse with it, I want to grasp this power as well." This was the power of a sovereign, and it was far more powerful than core god's power. No one would not be moved by it. Most importantly, Xiao Fu's power of 10,000 deities was not some bloodline power or emperor star power. It could only rely on bloodlines and emperor stars to give others great power. The power of 10,000 deities could be like those core gods, giving a portion of their divine power to others, allowing them to grasp this power. Moreover, the power of 10,000 deities was the fusion of countless deities' power, and it could adapt to any deity's power. Hearing Xianxia's words, the women looked at Xiao Fu in anticipation, wanting to obtain this type of supreme power as well. Xiao Fu nodded and agreed. As his women, becoming stronger would definitely be of great benefit to him. Xianxia smiled and went up to hug Xiao Fu, taking the initiative to give him a kiss. Her personality was like this, she would do whatever she wanted to do. However, she soon blushed and gasped weakly in Xiao Fu's arms. Xiao Fu had a trace of a smile on his face as he hugged Xianxia. Looking at her flirtatious look, he felt a sense of conquest. Yuchan suddenly thought of something. It seems that the demon emperor's god Ker also has the power to devour and fuse with tens of thousands of gods, and it's incredibly powerful. In just 10 or so years, it went from a small demon god to a peerless genius that the entire godly realm knows about. Now, it's ranked third, and it's a legendary figure. His origin seems to be very mysterious. I'm not sure why he has this kind of power. Does it have anything to do with you? Why do you have such a power? Hearing this, everyone's gazes fell on Xiao Fu's body. Only now did they remember that god Ker also had the power to devour and fuse with tens of thousands of gods. This kind of power was incredibly terrifying, and it was impossible for ordinary people to have it. Now that both Xiao Fu and god Ker had this kind of power, everyone could not help but connect the dots. God Ker was incredibly famous, and there was no one in the godly realm who did not know his name. If it wasn't for Miao Lu from the godly domain, he would be the second-ranked expert in the godly realm. Adding on all of the things that god Ker had done, such as becoming a peerless genius in just 10 or so years, becoming the #1 emperor star, defeating a few of the demon god emperor's imperial princes, becoming the demon god emperor's #1 imperial prince, and continuously slaughtering godly spirits. It was incredibly difficult for everyone not to know about him, and they all feared his ability to devour and fuse with tens of thousands of gods. Yuchan was right, just these things alone made god Ker a legendary figure, and he was like a rising star. This caused many people to worship him, and they felt that it was very likely that he would awaken the god race's supreme emperor star in this competition and become a terrifying figure that even geniuses would look up to. Now, even Xianxia and Yuchan, who were also peerless geniuses, felt quite wary of him. If there was no need, they did not want to have any contact with such a terrifying person. After all, Xianxia and Yuchan were only ranked 5th and 6th, and they were quite far away from god Ker. Xianxia and Yuchan knew this very well. Right now, they were quite curious as to why both Xiao Fu and god Ker had this kind of power, and they looked at Xiao Fu, wanting to know why. Hearing this, Xiao Fu could not help but smile. What is it? Yuchan looked at Xiao Fu in confusion, not understanding why Xiao Fu had suddenly smiled. Xiao Fu smiled as he said, 10 years ago, I indeed had a deep connection with him. One of my goals for coming to the godly realm is to kill him and take back what belongs to me. Hearing this, everyone looked quite shocked. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would really have a connection with God Ke, and what's more, from 10 years ago. What was even more shocking was that Zhao Fu had come to the godly realm to kill God Ke. If anyone else had said this, everyone would have felt quite disdainful, as they knew how terrifying God Ke was. However, Zhao Fu was the second king of kings, and he had the power to kill God Ke. Apart from Zhao Fu and God Ke's ability to devour and fuse together, everyone felt that there was no connection between them. One was the incredibly mysterious second king of kings, while the other was the demon god emperor's most powerful emperor. Moreover, Zhao Fu seemed to have never been to the godly realm before, while God Ke was a godly spirit from the godly realm. They were people from two completely different worlds. No one could understand why Zhao Fu and God Ke would have such a connection. Xianxia hugged the fat cat, rolled her eyes, and said with a happy smile, "I got it. 10 years ago, God Ke was very weak and was just a small demon spirit. Husband, you said that you had a connection with him 10 years ago, which means that you had a connection when God Ke was still very weak. I'm sure that the enmity between the two of you must have arisen because you fought over the power to devour and fuse with godly power. Also, I feel that God Ke had a great advantage during that fight, and the best proof is that God Ke can directly devour divinity, while husband can only devour divine power. You came to the godly realm to take back that power, so you said that you wanted to kill God Ke. What do you think? I'm smart, right?" Hearing this, everyone felt that this made a lot of sense. Jiuyun smiled as she said, "Little girl, you're quite smart, I didn't even think that much." Xianxia hugged the fat cat and giggled, feeling quite happy. The fat cat in her arms meowed happily when it saw how happy its owner was, feeling that it was quite cute. Pooh. Zhao Fu could not help but chuckle, "You're thinking too much, the truth is not like that. Furthermore, I can also devour divine deity, but to me, devouring a divine deity is not as useful as nurturing a divine spirit, so I did not devour divine deity." "Ah? No, then tell me what's going on." Xianxia revealed a disappointed expression. She was originally confident that her guess was correct. Everyone was also a bit surprised, this guess was actually not true, and it turned out that Zhao Fu could devour divine deity, it was just that he didn't want to. If Zhao Fu didn't say it, they would have thought that Zhao Fu couldn't devour it. Xianxia rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu, "Hurry up and say it, don't talk nonsense." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "In actuality, this has nothing to do with what Xianxia said. It's not that God Ke and I are fighting over the devouring godly power, but that all of God Ke's power was given to him by me." Hearing this, everyone looked incredibly shocked, and massive waves crashed in their hearts. God Ke possessed such immense power, and yet Zhao Fu said that he had given it to God Ke. This was the biggest blow to Xianxia and Yuchan. Everyone else had only heard of how terrifying God Ke was, but they had never seen God Ke's power for themselves. However, as peerless geniuses, Xianxia and Yuchan clearly knew just how terrifying God Ke was. They could feel that God Ke was like a demonic mouth that could devour countless godly spirits, causing their hairs to stand on end. However, now that Zhao Fu said that all of this power was given to God Ke, they could not believe it. Yuchan looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and said, "Husband, are you telling the truth?" Yuchan looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Husband, is this true?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu lightly nodded. Now that they had received confirmation from Zhao Fu, all of the women sucked in a breath of cold air. God Ke's terrifying power had actually come from this man in front of them. However, when they thought about it, the man in front of them was the legendary second king of kings and had 6 emperor stars. He was dozens of times more terrifying than God Ke, and if God Ke's power had come from him, they could understand. Now, everyone felt even more curious as to what had happened between Zhao Fu and God Ke, and why did God Ke's power come from Zhao Fu. Everyone's gazes fell on Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You might not believe me, but 10 years ago, I was just the city lord of a new world, and I summoned a godly spirit to kill a god. The godly spirit I summoned was God Ke. Back then, it was only a clone, and after I killed his clone, not only did I obtain the god-killing profession, but I also obtained a trace of his divinity. I fused his divinity into my soul, creating a strong connection between my soul and his power. Over the years, he has been constantly affected by me, and not only did he obtain the power to devour 10,000 gods, but he also absorbed a lot of fate from me, becoming the god Kerr that everyone knows. After hearing Zhao Fu's explanation, everyone understood and stared at Zhao Fu, feeling incredibly shocked. Now, they finally understood what countless people in the godly world were curious about: why God Kerr had the power to devour tens of thousands of gods and why it had grown so quickly, even faster than ordinary emperor stars. It turned out that all of this was because of the legendary Second King of Kings' power. With the Second King of Kings' terrifying power and fate, everyone could understand why God Kerr had become such a terrifying existence. However, just by relying on Zhao Fu's power, God Kerr had become so terrifying, which was quite shocking. After all, God Kerr was now the second most powerful person in the godly world. That God Kerr had been incredibly lucky to have received such a great opportunity after being summoned by Zhao Fu, and it had grown from a small demon god to such a terrifying existence. If Zhao Fu had not said anything and God Kerr had not said anything, no one would have guessed that there was such a relationship between them. This was a secret that no one else knew, and now that they knew, they felt quite excited. At the same time, everyone could not help but feel quite envious. Because of this, God Kerr had become such a terrifying existence. If Zhao Fu had summoned them, they would have all awakened emperor stars. However, this was not a good thing, as Zhao Fu wanted the item that had been given to him. It was possible that God Kerr would not be able to defeat Zhao Fu and would die at Zhao Fu's hands. However, if God Kerr was willing to submit, Zhao Fu would be able to live. However, the possibility of that happening was quite small, as there was enmity between the two of them. Moreover, if it had been them, they would not have died. With Zhao Fu's domineering way of doing things, he would have continued to use those despicable methods, and in the end, they would have still become Zhao Fu's women. The women did not feel much aversion towards this, because after hearing about Zhao Fu, they could not help but feel admiration towards him. They also enjoyed being violated by Zhao Fu. However, this was not the reason why they were so shocked. What shocked them was the information that Zhao Fu had unintentionally revealed, which was that he was someone who had just entered a new world. A new world was a world that had just fused with the Heaven Awakened world, and such worlds were usually the lowest grade worlds. However, how could a king of kings who had shaken the world come from such a low-grade world? How could a low-grade world give birth to someone who could shake the entire Heaven Awakened world? No one could understand this, and they could only feel shock. Moreover, in just 10 years, he had gone from a city lord of a new world to a king of kings who had shaken the world. He was a terrifying existence that even peerless geniuses could not touch. Everyone stared at Zhao Fu in shock. They had heard about how terrifying a king of kings was and how he had 6 emperor stars, and he had caused countless shocking events. However, they had never thought that after getting to know Zhao Fu would make them feel even more shocked. As peerless geniuses, Xianxia and Yuchan felt like they had taken a big blow. Even though in other people's eyes, they had outstanding talent and had unimaginable power in just a few decades, compared to Zhao Fu, they were just ordinary people. They admired Zhao Fu from the bottom of their hearts and admitted that they were inferior to him. Xianxia stared at Zhao Fu in shock and said, "You're a monster that even I fear." Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu in shock and could not help but say, "You're a monster that even I fear." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and did not say anything. With his terrifying experiences, he would definitely scare many people. Everyone came back to their senses, and Jiu Yun leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace and smiled as she said, "Master, I want to hear all sorts of things about you. I still want to hear all kinds of things about you. Can you tell me about them now? I want to know everything about you." The others also looked at Zhao Fu with anticipation. Right now, nothing was more important than what Zhao Fu had said. They also understood that this was something that the entire world wanted to know. Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Not now. When I bring you back to where I am, you will naturally understand. For now, let's continue searching for the Lord God's inheritance." Everyone looked disappointed, but Zhao Fu had no choice but to say it now. They also understood that this matter was not urgent. They were already Zhao Fu's women, and sooner or later they would know everything about Zhao Fu. At that time, they would understand how terrifying Zhao Fu was. Then, Zhao Fu continued to fly with the girls. A few hours later, he met 2 people in the sky. One was Lei Tianba, and the other was Lei Tianming. Lei Tianming had seen Zhao Fu from afar, so he had a deep impression of Zhao Fu. He immediately told Lei Tianba. After Lei Tianba found out that Zhao Fu was the person who had heavily injured his little brother and made him extremely angry, he had been looking everywhere for him. Now that he had met him, Lei Tianba looked furious as he brought Lei Tianming and rushed over. Zhao Fu looked at the two people rushing over and stopped. He also understood their goal. At first, Lei Tianba did not pay attention, but as he flew closer, he realized that there were many women by the man's side, including Yuchan and Xianxia. Right now, Xianxia was in the man's embrace, and she was hugging the man with both hands, looking very intimate. Seeing this scene, Lei Tianba was stunned. He had never thought that such a thing would happen. Xianxia and Yuchan, the two peerless beauties of the god realm, had actually become another woman. What shocked Lei Tianba the most was that didn't Xianxia hate men? Wasn't she very barbaric and domineering? Why was she so intimate with a man now? It was as if she had become a completely different person. Lei Tianming also looked at Yuchan in a daze. There was not a single man who would not be moved by this peerless beauty of the god realm, and the key point was that Yuchan belonged to the type that he liked. From the first time he had seen her, he had liked her pure and flawless, fairy-like temperament. However, Lei Tianming knew that she was a peerless genius. Even though Lei Tianming's identity was also very noble, he was still not worthy of her, so he had never expressed his love for her. When he first heard that Yuchan had become another man's woman, he did not believe it. After all, how could such a powerful and wholly fairy-like person so easily become another man's woman? This felt like a stain. However, seeing this scene with his own eyes, Lei Tianming felt a wave of pain in his heart. She had truly become another man's woman. Zhao Fu looked at the two brothers in front of him with ugly expressions, and their gazes fell on Xianxia and Yuchan. As a man, Zhao Fu naturally understood. He purposefully kissed Xianxia in his embrace and smiled as he said, "What do you want?" Lei Tianba understood that Zhao Fu was purposefully angering him and said angrily, "Was it you who heavily injured my little brother and used despicable methods to take Xianxia and Yuchan?" Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, So what? Boom, hearing these words, Lei Tianba felt a wave of rage surge into his heart. He was unable to endure it and exploded out with a massive wave of lightning energy, causing countless arcs of lightning to appear in the surroundings, giving off terrifying sounds. Xianxia, who was in Zhao Fu's embrace, lightly laughed, "Lei Tianba, you're not a match for this guy. It's best if you leave as soon as possible and don't ask for trouble." Lei Tianba said angrily, "He only used despicable methods to win against the two of you. I don't believe that he's that strong. Also, are the two of you going to be the woman of whoever defeats you? Alright, if I defeat him, you'll be my women." Xianxia could not help but loudly laugh, "Lei Tianba, you actually dare to have any ideas about me? Do you believe that I won't cut off your thing?" Lei Tianba said unhappily, "Since he can be your man, why can't I? I've wanted the two of you for a long time. You two are the women that I've taken a fancy to." Yu Chan's gaze became slightly cold. "With your strength, I'm afraid you're not even a match for the two of us. You're dreaming if you want the two of us." Hearing that his brothers wanted both of them, Lei Tianming felt quite complicated. He liked Yu Chan, but if his brothers wanted both of them, wouldn't Yu Chan become his sister-in-law? However, there was no need to think about these things for now. The main thing was still how to obtain the two women. Lei Tianba said angrily, "Don't care if I'm dreaming or not. I'm just asking the two of you, will I be able to obtain the two of you if I defeat her?" Xianxia said with a trace of disdain, "You want to obtain the two of us? Save your energy, you're not a match for this guy at all. Also, the two of us didn't become his women because he defeated us, he's the man that we both approve of." Hearing this, Lei Tianming felt incredibly uncomfortable. He looked at Yu Chan and asked, "Did you really become his woman willingly?" Yu Chan lightly nodded, "He's our husband." These words made the two brothers feel quite uncomfortable. At first, they had thought that Zhao Fu had used some sort of method to force the two women to submit, but now, the two women said that they were willing. Just what kind of charm did Zhao Fu have to make two peerless geniuses willingly become his women? It was not just them, even the people outside the secret realm were dumbfounded. They all knew that Zhao Fu had forcefully violated two peerless beauties, but why did the two beauties not hate Zhao Fu and instead become his women willingly? The Moon Lord of the Nine God Moon was also quite shocked. Seeing that Yu Chan had voluntarily become Zhao Fu's woman and had even called him husband, had she found someone she loved so quickly? Just what kind of charm did Zhao Fu have? The people from the goddess palace all had looks of disbelief on their faces. They had personally heard Xianxia admit that Zhao Fu was her man, and they could not understand why Xianxia would approve of a man. The palace mistress looked furious. She was angry at Xianxia. She definitely could not accept her daughter liking a man, and she wanted to capture her daughter and personally ask her why she was like this. If she was still like this, as her mother, she would definitely lock her up in the goddess palace until she admitted her wrongs. As for Zhao Fu, she would torture him to death and make him suffer boundless pain. Otherwise, she would not be able to quench the hatred in her heart. There were 4 other elders next to her. One had a cold expression and a graceful figure, one had a mature figure and a beautiful face, one had a beautiful face and a gloomy aura, and one was dressed in sexy clothes and had a faint charm to her. They were all beautiful women in their 30s. Their names were Xianxia, Lu Xinglian, Dong Langyue, and Gu Qinya. They were all very powerful people in the goddess palace and held a lot of power. They were very angry that Xianxia had done such a disgraceful thing. Xianxia said coldly, "Palace Lord, you must give us a good explanation for this matter. Now that Xianxia has betrayed our goddess palace, she must be severely punished for doing such a thing." Hexaphrase Lian said, "Xianxia choosing a man is not only a betrayal of the goddess palace, but it's also a betrayal of our faith, our ancestors, and all of us." Dong Langyue agreed and said, "This is something that absolutely cannot be punished lightly. Xianxia is our goddess palace's goddess. If she is not punished severely, how will we deal with other people in the future?" Gu Qinya said regretfully, "It's such a pity that such a good child like Xianxia did such a thing. However, I feel that we should first get to the bottom of this. We know Xianhua's personality, so why is she willing to become a man's woman? Moreover, she cultivates our goddess palace's cultivation technique, and even a woman who likes men will hate men. This matter isn't as simple as it seems." Now that there were still people speaking up for Xianxia, the palace lord let out a sigh of relief. If they forced her to punish her daughter would definitely die a miserable death, and she did not want that to happen. In the past, the goddess palace had severely punished a woman who liked men. They would dig out her eyes and sew her mouth with a needle and thread before hanging her in the air and stabbing a red-hot iron rod into her body. In the end, she would die in pain. Her soul was also extracted and burned by raging flames. After enduring the pain of being burned, her soul finally dissipated. When the punishment was carried out, it was done in front of everyone. It was a warning that this was the result of liking a man. When the others heard Gu Qinya's last words, they felt that it was very strange. Just what had happened? They understood Xianxia very well. It was impossible for her to like men. Moreover, even if it was because of Xianxia, the cultivation technique she cultivated might not be willing, and it might be some kind of power that changed the attribute of the cultivation technique. As for what exactly had happened, they really could not guess. However, they could deal with Xianxia after investigating, but as for Zhao Fu, they all agreed to kill Zhao Fu and kill everyone related to Zhao Fu. This was the result of offending the goddess palace. They gave a few more orders for everyone to carry out. It could be seen that they already hated Zhao Fu to the extreme and wanted to do everything they could to kill Zhao Fu. Although they knew that Zhao Fu's identity was not simple, the goddess palace still wanted to kill him, because they could not tolerate this matter. Even if a holy rank power came to take revenge, they still had the ability to fight. Right now, they were thinking about how to kill Zhao Fu, but they did not know how many years later, when the Qin Empire's iron cavalry attacked the goddess palace, and Zhao Fu would willfully gallop around their 5 beautiful women, they would understand with lewd faces why Xianxia submitted to Zhao Fu. At the same time, they understood how terrifying Zhao Fu was, and they regretted the decision they had made back then. Xianxia would also watch from the side, her mother and the 4 elders who hated men to the extreme, how lewd they were under her man's body, and how they finally submitted to her man's body. This could also be considered a small revenge. Who told them to give such an order? They said that she was a traitor, and now that they had also submitted to her man, they had all betrayed the goddess palace. At that time, she would become the new palace mistress of the goddess palace. Of course, Xianxia's mother and the four elders did not know what would happen next, and were still discussing how to deal with the matter between Zhao Fu and Xianxia. Nine God Moon did not object to this, and in the end, it was much better than the goddess palace. The Moon Lord was doted on by Zhao Fu and her status was not low. Everyone else's statuses were even more prestigious than before, and the Moon Lord often served Zhao Fu with Yuchan. These women were all supreme expert-level figures, and were already the strongest existences in the world. Countless people looked up to them, worshipped them, and feared them. However, they still submitted to Zhao Fu. At that time, Zhao Fu would be the true ruler of the world. Everything under the heavens belonged to the king, and everyone who ruled over the land belonged to the king. In the end, everyone's gazes returned to the secret realm. Everyone wanted to know how things would develop. Lei Tianba was also quite arrogant. Although he had already defeated two peerless geniuses, he was still ranked below Yuchan, yet he said that he wanted to be the man of two women. Back then, the people from the goddess palace looked at Lei Tianba's faction ferociously. Lei Tianba daring to say such words to them had angered all of the people from the goddess palace, and Lei Tianba's faction was much weaker than the goddess palace. Facing the people from the goddess palace's ferocious gazes, Lei Tianba's faction felt a chill run down his spine, and he felt quite nervous and afraid. They could not help but complain about Lei Tianba. Xianxia and Yuchan were both peerless beauties, and there was not a single person in the god realm who did not like them. However, everyone kept it in their hearts, and saying it out in front of everyone, wasn't that just seeking death? Within the secret realm, Lei Tianba felt quite shocked as he stared at Zhao Fu. He did not understand what Zhao Fu had to make Xianxia and Yuchan willing to become his women. However, Lei Tianba was not convinced and called out, "Even so, I still want to fight with you. Let's see if a despicable person like you has the ability to have two great beauties." Xianxia lightly laughed, "Against you? I don't even need my husband to do anything, I can deal with you by myself. Anyone who dares to attack me will have to pay a price." Zhao Fu laughed as he said, "No need, I'll do it myself." Xianxia confidently laughed as she said, "Don't worry, even though I'm not a match for you, I won't have any problems dealing with him. Moreover, I really want to teach him a lesson." Zhao Fu did not insist and had Xianxia act. There were only two people left in the air, Lei Tianba and Xianxia. The two of them stood on one side, while everyone else retreated far away, watching the battle that was about to begin. Xianxia took out her golden sword and pointed it at Lei Tianba as she said domineeringly, "Come. Let me see how much stronger you become." Lei Tianba loudly laughed as he said, "I really like your personality, we feel like we're a match made in heaven. Don't worry, my power definitely won't disappoint you." Xianxia laughed domineeringly, and his body instantly disappeared, appearing in front of Lei Tianba. He slashed out with his sword, bringing with it a gigantic golden sword light that ferociously slashed towards Lei Tianba. Lei Tianba immediately dodged to the side. His body shot out like a bolt of lightning, dodging Xianxia's attack. In that instant, he appeared above Xianxia's back and punched out with countless lightning bolts, ferociously smashing towards Xianxia. Clang, Xianxia slashed out with his sword, and a golden sword energy containing immense power slashed towards Lei Tianba. Bang, the dozen or so lightning bolts that shot towards Xianxia were slashed apart by the sword, turning into countless tiny electric arcs that scattered, while Lei Tianba's body was also sent flying by the sword. However, Lei Tianba used electric arcs to defend himself and was not injured. However, from the situation of the exchange just now, Xianxia's strength was truly terrifying. As expected of the fifth-ranked absolute genius, Lei Tianba definitely would not admit defeat so easily. He loudly roared and a powerful wave of lightning exploded out. Lei Tianba's arm gave off countless purple lightning bolts, which continuously condensed and transformed into a mighty thunder lion. Boom, Lei Tianba vigorously struck out, and the terrifying thunder lion brought with it countless bolts of lightning and an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything as it ferociously rushed towards Xianxia, giving off a terrifying aura. Xianxia raised the golden sword in his hands with both hands and gave a condescending smile. A massive wave of power entered the sword, causing the golden sword to give off a blinding sword light, and a shocking power spread out. Bang! The instant the Thunder Lion brought with it countless bolts of lightning and rushed towards Xianxia raised his sword and vigorously slashed out. A massive golden sword light directly split the gigantic Thunder Lion in half, causing it to turn into countless arcs of lightning and disappear. Xianxia dragged the golden army and gave off a powerful aura as he rushed towards Lei Tianba, leaving behind a golden ray of light. Lei Tianba's expression was serious as he vigorously grabbed out with both hands, causing countless bolts of purple lightning to appear, forming 2 lightning spears. Boom! Boom! Lei Tianba vigorously threw out with both hands, causing the 2 lightning spears to bring with them a powerful force as they shot towards Xianxia. They were extremely fast, and as they streaked through the air, they gave off sizzling sounds. Bang! Xianxia, who had rushed over, swung his sword and slashed apart the incoming lightning spears, causing a massive sound to ring out. However, Lei Tianba continuously shot out lightning spears, causing bolts of lightning to continuously shoot towards Xianxia. Xianxia continuously swung the sword in his hands, slashing apart the lightning spears. A series of loud noises rang out. Boom! An explosion sounded out as Lei Tianba raised his hand and exploded out with a terrifying wave of lightning. Countless bolts of lightning appeared in the sky and continuously condensed, forming a massive ball of lightning that gave off a destructive aura. Lei Tianba waved his hand and the massive ball of lightning gave off terrifying power as it quickly shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia sent his power into the sword in his hand, wanting to slash apart the ball of lightning. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the ball of lightning exploded, causing countless bolts of lightning to shoot towards Xianxia with shocking power. There were countless bolts of lightning, and the purple lightning lit up the surroundings. Xianxia was startled and used his sword to block in front of him. A golden defensive barrier appeared from the sword, covering Xianxia's body. Bang! The countless bolts of lightning smashed against the golden defensive barrier, causing Xianxia to be sent flying by a massive force, and a few cracks appeared on the defensive barrier. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a massive lightning spear gave off a shocking aura as it shot towards Xianxia. It was extremely fast as it streaked through the air. Xianxia dodged to the side, dodging the massive lightning spear. The massive lightning spear landed on the ground, causing countless bolts of lightning to strike the ground. A massive sound rang out as a large crater appeared in the ground. Lei Tianba's body gave off arcs of lightning, preparing to attack Xianxia. Xianxia coldly laughed, "It's my turn now." Boom! Xianxia raised the sword in his hand and sent a powerful wave of power into it, causing the sword to give off an intense light. Golden swords of light formed in the surroundings, numbering in the thousands, giving off a terrifying sword aura. Clang, 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 Xianxia vigorously swung the sword in his hand, and the golden swords of light gave off terrifying sword energy as they quickly shot towards Xianxia, as if they wanted to destroy everything. Lei Tianba exploded out with a powerful wave of power, causing countless bolts of purple lightning to shoot out from his body. They brought with them a powerful lightning power as they shot towards the countless golden swords of light. Bang, bang. Bang! Massive sounds rang out as the purple lightning and the swords of light collided, resulting in countless explosions as shocking power spread out. Suddenly, Xianxia disappeared and appeared behind Lei Tianba. He slashed Lei Tianba into the ground, creating a large crater. Boom! Within the crater, Lei Tianba had a furious look on his face as he loudly roared, exploding out with a massive wave of lightning power. His body gave off an intense violet light that illuminated the surroundings, causing the ground to continuously crack and collapse as violet arcs of lightning appeared in the air. His body started to turn into light, which was to say, it started to become illusory, turning into a person made of violet lightning. His body was surrounded by countless arcs of lightning, giving off a shocking wave of lightning power, making him seem like a ruler of lightning, looking incredibly terrifying. Swish! Lei Tianba rushed towards Xianxia, his body streaking through the air like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he appeared in front of Xianxia, his hand bringing with it countless bolts of violet lightning as it struck towards Xianxia. Xianxia blocked with his sword, and the golden sword released a golden defensive barrier that covered Xianxia's body. Bang! The countless bolts of lightning slammed against the defensive barrier, resulting in a massive explosion, and Xianxia's body was forced back a step. However, the powerful defensive barrier blocked the countless bolts of lightning. Boom, Lei Tianba once again punched out, and countless bolts of lightning containing shocking power slammed against the golden defensive barrier. Another massive explosion sounded out, and Xianxia's body was forced back a step. Boom, Lei Tianba kicked out, bringing with him an even more terrifying lightning power. It slammed against the defensive barrier, resulting in a massive explosion and causing a gust of wind to blow out. Xianxia's body was forced back 10 or so meters, and many cracks appeared on the defensive barrier. Lei Tianba had a trace of a smile on his face, and his body gave off violet lightning as he continued to rush towards Xianxia. Boom, Xianxia coldly harumphed and exploded out with a powerful wave of divine power. A female mark appeared on his forehead, and his body gave off boundless golden light, forming a golden beam of light that shot into the sky, forming a massive golden pillar of light. The golden mark on Xianxia's forehead spread out, covering both sides of his face. His long hair became golden, and a golden illusory armor appeared around him, covering his body. Traces of golden aura rose up from Xianxia's body, and an extremely terrifying power spread out. Lei Tianba, who was rushing over, was shocked. Clang, at that moment, Xianxia gripped his sword with both hands and swung it with all his might. An incredibly massive golden sword light slashed out with great power, seeming as if it could split a mountain in half. Lei Tianming hurriedly released countless bolts of lightning, forming a shield of lightning in front of him that flickered with countless bolts of lightning. Bang, when that terrifying golden sword light slashed against it, the thunder shield immediately collapsed, while Lei Tianba's body was sent flying. Lei Tianba's body flew back over 100 meters before stopping. A wound had appeared on his body made of lightning. It was on his chest, and the wound was quite long. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been heavily injured. But now, Lei Tianba's body was composed of countless lightning bolts. As long as the lightning power was not extinguished, even if he was cut in half, he would be fine. He would recover very quickly. Right now, Lei Tianba's expression was rather ugly. From the sword strike just now, Lei Tianba understood that Xianxia's strength was extremely terrifying. Boom, Lei Tianba did not hesitate and exploded out with all of his power. Countless bolts of lightning shot out from his body and continuously formed a massive lightning dragon that gave off a destructive power. Roar, the lightning dragon gave a massive dragon's roar, bringing with it countless bolts of lightning as it ferociously rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia raised his large sword with both hands and sent a powerful wave of power into the sword. The large sword gave off an intense golden sword light that shined in all directions, and a massive sword aura spread out. The lightning dragon brought with it a terrifying lightning power and was about to smash into Xianxia. Xianxia raised his large sword with both hands and vigorously slashed out, causing a massive sword light to slash out with world-destroying power. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out in all directions as the golden sword light and lightning dragon collided. A shocking shockwave blasted out, causing the ground to instantly crumble. Countless trees were destroyed and rocks were shattered. Xianxia gripped his sword with both hands and controlled the sword light to continue slashing towards the lightning dragon. The lightning dragon gave off a massive lightning power as it continued to smash towards Xianxia. Waves of energy spread out, forming wild gales that blew out in all directions, causing countless rocks to be blown away. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the terrifying sword light sent the lightning dragon flying. The evil dragon flew backwards and crashed into a large mountain, causing countless bolts of lightning to wreak havoc. The mountain directly collapsed, causing countless rocks to fly everywhere and dust to fill the air. The lightning dragon's body directly collapsed. This attack had heavily injured it, but it immediately used an even more powerful attack. Its body turned into countless bolts of lightning that shot into the sky before dissipating. Suddenly, the heavens and earth started to change as countless traces of heaven and earth power gathered. Black clouds covered the sky, and they were as thick as a quilt, not revealing even a single crack. A massive pressure spread out. At that moment, the black clouds gave off waves of thunder as arcs of lightning shot out from the black clouds, causing a terrifying lightning power to spread out. Boom, a massive thunder sound rang out as a massive violet bolt of lightning containing the power of divine punishment slashed towards Xianxia, seeming to be able to shatter the ground. Xianxia used his sword to blocking the massive bolt of lightning and was not injured at all. Boom, boom. Boom, bolts of lightning containing terrifying lightning power continuously descended from the sky, giving off massive sounds. It was as if there was an electric field around them, causing people's hairs to stand on end. Facing the violet lightning bolts, Xianxia's expression did not change much. He continuously slashed out sword light, slashing apart the incoming lightning bolts, causing them to dissipate into arcs of lightning. Seeing that he was still unable to attack Xianxia, Lei Tianba looked quite furious. Countless black clouds once again gathered and spun, forming a massive vortex. The vortex continuously spun with immense power, and traces of lightning appeared around it. A destructive power spread out from the center of the vortex. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as if the heavens and earth had exploded. A massive pillar of lightning giving off destructive power shot towards Xianxia, causing the space around it to twist. The lightning was so powerful that no one could defend against it. Bang, Xianxia gripped his sword with both hands and blocked the descending pillar of lightning. However, the countless bolts of lightning ferociously descended, causing the ground to continuously collapse as the pillar of lightning continuously landed on Xianxia's body. In the distance, a massive violet pillar of lightning stood between the heavens and earth. One end was at the center of the massive black vortex, while the other end was at the center of a massive crater. Violet light shone in all directions, and waves of shocking aura continuously spread out. The continuous attacks from the lightning pillars caused Xianxia to be unable to endure it. The ground beneath him continuously crumbled, and the lightning that descended from the lightning pillars struck the ground around him, causing the ground around him to continuously crumble. Arg! Xianxia loudly cried out and exploded out with an incomparably terrifying power. His body gave off an intense golden light, and the female seal on his forehead shone brightly. A golden domain containing a powerful power instantly spread out. A gigantic golden defensive barrier instantly covered a radius of 10,000 meters, giving off a massive aura. The purple lightning pillar was blocked by the golden defensive barrier. Lei Tianba was infuriated and controlled an even larger amount of power to attack Xianxia. The black vortex became larger and larger, and the clouds became thicker and thicker. It was as if the sky was about to collapse, giving off a massive pressure. The purple lightning pillar at the center of the vortex became larger and larger, and the terrifying lightning power it gave off became more and more powerful, giving off an aura of annihilation. The space within 10,000 kilometers seemed to be in an electric field. The world quietened down and was filled with an extreme sense of danger. Countless creatures felt this aura and scattered in all directions. When such a terrifying lightning pillar landed on the golden defensive barrier, the golden defensive barrier was unable to withstand it. Cracks started to appear on it, and clear sounds rang out. Boom, at that moment, Xianxia raised his golden greatsword and pointed it at the sky. An incomparably massive power exploded out, and countless intense golden lights shot out, looking extremely blinding. The golden defensive barrier received this massive power, and the cracks on it quickly healed. The lightning pillar continued to attack, and Xianxia chose to defend. The two sides were in a stalemate for a period of time. The lightning pillar in the sky slowly became smaller, and its power also slowly weakened. Lei Tianba was unable to last for so long, and the defensive barrier was still as powerful as before, not weakening at all. Slowly, the lightning pillar in the sky dissipated, and the gigantic black cloud vortex also dissipated. However, Lei Tianba did not give up. His body gave off a suction force, and the heaven and earth power quickly flowed into the clouds. The sky started to change, and the black clouds continuously gathered. Thunder continuously sounded out, and Lei Tianba wanted to use the heaven and earth power to quickly recover his strength so that he could unleash an even more powerful attack against Xianxia. After the lightning pillar dissipated, Xianxia released the defensive barrier, and his golden eyes looked at the thick black clouds in the sky. Boom, an even more massive wave of divine power flowed into her sword, causing it to give off boundless light and form a 1,000-meter-long golden sword of light. A shocking power spread out, covering the surroundings and causing the ground to sink. Clang, a massive sword hum sounded out as Xianxia vigorously slashed out with his sword. A massive golden sword light brought with it a massive sword chi storm as it ferociously slashed towards the clouds in the sky. Bang, a loud sound rang out, and the black sky seemed to be split in two. That huge golden sword light cut through the dark clouds, revealing the azure sky. Countless rays of light spilled down from that opening, and it was a very shocking scene. However, the black clouds that were sliced apart by the sword quickly fused back together, trying to return to their original state. Boom boom boom, Xianxia continuously slashed out golden sword lights, which contained immense power as they slashed towards the sky, slicing apart many of the lightning clouds in the sky. This was something that Lei Tianba could not endure, and he once again sent out massive bolts of lightning towards Xianxia. Bolts of lightning continuously descended towards her. However, Xianxia once again released a defensive barrier, blocking all of the lightning. It was unable to harm her at all. Lei Tianba could only give up on continuing to attack. His body gave off an even greater suction force, causing countless amounts of heaven and earth power to gather. More and more black clouds appeared, and the black clouds became larger and larger. This was the benefit of Lei Tianba turning into lightning. He could easily use heaven and earth power, causing his power to not only become stronger, but also easier to recover. Xianxia looked at the thick black clouds and did not attack like before. She raised her sword with one hand, and then let go of it. The sword was controlled by a formless energy and floated in the air. A wave of golden divine power continuously flowed out from Xianxia's hand and poured into the golden sword. The golden sword gave off a bright golden sword light, and illusory figures appeared around it. These illusory figures were all women dressed in golden armor, and their bodies gave off powerful energy. However, their appearances were very blurry, and their appearances could not be seen clearly. There were not many of them either, only 8 of them, and they surrounded Xianxia. As Xianxia continuously poured power into the golden sword in the air, it gave off strands of golden sword chi. Each strand seemed to be able to slash apart space, and it gave off an extremely terrifying aura. 8 gods extermination. Xianxia shouted softly. He raised his hand and pushed upwards. The large sword that was floating in midair turned into a golden ray of light and shot into the sky. In an instant, it disappeared into the black clouds. The golden sword pierced through the thick black clouds and flew even higher into the sky. The sky there was still blue, and below it was a thick layer of black clouds. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion sounded out as the golden sword released countless dazzling sword lights. An incomparably large sword energy surged out and spread out in all directions. Huge golden sword lights pierced through the black clouds and shot onto the ground. The golden beams of light contained a huge amount of sword energy, causing countless black clouds to dissipate. It was as if a golden hole had appeared in the sky. The black clouds that covered the entire sky were also slowly dissipating. When the crowd saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. This move had completely broken through Lei Tianba's technique of transforming into lightning. As expected of a peerless genius who was ranked 5th. Everyone was completely convinced by Xianxia's terrifying power. Countless black clouds dissipated, revealing the blue sky. No one could see Lei Tianba's figure, and they thought that he was definitely going to lose. His strongest move had been broken, and he no longer had any strength to retaliate. Rumble, a thunderous sound suddenly rang out, and dark purple lightning appeared in the sky. These lightning bolts continuously appeared, forming an incomparably huge ball of lightning. An incomparably terrifying power was emitted from it, and waves of lightning aura surged in all directions like a flood, causing people's hairs to stand on end. Everyone was surprised that Lei Tianba still had strength left. However, looking at the aura of the ball of lightning, it seemed that Lei Tianba was desperately using this move. Boom, the ball of lightning was extremely fast. It shot towards Xianxia from the sky, not giving anyone a chance to react. Bang, an earth-shattering explosion sounded out as the dark purple ball of lightning exploded. Countless dark purple lightning bolts wreaked havoc in all directions, and the terrifying power destroyed everything in its surroundings. The ground, trees, and rocks were all shattered, and electric arcs filled the entire place. A 10,000-meter-wide crater appeared, and the inside of the crater was charred black. Some of it had already melted, turning into pools of magma that emitted a high temperature. In the center of the crater, Xianxia was completely fine. However, the 8 shadows around her were covered in dark purple lightning arcs, and they seemed to have been heavily injured. On the other side of the crater, there was a figure lying on the ground. That figure was Lei Tianba. The current Lei Tianba's face was pale and weak. He no longer had any strength left. That move just now had exhausted all of his strength. Seeing this scene, everyone naturally understood that Lei Tianba had lost. There was no way for him to retaliate, and everyone could not help but sigh in pity. Lei Tianba is actually very strong. He defeated 2 peerless geniuses in a row. The key is that those 2 peerless geniuses are very strong. Lei Tianba is worthy of my respect. That's right. Lei Tianba's strength is several times stronger than before. It's a pity that she challenged the 5th-ranked Xianxia this time. That Xianxia's strength can be said to be abnormal, just a bit weaker than Xiaming. I feel the same way. If Lei Tianba didn't challenge Xianxia, but challenged the 6th-ranked Yuchan, he might have a chance of winning. I don't know what Lei Tianba's rank is right now, because I haven't fought with Yuchan before, so it's hard to tell. I feel that he's at least ranked 7th, stronger than Devourer from before. What a pity. Lei Tianba has stopped here. As long as he loses to someone else, it will be impossible for him to obtain the position of Master of the Gods. Now, there are only 4 of the 10 peerless geniuses left, which are the top 4. The others have no hope. At this time, some people realized that the Pantheon imprint on the back of Lei Tianba's hand was still at the 5-colored level. Everyone felt that it was strange. It wasn't that Lei Tianba had lost, but why did it not disappear after being sent flying? Only when everyone thought about it carefully did they understand. Only peerless geniuses of the same level would they receive recognition in a duel. Xianxia had been taken advantage of by Xiaofu earlier, so he had already lost to Xiaofu. After that, he had obtained some points, causing the Pantheon mark to remain at the silver level. That was why the 2 of them were at different levels. This time, the battle's secret realm did not recognize them, so their points did not disappear. However, to the strong, they did not care much about points and could easily obtain them. However, even though the secret realm did not approve of this battle, Lei Tianba still lost. He lost a large amount of fate, making it impossible for him to become the Master of the Gods. Xianxia looked at Lei Tianba, who was lying on the ground, and revealed a strong smile. She stretched out her hand and grabbed at the sky, and the large sword floating in the air quickly flew into her hand. Holding the golden army, Xianxia walked towards Lei Tianba, came in front of him, and said with a smile, "You've lost." Lei Tianba's complexion turned ugly, but he didn't say anything. Xianxia said with a hint of mockery, "You think you can get me? You even said that as long as you defeated me, you would be my man. Now, who won and who lost? Repeat what you said before." Lei Tianba looked furious and felt greatly humiliated. He could not help but yell, "Xianxia, I'll definitely get you. When the time comes, I'll let you know that even if you kneel on the ground and beg me, it'll be useless." Xianxia disdainfully laughed and raised the sword in her hand, sending out a wave of sword energy that sent Lei Tianba flying. Lei Tianba flew a few meters before crashing to the ground and coughing up a large mouthful of blood. His face became even paler as he glared at Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Lei Tianba condescendingly as she said, "You want me? Do you think you're worthy? Do you believe that I won't kill you right now?" Lei Tianming hurriedly flew over from the sky and landed beside Lei Tianba as he said to Xianxia, "Goddess, it was my big brother and I who offended you. Please let us off this once, and in the future, we definitely won't have any enmity with you." They understood Xianxia's personality. If she said that she would kill Lei Tianba, then she really would. Moreover, the goddess palace's faction was even stronger than Lei Tianba's faction. Xianxia ignored Lei Tianming's words and looked at Lei Tianba as she said, "Did you not hear what I said?" Lei Tianba looked furious but still did not speak. Xianxia's gaze became cold. Just as Lei Tianming was about to say something, Xianxia swung the sword in her hand, sending Lei Tianming flying and causing him to cough up a large mouthful of blood. Lei Tianba's expression fell as he said furiously, "What do you want from me?" Xianxia lightly laughed, "I've already said it. Do you think that you're worthy of me?" Lei Tianba suppressed his anger and said, "I'm not worthy, all right?" Xianxia gave a trace of a smile, "It's good that you know now. It's impossible for you to obtain me, he's the only one who can be my man." Lei Tianba said furiously, "What's so good about him?" He's just a despicable person, how could you become his woman so easily? Xianxia laughed and once again waved her hand, sending Lei Tianba flying. He's a bit despicable, but he's my man now. What right do you have to say that? Also, I've said it before, he's far more terrifying than you, and I'm willing to be his woman. Lei Tianba glared at Xianxia, not daring to casually speak. At the same time, he felt quite kind. Just who was Zhao Fu and what abilities did he have to make Xianxia so willing to be his woman? He simply could not understand. At that moment, Xianxia laughed as she said, I said that I would teach you a lesson. Tell me, how should I teach you a lesson? Should I chop off your arms and legs, or should I cut off that thing under you? Lei Tianba looked quite furious and his expression was quite unsightly. Lei Tianming walked over with a similarly unsightly expression as he said humbly, Goddess, please spare my big brother this once. Please let my brother off this time. He has already paid the price for what he did. I beg you. Seeing his little brother beg Xianxia to spare him, Lei Tianba felt incredibly uncomfortable and felt quite touched as he called out, Xianxia, if you want to kill me, then kill me. I won't take your anger anymore. Also, little brother, hurry and leave this place. Xianxia coldly harumphed, do you think he can escape? Since you're not going to choose, I'll choose for you. As she spoke, Xianxia raised the sword in her hand. Seeing this, Lei Tianming exploded out with a wave of power, wanting to block Xianxia. Yuchan flew over and said, all right. Husband Xianhua said that we shouldn't waste time here and that we need to hurry and find the Master God's legacy land. Xianxia lightly laughed, I understand. She then looked at Lei Tianba and Lei Tianming, completely disinterested in them. Lei Tianming looked at the pure and holy Yuchan gratefully, and his heart could not help but start to beat. However, thinking about how she was another man's woman, he felt quite uncomfortable. Even though Lei Tianming was like this, Yuchan did not even look at Lei Tianba and his brother. Xianxia dispelled all of her power and hugged Yuchan as she smiled and said, the way you called me just then was so intimate, I've wanted you to call me that for a long time. Yuchan rolled her eyes at Xianxia and said, I only called you that because you're my husband's woman. Also, I already said that I'm not interested in women, and I also have my husband, so don't be like this. Xianxia hugged Yuchan and smiled as she said, but I still like you. Don't worry, we're both that fellow's women and won't mind this. When the time comes, we'll serve him together. Yuchan's face became slightly red as she struggled out of Xianxia's embrace and flew towards Zhao Fu. Xianxia smiled as she followed behind. Now that she had a man and a woman, she felt quite good. Hearing that the two of them would serve Zhao Fu together, Lei Tianba could not help but feel envious. He wanted to conquer these two women and have them serve him, how glorious would that be? They were peerless beauties in the god world. Lei Tianming thought about how a pure and holy woman like Yuchan would pant under Zhao Fu's body, and he felt incredibly pained. Zhao Fu brought everyone away from this place and continued to search for the Master God's legacy land. Lei Tianba and Lei Tianming also left this place. Lei Tianba's expression was quite dim, he had lost to someone else and could not become the ruler of all gods. Everything had lost its meaning and became quite boring. A few hours later, Zhao Fu sensed something and flew to the side. The three sisters also sensed something and followed Zhao Fu. Everyone else felt quite confused and did not know what Zhao Fu and the others had sensed. After a while, everyone came before a screen of light. This screen of light had 12 colors and descended from the sky, covering an area in front of them. Because of the screen of light, they could not see what it looked like. Looking at this screen of light, Zhao Fu could sense a powerful wave of time energy. This time energy was quite special and was not the same as the time energy that Shi Yi and the others had. It was a different kind of time energy. Because it was special, Zhao Fu brought everyone here to take a look. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains. Now, this curtain of light could only be opened with the power of time. This was no longer a difficult task for Zhao Fu. Not only did he have the 3 time goddesses by his side, but he also had the power of time. Arriving in front of the light screen, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and pressed it against the light screen. A wave of time energy surged out and ripples appeared on the 12-colored light screen. Then, a circular hole appeared. Zhao Fu smiled and walked in, and the others followed behind Zhao Fu. After entering, everyone found that they had arrived at a large area of buildings. It seemed to be a very large city, and it looked quite ancient. Some places had collapsed, and some places were overgrown with weeds. It looked quite desolate. There was a type of time energy everywhere, and Zhao Fu turned to look at Shirkuan and asked, "What kind of time energy do you sense?" Shirkuan said, "This time energy looks like a type of year time energy, but it's different from ordinary year time energy. I'm not sure what kind of time energy it is." Originally, hours, seconds, days, months, and weeks were a unit of time, but the time gods born during that period of time could also be called year gods, time gods, sky gods, moon gods, weeks gods, and seconds gods. Since they had become gods, they naturally had their own time energy. As such, it was split into year time energy, daytime energy, month time energy, and week time energy. The most powerful was year time energy, as year was the largest unit of time and had the most powerful time energy. Zhao Fu had thought that Shirkuan, as the time goddess, would know about this power, but he was quite disappointed. At the same time, Zhao Fu felt quite curious about what this year time energy was and what was so special about it that Shirkuan did not know about it. Zhao Fu and his group continued onwards and looked at the center of the city. Suddenly, a group of goats gave off massive auras as they rushed at them. They were only 5 or 6 meters tall and were covered with green fur. There were 2 jade-like horns on their heads, and their hoofs could step on the air. Their bodies gave off time energy. Facing these charging goats, Zhao Fu took out a sword and vigorously slashed out, sending out an enormous black sword light towards the goats. What was surprising was that the goats also had time power, and they gave off boundless green light. The terrifying sword light gradually became smaller and smaller before finally disappearing. It had not been able to hit the goats. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and sent a wave of time energy into his sword as he once again slashed at the goats. This time, the green light that the goats gave off was unable to defend against the sword light. The goats at the front were cut in half, and after being cut in half, they turned into countless motes of green light that floated towards the center of the city. There were still many goats remaining, and the others once again acted and started to kill them. Because of time energy, ordinary powers were not effective against goats, unless it was a power that could break time. As such, the other women did not do too well and did not kill too many goats. Because the 3 sisters were time gods, their performance was quite outstanding. They stretched out a hand and a wave of time energy flowed out, forming time wheels around their palms. The time wheels continuously absorbed this power and shot out rays of light. The rays of light were incredibly fast and tore through the air, piercing through goats' bodies and turning into countless motes of green light that floated towards the center of the city. After dealing with this group of goats, everyone continued onwards. Soon, another group of animals gave off massive auras as they rushed towards Zhao Fu's group. It was a herd of cows. These cows were as big as the mountain goats from before, 5 or 6 meters long. Their hide was black and their horns were like steel. They gave off powerful auras and an aura of time. Also, the number of cows in this herd was almost the same as the herd of goats from before, no more and no less. Looking at the incoming cows, Zhao Fu did not say anything and directly started to kill them. The cows turned into countless motes of black light that floated towards the center of the city. It seemed that if they wanted to figure out this matter, they would have to head to the center of the city. Zhao Fu did not waste any time and led everyone onwards. Even though these 2 waves of attacks were quite troublesome to deal with, they were not dangerous, so they did not feel any fear. After walking for a while, another group of animals gave off powerful auras and rushed over. This time, it was a group of monkeys. They were 5 or 6 meters tall and were completely red. Their red eyes gave off a faint light and gave off a ferocious feeling. They were also quite powerful. However, to Zhao Fu's group, they were not much of a threat, and they were able to easily deal with these monkeys. There were about the same number of monkeys as the goats and black cows from before. After Zhao Fu's group killed this group of red monkeys, the monkeys turned into countless motes of red light and floated towards the center of the city. Following this, they continued onwards and encountered groups of animals. There was a mouse with silver-white fur and a pale gold tail, a snake that was 5 or 6 meters long and had a green body, and a dog with blue skin and a pair of jewel-like eyes, and so on. These animals were all the same size, and after being killed by Xiao Fu's group, they turned into different colored motes of light and floated towards the center of the city. Looking at these animals, Xiao Fu faintly understood something. By now, Xiao Fu's group had almost reached the center of the city, and at that moment, another group of powerful creatures rushed out. Roar, roar, roar. Dragons' roars sounded out as golden dragons giving off massive dragon's might rushed out. These dragons were covered with golden scales, golden horns, and dragon whiskers. They were only 5 or 6 meters long and gave off a faint golden light. They gave off massive dragon's might and were the same as the other creatures from before. However, even though they were the same size and number, these golden dragons were far more powerful than the other creatures. Boom, boom. Boom, the dragons opened their mouths and countless rays of golden light shot out. Rays of golden light containing ferocious power shot towards Xiao Fu's group incredibly quickly and gave off massive auras. Boom, seeing that the rays of golden light were about to hit Xiao Fu's group, Xiao Fu exploded out with great power. He stretched out a hand and a massive wave of power flowed out as a black dragon inscription barrier spread out. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out as the golden beams of light smashed into the black defensive barrier. Waves of powerful energy spread out, forming strong gales that blew out. After withstanding so many attacks, the black barrier did not suffer any damage. Xiao Fu's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Golden dragons with powerful auras charged towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu retracted his hand and the black defensive barrier dissipated, and a massive wave of power entered the sword, causing it to give off a massive sword light. Boom, Xiao Fu slashed out, and a massive black sword light brought with it an enormous black sword wind as it ferociously slashed forwards, seeming as if it could destroy everything. Bang bang bang, explosions once again sounded out as the golden dragons were all slashed apart, causing golden light to shoot out. The golden dragons' bodies turned into countless motes of golden light and floated towards the center of the city. Shirkuan and the other girls also acted quickly, dealing with the remaining divine dragons one by one. In the end, all of them were killed. In front of them was the center of the city, and all of the mysteries were about to be revealed. Xiao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he said, "Let's go." The other girls felt quite curious and followed behind Xiao Fu. They came to the center of the city, where there was an incredibly large plaza. There were 12 statues in 12 different directions, and each statue was 10 or so meters tall and had different appearances. They were a rat, a cow, a tiger, a rabbit, a dragon, a snake, a horse, a sheep, a monkey, a chicken, a dog, and a pig. Moreover, each statue gave off a different light, but the power they gave off was the same. This was quite surprising. This meant that the 12 statues all had the same kind of power. Xiao Fu was not too surprised, as he had already expected this. The first one to attack Xiao Fu was a sheep, the second one to attack Xiao Fu's group was a cow, and the third one to attack Xiao Fu's group was a monkey. If it had only appeared once or twice, it might have been due to exhaustion, but all of them were from the 12 zodiacs. It was almost certain that this place was related to the 12 zodiacs, which was why there were 12 corresponding animals. As such, Xiao Fu was not too surprised. The 12 zodiacs, also known as the zodiac signs, were 12 animals that corresponded to the 12 earthly branches. The 12 earthly branches represented the 12 times, and the earthly branches were symbols that differentiated time. They were Zi, rat, Chou, cow, Yin, tiger, Mao, rabbit, Chen, dragon, Si, snake, Wu, horse, Wei, sheep, Shen, monkey, Yu, chicken, Su, dog, and Hai, pig. The 12 zodiacs not only represented 12 hours but also 12 years. Each year represented an animal, and the 12 years were like a cycle. This special power of time was the zodiac's time power. The zodiac's time power was a very powerful type of time power, and it was stronger than ordinary time power. Most likely, only the Three Sisters world's time power would be able to resist it, no other time power would be able to resist it. Xiao Fu could not help but smile. Before, he had thought of all sorts of ways to find the time god or something related to time. Now, he had obtained time power, found the 3 time goddesses, and now, he had obtained the zodiac's time power. However, even though he had time power, the 12 zodiacs' time power was also very powerful, so he definitely could not miss this opportunity. Xiao Fu took a step forwards. Boom, boom. Boom, explosions continuously sounded out as the 12 statues gave off different colored lights. 12 rays of light shot into the sky, forming 12 pillars of light, and a powerful aura spread out. Just as Zhao Fu took a step in, he felt his body being suppressed by a massive wave of time power. Moreover, this wave of time power was moving step by step, forcibly taking away a large amount of Zhao Fu's life force. This feeling was quite special. It was as if 1 year had suddenly passed, and soon, 12 years had passed. Most importantly, this zodiac's time power was not something that ordinary people could defend against. If an ordinary person went in, their life force would be instantly taken away and they would die of old age. However, Zhao Fu was not an ordinary person. He directly gave off a massive wave of time power, forming a formless barrier that blocked the flow of time. Following this, Zhao Fu took another step forwards. Boom, an explosion once again sounded out as the wave of time power became even greater, ferociously pressing down on Zhao Fu's body. The formless barrier that Zhao Fu gave off started to collapse. Zhao Fu hurriedly released even more powerful time power, forming an even more powerful barrier to block that wave of time power. Luckily, Zhao Fu's time power was the ancient god's time power, and it was an extremely top-tier world power. It was just that Zhao Fu had only just obtained it and had not developed it yet, so it was quite weak. However, it was now able to block that wave of time power. Zhao Fu resisted the time power and walked forward step by step. He came to the center of the square, and the mass of time power immediately dissipated. Boom, an explosion sounded out as a 12-colored wheel of light appeared at the center of the 12 pillars of light. The 12 pillars of light then dissipated, and the wheel of light gave off massive time power. The 12 stone statues gave off different lights and formed 12 figures in the air: a rat, a cow, a tiger, a rabbit, a dragon, a snake, a horse, a sheep, a monkey, a chicken, a dog, and a pig. They were all the same size and gave off different lights. They were like living creatures, and their eyes looked at Zhao Fu, not like the stone statues from before. Boom, the 12 figures turned into rays of light and shot into Zhao Fu's body. The wheel of light in the sky gave off a rainbow-colored light, and a massive wave of time power entered Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's chest gave off an intense light as a circular mark formed from 12 diagrams appeared, and a powerful aura spread out. A while later, the wheel of light in the sky disappeared, and the 12 stone statues no longer gave off light. The mark on Zhao Fu's chest also fused into his body. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. He had just obtained the legacy power of the 12 zodiac animals and had some information about them. As for what the zodiac animals were, it was not necessary to talk about it. The 12 zodiac animals were actually quite powerful. Not only did they have powerful time power, but they also had powerful effects. The most powerful of the 12 zodiac animals was that they could fuse with the kingdom's fate. In other words, Zhao Fu could fuse the 12 zodiac animals into the Qin Empire's fate. After the Qin Empire's fate fused with the 12 zodiac animals, its fate would become stronger and more stable, and all of the people of the Qin Empire would obtain zodiac animals. Some people would be pigs, some people would be dogs, some people would be cows, some people would be horses, some people would be chickens, some people would be snakes, and some people would be sheep. All of the people of the Qin Empire would have 12 zodiac animals, which would be of great help to them. First of all, those who had zodiac signs would have their own fate change. Originally, there was no qi, but now, some vague shapes would appear. These shapes were the 12 zodiac signs. Not only would their fate become stronger and more stable, but it would also not be easily lost. It would give them better opportunities, and at the same time, it would avoid some disasters and misfortune, invisibly protecting them. This was the most powerful effect of the 12 zodiac signs. Imagine the hundreds of billions of people in Qin City. If all of them could obtain zodiac signs, it would be a huge help, and the fate of Qin City would also become stronger. Moreover, only Qin had it. Other countries didn't have it, which would be an advantage for Qin. As the master of the zodiac, Zhao Fu was an amalgamation of the 12 zodiac signs. Therefore, the people who obtained the 12 zodiac signs would be more loyal to Zhao Fu under the influence of the 12 zodiac signs. This was the most effective for the people who had just joined. As for the people who had already respected Zhao Fu, they were extremely devout and fanatical. Now, Xiaofu also planned to create the gods of the 12 zodiac signs. Before, Xiaofu had this idea, but he didn't create them, but collect them. Xiaofu already had the Naga goddess, the centaur goddess, the pigman goddess, the chicken goddess, the monkey goddess, the tiger goddess, and the ratman goddess. He still needed 5 more. When Xiaofu collected them, he didn't have any use for them. It was purely for sexual interest. He wanted to collect the 12 zodiac goddesses in his bed and enjoy them. However, after such a long time, he almost forgot. It was mainly because Xiaofu couldn't touch women, so he didn't think about it. Otherwise, with so many gods in the god realm, he would have collected the 12 zodiac goddesses a long time ago. Now, he could collect the 12 zodiac goddesses. If Xiaofu created the 12 zodiac goddesses, it would definitely have a great effect. With the 12 zodiac goddesses, the zodiac signs in Qin's fate would also be affected. If the 12 zodiac goddesses became stronger, the zodiac sign's power would also become stronger. The stronger the zodiac sign's power, the more useful it would be to the people. If the zodiac sign's power was strengthened to a certain extent, the people would also have a zodiac sign's power. This zodiac sign's power was different from Xiaofu's time power. It was just a high-level power and didn't have any time power. However, because it was also a high-level power, it was definitely not weak. The key was that each of the hundreds of billions of people in Qin could have zodiac sign's power. Now, there was nothing in Qin that could do this. Moreover, the 12 zodiac goddesses really had zodiac sign's power, which was the time power that Xiaofu had now. When Xiaofu returned to Qin, he would mass-produce things that contained time power to create the Philosopher's Stone. Because the demand was too great, the 3 goddesses would not be able to create so many, and when that time came, the 12 zodiac goddesses would also be useful. At that moment, Xiaofu stretched out a hand and grabbed at the air. 12 orbs of light floated out of the 12 stone statues and flew in front of Xiaofu, and Xiaofu put them into his spatial ring. These were the 12 zodiac signs' power. Even though the goddesses were part of the 12 zodiac signs, they were just creatures and did not have zodiac signs' power. Now, he just needed to fuse the zodiac signs' power into the goddesses' bodies and they would become zodiac goddesses. He had already collected 7 goddesses and was still missing 5 goddesses, the dog goddess, sheep goddess, rabbit goddess, cow goddess, and dragon goddess. Xiaofu smiled as he returned to the women's side and said, "Now that things have been resolved, let's leave this place." Shuri asked curiously, "Husband, what did you just obtain?" Xiaofu smiled as he told them about the 12 zodiac signs. Everyone felt quite shocked and felt that the zodiac signs were quite special. Hualing rolled her eyes at Xiaofu and said, "Are we going to have 5 more women now?" Xiaofu lightly laughed and hugged her as he said, "Our plan is to search for the god's legacy land while searching for the remaining 5 goddesses." Hualing's face became slightly red and she did not say anything. Following this, everyone left and continued to search for the god's legacy land and the 5 goddesses. Now, the godly spirits within the secret realm were searching for all sorts of treasures and did not have time to continue fighting. They understood that the final stage was about to begin and they did not have the strength to continue participating, nor did they have the time to obtain so many points. At the foot of a hill, there were 2 people. One had short blue hair and a pair of pointy dog ears. She had a beautiful face and a seductive figure, and she wore leather clothes. The other had a handsome face and a pair of dog ears, and she wore black clothes. The 2 of them gave off godly spirit auras and they were not weak at all. After all, there were almost no weaklings in the 3rd stage of the competition, those weaklings had already been eliminated in the first 2 stages. The seductive woman was called Lanning and the man was called Goshan. The 2 of them were husband and wife and had been very loving for a long time. "Husband, I smell a spirit medicine here, and its grade is not low," Lanning said as she gave a happy smile. Goshan smiled as he replied, "I smell it too. Let's hurry and find that spirit medicine and don't let anyone take it away." Lanning smiled and nodded. Following this, the 2 of them followed the spirit medicine's aura and came before a cave. The fragrance of the spirit medicine came from the cave. The cave was tens of meters wide and gave off a terrifying aura. They felt that it was very dangerous and this made Goshan and Lanning feel quite hesitant. "Husband, are we still going in?" Lanning asked seriously. Goshan thought about it and said, "The things in the secret realm are not ordinary. Even though it's a bit dangerous, it's worth the risk." Lanning nodded. The two of them entered the cave and headed deeper. Not long later, they saw a pair of massive blood-red eyes staring at them from the darkness. Their bodies froze and they felt an intense fear. "Wife. Let's hurry and leave," Goshan hurriedly said. The two of them sensed the creature's powerful aura and understood that they were not a match for it. If they did not leave quickly, they might die here. Lanning hurriedly ran out of the cave. Roar. A massive roar sounded out, causing the cave to tremble as the massive creature ferociously charged towards the two of them. Lanning quickly rushed out of the cave and the massive creature also rushed out. It was a black dragon and only half of its body had crawled out of the cave. The black dragon was hundreds of meters long and was covered with black scales. It had a pair of iron-like horns and blood-red eyes. Its body gave off a powerful aura and it was most likely a dragon god. The black dragon was faster than Lanning and it caught up to them in an instant. It opened its mouth and bit down. Goshan and Lanning had no choice but to stop and block. The two of them took out long sabers and exploded out with powerful god power. They vigorously slashed and two terrifying saber lights slashed towards the black dragon god. Bang! Bang! Two loud sounds rang out as the two saber lights forced the black dragon god back a few steps. The pain enraged the black dragon god and it crawled out from the hole. It opened its mouth and spat out countless black flames towards the two cultivators. Goshan and the other man hurriedly worked together to create a defensive barrier to defend against the black flames. The black flames were extremely hot, and it seemed as if the ground was burning and continuously cracking. Their defensive barriers started to melt, unable to withstand the terrifying black flames. Now, they could only continue to run, using their defensive barriers to run to the side. The black dragon god chased after him, raising his dragon claws and grabbing at him, bringing with it a fierce gust of wind. Bang! The defensive barrier was struck by the dragon claw, and it was sent flying like a ball before shattering. Goshan and his companion were also sent flying, crashing to the ground as a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of their mouths. This made the two of them even more afraid to fight against He Longshan. They crawled up from the ground and wanted to continue running. The black dragon god opened its mouth to spit out more black flames. Lanning grasped this opportunity and suddenly turned and vigorously slashed out. A ferocious saber light landed on the black dragon god's throat, and the black flames exploded in its mouth, sending the black dragon flying. Blood leaked out of the black dragon's mouth as it savagely roared, "I'm going to kill you." The black dragon's body quickly became small before turning into a woman. This woman had long black hair and a pair of dragon horns on her head. She was extremely beautiful and had a slim figure. She wore black battle armor and held a black dragon spear, and she gave off a ferocious aura. Boom! The black dragon god exploded out with a massive black aura as it quickly rushed towards Lanning. In just a few seconds, it arrived in front of Lanning and swung its spear, giving off a terrifying force as it stabbed towards Lanning. Lanning gripped his saber with both hands and sent a wave of divine power into it, causing the saber to give off a blue light as Lanning vigorously slashed out. Bang! The saber and spear collided, giving off a massive sound. A massive shockwave blasted out, causing the ground to crack and a powerful wind to blow. Lanning was also sent flying, crashing to the ground and coughing up a large mouthful of blood, and her face became pale. The black dragon god ignored Lanning and stabbed its spear towards Goshan. An air-piercing sound rang out as a black spear energy containing enough power to pierce through mountains shot towards Goshan. Goshan hurriedly used a saber to block and released a defensive barrier. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the defensive barrier shattered and Goshan's body was sent flying. However, he was not heavily injured, and only blood leaked out of his lips. The black dragon god continued to stab towards Goshan with its spear. Goshan stood up from the ground and vigorously slashed out with his saber, sending out a powerful saber light. Bang! The spear and saber collided, and Goshan was once again sent flying and crashed to the ground. This time, a bloody hole appeared on Goshan's chest, and his injuries were quite severe. Goshan's expression was quite unsightly, and he felt that he would die here. He could not help but feel terrified, he did not want to die here. The black dragon god gave a savage smile and prepared to stab its spear towards Gao Shan again. However, a figure suddenly appeared behind her and vigorously slashed towards her. This caused the black dragon god to stop and turn to use its spear to block the incoming saber strike. Clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out as the saber and spear once again clashed, causing countless sparks to fly. The person that had attacked was Lan Ning. When Gao Shan saw Lan Ning holding off the black dragon god, he realized that both of them might die here. He hardened his heart and immediately turned to flee. One person dying here was better than both of them dying here. Moreover, he was afraid of death. If a person died, they would have nothing. However, as long as they were alive, they would have a chance to obtain women, wealth, and fame. Lan Ning was quite startled as she looked at Gao Shan, who had abandoned her. She had never thought that something like this would happen. She deeply trusted Gao Shan and loved him, and she felt immense pain in her heart. Bang! As Lan Ning was in a daze, the black dragon god vigorously struck out, sending Lan Ning flying. Lan Ning quickly came to her senses. She did not have time to think about these things. She only had one choice, which was to run. She knew that she was not a match for the black dragon god, and more importantly, she was alone. Her husband, whom she had loved for many years, had chosen to abandon her in the face of death. Lan Ning endured the pain, and her eyes became moist as she turned and ran. The black dragon god gave a ferocious smile and did not show a trace of pity as he continued to rush towards Lan Ning with his spear. Bang! Lan Ning was once again unable to block the black dragon god's attack and was sent flying back. She coughed up a large mouthful of blood and her face became even paler. By now, Gao Shan had already escaped quite far away. Seeing this scene, he thought that Lan Ning would definitely die there, so he ran even faster without any hesitation. Lan Ning was quite heavily injured and it was quite difficult for her to crawl up. The black dragon god savagely looked at Lan Ning and loudly laughed as it said, "I'll eat you bite by bite and enjoy your flesh." Lan Ning felt quite despaired. She no longer had any strength to resist or escape, but she could only die here. The black dragon god walked towards Lan Ning step by step. Lan Ning climbed up from the ground with great difficulty and held her saber with her bleeding hands as she faced the black dragon god. She did not want to be eaten by the black dragon god. The black dragon god looked quite disdainful and raised its spear, preparing to attack Lan Ning. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a massive aura flooded out. Sensing this aura, the two of them instinctively trembled and felt immense terror. Turning his head, he saw a cloaked man and many beautiful women. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. He had sensed the dragon god's aura here, so he had quickly flown over. Looking at the two women, one was the dog god and the other was the dragon god. They were the people he had been looking for. "Come here," Zhao Fu said with a smile and a trace of dignity in his voice. Lan Ning and the black dragon god understood that if they went, they would definitely be in trouble. The black dragon god turned and tried to run. She knew that Zhao Fu could easily kill her. Boom! Zhao Fu exploded out with a terrifying dragon's might, which pressed down like a massive formless hand. The black dragon god felt extreme terror from her bloodline, and she knelt to the ground in fright. Her face became pale and her eyes widened. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such terrifying power. This power came from the dragon bloodline, and he was the sovereign of the dragon race. The black dragon god knelt on the ground and her mind went blank. She did not dare to run and pleaded, "Sovereign dragon, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I can submit to you and do anything for you." Lan Ning looked at the ferocious black dragon god, who now looked terrified in front of that man, not daring to resist at all. He was like a pitiful little beast, and she felt quite surprised. However, she understood how terrifying that man was and also knelt on the ground. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. Come here now." Hearing this, the black dragon god did not hesitate and looked incredibly afraid as he came to Zhao Fu's side. Lan Ning knelt on the ground and did not get up, wanting to see what would happen. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and kissed the black dragon god's mouth. Soon, the black dragon god lost all fear and quickly sank into it, intensely responding to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not panic and sent the 6 desires demonic chi into her body. Lan Ning, who was kneeling by the side, could not help but blush. So Zhao Fu had asked them to go over to do such a thing. Lan Ning could not do such a thing, so she secretly got up and wanted to escape while Zhao Fu and the Black Dragon God were being intimate. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu let go of the Black Dragon God and looked at Lan Ning, who was trying to run, and he smiled as he said, "Do you think you can run?" Lan Ying's face became pale and she knelt on the ground in fear as she pleaded, "Sir, please spare my life. Also, I'm a woman with a husband, so please don't do that to me." Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he hugged the red-faced Black Dragon God, who was leaning against Zhao Fu, and walked over to Lan Ning. He stretched out a hand and pulled Lan Ning into his embrace and kissed her on the lips. The six desires' demonic chi continuously flowed into her. Lan Ning started to vigorously struggle, but her strength became weaker and weaker until she finally succumbed. Gou Shan, who had escaped very far away, also sensed a different aura exploding out from behind him, and he understood that something unexpected had happened. This caused him to stop, and when he thought about how he had been with Lan Ning for so many years, he felt quite terrible. He still loved Lan Ning and did not want to give up on her, but he did not want to die. However, now that he thought about how Lan Ning might not have died, Gou Shan decided to go back and watch from afar. If there was any danger, he could continue to run, but if there was a chance to save Lan Ning, he would still save her. Gou Shan carefully and slowly went back, but he never thought that he would see such a scene. Flames of fury welled up in his heart, and his eyes became bloodshot. He saw a man and his wife being intimate. His wife responded to the man very fiercely. She had no intention of rejecting him at all. The man was still playing with the thing on his wife's chest that he was obsessed with, and his wife was enjoying it very much. She was even a little slutty. Not only was that person playing with his wife, but he was also playing with the newly powerful Black Dragon God. Gou Shan really wanted to rush over and kill that person. However, he clearly understood that even the powerful Black Dragon God was not a match for that person. If he rushed over, he would only die. As such, he could only suppress his fury and watch as his wife was played with. A while later, Zhao Fu let go of Lan Ning, and Lan Ning lay limply in his embrace. She hugged Zhao Fu and looked at Zhao Fu coquettishly with her beautiful eyes as she said, "I already told you that I have a husband, why are you still treating me like this?" Zhao Fu looked down at her and smiled as he said, "That has nothing to do with me, you're mine now." Hearing Zhao Fu's domineering words, Lan Ning felt quite angry. However, when she thought about Gou Shan, who had just abandoned her, and looked at Zhao Fu, she felt a sense of pleasure. She lightly harumphed and said, "Give me some time to think about it." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and nodded. The Black Dragon God lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and said flirtatiously, "I'm willing to serve the esteemed Dragon Sovereign, it's my honor." Now, the Black Dragon God quite enjoyed being intimate with Zhao Fu. Moreover, Zhao Fu was the sovereign of the dragon race, and she could not even come into contact with such an existence. Staying by such a person's side would bring her great benefits. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Now that he had subdued the dog goddess and dragon goddess, there were only 3 goddesses left before he could complete the 12 goddesses. Following this, Zhao Fu brought his people and left. Gou Shan's eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Zhao Fu's departing figure. At the same time, he felt quite glad that he had escaped. Such a lowly person was not worth dying for. Gou Shan had never thought that after he escaped, his wife would immediately be intimate with another person and act so lewdly. Her love for him was fake, she was just a SL*T. Thinking about how that man had toyed with his wife, Gou Shan only wanted to become stronger and take revenge on those 2 SL*Ts. He had so many beauties by his side, and he wanted to play with them in front of him. Thinking about that, Gou Shan suddenly remembered that among the women by that man's side were Xianxia and Yuchan. Gou Shan's heart plummeted. Bastard! Gou Shan could not help but curse. Now that Xianxia and Yuchan, 2 peerless geniuses, were his women, how was he supposed to take revenge? Could it be that he was just going to endure this? Thinking about how his wife had enjoyed being toyed with, the fury in Gou Shan's heart could not be quelled. However, there was nothing he could do because no matter how hard he tried, he could not defeat a peerless genius. In the end, he could only curse at them. Sha Ming looked over at a mountain filled with white flowers. Sha Ming looked at the massive magic formation in the sky. There were only 6 circles that were not giving off light, and he felt that it was time to leave. Roar! A pained howl rang out as a 10,000-meter-tall demon ape covered in pitch-black fur, with a single horn on its head and a pair of blood-red eyes was pierced by a massive stream of light. Blood sprayed out as a very large hole appeared in the demon ape's chest. However, the demon ape's life force was incredibly powerful, and it did not die. A person appeared in front of it with a cruel smile on his face. He stretched out a hand, which turned into a demonic claw formed from demonic chi and grabbed into the demon ape's body, taking out its divinity. This person was naturally the powerful and terrifying god Kerr. After taking out the divinity, Kerr fused the 30-centimeter-long black divinity into his body and closed his eyes to absorb the divinity's power. The remnant soul within the divinity was unable to resist and was directly devoured as if it had met a black hole. The demon ape, whose divinity had been taken out, twitched a few times on the ground before dying. A blood-red ray of light landed here, and after the blood-red light dissipated, Xianxia's figure appeared. Xianxia coldly looked at God Kerr and said, "It's time for a victor to be decided between us." Xianxia was ranked 4th out of the top 10 geniuses, while Kerr was ranked 3rd. Xianxia felt quite uncomfortable about this ranking, and even though he did not care much about this ranking, why did everyone think that he was weaker than Kerr? Kerr domineeringly laughed. "Alright, I also want to get rid of you as soon as possible and challenge the 2 possessors of Emperor Stars." Xianxia coldly said, "You're that confident that you'll win?" Kerr loudly laughed as he said, "Of course, I'm someone who will become the ruler of all gods. My name will resound throughout the entire world, how could I lose to you?" Clang, Xianxia looked at Kerr with a cold expression. He stretched out his hand and a blood-red sword appeared in his hand. A powerful killing intent surged out from his body. "Let's fight then." Kerr gave a trace of a smile and grabbed out with his hand. A black trident covered with countless demonic runes appeared in his hand, and a massive wave of demonic chi spread out. Xianxia was the first to attack God Kerr. His body instantly disappeared, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of God Kerr, slashing out a sharp blood-red sword light towards God Kerr. Kerr had a confident smile on his face as he swung the pitchfork in his hand, sending out a black arc of light. Clang, the pitchfork and sword clashed together, causing a metallic sound to ring out. Countless sparks exploded out, and a powerful gale spread out. Xianxia's body instantly disappeared and reappeared beside Kerr, and his sword gave off a blood-red sword light as it slashed towards Kerr's head. Kerr's body did not even turn as he swung the pitchfork in his hand, once again blocking Xianxia's attack. In the next moment, Xianxia's body disappeared and reappeared behind Kerr. He raised his blood-red sword, which gave off a blood-red light as he slashed towards Kerr with immense power. Kerr turned around and used his pitchfork to block, once again blocking Xianxia's attack. He looked at Xianxia with a disdainful smile on his face. Boom, Xianxia was infuriated, and a massive blood-red aura exploded out from his body. It was controlled by a formless energy, and it instantly flooded towards Kerr. Kerr's expression slightly fell, and he immediately unleashed his defensive barrier. However, he was sent flying by the blood-red aura, and he was not injured. His black defensive barrier was only slightly cracked. Boom, however, in the next second, Xianxia, who gave off a massive blood-red aura, appeared in front of him. His sword gave off a massive blood-red sword light as it slashed against the black energy barrier, shattering it and sending Kerr flying back. Kerr flew back 10 or so meters before stopping, but he was not injured. However, his expression became quite serious. Xianxia's power was quite monstrous, and he could not be careless. Xianxia held his sword and gave off a massive blood-red aura as he continued to rush at Kerr. Boom, this time, Kerr was not to be outdone, and a massive wave of demonic chi flowed out of his body as he also rushed at Xianxia. The two of them were incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were only 2 meters apart. Xianxia sent a massive wave of power into his sword, causing countless traces of blood-red light to revolve around it. A shocking sword energy spread out, and Xianxia vigorously swung out, ferociously slashing towards Kerr. Kerr also sent a powerful wave of demonic chi into his pitchfork, causing it to give off boundless demonic chi. Kerr vigorously swung out, and the pitchfork gave off terrifying power as it slashed towards Xianxia. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the sword and pitchfork collided, and a black and blood-red shockwave blasted out, causing the ground to crack. The two of them were both sent back a few meters. In the next moment, Xianxia leaned forwards and once again rushed at Kerr. He came in front of Kerr and his blood-red sword gave off a blood-red sword chi as he stabbed towards Kerr. Kerr dodged to the side, avoiding this attack, and he swung his pitchfork towards Xiaoming's abdomen with shocking power. Xiaoming was unable to dodge, and the blood-red aura around his body formed a mist shield. Bang! The blood-red mist shield was much more powerful than he had expected, and the pitchfork was blocked by the mist shield. Kerr looked quite startled, and Xiaoming gave a cold smile as he slashed towards Kerr, sending out a sharp blood-red sword light. Kerr dodged backwards, once again avoiding this attack. Xiaoming gave off a blood-red aura as he continued to rush at Kerr. Kerr looked quite angry, he was now quite angry. He stretched out a hand, and a massive wave of demonic chi flowed out, forming a massive demon hand that grabbed towards Xiaoming. Xing, a clear sword hum sounded out as Xiaoming sent a massive wave of power into his sword. He vigorously slashed out, and a massive and sharp blood-red sword arc slashed out, slashing apart the incoming demon hand, causing it to turn into demonic chi and dissipate. Suddenly, the instant the demonic chi dissipated, Kerr's body appeared in front of Xiaoming, and his pitchfork gave off massive power as it stabbed towards Xiaoming. Loading the next chapter, blood-red aura flowed out from Xiaoming's body and formed a circular blood-red mist shield in front of him. Bang! The pitchfork slammed into the blood-red mist shield with immense force, but the shield was still able to block it. However, in the next second, Kerr gripped the pitchfork and once again pressed down, causing a powerful wave of demonic energy to flow out of the pitchfork. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the pitchfork pierced through the mist shield, causing it to turn into countless traces of blood-red aura and dissipate. The pitchfork shot out a ray of black light, sending Xiaoming flying back. Xiaoming's body flew back dozens of meters before crashing to the ground, a trace of blood leaking out of his mouth. Kerr gripped his pitchfork and gave off a powerful aura as he rushed at Xiaoming. Xiaoming crawled up from the ground and looked at Kerr with his blood-red eyes. He exploded out with countless traces of blood-red aura and raised his sword, causing countless traces of blood-red aura to wrap around the sword. A 10-meter-long sword covered with countless traces of blood-red aura appeared. As the blood-red aura spun, it gave off a powerful suction force and all of the surrounding power was sucked into it, causing a terrifying aura to spread out. Boom! Xiaoming raised his sword and slashed down with all his might. A spiraling sword chi containing enough power to destroy everything slashed towards Kerr like a tornado. Kerr felt quite startled and stretched out a hand, causing a massive wave of demonic chi to flow out. A massive shield with a demon picture on it appeared in front of Kerr, giving off a powerful demonic might. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the blood-red tornado smashed into the shield. A massive force exploded out, causing a powerful gale to blow out, and the shield started to shatter. Kerr's expression slightly fell, and he sent even more power into the shield, causing it to give off a powerful demonic might. The speed at which the shield was cracking decreased, and some of the cracks even started to heal. In that instant, Xiaoming sent all of his power into the shield, and an explosion sounded out as the blood-red tornado shattered the massive shield and sent God Kerr flying back. A gully was formed on the ground. The gully looked as if it had been twisted into pieces, leaving behind circular marks. Kerr was sent flying 100 or so meters away before crashing to the ground and coughing up a large mouthful of blood. He furiously crawled up from the ground. Boom! A massive black demonic flame burst forth from Kerr's body, causing powerful gales to spread out. A massive power covered the surroundings, causing the ground to continuously crack. Kerr was truly enraged. Xiao! Kerr gave off a powerful aura as he turned into a ray of light and shot towards Xiaoming incredibly quickly. Xiaoming's body gave off boundless blood-red aura as he swung his sword, sending out blood-red sword lights containing shocking power towards the incoming Kerr. Bang bang bang! Kerr continuously swung the pitchfork in his hand, sending out terrifying waves of power to shatter many of the incoming sword lights. It did not take long for him to arrive before Xiaoming. At that moment, Xiaoming once again raised his sword and sent massive amounts of power into it. The sword gave off boundless blood-red sword light, illuminating the surroundings, and a massive killing intent spread out. Boom! Xiaoming vigorously slashed down, and a terrifying sword light containing destructive power slashed towards Kerr, seeming to cause the air to explode. Boom! God Kerr sent a powerful wave of power into its pitchfork, causing it to give off a boundless black demonic light. The image of a pitchfork that was thousands of meters long appeared, and it gave off a terrifying power as it shot forwards with unstoppable momentum. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the sword light and pitchfork image collided, causing a terrifying destructive power to ripple out for thousands of meters. The ground within thousands of meters instantly collapsed, causing countless rocks to fly everywhere. The blood-red sword light shattered, and the pitchfork image sent Xiaoming flying back with massive power. Xiaoming's body was sent flying hundreds of meters before crashing to the ground, blood continuously flowing out of his chest. Ker's expression was cold as he held his pitchfork and walked towards Xiaoming. Arg! A roar sounded out as Xiaoming raised his head to the sky and roared. A flood of blood-red aura exploded out, giving off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything, causing the ground to continuously crumble. The blood-red aura continuously spread out, inundating everything within it. That terrifying aura caused the entire heavens and earth to seem incredibly dangerous, and even people far away could sense it. Xiaoming, who was at the center of the massive aura of killing intent, started to go through shocking changes. His blood-red hair quickly grew, and his ears became pointy as he grew a pair of fangs. What was terrifying was his blood-red eyes. The pupils of his blood-red eyes became hexagonal crystals, and the whites of his eyes were black, and they were filled with boundless killing intent. Xiaoming's body gave off traces of blood-red aura, and he gripped his blood-red sword. His body gave off a terrifying aura of killing intent, and the air around him seemed to be torn apart by the killing intent as if it could destroy the heavens and earth. Xiaoming's blood-red eyes turned to Ker, and Ker's body froze as he felt a chill, as if he was being stared at by a world-destroying beast. Swish! Xiaoming's body instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of Ker, and his sword slashed down with enough power to destroy the world. Ker hurriedly dodged to the side, avoiding this strike. Boom! The sword light slammed into the ground, resulting in a massive explosion. Countless rocks were blasted into the air, and a 1,000-meter-long, 6-meter-wide, and dozens-of-meter-deep sword mark appeared on the ground. Looking at this terrifying power, Ker's expression became serious, and he did not hesitate. Boom! A terrifying aura exploded out from Ker's body as he rose into the air, his body giving off boundless black light. The black light covered the entire world, making it seem as if the world had darkened. An incredibly terrifying power flowed out from Ker's body. This power seemed to be formed from countless traces of godly power, and it was incredibly terrifying. It was as if the world could not withstand it, and the ground continuously collapsed. This was God Ker's 10,000 godly power, a power that had truly fused with over 10,000 godly power. It could be said that Ker was now truly using his power. Before, he had not even used his full power, as he had not even used 10,000 godly power. Ker, who had unleashed the 10,000 gods' power, had also changed a lot. His body had become more muscular, and the 3 pairs of wings on his back had grown black scales on one side and black feathers on the other. His eyes had turned into 3 black Magatama heads that were fused together. There was also a black wheel of light that appeared behind him. There were divine runes on the wheel of light, and it was extremely profound and mysterious. It gave off a terrifying divine might. Xiaoming charged towards Ker in the sky with the power to kill everything. He was like a streak of light as he streaked across the sky. Loading the next chapter, Xiaoming appeared in front of Ker, and his sword gave off a destructive killing intent as he slashed towards Ker. The world seemed to be filled with killing intent, and it became bone-chilling. Ker's expression was cold as he stood in the air, not moving at all. Facing Xiaoming's attack, Ker swung his pitchfork, and a power that even the world could not withstand blasted out. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as a gigantic orb of light exploded in the air, and a terrifying energy rippled out. The mountains, ground, trees, and rocks were all destroyed. The energy turned into a massive gale that blew out, bringing with it countless rocks and trees as if a natural disaster had descended. Everyone in the distance could sense these terrifying ripples, and they understood that these were ripples from a battle between geniuses. However, everyone was still incredibly shocked because these ripples were far more powerful than the ones from before. This was definitely the power of the top 3 geniuses. Everyone immediately knew who it was definitely the battle between God Ker and Xiaoming. After all, the top 2 geniuses had emperor stars, and they would not act unless it was the final trial. Of the top 10 geniuses, only God Ker and Xiaoming remained. When everyone thought about that, they could not help but feel excited and quickly rushed over. With such monstrous power, it was quite rare to see them fight. Everyone outside the secret realm looked at them because they were the third and fourth ranked geniuses, and countless people viewed them with great importance. Back at the battlefield, bang! Bang! Massive explosions continuously sounded out as the two of them fought in the sky. The pitchfork and sword continuously clashed, and terrifying shockwaves continuously spread out. Cracks appeared in space, and the ground caved in. Xing, a massive sword hum sounded out as Xiaoming slashed out a massive blood-red sword light that seemed to cover the entire area. As the sword light slashed out, the heavens and earth continuously collapsed. God Kerr raised its pitchfork and sent a wave of 10,000 gods' power into it. Heaven and earth power flooded into it, and the pitchfork gave off boundless black light, forming an extremely thin black sword of light. It was at least a few thousand meters long, and it seemed to connect to the sky. Boom! God Kerr slashed down, and the thin black sword of light gave off unimaginable power as it slashed out. It was as if it could split the heavens and earth in half, and it was as if nothing could stop it. Bang! The massive blood-red sword light that Xiaoming had slashed out was deflected by the black sword of light, and Xiaoming was also struck by the black sword of light. His body heavily crashed into the ground like a meteor, and a massive shockwave rippled out, causing the ground within 1,000 meters to crack. Boom! A massive blood-red aura exploded out, forming a blood-red gale that blew away the dust. At the center of the crater, blood leaked out of Xiaoming's mouth as he slowly stood up. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent as he looked at Kerr in the sky. Rumble! Xiaoming's aura surged out like a flood and countless blood-colored lightning arcs appeared all around him. His killing intent slowly seeped into every corner of the world. The sky seemed to be dyed red with blood and the ground continued to be destroyed. Everyone understood that Xiaoming was using an extremely terrifying technique that could destroy everything. It could also be his final attack. Xiaoming slowly raised the blood sword in his hand, and a formless killing force instantly spread out. Howls sounded out as illusory figures appeared in the air. There were men, women, elderly, and children, and their eyes were blood-red and gave off intense killing intent. These were all killing spirits, and they covered the entire world. They were everywhere in the sky and on the ground, and it was impossible to count them. It was as if this was a world of killing spirits. Boom! Xiaoming raised his sword and vigorously slashed at Kerr. The countless killing spirits gave off immense killing power and flooded towards Kerr like an ocean, seeming to be able to destroy everything. God Kerr raised its pitchfork and sent a massive wave of 10,000 gods' power into it. The pitchfork gave off a terrifying demonic light, and the surrounding light seemed to be devoured as a destructive power spread out. Boom! Kerr vigorously threw the pitchfork towards Xiaoming, and the pitchfork turned into a black ray of light as it shot out. A massive wave of 10,000 gods' power spread out as countless pitchfork images appeared in the air, covering the entire sky. All of them gave off immense divine power as they shot towards Xiaoming below. Bang! An earth-shattering sound broke out. The sea of slaughter souls surged up and collided with the countless iron forks flying down. It was as if the sky and the earth had collided together. A terrifying shockwave instantly spread out like a thunderbolt. The clouds and birds in the sky were instantly obliterated, and the mountains on the ground were destroyed. Countless trees and rocks were sent flying, and it was as if the apocalypse had arrived. The countless pitchforks containing immense divine power shot down, piercing through the killing spirits and causing them to dissipate. The ocean of killing spirits gave off massive roars as it gave off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth as it surged upwards. In the end, the ocean of killing spirits blocked the descending pitchforks and surged towards God Kerr. God Kerr was instantly devoured, and not a trace of it could be seen. Everyone looked up at the sky and felt quite startled. Had Kerr been unable to block this attack and lost, boom, a boundless divine might descended as if a massive weight was weighing down on the ground, and a massive black wheel of light appeared in the sky. This black wheel of light was covered with countless divine runes and gave off a divine power that reigned above all gods. The wheel of light slowly spun and gave off a massive attractive force that continuously sucked in the countless slaughtering souls. The ocean of slaughtering souls quickly became smaller and smaller before they were all sucked into the wheel of light. God Kerr appeared at the center of the black wheel of light and condescendingly looked down at Xiaoming, saying, this is the 10,000 god wheel of light that I created by fusing 10,000 gods, and it is one of my most powerful attacks. You're not a match for me. Xianxia's expression was quite unsightly. That attack just then had used up all of his strength, and he did not have any strength left in his body. However, Xianxia did not want to give up, and he used the last bit of his strength to rush at Kerr. Kerr stretched out a hand and pressed down, and a massive formless energy blew Xianxia away. Who knew how many of his bones were broken, and Xianxia fell unconscious. The final victor of this battle between the peerless prodigies was Kerr. He's so powerful. That god Kerr can rival ordinary emperor stars, and if it wasn't for Miao Lu, he would be the second most powerful person in the godly world. Is there anyone who doesn't submit after seeing him? He's simply too powerful, and it seems that god Kerr didn't even use his full strength. He only used one of his most powerful attacks to defeat Xianxia. I wonder just how terrifying god Kerr's true power is. I feel that god Kerr has a good chance of becoming the ruler of all gods, and I'm looking forward to him awakening an emperor star. If he has an emperor star, he might become the #1 expert in the godly world, and Tian Yu will have to give up his position. Xianxia's killing power is also very terrifying, and he's a bit stronger than other peerless geniuses. He deserves to be ranked 4th, but god Kerr is even more terrifying. It's not shameful to lose to someone like him. That power is so terrifying, and it's like a sovereign power that reigns above countless other divine powers. Just then, when god Kerr used it, even the heavens and earth seemed to dim. I really want to have that power. That's god Kerr's unique power, and it's the power that he devours and fuses together. How could an ordinary person have that power? You'd better stop dreaming. It seems that the God Stealer also has the ability to devour divine power and fuse many other divine powers. I wonder if he has that kind of god Kerr's power. I've never seen him fight before. What a joke. Who does that god Stealer think he is to be compared to god Kerr? That's right. Now that everyone has seen god Kerr's power, he definitely has the power to challenge those with emperor stars. Let alone a god Stealer, even 10 god Stealers wouldn't be able to compare to god Kerr. Even though that god Stealer also has the ability to fuse divine power, he can't compare to god Kerr. God Kerr has the power of a sovereign, but what about that god Stealer's power? Let's focus on god Kerr. I can't wait for him to challenge those with emperor stars. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Outside the secret realm, countless people had excited smiles on their faces. The battle between Xianxia and god Kerr had been simply too shocking and exciting. Their blood flowed through their veins, and their hearts continuously pounded. The scene was quite lively, and everyone was discussing this matter. God Kerr's popularity was at its peak. Everyone looked at the demon god emperor's people with envy. This god Kerr wasn't someone they had raised from a young age. Instead, it was the person they had discovered in the outer realms of the immortal realm. Furthermore, it had only taken 10 years for him to become such a terrifying person. Why hadn't they been so lucky as to encounter someone like Kerr? Now, they really wanted to go to the outer regions of the godly world. Moreover, they understood how great Kerr's potential was. Even if he was not the ruler of gods and did not awaken the god race's emperor star, he would definitely be able to do it if he had some time. Back then, the demon god emperor had an emperor star, which made Zhao Fu feel incredibly envious. That was the god race's supreme emperor star. The demon god emperor and the others all gave prideful smiles. Facing everyone's envious gazes, god Kerr's performance had caused them to feel quite shocked. This proved that it was not wrong for them to fully support god Kerr. His gaze returned to the secret realm. Kerr dispelled his power and returned to his original appearance. He looked at the unconscious Xianxia and wanted to dig out Xianxia's divinity. That way, his 10,000 godly power would become even stronger. However, the faction behind Xianxia was not so easy to deal with, so Kerr could only give up. It was not worth offending such a terrifying faction for a massacre divinity. In the end, god Kerr turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon, continuing to search for powerful divine beasts and historical remnants to increase his 10,000 godly power. As the competition became shorter and shorter, god Kerr felt a strange sense of fear. Even though he did not know why, his instincts told him to quickly become stronger, or else he would not be able to withstand what was about to happen. Now that the fourth-ranked Xia Ming had been defeated by Ke, only Ke, Miao Lu, and Tianyu had a chance of obtaining the ruler of gods. Everyone else had no chance at all. The three of them were now the focus of countless people, and they were all discussing who would obtain the ruler of gods. Elsewhere, Zhao Fu and the others once again found the entrance to the god's legacy land. It was a blue orb of light in the sky, giving off a massive wave of divine power, and there were many white clouds around it. Because this place was very eye-catching, many people gathered here, wanting to enter the legacy land. However, whenever someone came close, the white clouds around the orb of light would turn into large birds that would ferociously attack those who came close. Zhao Fu naturally did not mind and flew over with the women. This time, Zhao Fu was not treated as well as before, and there were no tests at all. The large birds formed from white clouds gave off ferocious power as they rushed towards Zhao Fu and the others. Zhao Fu directly released a massive barrier with dragon inscriptions, covering everyone within it. No matter how the birds attacked, they were unable to break through the barrier. Seeing how powerful Zhao Fu was, everyone could not help but feel quite envious. Following this, Zhao Fu and the others flew into the blue orb of light and came to a region. The sky here was a deep blue, and the ground was covered with lush vegetation. The mountains were majestic, and the scene was quite ordinary. There was nothing special about it, but there was a statue in the sky of a woman. The statue was 1,000 meters tall and had long hair. She had delicate and pretty looks and a graceful figure. She wore a palace dress and gave off an ethereal aura. She gave off a massive wave of divine might, and there were countless white clouds around her, making her look quite ethereal. This was most likely the sky god. Zhao Fu took out a sword and gave off great power as he rushed over. Boom, the statue gave off a terrifying wave of divine power, and the white clouds around her started to change, forming a massive phoenix made of white clouds that gave off a powerful might. Scree! A massive roar sounded out as the phoenix made of white clouds flapped its wings and gave off a shocking aura as it rushed towards Zhao Fu, seeming to want to devour Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stood where he was and gave a disdainful smile. He raised his sword and a massive wave of power flowed into it, causing the sword to give off an intense light. Boom, Zhao Fu slashed out, and the massive sword light gave off shocking power as it slashed against the phoenix's head. The white phoenix was split in half and turned into a white mist that dissipated. After killing the phoenix, Zhao Fu flew over to the statue and waited for her to give him the sky god's legacy power. The stone statue lowered its head and looked at Zhao Fu. It slightly frowned, as if it did not like Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression slightly changed. What was going on? Not ordinary stone statues would smile when looking at him and be very pleased with him. After all, his talent was incredibly terrifying, and they would definitely like him. However, the stone statue was frowning, seeming to not like him. Zhao Fu could not help but feel worried. Could it be that the stone statue did not like him and did not want to give him the legacy power? Zhao Fu's goal was the legacy power of 24 sovereigns, but he could not even get a single one, so he felt that it was not complete. Boom, an explosion sounded out as a massive aura spread out from the stone statue's body. The stone statue's forehead shone with blue light as a wave of sky god's power flowed out and spread out. Boom, a blue ray of light shot out from the stone statue's forehead, giving off a massive aura as it shot towards Zhao Fu. It was incredibly fast and landed on Zhao Fu's body, and the power continuously flowed into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Even though the sky god did not seem to like him, it was still willing to give him God's power. He did not know why. Zhao Fu closed his eyes and focused on absorbing this god's power in case anything unexpected happened. Boom, boom. Boom, explosions continuously sounded out as the blue rays of light continuously landed on Zhao Fu's body, and the sky god's power continuously flowed into Zhao Fu's body. After giving Zhao Fu all of the legacy power, the stone statue's body disappeared. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the blue orb of light gave off an intense blue light and a massive wave of sky power. It gave off a shocking aura as it turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the ray of light exploded in the sky. The ferocious shockwave blasted out with terrifying power, causing the entire sky to tremble. In the sky, there was a massive magic formation with 24 circles, and one of them gave off a blue light, making it seem as if the circle was filled with blue light. Everyone looked at the bright blue ball in the sky and could not help but say, sigh. I knew that the final phase of the deity competition would begin early. Right now, there are 24 sovereigns might, and only 5 remain. As long as these 5 sovereigns' legacies are given to someone else, then the final phase of the deity competition will immediately begin. Yes. What a pity. I wanted to bring it into the mystic realm and watch the battle between the peerless geniuses with my own eyes. Now, there's no hope. I can only watch it through the mirror outside. It doesn't have the same feeling of being there. Who knows, it might even be beneficial to my cultivation. Bastard. Scum. How infuriating. Who is that person who is constantly acquiring sovereign's might? It seems that if we teach him a lesson, he really won't let us live. I also want to teach that bastard a lesson. He alone caused so many of us to leave early. We didn't even get many treasures. I really hate that bastard to death. I really want to skin him alive. Everyone, hurry up and make use of the last bit of time we have left. Once we're forcefully teleported out of the secret plane, it'll be too late for regrets. As for who has been obtaining Chief God's power, we'll definitely find out later on. After absorbing the Sky God's power, Xiaofu grinned. He felt that his 10,000 godly power was even more terrifying than before. Now, he was still missing 5 sovereigns' legacies, and if he fused them together, Xiaofu's 10,000 godly power would definitely become a supreme divine power. This was an ancient sovereign's legacy power, which came from the godly world's supreme divine power, creation God's power. It was far more powerful than ordinary godly spirits, and tens of thousands of godly spirits might not even be as powerful as this power. Moreover, Xiaofu had fused countless ordinary divine powers with sovereign's power, so Xiaofu's 10,000 godly power would definitely be more terrifying than God Ker's 10,000 godly power. At that moment, there was a battle taking place in a valley. One of the combatants was a woman who was 3 meters tall and had blood-red hair. She had a beautiful face and a bull's horn on her head. She had a fiery figure and wore blood-red armor, and she gave off a powerful aura. The others also had bull's horns on their heads and had powerful muscles, and they gave off powerful auras. The woman held the axe in her hand and swung it, creating a huge arc of light that sent a few people flying. She laughed and said, "This bull devil godhead is this old lady's, you are not my match. If you don't scram, this old lady will chop you into pieces." Those people were forced back a few steps, and their faces were filled with anger. They had discovered an ancient divine spirit corpse in this valley. It was the corpse of an ox devil, and its divine deity contained an extremely powerful ox devil's power. Just as they had been feeling quite happy, the woman had run out and said that the godhood was hers. They naturally could not give it to someone else, so a battle had erupted. However, the woman was more powerful than them, and her large axe was incredibly ferocious. They were not a match for her at all. The few people angrily said, "We clearly found it first, how did it become yours?" The woman domineeringly laughed as she said, "I said it's mine, so it's mine. Are you not happy?" Their hearts were filled with fury, but they didn't dare to make a move, because they couldn't defeat the woman in front of them. They could only shout angrily. This ox demon godhood contains powerful ancient divine energy and is an extremely rare item. We're offering it to our young master. Our young master is the prince of an emperor-class faction, so I advise you to leave right now. He's not someone you can afford to offend. The woman disdainfully laughed as she said, "Do you think I'm afraid of him? Even if he's here, I'll still take it. No, this is mine, it's not stealing, it's taking." "Is that so?" A voice sounded out in the sky as a powerful-looking young man appeared in the sky and gave off a powerful aura, forming a might that covered the surroundings. The few people on the ground looked delighted and immediately knelt as they called out, "Young master." The woman was called Nyolong, and sensing the young man's powerful aura, her expression slightly changed. She found that she was not a match for him and immediately said, "This old lady is giving it to you, you don't need it." After saying that, Nyolong hefted the great axe and ran to the side at a very fast speed. The young man loudly laughed and clenched a fist as he vigorously punched out, and a terrifying fist energy shot towards Nyolong like a cannonball. Nyolong dodged to the side and avoided this attack. When the powerful fist energy hit the ground, a loud sound was heard, and a 10-meter crater was formed on the ground. Nielong was forced to stop and she angrily glared at the young man as she said, "I've already given it to you, what else do you want?" The young man smiled as he said, "You look quite good and I like your personality. How about you become my woman?" Nielong felt quite angry and immediately replied, "Tui. You're dreaming if you want me to become your woman, I won't become another man's woman." The young man lightly laughed as he said, "The more you act like this, the greater the sense of accomplishment I'll feel in conquering you." Boom, the young man exploded out with a powerful aura and rushed towards Nielong. He was incredibly fast and gave off a powerful aura of suppression. Seeing that she could not escape, Nielong did not plan on running and called out, "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" As she spoke, Nielong raised her axe and hacked towards the young man. A massive axe light slashed towards the young man, bringing with it a ferocious gale. The young man smiled and vigorously punched out, sending out a terrifying power. The massive axe light was shattered by the punch and turned into a wild gale that blew out in all directions. Nielong's expression was cold as she once again swung her axe, sending out another axe light. However, it was still easily shattered by the young man's punches. The young man rushed in front of Nielong and a massive wave of power flowed out, forming a massive black bull. The young man vigorously punched out, and the black bull gave off terrifying power as it rushed towards Nielong, seeming to be able to shatter the ground. Nielong sent all of her power into her axe, causing it to give off an intense light. She vigorously hacked out, sending out a massive axe light that seemed to be able to split mountains. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the axe light and the black bull collided. A powerful shockwave blasted out, causing the ground to crack. After the axe light was destroyed, the black bull continued to rush at Nielong, sending him flying. Nielong flew back 10 or so meters and crashed to the ground. A trace of blood leaked out of her lips as she glared at the young man. The young man smiled as he said, "You're not a match for me, it's best if you obediently become my woman." Nielong coldly harumphed, "Keep dreaming. I don't like people like you." The young man did not mind as he said, "I'm confident that you'll like me. Also, do you have the power to resist me? In this world, only the strong are respected. As long as you're strong, you can do whatever you want. If I say that you're my woman, you must be my woman." Nielong said provocatively, "Come and try. Let's see if I'll submit to you. As long as you have the ability, I'll be your woman." The young man wanted to say something. At this moment, a man's laughing voice sounded in the sky. "All right, I'll give it a try." Hearing this voice, the young man immediately became a bit angry. Wasn't this stealing his woman? Looking up into the sky, he saw a group of people appear in the sky. The person in the lead was a young man wearing a cloak. Beside that young man were many beautiful women, and some of them were comparable to fairies. Wait, why were Xianxia and Yuchan among them? The bull-headed young man was a bit angry and wanted to teach that reckless person a lesson for daring to steal his woman. However, when he saw that there were many beautiful women around the young man, he was given a big fright. Those two were peerless geniuses. Could it be that the rumor was true? That this youth had subdued those two women? Just how terrifying was that? A single person was able to dote on two supreme geniuses? That made others feel envious. However, the bull-headed young man did not dare to think too much. This person's identity was simply too terrifying, and even if he killed him, his faction would not dare to say anything. As such, the bull-headed young man immediately gave a trace of a smile, "Since Sir likes this woman, I won't participate." Shin Qianhua lightly laughed, "You're quite tactful." The bull-headed young man said with a smile, "That's what I should do. Moreover, she doesn't really belong to me." Nielong felt quite shocked. Even the bull-headed young man, who was a prince and had such terrifying power, had to act so obediently and courteously, not daring to offend this group of people. Just who were these people? Zhao Fu looked at Nielong as he flew down from the sky and landed in front of her. Nielong looked at Zhao Fu warily. Her first impression was that Zhao Fu was not a good person, as he had just said that he would submit to her. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You were the one who said that you would be the woman of anyone who subdued you." Nielong lightly harumphed, "So what if I said that? A boy like you wants to subdue me? With that weak body of yours, you can't even satisfy me every day, and you want me to be your woman? Weak? Zhao Fu could not help but lightly laugh. With Niulong's 2.3 meters tall figure and her fiery figure, Zhao Fu was quite small in front of her. However, why were all bull-headed people so tall and big? She dared to say that Zhao Fu could not satisfy her. This was looking down on Zhao Fu's abilities. As a man, Zhao Fu definitely could not accept this. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and squatted in front of her. He stretched out his hand and lifted her chin as he said, "I'll see if I have the ability to tame you." Niulong casually slapped Zhao Fu's hand away and said provocatively, "Why don't you give it a try? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Zhao Fu smiled as he kissed Niulong's mouth, and the 6 desires demonic qi continuously flowed into Niulong's body. Niulong immediately lost control and hugged Zhao Fu, passionately responding to Zhao Fu. At the same time, Zhao Fu started to play with her body. The bull-headed young man felt quite envious of Zhao Fu's abilities. She had been so wild and valiant just a moment ago, but now, she was like a cow in heat. Seeing how much Niulong was enjoying herself, he felt that it was quite comfortable. It was a pity that the woman he had taken a fancy to was now being played with by another man. He felt that this woman was quite lewd and had such a fiery figure. How great would it be if he could enjoy her just once? Suddenly, seeing that Zhao Fu was about to take off Niulong's armor, the bull-headed young man could not help but feel quite excited. Could it be that they were going to do it? Even though he would not be able to enjoy the woman he had taken a fancy to, seeing her being ravaged by another man was quite exciting. Xianxia looked over and saw that the bull-headed young man's eyes were wide open as he watched Zhao Fu play with Niulong. She said with a trace of displeasure, "You're still not leaving? Do you want to stay here?" This caused the bull-headed young man to come back to his senses. He felt quite unwilling, but there was nothing he could do as he smiled and said, "I'll be leaving then." After the bull-headed young man left, Xianxia waved her hand and an energy barrier covered everyone, making it so that no one else could see what was happening inside. The bull-headed young man looked quite envious. Thinking about how Zhao Fu was ravaging Niulong, and how Xianxia and Yuchan had joined in, he could not help but feel quite excited. Everything was as the bull-headed young man had expected. Xianxia went up and hugged Zhao Fu as she said coquettishly, "You always like to bully women like this. If you don't satisfy us now, you'll be in trouble later." Zhao Fu lightly laughed, and what happened next was quite indescribable. When the defensive barrier once again disappeared, the women's faces were red and they gave satisfied smiles. Even though they had not done anything with Zhao Fu, the feeling of being toyed with by Zhao Fu made them feel quite happy. Niulong's face was red as she lightly harumphed, "You're only making me submit to you, but you haven't conquered me yet because you haven't done it with me yet. Also, is that guy not good enough?" Zhao Fu felt quite speechless. After being questioned like this so many times, he decided that he would teach these women a lesson one day, so he said, "I don't want to explain too much. You're mine now, so come with us and leave." Niulong said with a trace of displeasure, "I understand." Following this, the group of people flew away. The bull-headed young man, who was hiding in the distance, looked at the women's red and satisfied faces and could not help but feel incredibly envious. On an empty area, the Tree King, the Holy Sun, was smiling as he walked. There was a large group of people beside him, flattering the Tree King, and the Tree King quite enjoyed this feeling. 2 people slowly walked over. One was wearing a black palace dress and gave off a terrifying aura, while the other was wearing a green dress and looked quite beautiful. They were Miao Lu and Luli. Miao Lu and Luli had just walked out of a historical remnant. Because they had obtained some good things, they had a faint smile on their faces. Luli happily followed by her side. The Tree King had not come to find them on purpose, he had heard from his subordinates that there were strange things here, so he had brought them here. At that moment, the Tree King's gaze fell on Miao Lu's body. Looking at her extremely beautiful face, seductive figure, and extraordinary aura, he smiled and said confidently, "This Holy Sun has taken a fancy to you. As long as you become my woman, I'll take you to the half-celestial world." The Tree King had come quite late and did not know Miao Lu's identity. Even though he had some beautiful women by his side, he only treated them as playthings and did not consider them his women. Moreover, the Tree King looked down on everyone in the heaven-awakened world, so even though he could tell that Miao Lu was not simple, he still spoke in an arrogant tone. He believed that with his status, there wasn't a single woman who wouldn't be moved. Now, as long as the people around him mentioned his identity, they would automatically run over and try to please him. This was also the reason why he was so confident. With their lowly status, it was impossible for them to meet the Holy Sun. Naturally, this was the case. When the people behind the Tree King heard the Tree King's words, they were shocked. They knew who the person in front of them was and how terrifying he was. Miaolu looked at the Tree King with disdain. "Do you want to die?" A trace of anger appeared on the Tree King's face, and he sensed the changes in the people around him. He asked about the identity of the woman in front of him, and after finding out that she was the owner of the Emperor Star, he smiled and said, "Apologies. I was a little offended because I like you so much." The possessor of an Emperor Star was extremely rare in the half-immortal world. If he could take an Emperor Star possessor as his wife, his power would be extremely happy. Miaolu replied coldly, "I'm not interested in you. You can leave now." The Tree King frowned. He was already quite courteous, but Miaolu still dared to speak to him like this. He was a holy son who reigned above countless emperor bloodlines. He said with a trace of anger, "You know my identity and yet you dare to speak to me like this?" Miaolu looked at the Tree King and his expression did not change. "You said the half-immortal world, so I naturally guessed your identity. However, I'm not interested in you." The Tree King said furiously, "You've angered me, so you'll have to pay a heavy price." Miaolu did not feel any fear and said, "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Boom, a massive green aura exploded out from the Tree King's body, and an extraordinary might spread out. The countless people in the surroundings felt their bloodlines become cold, and they felt a wave of fear. They quickly retreated, not daring to stay at the side. This Holy Sun's might greatly affected those who did not have a Holy Sun bloodline. However, because Miaolu had an Emperor Star, this effect was very small. Boom, seeing that the Tree King was about to act, Miaolu exploded out with a massive destructive power, and a terrifying aura swept out. The two massive auras continuously clashed, forming a powerful gale that swept out. The grass and trees swayed, and countless specks of dust and sand were blown away. The Tree King looked furious. "It's not too late for you to obediently become my woman. Don't regret it later." Miaolu said with a trace of provocation, "I won't regret it. I want to see just how capable you, a legendary Holy Sun, are." Boom, the Tree King directly acted and grabbed out with his hand, causing dozens of 1-meter-long wooden spikes to shoot towards Miaolu incredibly quickly. Miaolu did not move at all and pressed out with her hand, causing a wave of destructive power to rush towards the wooden spikes. Bang, bang. Bang, the wooden spikes were directly shattered by the destructive power, resulting in explosions. Countless shards shot out in all directions, and the destructive power and shards shot towards the Tree King. An energy barrier appeared around the Tree King's body, blocking all of the attacks, and it looked at Miaolu coldly. Swish, swish. Swish, countless sharp tree roots suddenly shot out from the ground beneath Glaze Destruction's feet, giving off piercing power as they stabbed towards Glaze Destruction, tearing through the air. Miaolu leapt backwards and flew into the air. Boom, the Tree King exploded out with a massive green aura, which flowed into the ground. Following this, green vines containing ferocious power shot out from the ground towards Miaolu. Miaolu took out a black saber and vigorously slashed out, sending out a massive black saber light that contained destructive power that cut all of the vines into countless pieces. At that moment, the Tree King also took out a saber and flew up from the ground, giving off a massive aura as it rushed towards Miaolu. It arrived in front of Miaolu and vigorously slashed out, sending out a green saber light. Shing, Miaolu blocked with his saber, and the two sabers collided, causing sparks to fly out. Miaolu was able to easily block the incoming saber light. Boom, the Tree King's body gave off an intense green light as an even more powerful power flowed out. The Tree King gripped its saber and vigorously slashed out, sending Miaolu flying back. It then slashed out again, and a green saber light containing ferocious power slashed towards Miaolu. A trace of anger appeared on Miaolu's face as he flew back. He stopped and vigorously slashed out with his saber, destroying the incoming saber light. Boom, 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 an explosion sounded out as Miaolu exploded out with a powerful destructive power, forming a formless might that covered the surroundings. Miaolu raised her saber, which gave off boundless light. Xing, glazed destruction slashed down, and a massive black saber light containing the power to destroy everything slashed towards the Tree King. It was like a bolt of lightning that could not be blocked at all. The Tree King was given a big fright, and its body gave off a green light. Bang! The powerful black saber light split the Tree King's body in half, and the saber light continued to hit the ground. A massive explosion sounded out as a saber mark that was hundreds of meters long appeared. Everyone had long since retreated far away. One was a possessor of an emperor star and the other was a legendary holy sun. They knew how terrifying the battle between the two of them was. It was definitely a battle that could destroy the world. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but feel shocked. How could the holy sun be killed so easily? This was evidently impossible. The Tree King's body turned into countless motes of green light and disappeared. In the next second, its body appeared behind Miao Lu, and a green saber light ferociously slashed towards Miao Lu. Miao Lu's expression was quite furious as she turned and vigorously slashed out with her saber. A massive black saber light containing immense power slashed towards the Tree King. Bang! The two saber lights collided, resulting in an intense explosion, and a shockwave spread out. Both of them were sent flying back. The Tree King looked at Miao Lu seriously. Her power was incredibly terrifying, and defeating her would be very difficult. The Tree King admitted that he had underestimated Miao Lu's power. The Heaven Awakened World's people were not as weak as he had thought. Miao Lu coldly looked at the Tree King, and a massive wave of black energy flowed out of her body, forming fist-sized black orbs around her. Each of them gave off a powerful destructive power. Swish, 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 the black balls shot towards the Tree King at an extremely fast speed, bringing with them streams of light. They were densely packed and had an astonishing momentum. The Tree King felt quite startled and quickly flew to the side, wanting to dodge the countless black orbs. Bang, 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 the black balls exploded again and again behind the Tree King, and a terrifying explosive force spread out. He had no way of dodging and could only choose to take it head-on. Defensive shields appeared one after another, enveloping the Tree King's body. Countless black balls shot toward the Tree King at that moment, causing a series of explosions. Shockwaves spread out, forming strong gusts of wind. In the end, all the waves dissipated. The Tree King stood in the sky in a sorry state. The defensive shield had been shattered, but he was not injured. Now, the Tree King was staring at Miao Lu with a trace of killing intent. The Tree King was really angry. Boom! A massive wave of tree power surged out from the Tree King's body. The Tree King's body gave off countless rays of green light, and the world seemed to be dyed green. Wooden spears appeared around him, covering the surroundings. These wooden spears were 3 meters long and were green. They gave off a faint green light and gave off a powerful aura. Boom! Miao Lu did not feel any fear at all and also gave off a massive wave of destructive power. Black light covered the surroundings, and 3-meter-wide black balls gave off terrifying destructive power. Miao Lu brought these black balls and attacked the Tree King first. As he charged forward, the black balls around him shot towards the Tree King with destructive power. The Tree King also brought countless wooden spears and charged at Miao Lu. The wooden spears contained shocking power as they shot forward, leaving behind trails of green light. Bang, 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 massive sounds rang out as the countless black balls and wooden spears collided in the air. Shockwaves spread out, causing the ground to continuously crack and countless rocks to fly everywhere. Miao Lu and the Tree King charged at each other very quickly. In just an instant, the distance between them was only 3 meters. The Tree King sent countless traces of power into the saber in his hand, causing it to give off boundless green light that illuminated the surroundings. A terrifying divine bloodline power spread out, and it was as if the world could not withstand this divine bloodline power. Miao Lu also sent countless traces of destructive power into the saber in his hand, causing it to give off boundless black light that seemed to devour the surrounding light, and a destructive power spread out. Bang! The two of them vigorously swung out, and the two sabers clashed together, causing a shocking explosion to sound out. A white barrier of light appeared in the air, giving off destructive power as it instantly spread out. The trees, rocks, ground, and grass within it were all destroyed. The ground continuously trembled, and the sound was deafening. Terrifying auras continuously spread out, causing people to feel incredibly small in front of this natural disaster. From a distance, this place was covered by a layer of haze, and there was a bone-chilling coldness that could make people feel terror. Back at the battlefield, there was a 10,000-meter-wide crater in the ground, and traces of destructive aura could be seen coming from within. There were two people standing in the air, Miao Lu and the Tree King. Miao Lu and the Tree King both looked quite wretched, and a trace of blood leaked out of their mouths. Arg! The Tree King roared as a green aura flame appeared around his body, and a powerful wave of Saint's power flowed out of his body. The Tree King held his saber and continued to charge at Miao Lu ferociously. Boom! Miao Lu picked up the saber in his hand and exploded out with destructive power, sending it into the saber. The saber gave off boundless destructive aura and formed a massive evil phoenix. This evil phoenix was completely black and had a pair of blood-red eyes. There were bone horns on its head and a pair of metal-like claws. It gave off a terrifying destructive power that could cause people's hearts to tremble. Scree! Miao Lu swung his saber and the evil phoenix spread its wings, giving off a massive cry. It brought with it a terrifying destructive power and a massive aura as it rushed towards the Tree King. Seeing the evil phoenix, the Tree King immediately sent a wave of Saint's power into the saber in his hand. The saber gave off a blinding light, and just as the evil phoenix was about to collide with his body, bang, the Tree King vigorously slashed out with his saber, and a massive green light slashed out, colliding with the evil phoenix. A massive explosion spread out, and countless rays of light shot out in all directions. Bang, the Tree King's body flew backwards and landed on the ground, creating a large crater. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face became somewhat pale. Miao Lu pointed his saber at the Tree King, a disdainful smile on his face. As a holy son, your power is only SOSO. These words completely infuriated the Tree King, and his expression became savage as he shouted, then I'll show you the true power of a holy son. Boom! 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 A shocking explosion sounded out as the Tree King's body shot out a massive green light that shot into the sky with immense power. It formed a green pillar of light, and heaven and earth power madly flowed into the pillar of light. The sky turned green, and it continued to spread. The tree power emitted by the Tree King flowed into the sky through the light pillar, and a formless pressure spread out. Boom! An incredibly massive explosion sounded out as the heavens and earth seemed to sink. A massive ancient tree giving off a boundless aura slowly appeared in the sky. It was impossible to tell just how big this massive tree was. Its trunk was hundreds of thousands of meters thick and was green. Its canopy covered the sky, and every leaf was like a green crystal that gave off a crystalline green light. It gave off an unimaginable holy tree's aura, and it formed a formless pressure that covered the entire world. At this time, no matter where they were, they all saw this huge ancient tree, because this tree was really too big. At the same time, they could sense that extraordinary holy tree's power that surpassed all else. They looked quite shocked, and in front of this power, they felt incredibly small and insignificant. It was not just the countless people in the secret realm, the countless people outside the secret realm were also incredibly shocked as they looked at that massive holy tree. This holy tree was not an ordinary tree, nor was it a real tree that was planted on the ground. It was a tree that was planted within a bloodline. It was a bloodline tree, an illusory tree, and not a real tree. A holy bloodline's power was far greater than a sovereign bloodline's, and it was not just in terms of grade and quality. After a long time, a holy bloodline would give birth to a holy blood item. This holy blood item could be anything, whether it was alive or not. It could be rocks, wood, ores, flowers, grass, rabbits, wolves, lizards, insects, birds, and so on. After forming a holy blood item, it was as if a seed had been planted in the bloodline, and it would sprout and grow into a large tree. More importantly, this tree was connected to all the people who possessed this bloodline. These people were the nutrients provided by the tree, just like how a large tree needed to absorb nutrients from the soil to grow. The people with this bloodline were like soil, continuously providing nutrients for the tree, allowing it to continuously grow. Ordinarily, the more outstanding and powerful people were, the more nutrients they would provide, allowing the tree to grow even faster. Apart from powerful and outstanding people, there was also a need for numbers. If there were more people, they would provide more nutrients, allowing the tree to grow even faster. However, there was also a need for quality in terms of quantity. If there were weak people with poor talent, not only would they not provide nutrients for the tree, but they would instead absorb the tree's nutrients, causing it to wither and die. As such, it was very difficult for holy bloodlines to leak out, in order to prevent the holy blood item from being affected. If one did not protect it well, the entire family would be greatly affected. Moreover, holy factions all guaranteed the purity of their bloodlines, because the purer the bloodline was, and the purer the nutrients would be. For a divine bloodline faction to place such importance on a divine bloodline item, it definitely had immense power. Divine bloodline items could provide terrifying bloodline power when people needed them the most, and they could change the heavens and the earth. Moreover, it contained the entire family's fate. This type of fate was called bloodline fate, but it was countless times more powerful than ordinary bloodline fate. This was because it had already condensed a physical form and had a growth attribute. The holy divine bloodline item's appearance was controlled by the holy bloodline's power. The holy bloodline item would look like whatever power the holy bloodline was. The holy bloodline item's appearance was controlled by the holy bloodline's power. Whatever power the holy bloodline item was, the holy bloodline item would look like. For example, if the holy bloodline's power was a type of stone, the holy bloodline item would look like a type of stone. If the holy bloodline's power was a type of wolf's power, the holy bloodline item would look like a wolf. If the holy bloodline's power was a spider, the holy bloodline item would look like a spider. Seeing this massive ancient tree, everyone could tell that the holy tree king's family was very powerful. It was the first time that most people had seen a holy bloodline item, and they all looked incredibly excited and shocked. Outside the secret realm, countless people stared at the mirror, looking forward to the upcoming battle. One was a holy son with terrifying holy bloodline power, while the other was someone with the god race's supreme emperor star. No one knew who would win. Within the secret realm, Tianyu stood on a hill and looked at the ancient tree at the horizon with a serious expression. If he had to face this holy bloodline power, it would not be easy for him to deal with it either. There really was a holy son participating in the competition of gods, and it was not an ordinary holy son either. Tianyu felt quite surprised, as holy sons were quite rare. He had heard that there were 2 holy sons in the secret realm, and now that this holy son had unleashed his power, who knew what kind of terrifying power the other holy son would unleash? Also, who was the person who had obtained the god legacy's power? Now that the competition of gods had entered the later stages, all of the mysteries would be revealed. Tianyu felt some pressure but also anticipation. Tianyu stood there and thought for a moment before turning into a ray of light and shooting towards the horizon, wanting to see this battle for himself. Hao Dao stood on the ground and looked at the ancient tree at the horizon. He could not help but lightly laugh as he said, "Someone from the holy god tree family has come here. I wonder if I know that person." Hearing Hao Dao's voice, Lan Lu, who had been looking at the ancient tree in shock, came to her senses and asked, "Master, do you know who he is?" Hao Dao lightly nodded and smiled as he said, "I've been here for so long, and I'm starting to feel quite bored. Let's go and take a look." Lan Lu smiled and nodded, saying, "I'll listen to Master." Following this, Hao Dao gave off a wave of power that covered Lan Lu and turned into a ray of light as he shot towards the horizon. He was incredibly fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. God Kerr frowned. Now that such a powerful holy son had appeared, it would be a big obstacle for him. After thinking about it, he could not help but go and take a look. At that moment, Zhao Fu and the others, who had been searching for the god legacy's land, stopped and looked at the ancient tree giving off a green light. Zhao Fu looked at the ancient tree in shock and sensed the pure divine bloodline it gave off. He felt quite confused and did not know what it was. Even though Zhao Fu had a divine bloodline, he had not had enough time to condense a divine bloodline item. Now that he saw this ancient tree, Zhao Fu wanted to go take a look as well. However, when he sensed the entrance to a sovereign's legacy land, Zhao Fu changed his plans. He decided to first acquire sovereign's might, which was quite important to Zhao Fu. At this time, Xianxia expressed that she wanted to go over and take a look. Zhao Fu did not refuse and allowed them to go and see what was going on. Back at the battlefield. After the massive ancient tree descended, it gave off boundless divine might and sent down traces of crystalline light. These traces of light floated into the tree king's body, causing it to go through massive changes. Its body started to blossom, and its skin became like tree bark. His hands and feet became like tree branches, and a few green crystal-like leaves grew out of his body. His body gave off a massive divine might. Beneath his feet, green ripples of light continuously spread out, giving off shocking power. Countless plants on the ground started to sprout, creating a shocking scene. The image of the ancient tree disappeared, and the Tree King's green leaf-like eyes looked at Miaolu as it said proudly, "This is my clan's saint energy, it's not too late for you to regret it." Miaolu's expression became quite serious. The Tree King gave her an incredibly dangerous feeling. She understood that the Tree King had the power to defeat her, but Miaolu was no ordinary person. She was someone with a supreme emperor star. How could she submit to someone else like this? Miaolu gave a powerful smile as she said, "I have no intention of regretting it. Now, let me see just how powerful your clan's saint energy is." Boom! Miaolu exploded out with a terrifying destructive power as a black aura flame appeared around her body. The light in the surroundings seemed to be devoured, and Miaolu held her saber as she gave off a massive aura and rushed towards the Tree King. The Tree King gave a trace of a cold smile. Swish, 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 a wave of holy tree power spread out from the Tree King's body, and a 10-meter-long green spear that was as thick as an arm appeared. It instantly shot towards gem destruction, bringing with it a powerful green light. Facing the incoming spears, Miaolu swung her saber, sending out black saber lights that ferociously slashed forwards. Bang, 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 the long spears were chopped into pieces by the black saber lights, producing loud noises as countless wooden fragments shot out. Miaglaze's body continued to charge toward the Tree King. The Tree King's expression did not change, and he still had a sneer on his face. His body emitted countless rays of green light, forming a huge green bird above his head. It flapped its wings briskly and flew towards Miaolu with astonishing power. Miaolu raised the saber in his hand and sent a massive amount of power into it, causing the saber to give off an intense black saber light that was 6 to 7 meters tall. Boom! As the saber slashed down, a massive black saber light containing terrifying destructive power slashed out, directly cleaving the huge green bird in half. It turned into many green motes of light and dissipated. At that moment, the Tree King stretched out a hand and a massive wave of power flowed out from it. A massive tree-like arm appeared, giving off shocking holy tree power as it slammed towards Miaolu, bringing with it a massive gale. Miaolu was startled. He raised his saber in front of him and released a defensive barrier around his body. Bang! The massive tree-like arm slammed into Miaolu with immense power, causing Miaolu's body to be blasted back. He crashed to the ground like a heavy object, opening up a large crater. The Tree King loudly laughed and a powerful green light shined out. Around his body, palm-sized green birds appeared. There were over 10,000 of them, and they flapped their wings as they continued to fly towards Miaolu. A trace of blood leaked out of Miaolu's mouth as he half-squatted on the ground. Facing the countless incoming green birds, Miaolu pressed a hand against the ground. Boom! A massive destructive power flowed out as an enormous black energy barrier appeared. It gave off a powerful destructive power as it instantly spread out, causing the surrounding trees, rocks, and ground to shatter. Bang, bang, bang! The green sparrows that flew over were all blasted apart, and massive explosions sounded out as countless green motes of light scattered. Swish, swish, swish! Suddenly, green tree branches grew out from beneath Miaolu's feet, binding Miaolu's feet. Moreover, the branches continuously grew, and more of them quickly bound Miaolu's body. Furthermore, the branches were still growing. It was as if they were going to wrap around Glaze's destruction. Every branch had a sealing power. The Tree King gave a trace of a smile and continued to release the holy tree's power. Emerald green branches continuously grew and shot towards Miaolu, continuing to wrap around Miaolu's body. This was the holy tree's seal, a sealing technique that the Tree King had mastered. It had powerful sealing power, and if ordinary people were bound by it, they would find it very difficult to break free. At that moment, a 10-meter-wide ball of plants formed from emerald green branches appeared on the ground. At the center of the ball of plants, Miaolu was tightly bound, and the powerful sealing power corroded her body, causing her power to quickly dissipate. By now, Tianyu and the others had arrived and saw the Tree King and a massive ball of plants. They immediately looked at the Tree King and sensed his powerful divine bloodline aura. They understood that he was the Holy Sun who had unleashed the holy tree, and his power was incredibly terrifying. Even though they could not see who it was within the ball of plants, from the destructive aura it gave off, they could guess that it was Miaolu. Only someone with an emperor star could fight against such a terrifying holy sun. How could an ordinary person force a holy sun to use such power? It seemed that the Tree King was in an advantageous position, while Miaolu was in a disadvantageous position. Her destructive power was quickly decreasing, and it seemed like she was about to be sealed. The Tree King did not dare to be careless and stretched out a hand, causing an even greater wave of holy tree's power to flow out. Even more emerald green branches grew out, covering the ball of plants, and an even more powerful sealing power spread out. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as countless rays of black light shot out from within the green plant, causing the branches to shatter. A massive black beam of light shot into the sky, and the branches all shattered, revealing Miaolu at the center. Miaolu's body gave off an intense black light as terrifying destructive aura flooded out, causing the temperature to plummet. Miaolu's body also started to go through changes. Her eyes became blood red and extremely cold, and her jet black hair madly grew until it reached her thighs. 8 black balls that were as big as fists appeared behind her, and they were covered with many runes, looking quite profound. Countless bolts of black lightning appeared around her, and everything seemed to be on the verge of collapse. This was Miaolu's power as someone with an emperor star, and it was not any weaker than the Tree King's power. Everyone felt quite shocked. The Tree King's expression became serious. He had never thought that Miaolu would be able to forcefully break free from the seal. At that moment, Miaolu coldly looked at the Tree King, and the 8 black balls floating on his back instantly shot out. The Tree King felt a sense of danger and hurriedly retreated, casting a defensive barrier. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out as the 8 black orbs exploded, causing terrifying destructive power to spread out. The ground instantly cracked and gusts of wind blew out, causing countless trees to vigorously sway. After everything calmed down, a 1,000-meter-wide crater appeared on the ground, shocking everyone. The Tree King stood at the edge of the crater. He was not injured, but he was in a sorry state. Miaolu coldly looked at him, and 8 black balls once again appeared behind him, turning into rays of light that shot towards the Tree King. The Tree King could only choose to dodge to the side. The 8 black balls followed closely behind the Tree King, and a series of explosions occurred. Each black ball exploded, creating a large crater in the ground, and each crater was about 1,000 meters wide. By now, the Tree King had just dodged the explosion of the 8 black balls, and the 8 black balls once again appeared behind Miaolu. The Tree King understood that he could not continue like this, so he did not choose to dodge anymore. A trace of viciousness appeared on his face. Many branches grew out from his back, and they grew to both sides before giving off an intense green light, forming a green defensive barrier that gave off a powerful aura. Swish, 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 the 8 black balls behind Miaolu once again brought with them destructive power as they quickly flew towards the Tree King. The Tree King no longer had any fear. He held his saber and rushed towards Miaolu. Bang, bang. Bang, the 8 black orbs gave off massive explosions and terrifying destructive power spread out. The ground continuously collapsed and countless rays of black light shot out. Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the center of the explosion and rushed towards Miaolu. The defensive barrier that the Tree King had unleashed had already shattered, but he had successfully blocked the explosive power. Arriving in front of Miaolu, the Tree King injected a large amount of Holy Tree's power into the blade in his hand, causing the blade to emit an intense light. The Tree King held the long blade and fiercely slashed at Miaolu, as if it could split a mountain apart. Miaolu did not move at all and gripped the saber with one hand, sending a powerful destructive power into it. The saber gave off countless destructive black arcs of lightning and a terrifying power spread out, and Miaolu swung the saber. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the 2 sabers collided with immense power. A terrifying shockwave instantly blasted out, causing the ground and the surrounding thousands of meters to collapse and countless rocks to shoot out. The 2 of them were pushed back more than 10 meters, and they looked at each other. The Tree King exploded out with a powerful Holy Tree's power, which flowed into the ground. Massive wooden spikes shot out from the ground, bringing with them shocking power as they shot towards Miaolu from all directions, seeming to be able to pierce through everything. Boom! The 8 orbs on Miao Lu's back once again appeared, turning into countless rays of black light that contained terrifying power. They instantly spread out in all directions, shattering countless wooden spikes and causing the ground to crack, creating a large crater. Miao Lu's blood-red eyes looked at the Tree King and a powerful destructive power spread out. Countless black lightning bolts exploded out and blasted towards the Tree King with shocking power. Rumble! The tree branches on the Tree King's back gave off an intense green light, and a powerful defensive barrier once again formed, blocking the countless bolts of lightning. In that instant, Miao Lu's body appeared in front of the Tree King and he vigorously slashed out with his saber. A ferocious black saber light containing destructive power slashed towards the Tree King. The Tree King hurriedly sent large amounts of power into the saber and vigorously slashed out, causing a green saber light containing powerful holy tree's power to slash out. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the two powers collided, resulting in a shockwave that blasted out. The Tree King's body was sent flying back. At that moment, the 8 black orbs behind Miao Lu turned into rays of light and shot towards the Tree King before exploding. A terrifying destructive power spread out, causing the ground to crack. Within the crater, the Tree King lay on the ground, his body bleeding. He got up from the ground, a look of fury on his face. Boom! The Tree King's body gave off an intense green light as a massive wave of holy tree power flowed out, and green ripples of light spread out from beneath his feet. Swish, swish. Swish! Large trees suddenly grew up from the ground, forming a massive wave of holy tree power. They brought with them immense power as they shot towards Glaze destruction like bolts of lightning. Miao Lu's expression slightly fell, and he once again unleashed a black energy barrier that gave off terrifying destructive power. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the two massive powers collided. This time, the barrier shattered, and Miao Lu's body was sent flying into the sky. A dense forest appeared on the ground. It only took an instant for it to take form, leaving everyone a bit shocked. At that moment, the Tree King stood where he was, which was deep within the forest. He started to form hand seals, and waves of holy tree power spread out. Rumble! The tall trees seemed to come to life, and their appearances continuously changed. They turned into 10 or so meter tall treants that held wooden spears and gave off massive amounts of holy tree power. There were over 100,000 of them, and they covered the ground, giving off an incredibly powerful aura. In the sky, a trace of blood leaked out of Miao Lu's mouth as he looked at the countless treants below him. 8 black orbs once again appeared behind him. Miao Lu stretched out a hand, and the 8 orbs shot into the sky in 8 different directions, forming a circle that gave off an intense black light. Boom! A massive destructive power flowed out of Miao Lu's body and entered the 8 black orbs in the sky. The 8 black orbs gave off intense light before turning into ripples of light that spread out. 1-meter-wide black orbs appeared in the sky, covering the entire sky. A boundless destructive power covered the world, causing it to become incredibly dangerous and giving off a feeling of despair. On the ground, the Tree King raised a hand and pointed at Miao Lu in the sky. The tall treants on the ground sent all of their holy tree power into their spears and rushed forwards as they threw out their spears. Boom, boom. Boom! Spears containing terrifying power shot out, causing air explosions to ring out. It was like a rain of spears shooting into the sky, seeming as if they were going to pierce through the sky. The sounds they gave off were quite frightening. Miao Lu coldly looked at the ground and lowered his hand. Swish, 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 the black orbs of light that filled the sky all gave off rays of light as they shot downwards, giving off a destructive power and giving off a massive might. Bang! Bang! Massive explosions sounded out as the descending black orb and wooden spear collided, resulting in a series of explosions. Terrifying shockwaves blasted out with great power. Countless blinding lights shot out, making it impossible to see anything. The explosions were deafening, and the heavens and earth continuously trembled. Wild gusts of wind blew out with great power, uprooting countless trees and sending rocks flying, making it seem like a massive disaster had befallen the area. After everything calmed down, there were countless craters of various sizes on the ground, covering a radius of 1,000,000 meters. There were shattered rocks and wood everywhere, and it was a complete mess. This scene was incredibly shocking. The crater was filled with an aura of destruction and despair, causing the surroundings to become extremely dangerous and frightening. They did not dare to take a step closer. In the sky, Miaolu was completely fine and looked down at the ground. There were still 10 or so treants around the Tree King, and the others had all died. They had blocked this attack for him, so he was not injured. The Tree King did not want this to continue. It raised a hand and a massive wave of power exploded out, causing a green light to shoot into the sky. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as a divine might spread out from the sky, pressing down on countless creatures' bodies. A massive ancient tree with immense power slowly descended, giving off green light that permeated the world. The world seemed to condense, as if it was controlled by the holy tree. This was the divine blood item from before, and the Tree King wanted to use its power to decide the victor. Miaolu understood the Tree King's goal and planned to unleash its full power. Boom, a shocking explosion once again sounded out as Miaolu's body gave off countless traces of black light. A massive wave of destructive power flowed out from Miaolu's body, and Miaolu's body gradually became hazy, as if it had fused with the world. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out as the sky continuously collapsed and cracks appeared. An enormous black hole slowly appeared in the sky, giving off world-destroying power. The Tree King controlled the holy tree in the sky and charged forward. It was an incomparably large ancient tree that gave off an intense green light, turning the world green. The divine might of the holy tree was like a world, giving off an immense sense of oppression. The black hole slowly moved forward, and the hole continuously grew larger. A terrifying destructive power flooded out in all directions, causing space to continuously collapse and black lightning to appear. The light it gave off made it seem as if the world had turned black. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the black hole and the holy tree collided. The holy tree gave off an intense green light, as if it was a world that could crush all things. The black hole instantly spread out, as if it was opening up the source of destruction. Bang, a sound that seemed as if the world had exploded rang out. Countless dazzling lights instantly enveloped the world. The world became a vast expanse of white. Nothing could be seen. The huge explosion made people feel as if they had lost their hearing. The ground shook violently. An enormous shockwave blasted out in all directions, causing the ground to be lifted up. Countless trees and rocks were blown away, creating a terrifying scene. Even the spectators who were watching the battle from afar were greatly affected. A gust of wind mixed with countless pieces of stone and would rain down on them like raindrops, and the spectators also activated their defensive barriers to block it. After everything settled, a crater that was hundreds of thousands of meters wide had appeared in the ground. A tree that was 7 or 8 meters tall grew out of the crater and gave off a green light, forming a goddess defensive barrier. On the other side, Miaolu's body was covered with blood, and his face was pale as he looked at the tree in front of him. That tree was the Tree King, and the Tree King had used this method to barely block the terrifying explosive power. However, its injuries were quite severe, and it quickly absorbed heaven and earth power to recover. Miaolu gave a trace of a cold smile as he held his saber and walked over. Boom, seeing Miaolu walk over, the tree gave off a powerful divine power that formed rays of green light that shot towards Miaolu. Miaolu stretched out a hand and a destructive energy flowed out, forming a circular shield of light that blocked the countless rays of green light. The Tree King did not have much strength left, so its attack was not very powerful. After blocking the attack, Glazed Destruction continued to walk towards the tree with the long saber in his hand. The tree kept changing and finally returned to its original appearance. Glazed Destruction's expression was a bit ugly. "I admit defeat. Don't come any closer." By now, he did not have much strength left and was not a match for Miaolu at all. As such, he could only choose to admit defeat, or else he would be humiliated by others and might even die. It was no wonder why Emperor Stars were valued by countless experts. Defeating them was simply too difficult. Even though the Tree King did not want to admit it, he had still lost to Miaolu. Miaolu coldly harumphed as she said, "Do you remember what you said before?" The Tree King felt quite embarrassed and did not know how to reply. Before, he had been very confident that he could defeat Miaolu and obtain her. However, he had never thought that he would lose to Miaolu. He had looked down on people from the Heaven-awakened world. Seeing the Tree King's embarrassed expression, Miaolu let out a sigh of relief and felt a trace of happiness. She had defeated such a powerful person. Now, she understood how powerful a holy sun was. Even with a Supreme Emperor star, it would not be easy to deal with him. She did not have much strength left and had used up a lot of energy. If she had been careless, she might not have been able to defeat the Tree King. With this experience, she would be more confident when facing a holy sun in the future. This battle would be quite beneficial to her. Miaolu did not say anything else. The Tree King came from a powerful saint-grade faction, so she naturally could not kill him. Otherwise, it would bring disaster to her family. Now that the Tree King had admitted defeat, it was the best outcome. The countless people outside the secret realm started to shout out excitedly because Glazed Destruction had defeated the legendary Holy Sun. They had personally seen his power, and they knew that it was extremely terrifying. However, he had still been defeated by Glazed Destruction. This was the first time they had seen a Holy Sun lose to someone else. Miaolu's power was simply too terrifying. Countless people were now calling out her name, talking about her, liking her, and worshipping her. Miaolu's fame rose to the peak, and she was many times more famous than Tianyu. Some people even felt that Miaolu could defeat Tianyu and become the ruler of all gods. The various experts on the viewing platforms all praised Miaolu's performance, causing them to look quite shocked. The people from Miaolu's faction all smiled. Miaolu's performance made them feel quite proud, making their faction even more prestigious. By now, Tianyu, Hao Dao, and a few others had come over. Tianyu looked at Miaolu and said calmly, "You're very powerful." Miaolu gave a trace of a smile, "Of course, but it's not the final stage of the competition yet. Otherwise, we could fight right now to determine who is the strongest and become the ruler of the gods." The god realm had not reached the final stage, so even if they decided a victor, they would not be able to obtain the ruler of the gods. After all, the god realm seal was not the highest grade, the 9-colored god seal. Moreover, the final stage of the competition was when the secret realm gathered the godly realm's fate. Only then would the ruler of the gods be born. Miaolu had just gone through a major battle and had used up a lot of her strength. However, Tianyu did not want to take advantage of her. As the number one person in the godly realm, he had some pride. Hearing Miaolu's words, Tianyu's gaze turned to another person. It was Hao Dao, who had brought Lan Le here. Tianyu's expression became somewhat serious. "Perhaps the strongest person will not be born from either of us. There are many terrifying people hidden in the competition this time. Look at that person, don't you feel that he's very dangerous?" Hearing this, Miaolu turned to look at Hao Dao, who had walked over to the Tree King's side, and her expression became quite serious. Even though she had a Supreme Emperor star, she still felt an intense sense of danger. The Tree King's expression was quite unsightly and he was about to leave. As a holy son, losing to someone else was simply too shameful. However, at that moment, he saw a person come over and immediately looked quite shocked. Why had this person come to the godly realm? He knew how terrifying this person's identity was. Hao Dao gave a trace of a smile and asked, "You know me?" The Tree King's expression was somewhat respectful as he said, "With Sir's prestigious identity, how could I not know you?" Hao Dao said with a smile, "I have a good relationship with the young master of your sacred divine tree family. When I saw you unleash the sacred tree, I came over to take a look. Also, why are you here?" The Tree King had a fawning smile on his face as he replied, "My sister often mentions your matters in the celestial world, shocking us all. The reason I came here was because my sister suggested that I come here to see if I can obtain the master of the gods." Hao Dao chuckled and said, "So Shu Ling is your sister. No wonder I felt your aura was somewhat familiar." The Tree King was curious as to why he would appear here, so he asked, "Why are you here?" Hao Dao smiled and said, "This is a secret. Also, don't leak the news that I'm here and my identity. I don't want to cause any trouble here. After all, this is my master's hometown." The Tree King nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Although the two of them were conversing like normal people, countless people were shocked, and huge waves surged in their hearts. Oh my god, just what is that person's identity? Why is such a prestigious and terrifying saint so respectful in front of him? It seems like he's trying to curry favor with him. Then, this person's identity is even more terrifying than the saint's. And, this is too shocking. I can't even imagine what his identity is. Why is it that even the legendary saint has to be polite to him and doesn't dare to offend an existence like him? In my opinion, he might be someone from the celestial world, and he's not an ordinary person from the celestial world either. His identity might be extremely terrifying in the celestial world, which is why even a saint doesn't dare to offend him. It's very possible that the aura he's emitting is celestial energy. This is something that can only be obtained by living in a place with dense celestial energy. I think so too, because the last owner of the heaven and earth divine blade had long since brought it to the celestial world. Now that the heaven and earth divine blade has appeared in his hands, he must be someone from the celestial world. Didn't you hear what he said? This is his master's hometown, and he has the heaven and earth divine blade in his hands. Could his master be the last owner of the divine blade? This also explains why the divine blade is in his hands. What? After so many years, that terrifying existence still hasn't died? Originally, his power was so terrifying, and he killed many celestial-level existences. How terrifying is he now? I can't wait. Even such a terrifying existence has appeared in the competition of the Lord of Gods. The following battles will definitely be very intense. Even 2 Emperor Star possessors will feel great pressure when facing such an existence. Yes, the following battles will definitely be the most exciting and intense battles. At that time, other terrifying existences hidden in the crowd will also appear to fight for the Lord of Gods. At the side, Miao Lu and Tianyu also understood that Hao Dao's identity was extremely terrifying, and they felt great pressure in their hearts. This person was definitely their greatest competitor. Hao Dao felt their gazes and turned to look at them. He gave a friendly smile. I've heard some things about the 2 of you. Now that I've seen you with my own eyes, you 2 are indeed extraordinary people. Miao Lu and Tianyu didn't know Hao Dao's identity, but they didn't ask. After all, Hao Dao had said that he didn't want to reveal his identity. Tianyu replied calmly, "You're too courteous. You should be a bit more powerful than the 2 of us." Miao Lu looked at Hao Dao and smiled as she said, "When the final stages of the competition begin, I'd like to spar with Sir and see Sir's power." Hao Dao lightly laughed, "That's not a problem." By now, Xianxia and the others had arrived, and their eyes fell on the Tree King and Hao Dao. Miao Lu and Tianyu were quite familiar with each other, so they didn't need to look at them. However, the other 2 people were quite unfamiliar to them. One was a legendary holy sun, while the other was even more terrifying than the legendary holy suns. They were quite curious about their identities and wanted to see what was so special about them. Miao Lu slightly frowned. She knew that these women all belonged to Zhao Fu, and after not seeing them for a few days, their numbers had increased. He was a scum who only knew how to play with women. How could such a playboy be liked by so many women? Even though Xianxia and Yuchan were not as good as her, they were still peerless geniuses, and their looks were not inferior to hers. How could they choose such a scum? The thing that she couldn't accept the most was that Liu Li, who had always been by her side, actually liked such a bastard. Just what was so good about that kind of bastard? The Tree King looked at the many beautiful women, and their beautiful eyes looked at them with a trace of curiosity. He felt that they would be easy to subdue. With so many beautiful women, especially Xianxia, Yuchan, and Hua Ling, they were truly as beautiful as fairies. Even though Miao Lu was also as beautiful as a fairy, he couldn't beat her, so he didn't dare to have any thoughts about her. The Tree King said confidently, "I am a holy son from the half-immortal realm. As for this person's identity, it is inconvenient to reveal it, but his identity is far more terrifying than you can imagine. I will give you a chance now, serve us well, and you will receive unimaginable benefits." Xianxia was startled, and couldn't help but lightly laugh. "Is there something wrong with your head? What kind of women do you think we are? Also, we all have men." The Tree King was a bit angry. There was actually someone who dared to scold him. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have any strength right now, he would have directly taken action and subdued these women. Hearing that there were still men, the Tree King became even angrier. That man could have so many beauties, so he said, "Then who is your man? Call him out and let me see." Xianxia said impolitely, "Who do you think you are? Are our men someone you can see whenever you want? Also, your body doesn't have much strength right now. Do you believe that I won't teach you a lesson?" Everyone was in an uproar. Xianxia's temper was not to be trifled with. She actually dared to say that she would teach the legendary Holy Sun a lesson. The Tree King was infuriated, but he felt extremely sullen. His strength had not recovered yet, but he did not want to take this lying down. He took out a bottle of pills, wanting to eat it to recover some strength and teach this group of women a lesson. Don't be like this. Hao Dao interrupted the Tree King with a smile as he looked at the girls. Although he had never seen Xianxia before, he had seen Hua Ling before and understood whose women they were. Seeing that Hao Dao had spoken, the Tree King endured his anger and gave Hao Dao face, not doing anything else. However, even if he swallowed this bottle of pills, he would not be able to recover all of his strength. The other two were also peerless geniuses, and that Hua Ling was also very terrifying. If they fought, he might not be able to win. Hao Dao smiled and said to Xianxia, I like your personality a bit. Also, is he not with you guys? Facing Hao Dao's words, Xianxia understood that he knew Zhao Fu and replied indifferently, that guy has been busy obtaining the main god's inheritance land, so he didn't have the time to come and take a look. Boom, just as Xianxia finished speaking, a massive explosion sounded out as an orb giving off ghostly qi exploded out with a cold and powerful ghostly qi. It gave off an intense gray light and a shocking aura as it turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the gray orb exploded, causing a powerful wave of light to spread out. A massive wave of ghostly qi flowed out, and an eerie coldness spread out. There were 24 magic circles in the sky, and one of them gave off a gray light. It was as if the circle was filled with gray light. Now, there were only 4 circles that had yet to emit light. If all 4 spheres lit up, the final stage of the competition would begin. Everyone's attention was drawn to the huge spell formation in the sky. At that moment, Shikuan said, Husband, you've already obtained the sovereign god's legacy power. We're going back. All the women responded and were about to go back. Only now did the others come to their senses. Just now, Xianxia had said that this fellow had been busy acquiring sovereign's might. However, it just so happened that someone had obtained all of the legacy power and gave off a familiar aura, so everyone understood that it was another person who had obtained the overgod's legacy. No one was too surprised. After all, the stone statue had left behind a legacy power for him. It was hard not to feel envious of this treatment. Finally, Shikuan had unintentionally said that her husband had already obtained the overgod's legacy power. This proved that it had always been Zhao Fu who had continuously obtained the overgod's legacy power. He was the person who caused countless people in the secret realm to hate, fear, rage, and curse him. This was because he had shortened the competition time by many times, not giving them time to obtain treasures at all. Countless people were curious as to what kind of person he was, what abilities he had, and how he had been able to obtain the overgod's legacy land so quickly. Now, this person had finally appeared. Miao Lu looked at the women in shock and asked, It's always been that guy who has been continuously obtaining the overgod's legacy power? This was not a secret. It was just that the people in the secret realm did not know about it, but almost everyone outside the secret realm knew about it. Seeing Miao Lu's shocked expression, Xianxia lightly laughed, That's right. Now do you know how terrifying my man is? You can also become my man's woman, we won't mind. Now, Xianxia felt a trace of interest towards Miao Glaze. Thinking about conquering an Emperor Star possessor, the sense of accomplishment made her feel quite excited. Of course, she would not be the one to conquer him, she believed that Zhao Fu had the ability to do so. When the time came, she and Miao Lu could serve Zhao Fu together and enjoy the feeling of being an Emperor Star possessor. Miao Lu coldly harumphed, It's impossible for me to become his woman, who would like a playboy like him? Miss. Luli helplessly smiled and called out, she was one of the people who liked that bastard. Miao Lu came back to her senses and hurriedly said, Luli, you have to always stay by my side, don't be with someone like that. Luli smiled and nodded, I understand, miss, I'll always be by your side. A trace of a smile appeared on Miao Lu's face, but she felt quite shocked that Zhao Fu was the person who had continuously obtained legacy power. Just who was Zhao Fu for the stone statue to help him like this? Moreover, how could he fuse all of the overgod's legacy power? Even with the Supreme Emperor Star, she would not be able to do this. Apart from her, Tianyu also looked quite shocked. He had always wondered what kind of person that person was and why he could continuously obtain legacy power. Now, he finally understood. However, it seemed that apart from him, Miao Lu and Hao Dao had both seen that person before. Hao Dao also looked quite surprised. Even though he was not very interested in the Overgod's legacy power, he was quite curious about this person who had continuously obtained Overgod's legacy power. Just what kind of person was that person? He had never thought that that person would be Zhao Fu. Back then, he had only felt that Zhao Fu was very powerful and special, and it was very likely that he would be his greatest opponent. The pressure that Zhao Fu gave him was much greater than that of the two Emperor stars. Miaolu looked at Shen Qianhua and said, "You should know who that bastard is now, right?" Shen Qianhua smiled as she replied, "That's right, we all know who he is." Mie Glaze continued to ask, "Then tell us, what is that bastard's identity? Why is he able to obtain so much sovereign's might? Also, why are you following him and even falling in love with him?" Shen Qianhua wanted to say something. Yu Chan reminded, "It's best not to reveal this matter for now, in case it causes trouble for husband." Shen Qianhua smiled as she replied, "Chan I naturally understand this. Don't worry, I won't cause trouble for that fellow." Hearing this, Yu Chan did not say anything else. Shen Qianhua looked at Miao Lu and smiled as she said, "I want to know my man's identity. As long as you become his woman, you will naturally know his identity. Don't worry, he's definitely worthy of you." Miao Lu felt angry and said, "I already said that I can't become his woman. I don't have any feelings for him, and I even hate him." Shen Qianhua laughed, "Actually, no matter what, no matter if you like or hate me, as long as my man is interested in you, you will still become his woman in the end. I'll go back and tell him about this." Miao Lu said angrily, "Is that so?" "I'll go and see if he has the ability." Shen Qianhua smiled as she said, "You'll know when the time comes." Everyone looked somewhat disappointed because it was obvious that they could not casually reveal Zhao Fu's identity. From their tone, they could tell that Zhao Fu was someone with an extremely terrifying identity. This made everyone's hearts itch. They were clearly very curious and wanted to know his identity, but they were unwilling to say it. Miao Lu thought of what Luli had said to her before and said coldly, "That fellow has a holy bloodline, so he should be from the half-immortal world. Even if you don't want to say it, I can guess his identity." Tian Yu understood. Everyone knew that there were two powerful holy sons in the secret realm. He had already seen one before, which was the Tree King in front of him. His strength was indeed terrifying, but the other holy son's identity was extremely mysterious. So it was the person who had been continuously obtaining the Master God's power. It was understandable for such a person to continuously obtain Master God's power, as people with divine blood were all very terrifying. Hao Dao's expression did not change at all. He was not interested in holy sons, so he did not care about the two holy sons' information. Hearing Miao Lu's words, Shen Qianhua laughed and said, "You can keep guessing. No matter how hard you try, you won't be able to guess. Also, I've already said that as long as you become my man's woman, I'll tell you everything." Miao Lu replied somewhat angrily, "I also said that it's impossible for me to become his woman. Also, don't think that he's so great just because he has a divine bloodline. I just defeated a holy son." This made the Tree King, who was standing at the side, look a little embarrassed. He was the holy son who had been defeated by Miao Lu. Saying that in front of him was not giving him any face at all. Shen Qianhua said with a disdainful smile, "How can a holy son like him compare to my man?" When the Tree King heard this, he was really angry. After all, he was a legendary holy son, a holy son that countless people could not touch. Although his status was not comparable to Hao Dao's, he was far more terrifying than the Thearcha's son. However, this woman was actually looking down on him. "I want to see who that man is and if he's as terrifying as you say he is. When the time comes, it'll be a joke if he's not even as good as me," the Tree King said as he looked at Shen Qianhua angrily. Shen Qianhua said confidently, "You'll know when the time comes. It's impossible for him to hide his identity, and you'll all know who he is." Miao Lu frowned. From Shen Qianhua's tone, Zhao Fu was far more terrifying than an ordinary holy son, which gave her a lot of pressure. Moreover, Shen Qianhua said that she would not be able to guess Zhao Fu's identity no matter how hard she tried. Just what was Zhao Fu's identity? At that moment, Yu Chan said, "All right, don't make husband wait for too long. Let's not let my husband wait for too long. Let's go back." Xianxia smiled as she looked at Miao Lu and nodded, and the women left together. After the women left, the remaining people also left after saying a few words. Miao Lu brought Luli to a place to recover her strength. She had used up a lot of energy in this battle and needed a lot of time to recover. Tianyu left by himself and continued to increase his strength. Right now, he felt even more pressure, and he did not have much confidence in this competition of the gods. The Tree King left with Hao Dao. With Hao Dao's terrifying identity, the Tree King felt that he should establish a friendly relationship with him, so he tried to curry favor with Hao Dao. In another place, Zhao Fu had already come out of the inheritance grounds. After absorbing the powerful Ghost Master God's power, the 10,000 gods' power had become even more powerful. Now, there were only 4 Master Gods' power left, and as long as he fused them, the 10,000 gods' power would become a type of supreme power. Right now, Zhao Fu felt that he could not wait to know just how powerful the supreme power of the 10,000 god was. By now, the women had returned, and Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, "How did you all feel after watching the battle?" Yuchan smiled as she replied, "It was extremely intense and terrifying, as if it could destroy the world." One of the 2 people fighting was a holy sun and the other was the Emperor Star Possessor, Miao Lu. In the end, the one who won was Miao Lu. Zhao Fu felt quite startled. He had never thought that the Emperor Star Possessor and the Holy Sun would fight so early. This was to get rid of an opponent early. There should not be too many people participating in the final competition. There were only 3 of the top 10 geniuses left, and even though he did not know how many other terrifying figures there were, he felt that there would not be too many of them. With fewer competitors, Zhao Fu could avoid many battles. Xianxia went up and hugged Zhao Fu as she smiled and said, "Husband, I want to discuss something with you." This was the first time Xianxia had called him like this, and Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he asked, "What is it?" Xianxia smiled as she said, "I want you to subdue Miao Lu as well. Look at how beautiful she is and how she has an emperor star, she'll be of great help to you. You already have so many women, so you won't mind having one more." Zhao Fu looked at Xianxia and smiled as he said, "Why are you suddenly saying that? Don't tell me you're interested in her? Also, don't you like Yuchan?" Xianxia said flirtatiously, "Of course not, I'm just thinking about husband. Look at how beautiful Miao Lu is and how she has an emperor star. Husband, are you really not tempted? Don't you want to possess her? I can serve husband with her." Yuchan rolled her eyes at Xianxia and said, "Husband, don't listen to her. She has an emperor star and is on a completely different level from us. If you touch her, it will cause great trouble." Zhao Fu thought about it and smiled as he said, "I understand. Let's hurry up and find the core god's legacy land and put this matter aside for now. I want to fuse with all of my core god's power as soon as possible." Yuchan smiled and nodded. Xianxia looked at Yuchan with a trace of dissatisfaction. She wanted to teach her a lesson when they were intimate, and she liked how shy Yuchan looked in her embrace. Following this, everyone left and continued to search for the core god's legacy land. A few hours later, Zhao Fu's group arrived before a large mountain. Zhao Fu could sense ripples from the entrance to the legacy land within the mountain. The location was quite well hidden, and ordinary people would not be able to detect it at all. Right now, Zhao Fu's body had fused with the ocean goddess, so he was very sensitive to entrances to the legacy land. Zhao Fu took out the Sin Dragon sword and sent a massive wave of power into it. The Sin Dragon sword gave off countless traces of watery light and automatically flew out of Zhao Fu's hand, turning into an enormous water dragon that smashed forwards with great power. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the water dragon smashed into the mountain, smashing open a large hole, causing the mountain to tremble and countless boulders to tumble down. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and led his group into the large hole. They advanced through the hole and arrived at a very large region. There was nothing inside, only a gray-white orb of light in the air that gave off a powerful gravitational force. As Zhao Fu's group drew near, the orb of light gave off a powerful gravitational force that weighed down on their bodies. It was as if a mountain was weighing down on them, causing the ground to sink. However, this was not too difficult for Zhao Fu's group, and they were able to easily withstand the powerful gravitational force and fly into the gray-white orb of light. Within the legacy space, there were many hills, and there was almost no other terrain. At the center, there was a tall platform, and on it was a short but well-built young man. He was dressed in armor and held a hammer, and he gave off a shocking mountain-like aura. This was most likely a hill sovereign. Zhao Fu impatiently wanted to fuse with all of the sovereign's power, so he did not waste any time and turned into a ray of light as he shot forwards. Boom! An explosion sounded out as the sovereign statue gave off a powerful gray-white light. The ground around it violently trembled as massive hill giants climbed out, giving off shocking auras. After appearing, the hill giants gave off massive power as they charged at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression did not change at all as he gripped the Sin Dragon sword and continuously slashed out, sending out rays of sword light that sent the hill giants flying. One by one, the hill giants were sent flying. Their bodies shattered into countless rocks, and they stopped moving. After dealing with all the hill giants, Zhao Fu arrived before the hill statue. Lowering his head, the mountain master god sized up Zhao Fu with a pair of eyes. He then let out a grayish-white glow from his glabella as the power of mountains spread out. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a gray-white ray of light shot out from the center of Zhao Fu's forehead, giving off a massive aura as it landed on Zhao Fu's body. A massive mountain's power entered Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu closed his eyes and continued to absorb the mountain's power. Boom boom boom, one rumbling sound after another rang out non-stop as one stream of sovereign power after another entered Zhao Fu's body, while Zhao Fu continued to absorb it. Finally, after the stone statue had imparted all the power of inheritance, it slowly disappeared. Boom! A massive explosion rang out as that grayish-white ball of light burst forth with a formidable mountain's power, emitting an intense grayish-white glow. Bringing with it a formidable aura, it turned into a beam of light that shot out into the skies. Bam! A massive explosion rang out as the grayish-white ball of light exploded out, sending out a massive wave of light that spread out like a hot knife through butter. A frightening mountain's power covered the skies, causing everyone to feel a sense of pressure. There was a gigantic formation of 24 circles in the skies. One of them gave off a grayish-white glow, as though the entire circle was filled with grayish-white light. Right now, there were still 3 circles that had yet to give off any light. Everyone within the secret ground looked at the gigantic formation in the skies and felt that time was of the essence. There were still 3 Master Gods' legacy grounds that had yet to receive their power of legacy. However, given the strength of that single person, he would be able to obtain the remaining 3 Master Gods' power of legacy very quickly. The final competition of the gods was about to begin. Tianyu and the others felt quite excited because that was when the God Master would be decided. When that time came, all of the experts would appear, and all of the mysteries would be solved. The battles would become even more intense. On the other side, Zhao Fu opened his eyes and gave a trace of a smile. After absorbing the mountain god's legacy power, his 10,000 godly power had become even more powerful. This was because the final stage of the competition was about to begin, and the battles between ordinary people were becoming more and more intense. They wanted to use this last bit of time to obtain some treasures. However, they only had one chance, and if they missed it, they would not have another chance in the future. Even if they waited for another 9 years, it would be pointless. After all, everyone could only participate in the competition once, and even peerless geniuses were no exception. At that moment, 3 people were currently fighting within a historical remnant. There were 2 men and 1 woman. Both of the men had goat horns on their heads. One was well built but had an ugly face, while the other was tall and handsome. What's more, he was much more powerful than the other man. The ugly man was called Yang Zhang, while the handsome man was called Yang Wang. Both of them were shepherds, and even though one was ugly and the other was handsome, they were actually brothers. Yang Zhang was the older brother, and Yang Wang was the younger brother. The last woman also had a pair of goat horns on her head. She had long white hair, a beautiful face, and a graceful figure. She gave off an enchanting aura. Her name was Yang Jiao, and she was Yang Wang's wife. Currently, the 3 of them were killing a group of soldiers wearing silver white armor. They also had goat horns on their heads, and they gave off powerful godly power. Boom! An explosion sounded out as a tall shepherd who looked like a general held a large saber and gave off a powerful aura as he rushed over. Yang Wang immediately said, "Leave him to me. Big brother, Jiao Er, you two deal with the remaining soldiers." After saying this, Yang Wang held a spear and rushed at the general, and the two of them quickly started to fight. "Husband, be careful," Yang Jiao called out in concern before flirtatiously looking at Yang Zhang. This caused Yang Zhang's heart to tremble, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. The surrounding soldiers charged over, but they quickly hid their expressions and continued to kill them. Soon, they had killed all of the soldiers. The battle between Yang Wang and the shepherd general reached a critical moment, and the shepherd general slashed out a massive saber light, sending Yang Wang flying back. Yang Zhang immediately called out, "Brother, let me help you." Following this, Yang Zhang joined in the battle, and the two of them attacked the shepherd general together. The shepherd general slowly started to lose ground, and Yang Wang grasped an opportunity to pierce his chest with his spear, successfully killing the shepherd general. Yang Wang let out a sigh of relief. He had finally killed the shepherd general. Now, it was time to obtain the treasure. He had heard from his wife that there was an incredibly powerful treasure here, and if he could obtain it, it would be of great help to him. He wondered what that treasure looked like. A sharp sword suddenly pierced through his chest from his back, causing blood to fly everywhere. Yang Wang turned and looked at the person who had pierced through his chest, a look of shock on his face. That person was his big brother, Yang Zhang. He had never thought that his big brother would want to kill him, and he had never mistreated his big brother. He had collected all sorts of medicinal pills for him to raise his cultivation and had given him anything good. He had treated his big brother so well, so why would his big brother do such a thing? Yang Wang stared at his big brother in shock as a trace of blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. Yang Zhang ferociously pulled back his sword and Yang Wang's body fell to the ground, blood continuously flowing out. That attack had only heavily injured Yang Wang and had not killed him. Yang Wang did not feel angry and calmly looked at Yang Zhang as he said, "Why?" Yang Zhang savagely laughed as he said, "You're asking me why? I've wanted to kill you for a long time. Why do you have such great power, why do you look so handsome, and why do women like you so much? Why am I so ugly? Why don't I have talent like you? Why don't I have great power? Why do women hate me?" It could be said that Yang Zhang had always envied his little brother since he was young. Even though he could not blame his little brother, he hated him greatly and even wanted to kill him. If his little brother was also ugly, had no talent, and no women liked him, he would not have been jealous and would not have killed his little brother. Everything was his little brother's fault, and that was what Yang Zhang was thinking. Hearing his brother's words, Yang Wang didn't know what to say. He was powerless to change all of this. If he could, he would rather be ugly and have no aptitude than see the brother he respected and liked become so hideous and twisted, wanting to kill him. "Big brother, you've done well," Yang Jiao said as she walked over to Yang Zhang and looked at the heavily injured Yang Wang. Yang Zhang loudly laughed as he brought his little brother's wife into his embrace. Yang Zhang was incredibly infatuated with his little brother's flirtatious wife, and he really wanted to do it with her. He had peeped at her and his little brother a few times, and he knew that she was quite licentious. His little brother did not know about this, but Yang Jiao knew that he had peeped, so she had done it even more licentiously with his little brother. Yang Jiao did not resist and allowed Yang Zhang to hug her, and she even took the initiative to hug him. Yang Wang's expression became pained. He had never thought that his beloved wife would betray him and throw herself into his brother's arms. Yang Wang wasn't angry. He just looked at Yang Jiao in pain. "Why did you do this? You probably don't like my brother." Hearing this, Yang Zhang shouted angrily in his heart, "What do you mean you don't like me? Let me tell you the truth. Sister-in-law likes me just like that." As he spoke, Yang Zhang pressed Yang Jiao onto the ground and tore off her clothes. He wanted to have her in front of his little brother to prove that he had the ability to make women fall for him. At the same time, he wanted to take revenge on his little brother. Yang Jiao didn't resist and cooperated with Yang Zhang. Yang Zhang looked at the petite figure in front of him with a passionate gaze and his heartbeat quickened. He had wanted to do this for a long time, and today, he was finally going to violate this woman that he had been infatuated with for a long time. Yang Zhang smiled and was about to pounce on Yang Jiao. Pucci, a cold light flashed as a dagger stabbed into Yang Zhang's chest, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Yang Zhang held in pain as he retreated. He looked at Yang Jiao furiously and said, "Slut, what are you doing?" Yang Jiao wiped away the blood on her face and looked at Yang Zhang in disgust as she said, "Who's your little brother? Did you really think that I would like you? With your ugly appearance, you're not even fit to carry my shoes for me with your ordinary talent. Just looking at you makes me feel disgusted." Yang Zhang looked furious. "Slut, I'll kill you." Yang Zhang's expression was savage and filled with killing intent as he leapt at Yang Jiao. Her words caused Yang Zhang to feel incredibly furious. Yang Jiao coldly laughed and kicked Yang Zhang away, causing him to cough up a large mouthful of blood. He no longer had the strength to crawl up, but he still looked at Yang Jiao savagely, filled with killing intent. Lying by the side, Yang Wang suddenly understood, "You must have asked my big brother to kill me. Also, you said that there's a treasure here, just what is your goal for bringing us here?" Yang Jiao smiled as she said, "That's right. I asked that fool to do this, as for why, you'll find out in a bit." Yang Wang understood what was going to happen and he pleaded, "You can do anything to me, but please let my big brother live." Yang Zhang's heart trembled and he looked at his little brother in confusion. He had never thought that he would beg for mercy on his little brother's behalf even though he wanted to kill his little brother and take his woman. Yang Zhang's eyes became wet and he felt immense regret. However, Yang Jiao directly refused, "What I want is you two brothers, how could I let you off?" Yang Zhang furiously glared at Yang Jiao, "Slut, hurry up and let go of my little brother, otherwise, even if I become a malicious spirit, I won't let you off." Yang Jiao ignored Yang Zhang and stretched out a hand, giving off a formless energy as she grabbed the two brothers and brought them to an altar. The altar was tens of meters tall and 10 meters wide, and it was a square shape. There were two brass pillars at the center of the altar, and there were many pictures of stars and goats engraved on them, giving off a mysterious and profound aura. Yang Jiao used chains to tie the two brothers to the pillars, and Yang Wang's expression was quite unsightly. He had a bad premonition, and Yang Zhang furiously cursed at Yang Jiao, wanting to eat her up. Boom, however, Yang Jiao ignored her and stretched out a hand, sending a powerful energy into the two copper pillars. The two copper pillars looked as if they were being heated by fire and gave off a scorching heat. Arg, Yang Zhang and the other man's backs were pressed against the copper pillar. The immense heat caused their backs to be cooked, giving off sizzling sounds and white smoke. The fragrance of meat wafted through the air as the two of them struggled in pain. The two of them were godly spirits and would not die so easily. Their charred flesh continued to grow out, and the pain continued. Yang Jiao smiled as she looked at the two people howling in pain. Traces of blood-red aura continuously floated out of their bodies and fused into the copper pillars, causing them to give off a mysterious aura. "Kill me, hurry and kill me." Yang Zhang was unable to endure such intense pain and started to beg Yang Jiao to kill him. Yang Wang endured the pain and begged, "Yang Jiao, I'm begging you. For the sake of our past relationship, let my big brother go, I'm willing to do anything." Yang Jiao coldly laughed, "You've treated me quite well, but I became your wife just for this day. If it was anything else, I might agree, but letting him go is impossible." Arg, the temperature of the copper pillars continuously rose up, and even those standing a few meters away could feel the heat. Yang Zhang and Yang Wang felt as if their bodies were being roasted, and the intense pain made them feel like they were suffocating as they held. White smoke continuously rose up and sizzled as a meaty fragrance spread out. Following this, Yang Jiao controlled the copper pillars to create two strings of flames that flowed into the two people's bodies. Their bodies were being roasted both inside and out, causing them to howl even more bitterly. In the end, the two of them could not take it anymore and died. Their bodies were burned to dust, and a wave of power flowed into the copper pillars. Boom! Boom! Two massive explosions sounded out as the two copper pillars gave off terrifying power and intense light. They turned into two rays of light that shot into the sky, causing the sky to tremble as a formless energy spread out. Heaven and earth power continuously flowed into them, causing the sky to dim and clouds to swirl. Boom! Boom! Another two explosions sounded out as two red stars giving off massive might descended, giving off boundless red light. A shocking star power spread out, causing countless people in the surroundings to feel fear. A smile appeared on Yang Jiao's face. This was her goal. Going back to 2 years ago, she had found out about this secret from someone else and had started her plan. The two stars that appeared were called the Gemini stars, and they were extremely powerful stars. Possessing this kind of star would not only allow one to obtain extremely powerful star power, but they would also be able to revive once. For example, if she was killed and her body and soul were destroyed, she would have a chance to revive. This was because her soul had the Gemini star's abilities and could split into two souls. Normally, she could leave her other soul somewhere, and if anything happened to her main body, the other soul could bring her main body. Moreover, her various attributes would not weaken and would still be as powerful as before. This was because the Gemini star could transfer all of the main body's power after death. This was the Gemini star's most powerful ability. In order to summon the Gemini stars, one had to be blood-related brothers and have similar godheads. Only by using them as sacrifices could one summon them. 2 years ago, she had set Yang Wang and Yang Wang as her targets and had even become Yang Wang's wife in order to gain their trust. Yang Wang was much more powerful than her, and if she did not use any tricks, she would not be able to control him. As such, she had used his idiot big brother. Now, their souls were bound up in the copper pillars and were being roasted by countless flames until their souls dissipated. Of course, this was not what she cared about. Yang Jiao smiled and spread out her hands as she started to draw on the Gemini star's power. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the Gemini star gave off a powerful pillar of light that landed on Yang Jiao's body. Star energy continuously flowed into her body, and she could clearly sense that her power had become stronger and her constitution had changed. A while later, the Gemini star seemed to sense something terrifying, and they felt incredibly terrified. The power that the Gemini star's star was quickly weakened. Yang Jiao, who had closed her eyes to absorb the Gemini star's energy, opened her eyes curiously and saw a group of people in the sky. Standing at the very front was a young man wearing a cloak. Behind him were many beautiful women. Shockingly, there were even 2 exceptional geniuses, Xianxia and Yuchan. In, as, she, as if she, and she, as, she, and she, of a young as, she as, and, as. She as if, the as, she. And of Chen. What was this person's identity? What she did not know was that Zhao Fu had 6 Supreme Emperor stars. Just 1 Supreme Emperor star was enough to make the Gemini twins feel quite afraid, let alone Zhao Fu who had 6 Supreme Emperor stars. The Gemini twins felt that they were going to be scared to death. To it, 6 Emperor stars were existences that it could not touch, and it did not dare to stay in the same place as them. Zhao Fu had been attracted over by the abnormal signs from before, and he looked down at Yang Jiao. She was a powerful goat god and had good looks, and he gave a trace of a smile as he asked, "What's your name?" Yang Jiao felt quite terrified. Putting aside how terrifying Zhao Fu was, even Xianxia and Yuchan were people that she could not touch. As such, she obediently replied, "I'm called Yang Jiao." Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and said with a trace of might and domineeringness, "Come here." Yang Jiao did not know what Zhao Fu wanted to do, but she did not dare to resist. As such, she flew over to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu brought Yang Jiao into his embrace and kissed her. The 6 desires' demonic chi continuously flowed into her body, and Yang Jiao did not resist. Instead, she felt quite delighted and passionately responded to Zhao Fu. The 2 images on the copper pillars were being roasted by the flames, and seeing Yang Jiao being toyed with by Zhao Fu, Yang Zhang was incredibly furious and continuously cursed at Zhao Fu. It was as if Zhao Fu was toying with his woman. Yang Wang looked incredibly pained. No man would be happy to see his wife being toyed with by another man. However, the flames continuously roasted them, and their bodies became more and more hazy before finally disappearing. All of their soul energy had fused into the copper pillars. By now, Zhao Fu had let go of Yang Jiao. Yang Jiao smiled as she looked at Zhao Fu in infatuation. This was the man she wanted. He was powerful and charismatic, and she felt as if she had been conquered by him and was willing to listen to his orders. In comparison, her husband, Yang Wang, was nothing. Of course, she did not truly like him and was just using him. However, she now truly wanted to be this man's woman and receive his love and be toyed with by him. Zhao Fu looked at her and smiled as he asked, "What just happened?" Now that the Gemini star had disappeared, Zhao Fu felt quite curious and felt that they were not weak at all. Yang Jiao did not hide anything and told Zhao Fu everything. Of course, she did not tell him about the Yang brothers. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and went to the altar. He found that the two copper pillars' power was quite special and powerful. Zhao Fu also wanted to obtain the Gemini star's power, and he felt that it was quite good. However, the altar could not be used anymore, and it could only be used once every 100 years. Moreover, it could not be taken away, so Zhao Fu could not help but feel a bit disappointed. Zhao Fu looked at Yang Jiao and smiled. This time, his target was not the copper pillars but the young goddess in front of him. Out of the 12 zodiac goddesses, only the rabbit goddess was left. If he could find the rabbit goddess, the matter with the 12 zodiac goddesses would come to an end. After returning to Qin City, Zhao Fu would fuse the 12 zodiac goddesses' power with them, and the 12 zodiac goddesses would be born. Everyone continued to search for the entrance to the Legacy Land, and soon, Zhao Fu sensed an entrance to the Legacy Land. He came to a grassy area, but he could not find the entrance. Zhao Fu felt quite strange. He had sensed that there was an entrance here, so why could he not see it? Suddenly, Zhao Fu heard beautiful music in the sky. This music did not sound like it was played by a musical instrument, but it was made up of all sorts of sounds from nature. There was the sound of the wind, the sound of flowing streams, the sound of birds, and so on. This was most likely the Legacy Land of the music god. Since he could not find the entrance, did that mean that he needed someone who could play music to find it? Zhao Fu felt quite troubled because he did not understand music very well. Zhao Fu turned to look at the women beside him and asked, "Who understands music?" This is the entrance to the Legacy Land of the music god, and only someone who understands music can find it. Hearing this, the women all shook their heads. Most of them had only come into contact with music and did not understand it very well. If they wanted to find the entrance to the Legacy Land of the music god, they would need the music god's help. Seeing that none of them knew anything, Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed. He could only look for the sound of music, or else there would be no other way. Shirkuei smiled as she said, "Husband, perhaps we have a way." Zhao Fu asked in delight, "What method do you have? Tell me." Shirkuei smiled as she explained, "Don't forget that we're from time, and we can change the time in this region. I think we should use this music as a foundation to make time return to the last time the Legacy Land's entrance was opened." Zhao Fu thought about it and felt that it might work, but it would be quite difficult. As such, he smiled and nodded, "You can give it a try then. If it doesn't work, we'll go find the time god." Shirkuei smiled and nodded before coming to the front with Xianxia and Xianxia. The three of them formed a triangle, and there were 10 meters between them. Xianxia stood in the center because she represented time, while Shirkuei stood on the left and Xianxia stood on the right. Boom! 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 3 explosions sounded out as the 3 women stretched out their hands and powerful waves of time energy flowed out. The 3 waves of time energy fused together, giving off a massive wave of time energy, and the surrounding time seemed to slow down. Many time light wheels appeared, one after another. There were over 100 of them, and their auras were extremely shocking. Boom! The 3 women stretched out their hands and pressed down. A wave of time power flowed out and entered the countless wheels of light. The countless wheels of light quickly spun, and the time within the wheels of light quickly retreated. Illusory scenes appeared and flashed by like shadows of light. Suddenly, an image appeared within the countless light wheels. It was an extremely handsome young man dressed in white and holding a bamboo flute. There was flute music around him and he gave off a powerful aura. He was most likely a time god. Zhao Fu was a little surprised to see this. Shi and the other 2 had used their time reversal ability to condense the previous entrance to the music land of inheritance. However, this figure was blurry. It was not a real entity, nor was it the time god from before. Instead, it was something similar to an afterimage. Boom! The 3 women stretched out their hands again and again, and the countless light wheels quickly shrank before fusing with the illusory figure's body. The illusory figure's body immediately became solid. Shi and the other 2 women said simultaneously, "Find the entrance to the music god's legacy land." Hearing this, the young man flew into the air and picked up his bamboo flute and started to play it, causing a melodious flute sound to ring out. A powerful wave of time power flowed out in the air and a pink orb of light appeared, giving off countless rays of pink light. This was most likely the entrance to the legacy land. The three goddesses stopped their time power and the young man's body disappeared. Shiyi smiled as he said, "We found the entrance to the legacy land." Jiaofu smiled as he said, "It's all thanks to you three. I'll reward you well in the future." The three women happily nodded. Following this, Jiaofu led the others into the orb of light and arrived at the legacy space. There were all sorts of musical instruments floating in the air. There were flutes, guqin, zither, pipa, eru, flute, drums, and so on. All of them gave off a faint light and played moving music. This was most likely a holy land for musical instruments. However, Jiaofu was not interested and looked at a statue at the center of the stone stage. This statue was of a woman wearing a palace dress and a veil. She had a graceful figure and carried a guqin on her back, and she gave off a powerful godly spirit aura. Jiaofu directly flew forwards. Clang, a sound wave containing immense power slashed towards Jiaofu, and Jiaofu took out a sword and vigorously slashed out, dissipating the sound wave as he continued forwards. Clang, 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 the sound waves were like formless blades of air that continuously slashed towards Jiaofu. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them all. The sounds they gave off were also quite shocking. Jiaofu directly sent a powerful wave of power into the sword in his hand, causing it to give off a powerful sword light. A shocking sword energy spread out, and Jiaofu vigorously swung out, causing a massive sword light to slash out with destructive power. Boom, the terrifying sword light dissipated all of the sound waves, resulting in a massive explosion. A wave of energy blasted out like a wild gale, causing people to feel terror. After dealing with the sound waves, Jiaofu came before the stone statue. Now, it was up to the stone statue to see if it would give him a legacy power, as Jiaofu did not understand music at all. The stone statue's gaze fell on Jiaofu's body and it frowned, as if it did not like Jiaofu. Jiaofu could not help but feel worried. Boom, an explosion rang out as the stone statue's forehead shone with a pink light, and a powerful surge of divine power flowed out. Jiaofu let out a sigh of relief. This stone statue seemed to be the same as the other stone statues. Even though it did not like Jiaofu, it still wanted to give Jiaofu a legacy power. Boom, an explosion once again rang out as the stone statue shot out a pink ray of light that landed on Jiaofu's body with a powerful aura, and a powerful surge of sovereign power flowed out of Jiaofu's body. Jiaofu could sense how powerful the music sovereign's power was, and he closed his eyes, focusing on absorbing the sovereign power. Because his body had already fused with quite a bit of sovereign power, Jiaofu was able to quickly absorb this surge of power. Following this, one explosion after another rang out as the sovereign stone statue poured all of its legacy power into Jiaofu's body. Following this, the stone statue's power and aura began to dissipate before disappearing as well. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the pink light in the sky gave off shocking power. It gave off an intense pink light and a powerful aura as it turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky. Asterisk bang. Asterisk with a loud sound, the pink sphere exploded, and a pink wave of light spread out with a powerful aura. Countless sounds of music rang out in the sky. In the sky, there were 24 circles. One of them emitted a pink light, as though the circle was filled with pink light. Now, only 2 circles did not emit any light. F***ck. That's fast. I only received the legacy a few hours ago. I thought I would have to wait for a day. I didn't expect to receive the legacy of a sovereign so quickly. How did that person do it? Yeah. I feel like it's much faster than before. Now, there are only 2 sovereigns' legacy left. Let's get ready to leave. The final stage of the competition is about to begin. Alas, what a pity. In the final stage of the competition, all the experts will appear and engage in fierce battles. I feel like staying here and watching for myself will be very shocking. Alright. Don't talk about this. You can interfere with the matters of those important figures. I think we should all get ready to leave. I didn't get anything good in this competition of gods. Right. I feel so angry. It's all that person's fault for starting the competition so early, causing us to not get many good things. But we can't afford to offend that person. Now that we are at the final stage, we will soon find out who that person is. Zhao Fu opened his eyes. He had just absorbed the powerful musical sovereign's power. He could feel that the 10,000 deities' power was almost at its limit. It had a terrifying power that could easily destroy everything. At the same time, Zhao Fu's body had changed slightly. His body and bloodline had improved slightly, and he had gained some abilities related to music. Right now, he was still missing 2 types of sovereign's power. Right now, the 10,000 deities' power had reached a limit. If he could fuse the last 2 types of sovereign's power, the 10,000 deities' power might very well break through that limit and transform. Zhao Fu did not waste any time. He was very much looking forward to the transformation that the 10,000 deities' power would undergo after fusing with all of the sovereign's power. Thus, he led the others to continue searching for the sovereign's legacy. However, now that they were at the final stage, the last 2 legacy lands were rather hard to find. Zhao Fu followed his senses and arrived in front of a city. This city was quite big, and there were all sorts of people on the streets. The scene was quite lively, but this was not a real city and was instead an illusion. Similarly, Zhao Fu did not find the entrance when he came here. Fortunately, Zhao Fu had the ability to deal with illusions. He would not be as helpless as he was at the entrance to the land of music inheritance. A wave of power entered the glassy pupil in his left eye, and the glassy pupil immediately shot out countless rays of glassy light. The scene in front of him immediately changed, and the city became blurry and did not seem as real as before. Zhao Fu looked at the deepest part of the city and found a white ball. That should be the entrance to the land of inheritance. After that, Zhao Fu and the others were not surprised. He entered the land of inheritance directly. This was most likely the land of inheritance of an illusion sovereign god. The sky was filled with all sorts of illusions, such as fish swimming in the ocean, people walking in the desert, and wild beasts walking in the forest. There was a stone statue in front of Zhao Fu. It was a skinny young man wearing a long robe and holding a magic staff that gave off powerful divine power. Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and shot forwards. The stone statue gave off a massive illusory power that spread out in all directions. The surroundings started to change, turning into a demonic abyss. The sky was blood red, and the ground was dark. Countless demons roared as they rushed over. Zhao Fu's expression did not change. He once again sent power into the glassy pupil, and all of the illusions disappeared. With the glassy pupil, Zhao Fu did not fear any illusions. Zhao Fu came before the stone statue, and the stone statue gave off a trace of a smile. Its forehead gave off boundless light, and a powerful illusory power spread out. Boom! A massive explosion rang out as a white ray of light shot out from the stone statue's forehead, landing on Zhao Fu's body with great force. That massive amount of sovereign power continuously flowed into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu had a solemn look on his face as he absorbed that surge of sovereign power. Because the 10,000 deities' power had already reached a limit, it would be very difficult for him to fuse any more divine power into it. Boom, boom. Boom, rays of light continuously shot out from the stone statue's forehead, and the legacy power continuously flowed into Zhao Fu's body. Finally, the stone statue disappeared. Zhao Fu stood where he was and refined the divine power. His body gave off strands of rainbow-colored 10,000 deities' power, and a formless might spread out. The space around him started to crack, and black lightning continuously flashed out. Sensing this 10,000 deities' power, the women could not help but feel some fear. Their hairs all stood on end, and their power seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force. This was how powerful the 10,000 deities' power was, and it was given out automatically. Zhao Fu did not personally use it, otherwise, it would be even more terrifying. Boom! Outside the legacy land, a massive explosion sounded out as a white orb of light exploded out with an enormous amount of power. It gave off countless rays of white light and gave off a powerful aura as it turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky. Bang! An enormous explosion rang out as the white orb exploded, and a powerful wave of light spread out like a hot knife through butter. An enormous wave of illusionary power spread out in all directions, and some illusions appeared in the sky. In the sky, there was an enormous 24 circular magic formation, and one of them gave off a white light, making it seem as though the circle was filled with white light. Right now, there was still one circle that had yet to give off any light. Zhao Fu had also fused the illusion sovereign's divine power into the 10,000 deities' power, and he felt that even the heavens and the earth were unable to withstand such terrifying power. The 10,000 deities' power, which had already been at its limit, had now fused with another type of sovereign power. It was almost at its limit, and it felt as though it would explode at the slightest touch. Right now, it was just lacking that last bit of sovereign power. Zhao Fu had a smile on his face as he led everyone away, continuing to search for the sovereign legacy land. A few hours later, Zhao Fu sensed another sovereign legacy power. The entrance to this legacy land was buried deep underground, and it gave off traces of deathly aura. If Zhao Fu had not fused with the ocean goddess, he might not have been able to discover this entrance. Zhao Fu directly dug a tunnel that led underground, and after an hour or so, he finally arrived at a large cave. Within it, there was a gray orb of light that was surrounded by a massive deathly aura. It was most likely a death sovereign. When Zhao Fu got close, the gray orb of light gave off a powerful deathly aura that corroded Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's life force to quickly fade. Zhao Fu released a defensive barrier, easily blocking this deathly aura, before leading his people into the legacy ground. The sky within the legacy ground was gray, and the ground was covered with countless white bones. The surroundings were completely silent, and there was an aura of death everywhere, making people's hairs stand on end. There was a stage in front of them, and on it was a stone statue of a skinny old man. He wore a long robe and held a sickle, and he gave off a powerful deathly aura. Zhao Fu walked forwards. Boom! An explosion sounded out as the stone statue gave off boundless gray light, and a massive deathly aura flowed out. Countless wandering souls appeared in the surroundings, men, women, elderly, children, and of different races. There were many wandering souls, and they were so densely packed that it was impossible to count them all. They gave off a massive deathly aura as they flooded towards Zhao Fu, giving off a shocking aura. Zhao Fu took out the slaughtering ghost sword and sent a massive wave of power into it. The slaughtering ghost sword gave off countless traces of ghostly qi, and powerful evil ghosts appeared. Xing, Zhao Fu swung the sword in his hand, and the countless evil ghosts around him gave off powerful auras as they ferociously charged at the countless wandering souls. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the countless evil ghosts and wandering souls clashed. The evil ghosts were clearly more powerful, and they were able to tear apart a few wandering souls with a single claw and devour quite a few wandering souls with a single bite. In the end, the countless wandering souls were dealt with by the evil ghosts, and Zhao Fu held the slaughtering ghost sword as he came before the stone statue. Zhao Fu looked at the stone statue in front of him, feeling quite nervous. This was the final god stone statue, and the final stage of the competition was about to begin. After he fused with the final god's power, his 10,000 godly power would go through a final transformation. The stone statue lowered its head and looked at Zhao Fu, and its forehead started to shine with gray light as a deathly aura spread out. Boom! An explosion sounded out as a gray ray of light giving off a massive aura landed on Zhao Fu's body, and a massive amount of deathly aura continuously flowed into him. Zhao Fu's expression immediately became serious, and he closed his eyes as he began to absorb this deathly god's power. Boom, 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 boom. Massive explosions continuously sounded out as gray rays of light containing immense deathly power continuously shot out from between Zhao Fu's eyebrows and landed on Zhao Fu's body, continuously sending deathly power into Zhao Fu's body. Right now, Zhao Fu was only absorbing the power of the Death Master God into his body. He did not fuse it with the power of the 10,000 gods. As mentioned earlier, the 10,000 gods' power had reached a critical point. It was like a bomb that could explode at the slightest touch, so they had to be careful. Zhao Fu planned to first absorb the power of the 10 over-god inheritances, then fuse them together with the 10,000 deities' power. Boom! A final explosion sounded out as the stone statue shot out a ray of light that gave off a massive aura and landed on Zhao Fu's body, sending a wave of death god power into Zhao Fu's body. After the stone statue was infused with all the inheritance power, the aura it emitted started to slowly disappear. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the gray orb of light exploded out with a massive deathly power and gave off an intense gray-white light. It gave off a shocking aura as it turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the gray orb exploded, causing a gray wave of light to spread out. A deathly power spread out in all directions, causing people to feel a chill. In the sky, there was a massive magic formation with 24 circles, and one of them gave off a gray light as if the circle was filled with gray light. Now, all of the circles in the magic formation gave off different lights. Hearing this huge roar, countless people in the mystic realm looked up at the huge array in the sky. What was supposed to come had finally come. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the 24 circles gave off different intense lights. The massive magic formation quickly spun and a heaven-toppling wave of god power flooded out from it, covering the entire secret realm. Countless people felt their bodies sink and their hairs stand on end as they felt incredibly afraid. Boom, a massive explosion once again sounded out as the massive magic formation gave off an enormous rainbow-colored pillar of light. The heavens and earth quickly gathered as buildings gradually appeared within the massive pillar of light. This building looked like a divine throne, and it was situated in mid-air. There were steps leading to the highest point, and there were all sorts of statues on both sides. There was a muscular man holding a large saber, a seductive woman, a gloomy old man, and all sorts of wild beasts and plants. At the very top was a massive throne that was 10,000 meters tall. It was made of gold and gave off a bright golden light and a massive aura. This throne was the throne of the God King, and only the God King had the right to sit on it and receive the respect and worship of countless people. Everyone looked at the huge throne in the sky in astonishment. They couldn't help but feel excited in their hearts. Boom, at that moment, a massive explosion once again sounded out as the massive magic formation once again sent down 24 pillars of light, and 24 1,000-meter-tall stone statues appeared on the ground. The 24 stone statues gave off different lights and massive auras, causing the entire secret realm to feel quite oppressive. Suddenly, the 24 stone statues' foreheads gave off intense light as 24 figures walked out. Their appearances and auras were exactly the same as the stone statues. They were the 24 god kings from back then. However, the ocean goddess expression was quite wooden because this was the ocean goddess that the stone statues had condensed from their own power. The real ocean goddess had already entered Zhao Fu's body. Everyone looked at the scene before them in shock. What's going on? This had never happened before. Before this, the final trial of the competition of the gods would begin immediately after the throne of the Lord of Gods had fallen. Why were there 24 stone statues now? Everyone felt quite confused because this had never happened before. They could not guess what would happen next, and they stared at the 24 stone statues, wanting to know what would happen next. Boom, boom. Boom, the 24 God King images stretched out their hands and massive waves of God King's power shot towards the massive magic formation in the sky. The massive magic formation gave off a terrifying divine power that covered the heavens and earth. At the center of the magic formation, a circular hole giving off white light gradually appeared, and a massive God King's aura flowed out from it. Countless people were shocked when they sensed the aura. Heavens! This is the aura of the first God Lord. What's going on? Why did the first God Lord's aura appear? What's in that cave? It's a pity we can't enter. I think it's most likely a legacy land left behind by the first God Lord. The 24 God Lords all have legacy lands, so it's understandable that the strongest God Lord would have a legacy land. That's hard to say, we've never heard of the first God Lord leaving behind a legacy land. Moreover, so many years have passed, so why did the first God Lord's legacy land only appear now? That's right, I'm also curious, if this really is a God Lord's legacy land, why did it only appear now? The secret realm exists to nurture geniuses for the God race, and the God Lord's legacy should appear like the other God Lord's legacies. That's right, a God Lord's aura does not necessarily mean it's a legacy land, perhaps it's something else. Now that you say it, I understand. Didn't the first God Lord disappear a long time ago? It's also said that he died from the backlash of the heaven and earth fate. Could the first God Lord's corpse be buried there? It's very likely to be true. If it's the tomb of the first generation Lord God, then everything makes sense. However, I'm curious, if it's the God Lord's tomb, why did it suddenly open after so many years? That's quite strange. That's right, if it's the first God Lord's tomb, why did it suddenly open? There must be a reason. I feel that it must be caused by that cloaked brat because he fused 24 God Lords' power. After so many years, only he has been able to do this, which is why the God Lord's tomb has opened. that makes sense. Now, I really want to know just who that boy is and why he has such power. I suspect that he's the legendary second king of kings, Zhao Fu said as he looked at Zhao Fu. Ha ha ha, I think so too. The second king of kings is an anomaly, he can do many things that others can't, he's definitely a monster. The second king of kings has 6 supreme emperor stars and is only 3 away from having all of the race's emperor stars. This is simply unimaginable, and this matter has shaken the entire half-celestial world. They are also paying great attention to this matter. That's right, those aren't ordinary stars but 6 supreme emperor stars. I dare to say that the legendary celestial world definitely doesn't have such terrifying figures. Ha ha ha, even the celestial world hasn't given birth to a monster, yet our heaven-awakened world has one. Perhaps something shocking will happen in the future. What you're saying is nonsense. In reality, it would be strange if such a terrifying person didn't cause an earth-shattering incident. For example, is the incident he's causing small? To be honest, I do admire him. If I can't befriend such a person, then I will definitely kill him. Wait, I feel that things are not that simple. Maybe he did not cause the opening of the god's tomb. Don't forget that there is another person who is closely related to the Divine Master. The first owner of the heaven and earth divine blade in that person's hand was the Divine Master. Yes. I also support this view. That person's identity seems to be even more terrifying than the person in the cloak. Even the Holy Sun has to be polite in front of him, not daring to offend him. Can you imagine how terrifying he is? You guys can argue first. Let's see how things develop now. The power of the first-generation Godmaster is even more terrifying than the 24 main gods. If he didn't lead the Protoss army to resist back then, we wouldn't have any hope of winning. I admire this great man very much. Yes, it's useless for you to argue about this. Whether it's the land of inheritance or the tomb of the god of sin, it will be revealed later. At that time, we will know who is right and who is wrong. I also admire the first God Lord very much. That hole is located right above the throne of the Master of Gods. I'm afraid that only those who have become the Master of Gods can enter. Not just anyone can enter. Now, it all depends on who can become the Master of Gods. At this time, not only were the people outside the secret realm shocked, but the countless people inside the secret realm were even more shocked. They came out to see this scene with their own eyes, and they could also feel the terrifying power of the Master of Gods. In front of that power, they felt insignificant, like ants standing in front of a mountain. Moreover, their power and bloodline were also very afraid, and they wanted to surrender and kneel down. Their hearts seemed to be devoutly worshipping this kind of power. Tianyu and Miaolu also did not expect such a thing to happen. This time, not only did many mysterious and terrifying people join the Master of Gods, but there were also many unforeseen events. Looking at the white hole that appeared in the center of the spell formation, both of them were more curious about what was inside. However, since only the Master of Gods could enter, they could not help but feel a little expectant. As the owners of the Imperial Star, in the hearts of countless people, they were the most promising people to become the Master of Gods. Hao Dao revealed a trace of a smile. His goal in coming to the secret realm was for this, and he was not very interested in the Master of Gods. Feeling the terrifying power of the Master of Gods, Hao Dao understood how powerful the previous Master of Gods was. His master was not wrong at all, and the first owner of the heaven and earth divine blade in his hand was the Master of Gods. Now, he could be said to be a small part of the Master of God's successor, and he had a significant relationship with the Master of Gods. This time, Hao Dao's goal was also to inherit all of the Master of God's inheritance, so that his power could improve further. As for the appearance of the light hole, he indeed had his own reasons. This was because he knew that there were 3 conditions for the light hole to appear, and one of them was that the heaven and earth divine blade must be in the secret realm. Without the heaven and earth divine blade, it would be impossible for the light hole to appear. The other 2 conditions were that someone must obtain all of the power of the 24 masters. Hao Dao was originally a little worried about this, because it required all of the power of inheritance from the 24 stone statues. Although there were people who obtained the power of inheritance from the 24 Master of Gods, they did not obtain all of it. Fortunately, this time a person appeared, and all of the power of inheritance was passed down, so he did not have to worry about this anymore. The last condition was that someone with a very large amount of fate must be in the secret realm, and he could fulfill this condition. Now that the 3 conditions were met, the light hole naturally appeared, but now, one had to obtain the Master of Gods to be able to come into contact with the light hole, so Hao Dao could only go and obtain the Master of Gods. Hao Dao was quite confident about this, even if he encountered 2 owners of the Imperial Star. His power had already exceeded the imagination of ordinary sons of gods, and he was very famous in the celestial realm. However, at that moment, a person's figure appeared in his mind. His expression became serious, and he no longer felt that intense confidence. That person was naturally Zhao Fu. Out of all the people he had met, Zhao Fu gave him the most pressure. He believed that Zhao Fu's identity was not simple, and that he was his greatest opponent. Looking at the sky, after the white hole appeared, the abnormal signs calmed down. The 24 god lords' figures disappeared, and the terrifying might in the sky slowly disappeared. The final scene was a huge magic circle slowly rotating in the sky. There was a white hole in the center that emitted a bright white light. Below it was a huge throne of the Lord of Gods. This throne had already landed on the ground, and around it were 24 statues of the Lord of Gods. They were spread out in a circle with it as the center. It was still covered by a massive power, and no one could go near it. Only the person who became the Master of Gods could enter. System announcement. The final stage of the Master of Gods trial has begun. All those whose God's marks have not reached violet grade will be forcibly teleported to the secret realm. This system announcement sounded out in countless people's minds. Before they could react, a wave of energy wrapped around them and teleported them out. The originally spacious platform was instantly filled with people. Everyone felt quite surprised. They had thought that they could stay in the land of gods as long as they were at gold grade, but they had never thought that the difficulty would increase and 99.9% of the people would be eliminated. Now, there were at most 300 or so people in the secret realm. Before entering the secret realm, there had been at least a few million people, but now there were only a few hundred. There were less than 10 people who had a chance of becoming the Master of Gods. After all, those who had been defeated by others had no chance of becoming the Master of Gods. Those who remained in the secret realm let out a sigh of relief. As long as the Master of Gods trial did not end, they could continue to stay here. They knew very well that they could not compete with those peerless geniuses for the Master of Gods title, so they could only use this period of time to continue to obtain treasures or legacy power. Those who had been teleported out could not help but feel a bit disappointed. However, because they had mentally prepared themselves, their emotions did not fluctuate too much. Now, their eyes were all focused on the mirror. Next, they would be watching the battles between the peerless geniuses. They were very excited to see who would become this year's Master of the Gods. This year's competition was different from the previous ones. It was much more difficult. There were many powerhouses, and there were many unforeseen events. Whoever could obtain the title of Master of Pantheon would definitely be an amazing person. In the underground Death God's inheritance ground, Zhao Fu sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. He was wholeheartedly integrating the Death God's inheritance power into the myriad deities' power. This process was very difficult. At this time, the 10,000 god power had already reached a critical point. Zhao Fu needed to fuse the Death God power bit by bit into it. Suddenly, waves of terrifying divine power surged out from Zhao Fu's body, forming wild gales that blew outwards. The ground began to crack. The women also understood that Zhao Fu was at a critical moment, so they did not dare to disturb him and retreated far away. Within Zhao Fu's body, traces of the Death God's inheritance power continuously fused into the divinity in Zhao Fu's mind. That wave of divine power just then was a type of power that the divinity automatically gave off, and it was incredibly dangerous. As Zhao Fu continuously fused the Death God's inheritance power into the divine power that the divinity gave off became more and more powerful. Intense gales continuously blew out, and the ground continuously cracked. The temperature plummeted, making it seem like a world of ice and snow. Zhao Fu slowly sent the last trace of the Death God's inheritance power into the divinity. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as countless rainbow-colored lights shot out from Zhao Fu's body. An extremely terrifying divine power exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, and everything within 10,000 meters, including bones, ground, rocks, and grass, instantly shattered. Countless fragments shot everywhere like rain, and even Xianxia and the other women in the distance were affected. They immediately unleashed defensive barriers to defend. At the same time, sensing that wave of divine power, their bodies, souls, and bloodlines all felt a sense of fear. That power was far above theirs, and it greatly suppressed them. It was a power that they feared. At that moment, Zhao Fu sat cross-legged in the air, his body giving off rainbow-colored light. His long black hair became rainbow-colored, and a rainbow-colored 10,000 god seal appeared on his forehead, and rainbow-colored divine runes descended from it. Zhao Fu slowly opened his eyes, which shot out 2 rays of rainbow-colored light. The whites of his eyes also became rainbow-colored, and there were faint divine runes within them. The divinity in Zhao Fu's mind was no longer black and gave off demonic light, but rainbow-colored and gave off a wave of 10,000 gods' power. However, there was not much joy on Zhao Fu's face. Even though Zhao Fu's 10,000 gods' power was very powerful and had gone through changes, it was only in a half-transformed state and had not completely transformed. If Zhao Fu wanted his 10,000 gods' power to completely transform, he would most likely need an extremely powerful divine power. Only then would his 10,000 gods' power be the true 10,000 gods' power. However, the transformed 10,000 gods' power had greatly increased Zhao Fu's constitution and power, and his bloodline now had a trace of the 10,000 gods' bloodline. Boom, God Kerr, who was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak, felt a massive wave of power enter his body, and he gave off a massive divine might that covered the heavens and earth, causing the heavens and earth to tremble in fear. God Kerr could not help but loudly laugh. That person's power had once again started to transform. This gave him great benefits, causing his bloodline, power, and constitution to go through changes. Now that he sensed how terrifying that power was, God Kerr felt even more confident in challenging the person with the Emperor Star. As long as he had a Supreme Emperor Star, he would not have to fear that person anymore. He did not believe that he would not be a match for that person even with a Supreme Emperor Star. If he could devour that person, he would definitely become the most powerful expert in the godly world, and he would be many times more terrifying than Tianyu. Now, God Kerr was sure that that person was not in the secret realm because that person's power had gone through such a massive change. He could definitely sense it, but he could not sense it at all, which meant that that person was not in the secret realm. God Kerr finally relaxed and did not worry about that person appearing in the secret realm. At the same time, he focused on challenging the person with the Emperor Star and obtaining the title of the ruler of all gods. What God Kerr did not know was that Zhao Fu was already in the secret realm. The celestial concealment medallion on him was so powerful that he could not sense anything. However, the competition was reaching its final stages, and the two of them would soon meet. When that time came, who knew what kind of sparks would fly? Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as God Kerr's pitchfork shot out with terrifying force, piercing through a massive crocodile. Blood flew everywhere, and the crocodile immediately died. God Kerr gave a trace of a smile and grabbed at the air. A blue godhood floated out from the crocodile's corpse and flew into God Kerr's hand. Now that it knew that that person was no longer in the secret realm, God Kerr became much more relaxed. A burly man with blood-red hair and a coarse-looking face came over and coldly looked at God Kerr condescendingly as he said, "You're the so-called third-ranked genius?" This person was Beast War, from the 10,000 Divine Beasts faction. This faction had been in hiding for a long time and was preparing to become a saint-grade faction. It was even more powerful than the Demon God Emperor. God Kerr frowned. This was the first time someone had dared to speak to it like this, and he said in a domineering and arrogant tone, "I am, who do you think you are?" A trace of anger appeared on Beast War's face as he said, "You're seeking death. I'll start with you and then challenge the possessor of the Emperor Star." Boom, a massive wave of power exploded out from Beast War's body, and his body gave off boundless white light as a powerful might covered the surroundings. God Kerr coldly laughed as it said, "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Boom, a massive wave of power exploded out from God Kerr's body, and its body gave off boundless demonic light as a terrifying demonic might spread out. Beast War took out a large saber and gave off shocking power as he rushed towards God Kerr. God Kerr stretched out its hand, and the pitchfork returned to its hand from the crocodile's corpse. It gave off a powerful aura as it rushed towards Beast War. Xing, Beast War's saber slashed towards God Kerr, and God Kerr vigorously slashed out with its pitchfork. The two attacks collided, causing countless sparks to fly out. Beast War retreated and sent a powerful wave of power into his saber, causing it to give off an intense saber light. He vigorously slashed out, causing a massive saber light to fly towards God Kerr. God Kerr's wings flapped, and it turned into a blur as it dodged to the side, avoiding Beast War's attack and rushing towards Beast War. Beast War coldly smiled as he raised his saber, causing it to give off an intense saber light and a terrifying saber aura. Boom! Beast Warrior slashed down with his saber and a massive saber light containing terrifying power slashed down. It seemed as if it could destroy everything. Kerr's gaze was cold, and he did not choose to dodge. He sent some of his power into his pitchfork, causing it to give off an intense demonic light. He vigorously swung it, causing a massive black crescent blade to slash forwards with immense power. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the terrifying saber light and crescent moon blade collided. The saber light split the black crescent moon blade in half, and it continued to ferociously slash towards God Kerr. God Kerr's body dodged to the side, immediately avoiding this attack, and it once again struck out with its pitchfork. Xiao! 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 3 black beams of light shot out from the pitchfork, bringing with them a sharp power as they flew forward. They were extremely fast, streaking across the sky. Shozhan used his saber to block the 3 incoming black beams of light. Boom! Suddenly, God Kerr appeared in front of him, raised its pitchfork, and smashed it towards Beast War with immense power. Bestial War's expression changed, and he continued to use his saber to block. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the pitchfork smashed against the saber, and Beast War was forced back 5 or 6 meters before stopping. God Kerr gave a mocking smile as it said, "Looks like you're only SOSO, and yet you dare to act so arrogantly in front of me." Boom! Beast War was infuriated, and a massive pale white aura flame appeared around his body as a massive pale white tiger appeared on the star. It gave a massive roar and gave off a ferocious aura as it rushed towards God Kerr. God Kerr sent some of its power into the pitchfork, causing it to give off a demonic light as a gigantic pitchfork image appeared. God Kerr gripped its pitchfork and stabbed forwards, and the pitchfork image gave off shocking power as it stabbed out like lightning, instantly piercing through the pale white tiger. Bang! The pale white tiger exploded, causing countless pale white auras to scatter in all directions as a massive wind blew out. Roar! 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 3 massive roars sounded out as 3 more ferocious pale white tigers rushed out from Beast War's body, giving off powerful auras as they pounced towards God Kerr from the left, right, and center. God Kerr felt quite startled, and it stretched out a hand. A massive wave of power flowed out as a massive shield with a demon picture on it appeared in front of God Kerr. Bang! 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 The 3 ferocious tigers gave off immense power as they slammed into the massive shield and exploded. A terrifying shockwave blasted out, causing the shield to shatter and God Kerr to be sent flying. Beast War coldly laughed as he said, "You're only SOSO." God Kerr felt furious and stretched out a hand, causing a massive wave of demonic chi to spread out from it, forming a massive demonic hand that gave off shocking power as it grabbed towards Beast Battle. Beast War's body once again ignited with an aura flame, forming a massive tiger that ferociously rushed towards God Kerr. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the pale white tiger and demonic hand once again collided, resulting in a massive explosion. A shockwave spread out, creating a powerful wind that caused many trees to sway. Boom! God Kerr furiously rushed out from the explosion and stabbed its pitchfork towards Beast War, causing a massive black ray of light to shoot out with destructive power. Beast War dodged to the side, avoiding this attack before slashing out with his saber, sending out a saber light towards God Kerr. God Kerr vigorously swung its pitchfork, shattering the incoming saber light. Boom! A massive wave of power once again flowed out from Beast War's body as ferocious wolves rushed out from his body. Each wolf was 5 or 6 meters long, and there were hundreds of them, giving off a ferocious aura as they charged towards God Kerr. God Kerr did not feel any fear, and it quickly rushed forwards while swinging its pitchfork, sending out black crescent moons that killed wolf after wolf. Soon, God Kerr arrived in front of Beast War. The pitchfork in its hand gave off countless rays of black light as it ferociously stabbed towards Beast War. However, Beast War just stood there with a cold smile on his face, showing no intention of attacking or dodging. Boom! A massive creature appeared behind Beast Warrior. It was a massive whale. Its body was pale white, and its eyes were blood red. There was a single horn on its head, and it gave off a powerful aura. Roar! The massive whale opened its mouth and gave off a massive roar, and the sound wave brought with it a berserk gale as it rushed forwards with terrifying power, seeming to be able to destroy everything. Bang! God Kerr was sent flying back 100 or so meters before stopping, and a trace of blood leaked out of its mouth. Beast Warrior smiled as he flew to the massive whale's head, looked at God Kerr, and gave the order to attack. Roar! The massive whale opened its mouth and sucked in a large amount of air before shooting out a massive air bomb, which gave off a shocking aura as it shot towards God Kerr. God Kerr was unable to dodge such a large air bomb at all. Boom! God Kerr spread out its hands, and a massive wave of power flowed out. Its body gave off boundless demonic light as a massive figure appeared behind God Kerr. This figure looked exactly like God Kerr, and it had a powerful body and 3 pairs of wings. Its body gave off a massive divine might, and it was God Kerr's divine image. Bang! The massive ball of air arrived in front of God Kerr, and God Kerr controlled the massive God image behind it to vigorously swing its pitchfork, slamming it against the ball of air with terrifying force. The ball of air exploded, turning into a wild gale that blew away. Bang! Bang! Beast War's expression was cold as he controlled the massive whale under his feet to continuously shoot out massive air bombs towards God Kerr, giving off a terrifying aura. God Kerr stood its ground and did not move at all. It controlled the God image to continuously swing its pitchfork, destroying the incoming air blasts and causing powerful gusts of wind to blow outwards. Seeing that he was unable to attack God Kerr, Beast Warrior controlled the massive whale to give off a monstrous aura as it charged towards God Kerr, bringing with it a massive gale. God Kerr did not feel any fear, and it controlled the image behind it to give off a shocking aura as it also charged towards the massive whale. The two of them were incredibly fast, and in just an instant, they were only a few dozen meters apart. Boom! The massive whale gave off an intense pale white light, dyeing the entire world a pale white color. A massive wave of power flowed out, and the whale rushed forwards with this power, seeming to be able to crush everything. Boom! God Kerr's image also gave off boundless demonic light, dyeing the heavens and earth black. A terrifying demonic might flowed out, and the image gave off this power as it charged towards the pale white whale. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as the two of them collided, resulting in a massive explosion. A terrifying shockwave containing enough power to destroy everything instantly blasted out. The mountains, ground, grass, trees, and rocks were all blasted apart. A massive shockwave mixed with countless shards swept out in all directions, seeming to destroy everything and making it impossible for anyone to defend. The ground violently trembled, and from the distance, it seemed to be covered by a layer of haze as a terrifying aura continuously flowed out. The people in the secret realm immediately sensed these ripples and understood that there were peerless geniuses engaged in intense battles. It was just that they didn't know who was fighting who. Not only here, but there were also terrifying fluctuations coming from other places. One was the battle between the 12th ranked weapon god and the 11th ranked dark god. Another was the battle between the 10th ranked Hikari Kamui and the 8th ranked Bai Shogun. The last one was the battle between the 9th ranked Lei Tianba and the 7th ranked Devourer. Although they had been defeated by others and had no chance of obtaining the position of Master of Gods, they could still challenge others to prove that they were stronger than the previous ones. Right now, everyone outside the secret realm had looks of excitement on their faces as they watched the terrifying battles erupt. The most eye-catching battle was naturally between God Kerr and Beast War. After all, they were the most powerful and had the most prestigious statuses. His gaze returned to the battlefield. A crater that was tens of thousands of meters wide had appeared in the ground. Rocks were scattered everywhere, and it was a complete mess. Two people lay on the ground with traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. God Kerr crawled up from the ground and coldly looked at Beast Battle. It understood how terrifying this opponent was and did not hesitate. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a terrifying aura exploded out from Kerr's body. His body rose into the air and gave off boundless black light. The black light covered the entire world, making it seem as if the world had darkened. An incredibly terrifying power flowed out from Ker's body. This power seemed to be formed from countless traces of divine power, and it was incredibly terrifying. It was as if the world could not withstand it, and the ground continuously collapsed. His body became stronger, and the 3 pairs of wings on his back grew black scales on one side and black feathers on the other. His eyes turned into 3 black magatama heads that formed together. Moreover, a black wheel of light appeared on his back. The wheel of light had runes on it, and it was incredibly profound and mysterious. It gave off a terrifying divine might. Beast Battle crawled up from the ground and looked at God Ker with a serious expression. He no longer looked down on God Ker, and he did not hesitate anymore. Boom! A shocking explosion once again sounded out as countless rays of white light shot out from Beast Battle's body, illuminating the surroundings. Illusory figures appeared around Beast Battle. There were cows, horses, pigs, wolves, tigers. After the countless illusory figures appeared, they all flowed towards Beast Battle. After the illusory figures entered Beast Battle's body, countless runes appeared on his body. Beast Battle's body quickly became bigger, and his blood-red hair madly grew. In the end, Beast Battle was 3 meters tall and had explosive muscles. He was not wearing any clothes and was covered with pale runes. His blood-red hair spread out like a lion's hair, and there were 2 bone horns on his head. His eyes were blood-red, and he looked like a demon. A terrifying wave of 10,000 beasts' power exploded out from his body, and the ground was unable to withstand it and continuously collapsed. God Ker stood in the sky and gave off a terrifying demonic light, dyeing the surroundings black and giving off a massive demonic might. Beast Battle stood on the ground and gave off a pale white light, dyeing the surroundings white and giving off a terrifying aura. It was as if the 2 of them were in 2 different worlds, and their massive auras continuously clashed, forming massive gales that blew out in all directions, causing people to feel terror. One of them had the power of 10,000 beasts, while the other had the power of 10,000 gods. Both of them were incredibly terrifying powers. Bang! The 2 of them instantly turned into rays of light as they shot towards each other. In the next second, the 2 rays of light collided, resulting in a massive explosion. Cracks appeared in the air, and the ground cracked. Bang! 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 The 2 of them started to fight intensely in the air. Ker continuously swung his pitchfork, giving off terrifying power as he slashed at Ker, while Beast War also slashed at Ker with his saber. Shockwaves continuously blasted out, causing deafening sounds to ring out. The ground continuously shattered, and a wild gale blew, making it seem as if the world was about to be destroyed. Boom! Beast War gripped his saber with both hands and vigorously slashed out, sending out a massive saber light with shocking power that sent God Ker flying. God Ker flew back a few hundred meters, and there was a trace of blood at its mouth. It raised its pitchfork, and the black wheel of light behind it became 1,000 meters wide, giving off a boundless divine might. Boom! Divine inscriptions lit up on the 10,000 god technique, and the 10,000 god technique started to slowly spin. Heaven and earth power flowed into it, and a massive black ray of light shot towards Beast War with an unstoppable momentum. Beast War felt quite startled and blocked with his saber. Countless traces of pale white light shot out, forming a pale white crystal defensive barrier. Bang! The massive black ray of light slammed into Beast War's body, causing him to crash to the ground. A terrifying power exploded out, causing the ground to crack, and a 10,000-meter wide crater appeared. Within the crater, Beast War coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and there were a few wounds on his body. He furiously crawled up from the ground. Boom! A massive pale white aura flame exploded out from his body, and wild beasts appeared around him. There were pigs, tigers, leopards, snakes, wolves, bears, and others. There were 100,000 of them, and each of them was 10 or so meters long. They gave off powerful auras and gave off terrifying auras. Roar, roar, roar. The countless wild beasts gave off massive roars and gave off immense power as they charged at God Ker in the sky. They formed a massive beast tide that seemed to want to destroy everything, and their sounds shook the surroundings. God Ker's expression was cold. As it stretched out a hand and pressed forwards, the black wheel behind it quickly spun, and a shocking aura spread out. Boom! Boom boom boom, the corporeal body shot out tens of thousands of rays of black light, giving off boundless godly power as they shot forwards incredibly quickly. They flashed past as if they could pierce through the world. Bang bang bang, beams of light pierced through the beasts, and explosions sounded out as explosive power spread out. Large holes were blasted into the ground. Roar, suddenly, a massive beast's roar sounded out as Beast War suddenly appeared behind God Kerr and slashed out with his saber. A massive lion behind him gave a massive roar and rushed towards God Kerr with world-destroying power. Kerr felt quite startled and hurriedly used the 10,000 deity great art to block in front of him. The 10,000 deity great art gave off a black light and a terrifying aura surged out. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the massive lion gave off terrifying power as it smashed against the wall, shattering it and causing a terrifying shockwave to ripple out, forming a massive storm. God Kerr's body was sent flying, but it was not heavily injured because the 10,000 god corporeal body had blocked most of the power. After the lion shattered the 10,000 god corporeal body, it turned into countless traces of pale aura and dissipated. Beast War gave a savage smile as he gripped his saber and rushed at God Kerr. God Kerr looked furious and sent a wave of power into its pitchfork. It vigorously stabbed forwards, and a massive black ray of light shot forwards with shocking power. Beast War slashed out with his saber, and a sharp saber light slashed the black ray of light in half. God Kerr flapped its wings and disappeared, reappearing in front of Beast War. The pitchfork in its hand gave off boundless black light, making it look like a sword of light. Boom, God Kerr raised the sword of light and gave off a boundless demonic might as it slashed towards Beast War. Beast War blocked with his saber, but he was smashed into the ground by the massive sword energy, opening up a large crater. Beast War crawled up from the ground and did not seem to have suffered much damage. God Kerr coldly looked at Beast War on the ground and raised its pitchfork. It exploded out with all of its 10,000 gods' power, causing the air to twist as a massive black ray of light shot into the sky. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as a massive hole seemed to be blasted open in the sky by the black ray of light. Boundless demonic chi poured down like water from a heavenly river, seeming to drown the entire world. Everything in the surroundings was corroded by the demonic chi and started to become demonic. Roar. Roar, roar. Massive roars sounded out as the demonic chi turned into massive demons that appeared around God Kerr. They were so dense that it was impossible to count them, and they gave off a world-shaking demonic might. God Kerr pointed with its pitchfork. Boom, the countless demons flooded towards Beast War on the ground, bringing with them a destructive power and a massive aura. No one could stop them at all. Boom, Beast War also exploded out with all of his 10,000 beasts' power. His body gave off a pale white light, and the images of countless animals appeared around him. There were cows, wolves, dogs, bears, lions. After the images of countless beasts appeared, Beast War raised the large saber in his hand, and the countless beasts flooded into the large saber. Countless runes appeared on the large saber, forming an incantation saber that gave off a destructive power. The air seemed to be locked down. Boom, facing the flood of demons, Beast War slashed down with his saber, and a massive saber light containing the terrifying 10,000 beasts' power slashed out, seeming to split the heavens and earth in half. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the massive saber light gave off shocking power and split the demon wave in half. The terrifying saber energy tore apart countless demons, causing them to turn into demonic chi and scatter. It was as if the sky had been split open, and a massive saber gash appeared. Countless chaotic auras flowed out, creating a terrifying scene. Suddenly, God Kerr appeared near Beast War and raised its pitchfork, giving off a black light that formed an extremely thin black sword of light. It was at least a few thousand meters long, and it seemed to pierce into the sky. Shing, a massive sword hum sounded out as Kerr's sword slashed down. The thin black sword of light gave off unimaginable power as it slashed out, seeming to be able to destroy the entire world. Beast War was greatly shocked and hurriedly used his saber to block in front of him, using all of his power to defend. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as Beast War was sent flying, and the ground beneath him instantly crumbled as the sword light continued to extend outwards. After everything settled, a 10,000-meter long, 100-meter deep, and 10 or so meter wide gash appeared on the ground, giving off an aura of destruction and causing people to feel a sense of fear. Now, countless people nervously looked at the scene in the mirror. Would Beast War still have the ability to fight after receiving such a terrifying attack? However, after waiting for a while, there was still no reaction. In the end, everyone found a bloodied Beast War lying in a pile of rubble, unconscious. Evidently, Godker had won. The scene immediately went into an uproar, and countless people excitedly yelled out Godker's name. Godker's so powerful, I like him so much. I feel that Godker has the highest chance of becoming the ruler of all gods, I support him. That's right, Godker really surprised us. That Beast War could have been ranked third on the Heaven's Pride rankings, but because his family went into hiding and he didn't appear much, he didn't have a ranking. Now, Godker has used his strength to prove himself and defeated Beast War, who was even more terrifying than him. Now, it's up to him to see if he can win against those with Emperor stars. Anyone below the Emperor star level won't be a match for him. I'm looking forward to his battle against the legatees. I also support him and hope that he can become the ruler of all gods. Why do I feel that Godker's 10,000 godly power is even stronger than before? That boundless divine might is even more terrifying, and it can suppress other divine powers even more. It's as if he's the true ruler of all gods. I also feel that 10,000 godly power gives me a pressure that makes me want to submit. It's much more terrifying than before, and I don't know why. Why? Don't you know? Didn't you see Godker continuously fusing with a godhood? Evidently, it's because of fusing with a godhood. I know that Godker has fused with a godhood, but don't you feel that it's become much stronger? I don't know why, but it might be because of fusing with a godhood. A trace of a confident smile appeared on Godker's face. After defeating the beast, his god's mark had become a 9-colored god mark, and as long as he had a 9-colored god mark, he would have the right to become the ruler of the gods. If he did not, he would not even have the right to become the ruler of the gods. Moreover, Godker could sense a massive amount of fate being added to its body. This fate was only added and had not truly fused with it. After the competition, it would fuse with its own fate. However, the prerequisite was that it did not lose to anyone else, or else its fate would be lost. With such a huge amount of fate attached to his body, the benefits were also very great. He could faintly sense a trace of the Supreme God Star's ripples, which meant that it was quite possible for him to awaken the Supreme God Star. All he lacked now was fate. With enough fate, he was confident that he would be able to awaken the God Race's Emperor Star. Now, Godker planned to recover its strength and return to its peak state before challenging the possessors of the Emperor Star. After the battle on this side ended, the other battlefields were still very intense. Waves of terrifying fluctuations constantly spread out. Shifting his gaze to the other side, Zhao Fu retracted the power of the 10,000 deities and returned to his ordinary appearance. That unparalleled divine might also dissipated. The women all let out sighs of relief. Everyone else knew that the second King of Kings was incredibly terrifying and surpassed ordinary people's imaginations, but standing next to Zhao Fu, they could sense just how terrifying he was. Just now, under that unparalleled godly might, even Xianxia and Yuchan, who were peerless geniuses, felt a strong sense of fear, and their bodies became cold. This was the first time they had felt this way. Zhao Fu flew to their side and said with a smile, "Let's leave this place." Xianxia asked curiously, "Husband, how is your 10,000 deities' power now? Had it successfully transformed into a supreme being? It feels like a really terrifying power." Now, unknowingly, Zhao Fu was giving Xianxia a formless pressure, causing the originally domineering Xianxia to obediently call him husband. Hearing her words, Zhao Fu replied with a smile, "Right now, the myriad deity's power has yet to truly transform. It is only in a half-transformed state. In order to truly transform, it will require a powerful overgod's power. A fully transformed myriad deity's power will be even more powerful than it is now." What? All the women looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Such a terrifying myriad deity's power, and it was still in a half-transformed state. If the myriad deity's power had truly transformed, how terrifying would it be? Xianxia asked, "Husband, now that you've acquired all 24 pieces of Sovereign's might, it seems as though there isn't much left. How do you plan to completely transform the myriad deity's might?" Right now, the women were still within the legacy space and did not know what had happened outside. Jiaofu did not know that the first divine master's power had appeared, but he had thought of a way. Jiaofu replied to Xianxia, "Without over God's power, we can only choose a power that is not weaker than over God's power. Even though the effects might not be as powerful as over God's power, it should be able to completely transform the myriad deities' might." Xianxia smiled and said expectantly, "The truly transformed myriad deities' might will definitely be the sovereign's power. When that time comes, don't forget about us, husband." Jiaofu smiled and nodded, "I won't mistreat you." Following this, the group left the legacy space and went outside. Looking at the scene outside, they were somewhat shocked. Jiaofu looked at the white light and smiled. Now that he had found the final trace of divine power, Divine Master's power was even more terrifying than over God's power, and it would definitely be able to successfully transform the myriad deities' might. It seemed that only by becoming the ruler of all gods would one be able to obtain the God Lord's power. Now, Jiaofu had another reason to obtain the 10,000 godly power. Now, Jiaofu had many reasons to obtain the Master of the Gods. The first was to obtain the God Fire, the second was to awaken the God Race's Emperor Star, and the third was to obtain Divine Master's power. Even though Jiaofu had not experienced any intense battles, through continuously obtaining Divine Master's legacies, he had obtained the 9-colored God Seal, and he had the right to become the Master of the Gods. However, Jiaofu did not plan to seek out battles, as he felt that there was no need. After all, he only needed to defeat the last person, there was no need to challenge everyone. Of course, unless someone else came looking for him, Jiaofu could only do so. Now, Jiaofu's goal in coming to the God Realm was only the 12 zodiac beasts, everything else could only be completed after he became the Divine Master. That was Jiaofu's plan. He would first find the final zodiac goddess and wait for countless people to kill each other before appearing. However, now that the competition had reached its final stage, countless godly spirits had been eliminated, and there were only a few godly spirits left. Perhaps the zodiac goddess was not among them. Jiaofu decided to look around. Now that he had obtained the 24 god legacies, there was nothing else for him to do. What was more convenient was that most of the people were at the center of the secret realm. After the Pantheon throne had appeared, many treasures had appeared at the center of the secret realm. Even if others did not want to obtain the Pantheon throne, they would still come to the center of the secret realm for other benefits. As such, Jiaofu only needed to search at the center of the secret realm. Boom, a 10 or so meter tall, white-furred monkey wielding an iron staff sent a young man flying with great force. The young man crashed to the ground with an unsightly expression. He felt that he could not defeat that monkey, so he did not think too much and got up from the ground, preparing to run. The white-furred monkey coldly laughed, "You still want to run? Hurry up and hand over that 1,000-year-old earth essence peach." The white-furred monkey was a monkey god. He had sensed the aura of the spirit peach and had come here, but he had seen the young man picking it, so he had tried to snatch it. The young man was not weak at all, and the two of them intensely fought. In the end, the monkey god transformed into his beast god form and defeated the young man. Hearing the white-furred monkey's words, the young man said furiously, "The spirit peach belongs to me, don't even think about taking it away." The monkey god looked quite disdainful as he said, "If you don't hand it over, then don't blame me for killing you." Boom, a massive aura exploded out from the monkey god's body as he sent some of his power into the iron staff and vigorously swung it forwards, sending out a terrifying arc of light towards the young man. The young man was given a big fright and hurriedly used his saber to block before releasing an energy barrier. Bang, a muffled explosion sounded out as the massive arc of light gave off terrifying power and slammed into the young man's defensive barrier, causing it to shatter. The young man was once again sent flying and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The monkey god held his iron staff and gave off a powerful aura as he continued to rush at the young man. A trace of fear appeared on the young man's face as he hurriedly called out, "Stop! I can give you the spirit peach." The monkey deity coldly harumphed and stopped. None of the people in the secret realm were simple, and killing the young man would be a big problem. The monkey deity had just been trying to scare the young man a bit. The young man prepared to take out the celestial peach, but he could not defeat the other person. He could only hand over the spirit peach. There was no other choice. Suddenly, a massive aura descended, and the air seemed to freeze. The monkey god and the young man felt as if they had fallen into icy water, and their bodies uncontrollably trembled as they looked at the sky in terror. A person wearing a black cloak and a group. The two Zhao Fu and the others knew about it. Zhao Fu was divine realm. The two of them knew that Zhao Fu was a god-stealer, and Zhao Fu had robbed countless people of godly power in the past. He was a famous figure, so it was impossible for them not to know about him. Wu God, he Fu other divine, Fu Qin Zhou. Other hand. Gover God Zhou and other Qin of the other. Other hand. Zhou. Zhou. What was even more shocking was that there was a 9-colored divine seal on the back of this person's hand. In other words, this god Caesar also had the right to become the master of all gods. The 9-colored god seal was not so easy to obtain, and only 4 people were required to obtain it. The first was the owner of the Emperor Star, the most powerful person in the godly world, Tianyu. The second was the owner of the Emperor Star, Miao Lu, and the third was the demon god Emperor's imperial son, God Ker. Even though he did not have an Emperor Star, he was a terrifying existence that was on par with the 7 Emperor Stars. But who was this soul snatcher? Although he was quite powerful, he always liked to bully the weak. He was also despicable and shameless. So why did he also have a 9-colored divine seal, apart from robbing ordinary deities for their divine power and taking possession of 2 peerless geniuses? He hadn't earned any points at all. The key was that the first 3 were all incomparably terrifying people, and their identities were also extremely terrifying. Everyone felt that it was only natural for them to have the 9-colored divine seal. However, now that the soul snatcher also had a 9-colored divine seal, everyone felt quite surprised. After all, his identity and power could not compare to the first 3 at all, and it was as if they were in heaven and earth. As the two of them continuously thought to themselves, Zhao Fu's gaze fell on the 2 of them. Because there were only a few hundred people, everyone knew who had stayed behind. As such, Zhao Fu asked, "Do you know if there is a rabbit god in the secret realm? Is there a rabbit god?" Hearing this strange question, the 2 of them felt quite startled and did not know why Zhao Fu was looking for the rabbit god. The young man shook his head, indicating that he did not know. The monkey god thought about it. His good friend's little sister was a rabbit god, and she had entered the secret realm with him. She was quite powerful and had stayed behind until now. He did not have much of a relationship with that friend, so he felt that there was no need to reveal information about his little sister. Moreover, this soul snatcher had a large group of beautiful women behind him, and he was a beast that specialized in bullying women. How could he push his good friend's little sister into a pit of fire? As such, the monkey god immediately said, "I don't know either." Zhao Fu looked at the monkey god, and the monkey god felt as if he was being stared at by a terrifying evil being. His hair stood on end, and he felt quite terrified. By now, Zhao Fu could tell that something was off. He stretched out a finger and tapped out, and a powerful wave of energy shot towards the monkey god. The monkey god felt quite startled and hurriedly blocked with his metal rod, releasing a powerful energy to defend. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the monkey god was sent flying. He crashed to the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face became quite pale. The young man beside him felt quite terrified. The powerful monkey god could not even defeat a single finger from this person. This person's power was simply unimaginable. Zhao Fu coldly looked at the monkey god and said, "I'll give you another chance. Otherwise, I'll pull out your soul and look at the information myself." The monkey god looked quite terrified. He now understood how terrifying Zhao Fu was, so he immediately said, "I know where a rabbit god is." Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile and said, "Take me there then." The monkey god agreed in fear. Following this, Zhao Fu left with the monkey god to find the rabbit god. The young man looked at Zhao Fu's departing figure and felt quite afraid. The monkey god had left with such a person, and the rabbit god had suffered the same fate. Zhao Fu did not have to follow the monkey god for too long before he found the rabbit goddess. The rabbit goddess was sitting on a patch of grass. The rabbit goddess had a petite figure and tender skin. She had a bit of baby fat, and her hair was tied into 2 little braids. There were 2 snow-white rabbit ears on her head, and she looked quite cute. Seeing the monkey god arrive, the rabbit goddess gave a happy smile and ran over to the monkey god as she called out, "Big brother monkey." The monkey god and the rabbit goddess's big brother were very close, so the rabbit goddess trusted the monkey god and did not put up her guard against him. The monkey god felt quite guilty, but he was also quite scared and did not dare to reveal anything. At that moment, the rabbit goddess looked at Zhao Fu and the others with her large eyes and asked curiously, "Big brother monkey, who are they?" Zhao Fu looked at the rabbit goddess and felt quite pleased. He gave a slight smile as he said, "I'm also your big brother now." The rabbit goddess looked quite surprised and said, "You're not. I don't even know you." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Come over here, we'll get to know each other soon." Even though the rabbit goddess was quite naive, she did not want to kill him. Seeing that Zhao Fu seemed to have ill intentions and seeing the monkey god's expression, she immediately became wary and started to retreat. Zhao Fu did not hide his intentions anymore. As he walked towards the rabbit goddess, he smiled as he said, "I'm sure you don't have to worry about being my woman, I won't mistreat you." The rabbit goddess hurriedly shook her head, "I don't want to. Also, you already have so many women, why do you still want me to be your woman?" Zhao Fu continued to smile as he said, "But you don't have a choice, you can only be my woman." The rabbit goddess looked quite angry, and her body shined with light as she shot towards the ground, wanting to escape. She felt that Zhao Fu was a very terrifying person, and even the monkey god did not dare to resist him. Boom, Zhao Fu unleashed a wave of power and stepped forward, sending a wave of power into the ground, locking it in place. The rabbit goddess failed to escape, and she looked quite scared. Zhao Fu continued onward with a smile on his face, and the rabbit goddess stumbled back in fear. Tears shimmered in her eyes, and she felt a little pitiful. Zhao Fu didn't waste any time. He pounced forward and hugged the rabbit goddess in his arms. The rabbit goddess also began to struggle vigorously. This scene was very much like a strange uncle bullying a loli. Zhao Fu lowered his head and kissed the rabbit goddess on the lips as she struggled in his arms. The rabbit goddess' resistance quickly weakened, and she finally responded shyly to Zhao Fu. The monkey god felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. He felt that he had let down the rabbit goddess and her big brother. The rabbit goddess had trusted him so much, but he had brought bad people to rape him. After a while, Zhao Fu released the rabbit goddess and asked with a smile, "What's your name?" The rabbit goddess blushed and replied shyly, "Tu Meng, my name is Tu Meng." Zhao Fu looked at Tu Meng and smiled as he asked, "Is Tu Meng willing to be my woman?" The rabbit goddess looked quite shy and lightly nodded. Zhao Fu laughed and hugged Tu Meng as he said, "Then come with me and leave this place." Tu Meng lightly nodded. The monkey god looked quite confused, he had never thought that Tu Meng would be willing to become Zhao Fu's woman so easily and follow him. Zhao Fu hugged Tu Meng and walked towards the Xianxia and the other women. Tu Meng came in front of the monkey god and smiled as she said, "Big brother monkey, please tell my big brother not to worry about me." The monkey god looked quite guilty as he said, "Are you really going to leave with that person? I've let you down this time." Tu Meng smiled as she said, I'm going to leave with that person. I don't know what kind of charm he has, but I feel like he has my everything. This is the first time I've felt like this, and I don't blame you." The monkey god sighed and did not say anything else. Tu Meng bid farewell to the monkey god one last time before leaving with Zhao Fu. No one knew where they were going. Now, Zhao Fu did not have much to do. Now that the quest to find the 12 zodiac goddesses had been completed, all he had to do was wait for the other quests to finish before entering the final battle. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided that even though there was nothing else to do, he could not just stay in one place and waste time. There were many historical remnants and secret realms, so he could explore them. An hour or so later, they found a historical remnant. This historical remnant was a weapon god's historical remnant, and just as they entered, countless images of soldiers rushed out and flooded towards Zhao Fu and the others. Zhao Fu did not act and instead let the other women deal with them. In actuality, there were benefits to having many women, they did not have to do anything and could do anything well. Xianxia and Yuchan were peerless geniuses ranked 5th and 6th, and very few people were a match for them within the secret realm. There were many images of soldiers, but they were dealt with by the women in just a few moves, and the group continued onwards. In the end, they killed a few more waves of soldiers and came before a statue made of metal. This statue was dressed in armor and held a spear. It gave off an awe-inspiring aura and looked like a general. In actuality, weapon gods were all generals who became godly spirits and became weapon gods. They usually had many abilities related to soldiers. After arriving here, Xianxia directly rushed over. The metal statue gave off a powerful aura as if it had come to life and started to attack Xianxia. To ordinary people, the statue was incredibly powerful, but it was not a match for Xianxia at all. The metal statue gave off a powerful aura as it rushed towards Xianxia, but it was sent flying by Xianxia's palm. There were a few deep palm prints on the metal statue's body. The metal statue was furious and wanted to continue attacking Xianxia, but it was shattered by Xianxia's palm and dropped a sparkling pearl. Xianxia did not even look at it and threw it to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at it and found that this pearl was called a general god soul. Anyone who fused it into a person's body would be able to awaken a general star, and the strength of the general star would depend on the person fused into it. This thing was quite useful. Many people in Qin City had general stars. After all, there were so many people there, and if they fused into this pearl, they would be able to summon their general stars like those generals with general armaments. However, this thing seemed to be quite rare, and if there were many of them, Zhao Fu would be able to fuse all of the generals into the pearl. The scene of the sky being filled with general stars would be quite shocking. After putting away the pearl and collecting the things around them, Zhao Fu and the others laughed. They had wanted to continue searching for historical remnants, but they had never thought that they would encounter God Kerr. Everyone had never thought that Zhao Fu and God Kerr would meet like this, and they looked quite surprised as they started to discuss among themselves. God Kerr has the ability to devour tens of thousands of gods, and that God-stealer also has the ability to devour divine power. They both have the same ability. What will happen next? I'm so excited. That's right, I've been hoping that the two of them would meet sooner. Both of them have that terrifying ability to devour tens of thousands of gods, and it's possible that they have some sort of relationship. I feel like they're both ferocious tigers, but each mountain can only contain one. When they meet, they'll definitely have an intense battle, and someone might even die in the secret realm. I feel the same way. That ability to devour tens of thousands of gods is simply too terrifying, and only one person can have that ability. Even if they haven't said anything, they've definitely decided to kill each other. What are you guys talking about? That God-stealer only devours divine power, while God Kerr can directly devour godhood. Not only is there a huge difference in their strength, but what right does that God-stealer have to compare to God Kerr? That's right. Who does that God-stealer think he is? How could he compare to the powerful God Kerr? In front of the powerful God Kerr, he's just a little brother. I agree with that. You guys think too highly of that God-stealer. God Kerr has used its power to show how powerful it is, and it can rival an emperor star. What about that God-stealer? Hearing you say that, I feel like I look down on that God-stealer. He only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. Even though he's a bit strong, he can't compare to God Kerr. That's right. Just then, those people actually compared him to God Kerr. I feel like they're insulting him. How could that God-stealer compare to the powerful God Kerr? I'm also quite angry. God Kerr's status, power, bloodline, and prestige are all not something that God-stealer can compare to. Those people comparing him to God Kerr is simply laughable. Ha ha ha, I don't think it's about how only one of them can survive, but how God Kerr killed that God-stealer. Ha ha ha, that's right, I don't even need to think about it to know that God Kerr will definitely win. That God-stealer just has a better chance of obtaining God's power and nothing else. Stop laughing, I want to laugh too. I don't think he will necessarily die, since he still has Yuchan and Xianxia by his side. He can hide behind the two women and escape in panic. Ha ha ha, you're still talking about others? You're making me laugh. But aren't you afraid that he'll hear you? He's an expert after all. Aren't you afraid that he'll settle the score with you? Laughing at each other like that. What's there to be afraid of? If we say it here, how could he know in the secret realm? It's not like we're stupid enough to say it to his face. Moreover, we're not wrong. Who does he think he is to compare to God Kerr? God Kerr is the strongest, and I hope that he is the ruler of all gods. That God-stealer should just scram. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived. Countless experts looked at this scene with great interest, wondering what would happen next. However, from the looks of it, it was evident that God Kerr had a great advantage. What made everyone curious was why both of them had the ability to devour all gods. Was there a connection between them? It would be best if the two of them could explain how they had obtained devour God's power. It would be quite difficult to know, because no idiot would reveal such a terrifying ability. Speaking to there, everyone couldn't help but feel envious of the demon god emperor. How could they be so lucky to find such a shocking genius like God Kerr in the outer domains? Even if he did not obtain the ruler of all gods, he would definitely awaken a supreme emperor star in the future. After all, everyone could tell that after God Kerr defeated the beasts, there were signs of him awakening the god race's emperor star. When that time came, the demon god emperor would have a supreme emperor star. Facing the envious gazes, the demon god emperor and the others looked quite proud. This was their emperor, the person who would lead the demon god emperor to glory in the future. As for this battle, they would definitely stand on God Kerr's side, and they felt that God Kerr would be able to easily deal with that person. How could that person be a match for God Kerr? An elderly man wearing robes said seriously, "Your God Kerr just defeated the 10,000 god beasts palm and obtained a massive amount of fate. Now, such a great benefit has come knocking on its door. If God Kerr devours that person's divinity, its power will become even more terrifying, and it will have a great chance of becoming the ruler of all gods." Another big man laughed as he said, "That person's divinity has fused with countless traces of divine power, and adding on the fact that it has a divine bloodline, it will be incredibly useful to God Kerr. If it can really devour that person's divinity, God Kerr's 10,000 god power might go through a qualitative change." A beautiful middle-aged woman said, "Devouring that person's divinity indeed has great benefits, but that person's identity is not ordinary. If it kills him, it will be very troublesome." The young man sitting next to her laughed as he said, "This is very troublesome, but if it can bring great benefits to God Kerr, I think it's worth the risk. The demon god emperor has existed for so many years, and his foundation is incredibly powerful. A saint-class faction wouldn't risk its life for a holy son." Another middle-aged man said, "I feel that that boy is a bit special, and if we kill him, there might be unimaginable problems. However, this is not something that we can decide right now. It all depends on God Kerr and the demon god emperor's decision." The demon god emperor was a well-built middle-aged man, and he gave off a powerful might as he said, "No matter what Kerr does, the demon god emperor will fully support him. He is the future of the demon god emperor." Hearing this, everyone felt quite shocked. This was going all out to support God Kerr. Wasn't this placing too much importance on God Kerr? They were placing an entire faction on God Kerr. However, after thinking about it, God Kerr's performance in just 10 years was already so shocking, and it was very likely that he had awakened the god race's supreme emperor star. Such a person's potential was even greater than Tian Yu's, and his future was simply unimaginable. Placing an entire faction on God Kerr's shoulders was understandable. Perhaps the entire faction would become hundreds of times stronger because of him, and it might even become a saint-class faction. There were many such things, and there was no need to doubt them. Now that the demon god emperor had said this, it was up to Kerr to decide what to do. Devouring that godhood would bring massive benefits, and most people would choose to devour it. Everyone's gazes fell on God Kerr's body. God Kerr had just recovered all of its power and had been planning to challenge the owner of the Emperor Star, but it had never thought that it would meet that person. He looked the same as he had 10 years ago, and even though he was wearing a cloak, God Kerr immediately recognized him. It was the person who had summoned its clone and killed it. At the same time, that person had given it a massive opportunity, and it had a deep impression of him. Seeing Zhao Fu, God Kerr's expression was one of shock. It was sure that Zhao Fu was not in the secret realm, and yet he had appeared in front of it. Following this, it instinctively felt a wave of fear, and it hurriedly retreated a few steps, maintaining some distance from Zhao Fu. Over the past 10 years, what it had been worried about the most was Zhao Fu finding him. Now that it had really happened, God Kerr had reacted like this. God Kerr's reaction to Zhao Fu caused countless people to stare in shock, and massive waves crashed in their hearts. None of them had thought that things would turn out like this, and even the calm experts were the same. My heavens! Why would such a powerful god Kerr become so panicked and afraid after meeting that person? Am I seeing things? Am I seeing things? Or am I hallucinating? I feel like there's something wrong with my eyes as well. Is God Kerr still the same God Kerr from before? How could it be like this? He didn't even act like this when facing the owner of the Emperor Star. That's right. Kerr didn't even panic when facing the owner of the Emperor Star, so why is he panicking and afraid when facing this person? Just who is that person? I'm so shocked that I can't even speak. Me too. My mind is completely blank, and I don't know what to say. This was simply too unexpected, and it felt like something impossible. Now, it seems that God Kerr and the Godstealer are not unrelated. Instead, they are very closely related. I just said why both of them have the terrifying ability to devour divine power. Perhaps they are related. Do you believe me now? We were wrong, but we never imagined that things would turn out like this. One is an imperial prince of the demon god emperor, and the other is a mysterious person. They don't seem to have any connection at all. If it weren't for the fact that they both have the ability to swallow up divine power, who would have thought that they were related? Yes, we didn't expect the two of them to be related. Now I'm curious what their relationship is. God damn it, who said that that person ran away in fear after seeing God Kerr and hid behind a woman? Now open your dog eyes and see clearly that the truth is the complete opposite of what you think. You can't blame us for that. You think God Kerr isn't powerful? He's definitely comparable to an Emperor Star. Who knew he would do this? Countless ordinary people fell into a state of shock as they stared at the scene in front of them. The other experts were also in an uproar as they spoke. This time, I admit that I was wrong and underestimated that boy. He's far more terrifying than we thought, and I'm curious just what their relationship is. Just who is that boy? I think it has a lot to do with the ability to devour divine power. The only thing they have in common is that, but as for what exactly happened, I can't guess. That's right. Their relationship isn't ordinary, and there might be a great enmity between them. Moreover, God Kerr knows that person's identity and power, which is why it's so afraid and panicked. This is far too unexpected. Just then, we were saying that God Kerr had killed that person and devoured his divinity, but things developed completely differently. That boy is simply too terrifying. That person is hiding too much information, and none of it is a small matter. I really want someone to personally tell me everything about that person. I feel like there's going to be a good show soon. Also, look at the demon god emperor's people, their expressions are all quite unsightly. Haha, don't be so sarcastic. No one thought that things would develop like this, and they didn't make the wrong choice. Right now, the demon god emperor's people's expressions were quite unsightly. The legatee that they had fully supported and trusted had acted like this, and they had never thought that things would turn out like this. Before, they had thought that God Kerr would be able to easily deal with that person and devour his divinity to become much stronger. Now, they no longer had any confidence that God Kerr would be able to defeat that person. At the same time, they couldn't understand what was going on between God Kerr and that person. Now, everyone's gazes were on those two people, anxiously waiting for the situation to develop. By now, God Kerr had come back to its senses and returned to its domineering appearance. With its current power, it had no reason to fear Xiao Fu. Seeing that God Kerr had returned to its previous appearance, the demon god emperor felt more confident. If God Kerr was still as fearful and panicky as before, it would lose without even fighting. Seeing the demon god emperor's reaction, the others also stopped underestimating him. Now, it was not certain who would win. God Kerr looked at Xiao Fu and said in a provocative tone, "I haven't seen you for 10 years, but you haven't changed at all. Wearing a cloak and hiding your identity and information, you're like a turtle hiding in its shell." Back then, God Kerr had been incredibly furious and wanted to kill Xiao Fu before devouring Xiao Fu. Back then, it had eaten one of Xiao Fu's arms, and it still remembered how delicious it was. There was no way to resolve the enmity between them, and its hatred and anger towards Xiao Fu could not be erased. As such, God Kerr naturally would not hold back. Xiao Fu coldly laughed as he said, "It's been 10 years, but you've been doing quite well with my fate and power. Now that you've become the demon god emperor's legatee, Would you be where you are today without me? Hurry up and thank your benefactor. Hearing this, everyone once again fell into a state of shock. They had never thought that things would be like this. Before, everyone had thought that God Ker's devouring ability was far more powerful than Zhao Fu's, but now, they heard Zhao Fu say that God Ker's power was borrowed from him. Not only did it have power, but it also had fate. If it wasn't for the fact that God Ker had revealed a terrified expression when it had met Zhao Fu, no one would have believed this. How could God Ker's power and fate be borrowed from someone else? Thinking about how God Ker's power rivaled that of a person with an emperor star, and his fate was at the half-saint level, how could he have borrowed it from someone else? How could that person give it such monstrous power and fate? Who would believe such a thing? Only an idiot would believe such a thing. However, even though God Ker had such an expression on its face, everyone still looked at it suspiciously. After all, this matter was simply too shocking. God Ker coldly laughed. Borrow? Do you think you want to give me such things? Back then, you killed my clone and fused with my divinity. Now that you have a divinity and this kind of power, you should be thanking me. Hearing this, everyone burst into an uproar. My heavens! This is actually true. God Ker didn't refute this. Its devouring power and massive half-saint fate all came from that person. This is simply too terrifying. That's right. I was just thinking that this was too fake. How could such a monstrous power and half-saint level fate be borrowed from someone else? Now that it's proven that it's someone else's power, I don't even know what to say. Hearing this, my heart is still thumping wildly. This news is simply too shocking, and it will probably shake the entire godly world. No one would have thought that God Ker, who has such a prestigious status and is feared by countless people, would be borrowing someone else's power. Haha, this is simply too interesting. Didn't someone say that that person couldn't compare to God Ker? Now, God Ker's power and fate all come from that person. Are you surprised? Now that we know what their relationship is, it seems that there is indeed a great enmity between them. Now, only one of them will live. That's right, from the way they speak, it seems that they are enemies, and both want to kill the other. I feel that the following battle will be a battle of life and death. Then who do you think will win between the two of them? I feel that that person will win. He's simply too terrifying. He borrowed someone else's fate and power to become a supreme emperor. That's hard to say. From the way things are going, God Ker is stealing much more than that person. I feel that even though God Ker's power and fate came from that place, God Ker has already devoured that person, so it should be much stronger than him. I feel the same way. In terms of aura and power, God Ker is much stronger than that person. Moreover, apart from the fear and panic from before, God Ker isn't afraid of that person at all and is even provoking him. This is proof of his strength. As for who won and who lost, we'll only know after their battle. Right now, I'm more curious about what happened between them 10 years ago. Yeah, I'm also curious about what happened between them. From what they said, it doesn't seem simple at all. Also, the source of the devouring divine power came from that person. Why does that person have the ability to devour divine power? This kind of ability has never appeared before, nor have I ever heard of it. I think it's an ability that that person created, which is why only he and God Ker have it. Then this person is really too terrifying. He can actually create such a terrifying power. What is his identity? Can anyone tell me? Hearing this, countless experts felt incredibly shocked. They had always been envious of the demon god emperor for being able to find such a shocking genius like God Ker. Now, it seemed that God Ker was a fake, and that terrifying power and fate belonged to someone else. Now, they could roughly guess what had happened. It was very likely that God Ker's clone had been killed by that person and had obtained a trace of divinity. This was because divinity was the godly spirit's most important thing. After that person had fused with divinity, their soul had been bound to God Ker's soul, and God Ker had been able to obtain massive amounts of power and fate from that person. However, that person was simply too terrifying. A small demon godly spirit had relied on the power it had obtained to become such a terrifying existence. Now, they had found the source of the devouring divine power, but they still did not know how Zhao Fu had been able to create such a power. If that person did not say anything, it was likely that no one would ever be able to find out. In actuality, this power was not something that Zhao Fu had created but something that had automatically formed. In other words, Zhao Fu had not done anything for it to appear on its own. Back then, after Zhao Fu had fused with Zhao Fu's divinity, that trace of divinity had fused with Zhao Fu's soul. It had been affected by a massive amount of fate, and it had also been affected by the god-killing power and King Star. This had caused the King Crepe Myrtle Star and the Chaos Disaster Star to fuse together, forming the terrifying Chaos Imperial Star that controlled natural disasters, wars, life and death, fortune and misfortune, and fate. Following this, that trace of divinity had absorbed many different powers and become a divinity. After being affected by countless other powers, it had obtained the power of 10,000 gods. The demon god emperor looked quite confused. They had not asked too much about why God Kerr had such terrifying fate and power, but they had never thought that it would be like this. However, they did not plan to give up on God Kerr. Even though its fate and power belonged to someone else, the demon god emperor had nurtured it for 10 years, and God Kerr's performance had never disappointed them. Now, not only did its strength rival that of an emperor star, but it could also awaken the god race's supreme emperor star. Who would give up on it? If God Kerr killed that person and fused with all of that person's power, God Kerr's potential would be dozens of times greater than before. The experts from all sides also understood that one of them would definitely die in the next battle. If God Kerr died, the demon god emperor would take a massive blow. This was not only because they had nurtured God Kerr for 10 years, but also because God Kerr's performance was simply too shocking. If God Kerr won, its potential and fate would be dozens of times greater than before, and it could become the #1 expert in the godly world. Even Tian Yu might not be able to compare to it. Now, everyone's eyes were on the two of them, waiting to see how the situation would develop. Hearing God Kerr's words, Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he said, "Indeed, I didn't lend it to you, and I didn't want to give it to you. You stole my power and fate, and don't think that trace of divinity is very important to me. It's just one of my many powers. I'm going to take back what belongs to me and fuse your divinity into my body. Today, you must die." God Kerr said arrogantly, "With my current strength, do you think I'm afraid of you? If you have the ability, take back what belongs to you, and I'm going to take back what belongs to me. I'll have a good taste of your flesh and blood, and if I devour you, I'll become the most terrifying existence in the godly world." Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he took out a black and blood-red sword that gave off an ancient aura. "Let's see just how much stronger you've become over the past 10 years. When Zhao Fu took out that sword, everyone stared at it in shock, causing another uproar. Holy crap! Wasn't that the peerlessly vicious sword that had caused such a huge commotion? How did it end up in that person's hands? Of course. He's that peerlessly vicious sword's owner. Who would have thought that he had hidden himself so deeply? Now, there's going to be a good show. That person's power is unimaginably terrifying, or else he wouldn't be able to wield such a peerlessly vicious sword. That's right, that's right. When that peerlessly vicious sword appeared, the heavens and earth seemed to change, and the clouds swirled. Spirit chi became chaotic, and it gave off a world-destroying might. I still remember it clearly, it's definitely a supreme weapon. Ever since that peerlessly vicious sword appeared, I've been paying attention to it, but there was no news of it. It was as if it had disappeared, and the person who wielded that peerlessly vicious sword also disappeared. Now that he has finally appeared, I never thought that it would be him. The more this person thinks about it, the more afraid he becomes. Just how many terrifying things is he hiding? As expected, in the final stages of the competition, all of the mysteries will be revealed. When that time comes, we'll definitely know his identity. I'm on that person's side. With that peerlessly vicious sword in his hands, he'll be able to kill gods and Buddhas. Who dares to stop him? The experts all looked quite surprised. They all cared about that peerlessly vicious sword, but they had never thought that it would be in Zhao Fu's hands. That person had simply hidden himself too deeply, and only now was he willing to reveal his identity. The demon god emperor's people's expressions fell. They understood how terrifying that peerlessly vicious sword was, and they felt a wave of pressure. Facing such a terrifying person, could God Kerr still win? God Kerr's power could rival that of an emperor star, and Zhao Fu understood how terrifying it was, so he had used the emperor-killing sword. Moreover, Zhao Fu had not used the emperor-killing sword this entire time in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. Now that the competition had reached its final stages, there was no need to hide anymore. After speaking to God Ke, Zhao Fu turned to Xianxia and the other women and said, "Stay away." After saying to God Ke, Zhao Fu turned and said, "Shin to God." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, God Ke took out its pitchfork and gave a confident smile as it said, "My power far surpasses your imagination, and I'll definitely be able to kill you. To Chen, I God, I, Chen, I, to God to, I, Chen, to, God." Boom. A massive aura exploded out from Zhao Fu's body as a black aura flame appeared around him. Wild gales continuously blew out, and the ground started to crack. Zhao Fu had used his full power right from the start. Bringing with him this massive power, Zhao Fu held the emperor-killing sword and rushed towards God Ke. Boom. God Ke did not dare to be careless, and it also exploded out with all of its power. Its body gave off an intense demonic light, and a shocking demonic might spread out, causing the ground to continuously crack. By now, Zhao Fu had arrived in front of it, and his sword gave off a massive black sword light that seemed to be able to split apart mountains as it slashed towards God Ke. God Ke sent some of its power into the pitchfork, causing it to give off boundless demonic light. God Ke vigorously swung, and a massive black arc of light containing terrifying power slashed towards Zhao Fu. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the two attacks collided, and a black shockwave rippled out. The ground in the surrounding 1,000 meters collapsed, and black light shot everywhere, blocking everyone's vision. Xing! A massive sword hum sounded out as the black light dissipated. Everyone saw Zhao Fu come in front of God Ke and swing his sword, sending out a black sword light as he slashed towards God Ke. God Ke flapped its wings and flew into the sky, dodging Zhao Fu's sword strike. It then stretched out a hand, causing countless traces of demonic chi to flow out, forming a massive demonic hand that gave off shocking power as it grabbed towards Zhao Fu, seeming as if it could not be stopped. Looking at the incoming demonic hand, Zhao Fu sent some of his power into his sword and slashed out, slashing out a massive sword arc that cut the demonic hand in half, causing it to turn into demonic chi and dissipate. Following this, Zhao Fu kicked off the ground and leapt into the sky, his sword giving off a powerful sword light as he continued to slash towards God Ke. God Ke did not feel any fear, and it looked incredibly savage as it raised its pitchfork and slashed towards Zhao Fu. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out as the pitchfork and sword collided, causing countless sparks to fly out as a massive gale blew out. God Ke's expression became savage, and its body gave off an even more intense light as it sent a powerful wave of power into the pitchfork and slammed it down, knocking Zhao Fu back to the ground. Zhao Fu had blocked most of the power and was able to stably land on the ground. He was not injured at all, and he looked at God Ke in the sky as the golden pupil in his left eye started to spin, causing a formless energy to spread out. Xing, 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 black chains shot out from the ground, giving off immense power as they quickly shot towards God Ke. God Ke suddenly flapped its 3 pairs of wings and disappeared, dodging the countless chains and appearing in front of Zhao Fu. Its pitchfork gave off immense power as it stabbed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he dodged to the side, dodging God Ke's attack and appearing next to it. His sword gave off immense power as he slashed towards God Ke. God Ke hurriedly used its pitchfork to block, but its body was sent flying dozens of meters away. However, it was not injured. Boom! In that moment, an even greater aura flame erupted around Zhao Fu's body, forming a savage black dragon. It gave a massive roar and gave off a massive aura as it ferociously charged at God Ke. God Ke sent a wave of power into its pitchfork, causing it to give off boundless demonic light as a gigantic pitchfork image appeared. Bang! God Ke vigorously stabbed out, and the massive pitchfork image gave off terrifying power as it stabbed out, causing the terrifying black dragon to explode. A massive explosion sounded out as a large crater was smashed open in the ground, and countless traces of black aura spread out. Suddenly, Zhao Fu appeared in front of it, and his sword gave off a powerful sword light as it slashed towards God Ke. God Ke hurriedly unleashed a defensive barrier to block. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the defensive barrier shattered, and God Ke was once again sent flying. It crashed into a large tree, breaking it in half and causing a massive sound to ring out. Blood leaked out of God Ker's mouth, and it crawled up from the ground with a savage look on its face. A massive wave of power spread out as a massive demonic face appeared behind it. It was thousands of meters wide and looked quite terrifying, and it gave off a massive aura. Boom, the demonic face opened its mouth and gave off a massive aura as it leapt towards Zhao Fu. Its mouth seemed to be able to devour a mountain. Zhao Fu was unable to dodge such a massive attack, and he raised his sword and sent a massive wave of power into it. The sword gave off an intense sword light that illuminated the surroundings, and a shocking sword aura spread out. Zhao Fu vigorously slashed down with his sword, sending out a massive black sword light that seemed to be able to cleave apart everything as it slashed towards the gigantic demon. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the demonic face was slashed apart, resulting in a massive explosion. A terrifying shockwave blasted out, causing the ground to crack as a massive gale blew out. Swish, at that moment, a pitchfork containing terrifying force shot towards Zhao Fu incredibly quickly. The sound of metal clashing could be heard as sparks flew everywhere. Zhao Fu sent a wave of power into his sword and vigorously slashed out, sending the pitchfork flying. God Ker's body suddenly appeared beside Zhao Fu, and it punched towards Zhao Fu with immense power, bringing with it a terrifying wind. Zhao Fu immediately released a black barrier with dragon inscriptions, which gave off a faint light and seemed quite sturdy. Bang, that powerful punch shattered the barrier, causing countless shards to fly everywhere as a massive explosion sounded out, and the fist continued towards Zhao Fu. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu reacted, and his sword gave off a sharp sword light as he slashed towards God Ker. God Ker flapped its wings and quickly retreated, disappearing from where it was. Boom, a massive wave of demonic chi exploded out as God Ker appeared in the sky. The demonic chi formed a monster with the head of a demon and the body of a cow, and God Ker brought this monster towards Zhao Fu. It was incredibly fast, and it arrived in front of Zhao Fu and vigorously punched out. The monster gave off shocking power as it charged towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gave off a massive aura as he blocked with his sword. Bang, a massive sound rang out as Zhao Fu was sent flying by the monster, and a trace of blood leaked out of his mouth. God Ker gave a savage smile and grabbed at the air, causing the pitchfork to fly into its hand. Holding the pitchfork, God Ker continued to rush towards Zhao Fu. Boom! Facing the incoming God Ker, a massive wave of ghostly chi flowed out of Zhao Fu's body, turning into countless ghosts that howled and gave off a shocking aura as they charged at God Ker. God Ker gripped its pitchfork and sent a massive wave of power into it. It vigorously swung, and a massive arc of light containing enough power to slash apart slashed forwards. Bang, bang. Bang, the flood-like wave of ghosts was slashed apart by the massive arc of light, turning into countless traces of ghostly chi and giving off massive sounds. At that moment, Zhao Fu raised his sword and vigorously slashed out. A massive sword hum sounded out as a terrifying sword light containing destructive power slashed forwards, bringing with it a sharp sword wind. God Ker sent a massive wave of power into its pitchfork and stabbed forwards, causing a massive black ray of light to shoot forwards with shocking power. Bang, an explosion sounded out as the two rays of power collided, resulting in a massive explosion. A terrifying shockwave blasted out, causing the ground to crack and countless rays of black light to shoot out. Swish, God Ker shot out from the black light like a ray of light and arrived in front of Zhao Fu. Its pitchfork gave off shocking power as it stabbed towards Zhao Fu, piercing through Zhao Fu's body like a bolt of lightning. This caused God Ker to feel quite startled. Even though it felt that it had hit Zhao Fu, it didn't believe that Zhao Fu would die so easily. As expected, it immediately sensed a wave of danger, and Zhao Fu appeared by its side, slashing towards it with immense power. Zhao Fu's left eye gave off a glass-like light. God Ker hurriedly exploded out with power, and a massive demonic face once again appeared in front of it, opening its mouth and devouring Zhao Fu. This face was a demonic face of nothingness. As long as one was swallowed by it, their body would be digested in nothingness. However, even though the demonic face had devoured Zhao Fu, God Ker did not relax at all, and it looked around warily. It didn't believe that Zhao Fu would be so easy to deal with. But after waiting for a while, Zhao Fu's body did not appear. God Ker thought about it and sent a powerful wave of energy into the pitchfork before stabbing it into the ground. A powerful wave of demonic chi flowed into the ground as a black magic formation appeared, and a black barrier of light spread out, covering the surrounding 10,000 meters. This was his emperor's domain, and he did not believe that Zhao Fu would be able to hide. Clang! At that moment, Zhao Fu appeared in front of God Ke and slashed towards it. God Ke used his pitchfork to blocking Zhao Fu's sword. Looking at Zhao Fu's glassy eyes, God Ke realized something and coldly laughed, saying, "Your illusions are useless against me now." Zhao Fu's face was cold as he shouted, "Sword Master!" Boom! A massive wave of sword chi exploded out from the sword, sending God Ke flying. Clang! Zhao Fu raised the sword in his hand, and a sword light shot into the sky. Heaven and earth power continuously gathered, forming a black sword formation that gave off an aura of annihilation. God Ke's expression fell as it felt an intense sense of danger. Boom, boom. Boom, the black sword formation spun as terrifying sword lights containing destructive power descended from the sky. They were incredibly fast and seemed unstoppable. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out as countless black sword lights descended. The ground, trees, mountains, and everything else were destroyed. The countless black sword lights covered one's vision and a massive sword chi spread out. After everything settled, there was a massive crater that was thousands of meters wide, and there were traces of sword chi coming out of the crater, causing everyone to feel an incredibly cold feeling. God Ke's figure could not be seen within the crater. This attack was incredibly terrifying, but no one believed that God Ke would lose just like that, and they all stared at the crater. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a black ray of light shot into the sky from the ground. A figure appeared, giving off an incredibly terrifying aura. Countless rays of black light shined out from his body, covering the entire world, making it seem as if the world had darkened. A terrifying power flowed out from God Ke's body. This power seemed to be formed from countless traces of divine power, and it was incredibly terrifying. It was as if the world could not withstand it, and the ground continuously collapsed. Now, God Ke had become incredibly powerful, and it had 3 pairs of wings on its back. One had black scales and the other had black feathers, and its eyes had become 3 black jade heads. There was also a black wheel of light on his back that had runes on it. It was incredibly profound and mysterious, and it gave off a terrifying divine might. Zhao Fu held his sword as he looked at God Ke in the sky, and his expression was serious as he said, "You've actually raised 10,000 godly power to such a terrifying level. You've been working quite hard these past few years." God Ke stood in the sky and looked at Zhao Fu as it said, "Even though this power came from you, after 10 years of continuous development, this 10,000 godly power has long since become different from yours. Today, I will use it to kill you." Zhao Fu coldly laughed, "You're too confident." God Ke did not say anything else and stabbed out with its pitchfork, causing a massive black ray of light to shoot towards Zhao Fu with shocking power, resulting in a massive explosion. Xing, Zhao Fu sent some of his power into the Emperor Killing Sword, causing it to give off boundless sword chi. He vigorously slashed out, and a sharp sword light slashed the black ray of light in half, causing it to turn into motes of light and disappear. Boom, a powerful aura exploded out as the wheel of light behind God Ke became dozens of times bigger. Divine runes lit up and slowly spun, and countless rays of black light containing terrifying power shot towards Zhao Fu like a rain of light. Bang, bang. Bang, as the black beams of light landed on the ground, they blasted open large holes in the ground. Countless rays of light shot out in all directions, causing rocks to fly everywhere. A shocking shockwave spread out, creating a terrifying scene. Countless clouds of dust obscured one's vision. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out, and a seemingly corporeal killing intent surged out, forming a massive storm that blew away all the dust that blocked his vision. A terrifying figure appeared in front of everyone. His eyes gave off a dense blood-red light, and he wore a black cloak and held an ancient sword. His body gave off traces of black blood-red chi, and he gave off a berserk killing intent and destructive sword intent. Even the space around him could not withstand it and continuously twisted. Everyone looked at that person in shock, and they understood that that person had used the power of a peerlessly ferocious sword. That cold sword intent and berserk sword intent caused everyone to feel a sense of fear. That sword could slaughter everything. God Ke's expression became serious, and it pointed its pitchfork at Zhao Fu. The surrounding heaven and earth power flowed into that pitchfork, causing a shocking aura to spread out. Boom, God Kerr pointed with his pitchfork, and the pitchfork shot out a massive black ray of light, bringing with it a world-destroying power as it shot towards Xiao Fu. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as countless rays of black light shot out. The ground continuously trembled, and a shocking shockwave spread out, causing countless trees to sway. After everything calmed down, a 10,000-meter wide crater appeared in the ground. The person standing at the center of the crater gave off a terrifying blood-red aura. Shockingly, he was not injured at all, and he looked like a peerless demon. Everyone looked quite shocked, not knowing what method Xiao Fu had used to block that terrifying attack. God Kerr also looked quite shocked. It seemed that it had underestimated Xiao Fu's power. At that moment, Xiao Fu's blood-red eyes looked at God Kerr in the sky. Xiao Fu slashed out, and a massive black and blood-red sword light containing extremely sharp power slashed towards the sky. It was incredibly fast and flashed by. God Kerr felt quite startled, and it immediately used its pitchfork to block. Runes lit up on its pitchfork, giving off a boundless divine might. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the blood-red sword light quickly slashed against the pitchfork. The terrifying power caused the pitchfork to shatter, and a shocking shockwave spread out. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Xiao Fu stomped off the ground, causing the 100 meters around him to collapse. Xiao Fu's body turned into a black and blood-red ray of light as he shot towards God Kerr. God Kerr's expression was serious, and it sent a massive wave of power into its pitchfork, causing it to give off an intense black light. It vigorously swung out, and a terrifying arc of light containing shocking power slashed towards Xiao Fu. Shing, a sword hum sounded out as Xiao Fu swung his sword, causing a sharp sword arc to slash out, destroying the arc of light, and he continued to rush towards God Kerr. God Kerr immediately sent a wave of power into its pitchfork, causing a massive image of a pitchfork to appear, giving off a massive might. Boom! God Kerr stabbed out with its pitchfork, and the massive image of the pitchfork gave off a power that seemed to be able to pierce through the world as it stabbed towards Xiao Fu, giving off a massive sound and a powerful gale. Before the image of the pitchfork could reach Xiao Fu, a massive gust of wind blew towards Xiao Fu's body, causing his cloak to flutter wildly. Xiao Fu sent some of his power into the Emperor Killing Sword, and a blood-red aura flame appeared on the sword on the ground as a terrifying killing intent and sword intent flowed out. Boom, just as the trident phantom was about to stab Xiao Fu slashed out with his sword. A blood-red light flashed, and the world began to collapse. Bang, the two waves of energy collided, resulting in a massive explosion. The pitchfork image was slashed apart, and God Kerr's body was sent flying back, blood leaking out of its mouth. God Kerr looked furious and exploded out with a massive wave of power. A 10,000-meter tall figure appeared behind him. This was what God Kerr had discovered. Boom, God Kerr controlled its pitchfork and swung it towards Xiao Fu with unstoppable power. Bang, a massive figure sounded out as Xiao Fu's body gave off countless traces of black and blood-red sword chi, giving off terrifying sword energy as he blocked the pitchfork with immense power. God Kerr looked furious as it raised its pitchfork. Countless rays of black light shot out from the pitchfork, illuminating the surroundings and forming a massive sword of light that continuously gave off a massive sword wind. Boom, the massive god statue gripped the black sword of light with both hands and slashed out with massive sword energy. A massive black sword light slashed out like a bolt of lightning, seeming to be able to split the heavens and earth apart. Bang, the sword light slammed into Xiao Fu's body incredibly quickly, and Xiao Fu's body was blasted back by the massive sword energy. His body was like a meteor as he heavily smashed into the ground, creating a crater that was dozens of meters wide. God Kerr's expression became savage as it sent more power into the massive black sword of light, causing it to give off even more shocking power. Boom, God Kerr once again slashed out, and a massive black sword light containing destructive power slashed towards Xiao Fu. It was incredibly fast, and it seemed as if nothing could stop it. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as Xiao Fu was once again sent flying. The ground trembled and countless rocks flew everywhere as a massive sword gash appeared. It was 10,000 meters long and hundreds of meters wide. Xiao Fu crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and his body gave off countless traces of black and blood-red sword chi. God Kerr gave a savage smile and controlled the god statue to walk towards Xiao Fu. A massive wave of power once again entered the black sword of light, causing it to give off boundless light. A destructive power spread out, causing space to collapse. Zhao Fu half squatted on the ground and looked at God Kerr with his blood-red eyes, a trace of anger on his face. A terrifying killing intent and sword intent flowed out of Zhao Fu's body, and it was as if the gates of hell were slowly opening. The sun and moon dimmed as the heavens and earth started to tremble. Clang, 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 massive amounts of black and blood-red sword chi containing terrifying power flowed out of Zhao Fu's body and continuously shot out. Each strand gave off berserk killing intent and destructive sword intent as they madly slashed towards the heavens and earth. The ground, air, rocks, grass, and trees were all slashed apart by the strands of sword chi. Countless strands of black and red sword chi flowed out, seeming to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. They instantly spread out, seeming to be unstoppable as they devoured the entire world. Massive sounds continuously sounded out as destructive shockwaves continuously flowed out, causing the heavens and earth to seem as if they were on the verge of collapse. At that moment, Tianyu, Miao Lu, and the others all looked incredibly shocked. This power was simply too terrifying. Everyone else felt as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss, and boundless darkness swept over them. Their hearts were filled with terror, and their bodies started to tremble. They did not know which two people were fighting, but such terrifying shockwaves had exploded out. They could not help but feel curious, and they once again hurried over. These shockwaves seemed to only be released by someone who had an emperor star. Everyone outside the secret realm looked incredibly shocked. This power seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth, and it far surpassed anything they had imagined. Even the experts looked incredibly shocked, as expected from a peerless sword forged from celestial slaying sword intent. After everything settled, a 100,000-meter-wide crater had appeared in the ground. There were sword gashes everywhere, and traces of black and blood-red sword chi rose up, causing people to feel despair. The ground around the crater had been shattered, and countless trees had been destroyed. Rubble was everywhere, and it looked like the aftermath of a disaster. At the center of the crater, Zhao Fu stood there, while God Kerr lay there covered with blood. The instant that the countless rays of sword chi had exploded out, God Kerr had chosen to defend with all of its strength. However, it was unable to defend against the terrifying sword chi, and its massive image had been shattered by the countless rays of sword chi, causing it to be heavily injured. Zhao Fu held the emperor killing sword and walked towards God Kerr. God Kerr crawled up from the ground with a look of hatred on its face. Now, it clearly understood just how terrifying Zhao Fu was, and its fear and worry over the past few years had not been wrong. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as God Kerr unleashed all of its divinity's power. It no longer held anything back, and a terrifying divine power fused together exploded out. God Kerr gave off countless rays of black light, which turned into a ray of light that shot into the sky, forming a massive pillar of black light. God Kerr's body automatically flew into the sky, giving off a sovereign's might. It originally had 3 pairs of wings, but now, another 3 pairs grew out. 3 more black rings appeared from the black ring behind it, and they appeared on its left, right, and back. The one at the back was 2 meters wide, while the 2 on the left and right were only 1 meter wide. In the air, God Kerr coldly looked at Zhao Fu and stretched out a hand. The ring beside it flew in front of its hand and quickly spun, giving off a shocking power. Boom, God Kerr stretched out its hand and pressed down, causing the wheel of light to shoot out countless rays of black light that formed a massive arm. This massive arm was formed from black light, and there were God's seals within it, giving off a terrifying aura of 10,000 godly power. The instant that the arm appeared, it gave off immense power as it slammed towards Zhao Fu, bringing with it a massive gale. Clang, Zhao Fu used a sword to block in front of him, his body releasing countless black and blood-colored sword chi as a defense. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the massive arm slammed into the sword. The air seemed to explode as a massive gale spread out, causing Zhao Fu's body to take a step back. This arm was the myriad god hand, and the power it possessed was far greater than what Zhao Fu had imagined. Kerr's hand put away the 10,000 gods' hand and gave off a terrifying wave of 10,000 gods' power as it continued to blast towards Zhao Fu, its power even more terrifying than before. The strong wind it brought was getting fiercer and fiercer. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and sent some power into the emperor killing sword. He vigorously slashed out and a blood-red crescent slashed out, slashing apart the 10,000 god hand, causing it to turn into countless motes of black light and dissipate. Boom! At that moment, Godkur stretched out its other hand, and the other ball of light flew in front of it. It quickly spun, and a black ray of light containing shocking power shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu dodged to the side, his body leaving behind a string of afterimages as he avoided this ray of light. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as countless rays of black light blasted out, blasting open a 1,000-meter-wide crater in the ground. Xing! A sword hum sounded out as Zhao Fu's body suddenly appeared beside Godkur, and his sword gave off sharp power as he slashed towards Godkur. Bang! A wheel of light automatically flew to Godkur's side and gave off a powerful wave of 10,000 gods' power, blocking Zhao Fu's sword strike and causing a massive gale to spread out. Godkur coldly looked at Zhao Fu as the wheel of light on its back started to spin, giving off a terrifying power. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and hurriedly retreated. Boom, boom. Boom! The ball of light shot out rays of black light towards Zhao Fu with terrifying power and speed. Countless rays of black and blood-red sword chi covered Zhao Fu's body, but as the rays of black and blood-red sword chi slammed into them, massive shockwaves blasted Zhao Fu back to the ground. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu exploded out with all of the Emperor Killing Sword's power, and his body gave off boundless black and blood-red light. 3-meter-long swords of light appeared around Zhao Fu's body, all of them giving off a cold sword intent and berserk killing intent. There were over 10,000 of them, and they gave off a terrifying sword aura, making it seem as if the sky was dyed red. Boom! 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 Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out with his sword, and the countless swords of light shot towards Godkur in the sky. The scene of 10,000 swords shooting out was incredibly terrifying, and it seemed as if they could slash apart anything. Boom! Godkur gave off a massive wave of power, and the 3 balls of light flew in front of it before combining into one. One wheel of light covered the other wheel of light, and it became 10 or so times bigger. Divine runes lit up on each of the balls of light and continuously spun, giving off boundless black light as a power that reigned above all gods spread out. Bang! 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 Massive sounds rang out as the black and blood-red swords of light slammed into the wheels of light, causing countless rays of sword light to scatter. A terrifying shockwave blasted out, and the 3 balls of light were blasted apart. Godkur was also blasted back by the sword energy. Godkur coughed up a mouthful of blood and furiously roared, 10,000 gods. Boom! Boom! Massive explosions sounded out as powerful figures appeared in the sky. There were humans and beasts, and all of them gave off powerful divine power. These were all godly spirits that Godkur had devoured. The 10,000 godly spirits filled the sky, and a terrifying divine might covered the heavens and earth. Everything seemed to stop, and it was as if the 10,000 gods ruled over everything. This scene was incredibly terrifying, and anyone who saw it would feel immense terror. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Godkur led the 10,000 godly spirits and charged at Zhao Fu. It was as if the gods were destroying the world, and the entire world fell into terror. Xing, 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 sword hums sounded out as Zhao Fu raised the Emperor Killing Sword, and a massive wave of power spread out, causing hazy figures to appear around him. These figures all had disheveled hair, and their eyes gave off a dense blood-red light. They held blood-red swords and gave off berserk killing intent and sword intent that seemed to be able to destroy everything. They filled the area around Zhao Fu, and it seemed as if the ground was filled with them. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu brought with him countless sword souls and rushed towards Godkur. A murderous aura spread out, and everything seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as the 10,000 godly beings and the murderous sword soul collided. It was as if the heavens and the earth had collided, and an extremely terrifying power blasted out. Black light covered the entire world. The sky, mountains, ground, trees, rivers, rocks, swamps, and everything else started to collapse. Everyone's vision became pitch black and they could not see anything. The massive explosion was deafening, and an aura of destruction flooded into their souls. Their bodies became icy cold, and it was as if the world had been destroyed. The people hurrying over saw the black light cover the distance, and a terrifying shockwave rippled out. The ground was lifted up, and countless trees were uprooted as rocks flew into the sky. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly unleashed a defensive barrier to defend against that terrifying shockwave. Bang, 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 countless rocks and pieces of wood smashed against the defensive barrier, resulting in massive sounds. Countless pieces of gravel whistled past their bodies, creating a terrifying scene. It was as if a catastrophe had descended, causing their bodies to feel a wave of terror. The terrifying shockwaves lasted for a while before stopping. Everyone dispersed their defensive barriers, and they saw that countless trees had been destroyed and rocks were everywhere. It was a complete mess. Everyone was shocked. Just which two people were fighting? They had actually caused such terrifying destruction. At the center of the shockwave was a crater that was nearly 1 million meters wide, and it gave off an extremely terrifying aura, making it so that no one dared to come close. Outside the secret realm, countless people looked incredibly shocked. This level of destruction was simply too shocking. It was simply heaven-destroying, and even gods would feel terror. This battle is definitely the most terrifying battle so far. It's as if two people with emperor stars are fighting. It's so terrifying. Both of them are simply too terrifying. It's the first time I've seen such a terrifying battle. I've been completely convinced by them, and I can't help but feel admiration and worship towards them. That's right. Such powerful people can't help but feel admiration and respect. They'll definitely become figures whose names will shake the heaven-awakened world in the future. That's hard to say. Don't forget what kind of relationship they have. With such a deep enmity between them, only one of them will live. AI, it's such a pity that one of them is going to die. I also feel that it's a pity. Both of them are peerless geniuses and can rival people with emperor stars, but only one of them can live. Who do you think won now? I feel that God Kerr might win. That last attack, 10,000 gods, was terrifyingly powerful, and each of them had a different divine power and ability. Yes. That attack is incredibly terrifying, and I also think that God Kerr will win. I like that God Kerr more, so I hope that he will win. As for that person, even though he's very powerful, I don't know who he is, and he's too fickle. That person's final move was also very terrifying. Every single one of those sword souls had an extremely terrifying killing power that could slaughter the heavens and earth. There wasn't a single person who wasn't afraid. This attack is stronger than the myriad deities. We will soon know who the final winner is. You guys better stop talking and witness the fall of a peerless genius. Countless people stared at the pit nervously, wanting to see who would win. The scene became silent. The most nervous one was the demon god emperor, because God Kerr was their emperor and someone they had raised with all of their strength. He was the person they had placed their greatest hopes on, and they definitely did not want God Kerr to lose. If it was a normal competition, they could accept it. However, this was a life and death battle, and the loser would die. If God Kerr died, it would be a great loss for them. At this moment, there was no sign of any living creature in the pit. It was also silent, without a single sound. Bang! A sound suddenly sounded out as a blood-red sword light shot out of the ground, blasting apart the surrounding rocks, and Zhao Fu appeared before everyone's eyes. However, Zhao Fu was in quite a wretched state, and there were traces of blood on his body. Zhao Fu's blood-red eyes looked around and landed on a pile of rocks. He stretched out a hand and grabbed at it, causing a wave of energy to flow out. Bang! An explosion sounded out as countless rocks were blasted away. A figure covered with wounds and blood appeared. It was God Kerr. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they understood that God Kerr had lost. God Kerr no longer had any power and was heavily injured, but that person seemed to still have a lot of power. Everyone did not cheer like before, and they instead silently waited for things to develop. The demon god emperor's people's expressions were quite unsightly. God Kerr had lost, which meant that their hopes had been dashed, and their hearts were heavily wounded. The other experts also looked at the scene in the mirror and did not say anything, waiting to see what would happen next. By now, Tianyu and Miao Lu had arrived. They stood in the air and looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Such terrifying destructive power was not any weaker than the two of them, and someone with such power definitely had the right to challenge or even defeat them. They also saw Zhao Fu and God Kerr, and they understood that the two people who had just been fighting were the two of them. Tianyu looked at God Kerr in surprise. At first, he had felt that God Kerr was not as powerful as him, but it seemed that he had underestimated God Kerr. He had never thought that God Kerr would have such terrifying power to challenge him. However, he had lost to someone else, which meant that that person was even more powerful than him. Tianyu looked at Zhao Fu. This was the first time he had seen Zhao Fu, and his first impression was that he was an incredibly dangerous person. Miao Lu's gaze fell on Zhao Fu's body, and she felt incredibly shocked. She had never thought that this bastard would have such terrifying power and hide it so deeply. Back when she had seen Zhao Fu, she had felt that he was not weak. However, the terrifying aura that he gave off was enough to threaten her, and she did not know just who this person was. Lu Li stood next to Miao Lu and gave a trace of a smile. She knew that Zhao Fu was far more terrifying than she had expected, and she was not too surprised about this. That was why she had tried very hard to avoid Zhao Fu and Miao Lu from fighting. She did not know why, but she had a feeling that this was not Zhao Fu's true power. Zhao Fu's true power was even more terrifying than it was now, and it was very likely that he would become this generation's master of the gods. Even though she was one of Miao Lu's people and supported Miao Lu in becoming the master of the gods, the feeling that Miao Lu gave her was not as strong as the feeling that Zhao Fu gave her. Zhao Fu seemed to give off a formless, unstoppable aura. Zhao Fu ignored those people and held the emperor-killing sword as he walked over to God Kerr. God Kerr's expression was dim as it powerlessly lay there. After risking its life for 10 years, it had still lost to Zhao Fu. Its confidence, arrogance, and hard work had taken a massive blow. Zhao Fu stood in front of it and said coldly, "You've lost." God Kerr looked at Zhao Fu, a trace of fury and hatred on its face as it said, "If I have the chance, I'll take revenge and become even stronger than you. I'll use my own power to defeat you and devour your flesh bit by bit." Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he said, "It's a pity that you won't have that chance. I'm going to take back what belongs to me." God Kerr said furiously, "Then give me back my divinity." Zhao Fu said mockingly, "I'm right here, you can come and take it. I'll also take good care of your flesh, and perhaps I'll have a good taste of it." God Kerr furiously glared at Zhao Fu as it cursed, "Bastard! I'll definitely kill you and make you suffer unimaginable pain." Zhao Fu did not waste any more words with it. He came in front of it and stretched out a hand, grabbing towards God Kerr's abdomen. Arg! God Kerr cried out in pain as Zhao Fu's hand pierced into its body, causing blood to spurt out. A cruel smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he grabbed the divinity within God Kerr's body and took out the pure black divinity. God Kerr's body was once again heavily injured, and its power quickly declined. Its life force quickly flowed away, and its expression froze as it died. A peerless genius who had been worshipped by countless people and whose fame had shaken the entire godly world in the future had died just like that. Outside the secret realm, countless people saw this scene. Although they had already expected it, they still could not help but sigh. Their hearts were inexplicably heavy. Not a single person cheered, and none of them looked happy. The atmosphere became quite oppressive. All of them felt pity and sorrow for the fall of a person with such potential. The demon god emperor and the others furiously stared at the scene in the mirror. Now that Zhao Fu had really killed God Kerr, their last trace of hope had been destroyed. They were infuriated to the extreme, and they wanted to cut Zhao Fu into 1,000 pieces. That strong and domineering middle-aged man roared, "You must find out who that person is. I, the demon god emperor, will not rest until he is dead." The people around him could understand how the demon god emperor felt. A power that had spent so much effort to nurture and place their greatest hopes on had been killed. No matter which power it was, they would definitely be enraged. However, there were some people who rejoiced. God Kerr's potential was immense, and its future accomplishments were unimaginable. It would be of great help to the demon god emperor. However, there were many disadvantages to it. After all, the demon god emperor was simply too powerful, and he would definitely bully and attack them. As such, they all hoped that God Kerr would die. Within the secret realm, Tianyu, Miao Lu, and the others did not know about the relationship between Zhao Fu and God Kerr, but seeing Zhao Fu kill such a terrifying peerless genius with their own eyes, they looked incredibly shocked. This was because even though they had emperor stars, they did not dare to kill a peerless genius, as they all had terrifying factions behind them. If one could defeat one of their people, they would not be able to say anything. However, if one killed one of their people, there would be immense enmity between the two factions, and it might even lead to a war between the two factions. Moreover, even if there was no war, one would have to be careful in the future because they would definitely send even more powerful people to kill one, and one would not be able to stop them. However, Zhao Fu had actually killed such a terrifying peerless genius. Moreover, this genius was not an ordinary genius but the second-ranked genius from the demon god emperor's peerless genius. Wasn't this just seeking death? Or did he have some sort of heaven-shaking identity that allowed him to ignore the demon god emperor's threat? At the same time, they felt that it was a pity that such a person with shocking talent had died just like that. Boom! Suddenly, an incomparably loud explosion rang out and a massive might spread out with great power, enveloping the surrounding area. Everyone's expressions fell as they looked at Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu held God Ker's divinity in one hand and stood up from the ground. He felt a massive wave of fate enter his body, and that massive might was coming from him. However, he could not control it. Countless people did not know what was going on and looked quite confused. Boom, boom. Boom, explosions continuously sounded out as powerful ripples spread out from Zhao Fu's body, forming massive gales that swept out in all directions. The ground started to crack, and countless rocks were blown into the air. Tianyu and the others felt quite shocked. They could also feel a massive wave of fate continuously entering Zhao Fu's body. Those ripples were the ripples from fate, so why was there such a terrifying wave of fate entering his body? No one realized that not only was God Ker affected by Zhao Fu's power, but it had also absorbed Zhao Fu's fate for 10 years. Now that God Ker had died, that wave of fate returned to Zhao Fu's body. It was not just Zhao Fu's fate but also God Ker's own fate, as well as the demon god emperor's fate. All of it entered Zhao Fu's body, and this was the godly world's fate. Waves of fate continuously flowed into him, and the ripples that Zhao Fu's body gave off became stronger and stronger. The weather started to change, and clouds swirled and the sun and moon dimmed. Boom! A massive explosion once again sounded out as Zhao Fu's body uncontrollably gave off a black ray of light that shot into the sky, and a formless energy spread out. 9 massive, sinister-looking black dragons appeared. They were 1,000 meters long, and their bodies were covered with shiny black scales. They had 4 powerful dragon claws and a pair of jade-like dragon horns, giving off a domineering, dignified, and terrifying feeling. Roar! After the 9 black dragons appeared, they circled around Zhao Fu's body and gave off massive dragon roars. An emperor's aura that seemed to descend to the world flowed out, and the heavens and earth seemed to sink as if all creatures had to submit to them. Everyone could not help but look shocked. Such a terrifying emperor's aura could only be possessed by a true emperor. Was this person's true identity an emperor? Fate was split into a few types. Some emperors gave off emperor's fate, while some experts gave off emperor's fate. The 2 types of fate had different attributes and powers, so it was quite easy to distinguish them. Tianyu and Miao Lu's expressions were somewhat flabbergasted. They found that in the face of this emperor's aura, they felt a slight desire to submit. However, they were emperor stars. As a massive amount of godly world fate flowed into his body, Zhao Fu could almost sense the god race's supreme emperor star in the sky. It was no longer like before when he could only sense a trace of it. God Ker's fate was incredibly great, and it was as if Zhao Fu had planted a seed in it. Now, that seed had grown into a large tree, giving Zhao Fu great rewards. It was a pity that he was still a short while away from awakening the god race's emperor star. However, because of God Ker's fate, even if Zhao Fu did not become the ruler of all gods, he would have a chance to awaken the god race's emperor star. He just needed a portion of the god world's fate. The pure black divinity in Zhao Fu's hand was God Ker's 10,000 deities divinity, and it contained powerful 10,000 deities power. This 10,000 deities power was only slightly weaker than Zhao Fu's 10,000 deities power, but it was still quite terrifying. Zhao Fu had personally witnessed just how terrifying the 10,000 godly power that God Ker had unleashed was. If he could assimilate this godhead into his body, the 10,000 deities power would definitely complete its final transformation and become a true sovereign power. However, Zhao Fu did not intend to fuse with it now. Zhao Fu wanted to use it together after he obtained the Master God's power. At that time, the power of 10,000 gods would become even more terrifying, and it was very likely that it would surpass Zhao Fu's imagination. After putting the divinity away, Zhao Fu looked at God Ker's corpse. Now, God Ker's corpse lay there with a trace of unwillingness, anger, hatred, and pain on its face. It had been incredibly powerful in the past 10 years, but now, it had died here. God Ker's corpse was an incredibly precious treasure because its bloodline had reached the peak of the imperial bloodline, and its body contained terrifying 10,000 godly power. It also contained a massive amount of fate. No matter what he did, such as turning him into a puppet, disintegrating him into various materials, or even eating him would be of great use. Therefore, he did not let go of the corpse and carefully stored it in his storage ring. After settling everything, he turned his gaze to the people in the sky. Mialu couldn't help but ask, "Who are you? Why does he have such terrifying power, and why did he kill God Ker? Don't you know who he is?" Zhao Fu was in a good mood because he had killed God Ker and ended their 10-year enmity. He gave a trace of a smile as he said, "You'll find out who I am in the future. As for why I'm so powerful, I can't explain it in detail. Also, killing God Ker was just a personal matter." Mialu was a little surprised. He was thinking about Zhao Fu's identity. Why did he know about it after the meeting? Was he very famous? Or would he reveal his identity later? Furthermore, it was just a personal grudge, yet he dared to kill a supreme heaven's favorite in front of everyone. Wasn't that just courting death? Couldn't he have chosen a more covert method? Now, that demon god emperor probably wanted to kill Zhao Fu in a frenzy. Now, it was not safe for Zhao Fu to go out without a few higher beings as bodyguards. From this, it could be seen how big of a mistake Zhao Fu had made. Mialu felt a trace of displeasure as she continued to say, "Can't you tell me who you are now? Why do you have to wait until later? I don't like the way you talk. Also, have you thought about the consequences of killing God Ker?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "I can't. If you want to know, you can become my woman, and I'll naturally tell you who I am." Hearing this, a trace of anger appeared on Mialu's face. This was the first time a man had dared to speak to her like this. She was the owner of the God race's supreme emperor star and would become the most powerful existence in the world in the future. Everyone else felt quite shocked and felt that this person was incredibly daring. Not only did he have two peerless geniuses and so many beautiful women, but he also dared to have designs on the owner of an emperor star. Even the #1 expert in the godly world, Tianyu, did not dare to have such thoughts, yet Zhao Fu had said it. No one else would dare to do such a thing, as everyone in the world knew how terrifying someone with an emperor star was. Even if you also had an emperor star, you would only be a good match for her and would not be 100% certain that you would become her man. Now, Zhao Fu dared to say such a thing? He also had an emperor star? How daring! Even though Zhao Fu had defeated God Ker, everyone felt that there was still a gap between Zhao Fu and Mialu. As the owner of an emperor star, Mialu was even more terrifying, not only in terms of power but also in terms of status. On the other hand, Zhao Fu did not have a God race emperor star, so they felt that there would be a big gap. What they did not know was that Zhao Fu already had 6 emperor stars, it was just that he did not have a God race emperor star. Moreover, Zhao Fu also had a woman with a God race supreme emperor star, which was the moon god sprout that could go to the half-celestial world. The moon god sprout had the constitution of a celestial, and adding on the God race supreme emperor star and the fact that the moon god sprout was being nurtured by a saint-grade faction in the half-celestial world, Mialu's potential would be fully displayed. Her future accomplishments would not be any lower than Mialu's, and she might even be more terrifying than Mialu's. On the other hand, Zhao Fu would have another supreme expert by his side. Xianxia felt quite delighted. Zhao Fu had indeed been interested in the owner of an emperor star, and she could take this opportunity to enjoy the feeling of having an emperor star. Yuchan looked at Xianxia and revealed a malicious smile. She frowned and glared at him. Zhao Fu continued to speak, "Of course I know the consequences of killing God Ker, but he must die today." From the very beginning, Zhao Fu knew God Ker's identity and knew the consequences of killing God Ker. However, Zhao Fu still wanted to kill him. Over the past 10 years, God Ker had been affected by his own fate and power and had become such a terrifying person. If he was given another 10 years to develop, he would become even more terrifying than Zhao Fu could imagine. Facing such a person, Zhao Fu could be heavily injured and pay a heavy price. As such, no matter what, Zhao Fu had to kill God Ker. Mialu felt quite shocked, this person actually knew the consequences and still dared to kill God Kerr. Was he really not afraid of the demon god emperor? After thinking for a moment, Miaolu said, "Hurry and recover your strength. I want to see just how powerful you are." Right now, Miaolu wanted to see just how powerful this mysterious man in front of her was. She wanted to know his identity and teach him a lesson. Last time, she had wanted to teach Zhao Fu a lesson, but she had been stopped by Luli. Now that Zhao Fu had set his sights on her, Miaolu wanted to teach Zhao Fu a lesson and let Zhao Fu know just how powerful she was. She was not the kind of person who would take advantage of others while they were down, so she wanted to let Zhao Fu recover his strength and defeat Zhao Fu fair and square. She wanted to let Luli know just what kind of person she liked. However, Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Apologies. I'm not planning on doing that." Now, there was no need for Zhao Fu to fight with anyone else. After defeating God Kerr, he had obtained a large number of points and was now at the top of the rankings. All he needed to do was fight with the final victor. Miaolu had never thought that Zhao Fu would directly refuse. As a high and mighty person who was worshipped by countless people, how could he not dare to fight? Miaolu said angrily, "Why? I said that I would only fight after you recover your strength. I won't do despicable things like you, or are you afraid?" Zhao Fu laughed as he said, "You think I'm afraid of you? I won't fight with you because there's no need, and you don't have the right to fight with me." The surroundings were sent into an uproar. This fellow dared to say that a high and mighty person with an emperor star did not have the right to fight with him? This was simply too arrogant. Just who was he? He did not put anyone with an emperor star in his eyes at all. Boom! Miaolu furiously exploded out with a powerful aura as she stared at Zhao Fu and said, "You're saying that I don't have the right to fight with you? I want to see just how strong you are. When you lose, don't beg for mercy." Zhao Fu did not mind Miaolu's powerful aura at all and said, "I will only fight with the final victor. If you want to fight with me, you have to become the final victor, or else I won't fight with you." Miaolu said angrily, "I don't care, I just want to fight with you. Even if you don't agree, you have to agree." Zhao Fu gave a shameless smile as he said, "I'm injured, and I've used up a lot of energy. So what if you win? Will you be satisfied? Won't you be laughed at by others?" Miaolu felt that she was going to die from anger and could not help but curse, "You're a despicable person." Zhao Fu loudly laughed as he said, "That's right. If you have the ability, then become the final victor. Otherwise, I won't waste my energy fighting you." Miaolu glared at Zhao Fu, clenching his fists, wishing he could rush over and teach Zhao Fu a lesson. Luli looked at Zhao Fu and said, "All right, that's enough. Husband, please don't anger our family's young miss. If you want to get her, then treat her better." Many people were shocked to hear this. What was going on? Miaolu's personal maid actually called that man husband. Was there really a secret between him and Miaolu? Hearing Luli's words, Zhao Fu also restrained himself. Luli also turned her head and comforted Miaolu, "Miss, don't bother with him. If you really want to compete with him, I'll help you talk to him after we leave the mystic realm." Miaolu lightly snorted, "There's no need for that. Didn't he say that he would only fight with the final victor? If that's the case, then I'll be the final victor and defeat him so that he has nothing to say." Luli smiled, "I believe that our young miss will definitely win." Miaolu turned her gaze to Luli and said with a trace of displeasure, "Also, you just said that if you want to get me, you should treat me better. Do you also want me to follow such a despicable and fickle person?" Luli smiled and said, "Actually, I feel that he's not bad and is qualified to be with young miss. Young miss, you can also consider him." Miaolu said angrily, "That's impossible, and there's nothing to consider. Right now, I just want to teach him a lesson." After saying this, Miaolu looked at Tianyu and said, "Now that it's the final stage, it's time for us to decide a victor." There were originally 4 people with 9 colored god seals, one was Tianyu, one was Miaolu, one was God Kerr, and one was Zhao Fu. Now that God Kerr was dead, there were only 3 left. If she could defeat Tianyu, she would be the final victor and would be able to fight with Zhao Fu. Tianyu did not refuse. Now that it was the final stage, and the Pantheon throne had appeared, it was time to fight. Immediately, the scene was sent into an uproar, and the oppressive atmosphere was swept away as countless people became incredibly excited. Ha ha ha, I'm so excited. Those two are the people I've been looking forward to the most, and now, they're going to fight. That's right. Both of them are possessors of Emperor Stars and have terrifying power. Now, we can see who is stronger, Zhao Fu said with a smile. I support Tianyu unconditionally. He's from the godly realm and represents the godly realm, while Miao Lu comes from the godly domain and represents the godly domain. I also support Tianyu. If Tianyu loses to Miao Lu, it'll be too embarrassing. It'll show that the godly realm's people are inferior to the godly domain, but the godly realm has always been stronger than the godly domain. We're all from the god race, so there's no need to argue. I support Miao Lu, she's not weak at all, and she's so beautiful. Me too. If Miao Lu really wins, she'll be the god race's #1 beauty, and no one will be able to compare to her. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Countless people's gazes fell on those two people. They were the ones who received the most attention, and their battle would definitely shake the entire godly realm. Right now, the two of them stood in the sky. Everyone else obediently retreated far away because the battle between these two Emperor Stars was unimaginably terrifying. Zhao Fu left and came to the women's side. Shen Qianhua leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace and kissed Zhao Fu, saying, "Husband, you have to get Miao Lu." Zhao Fu smiled as he hugged her and said, "Why do you like her even more than me?" "It feels like I'm looking for a woman for you." Shen Qianhua smiled flirtatiously as she said, "Husband, I'm already yours, is there a need to be so clear? When the time comes, we'll still serve you together." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Yu Chan asked in concern, "Husband, who do you think will win? Who do you think is likely to win?" Zhao Fu thought for a moment before saying, "It's hard to say because I don't know their true strength. As such, I need to have a way to determine who will win." Oh, Yu Chan nodded before looking at Miao Lu and Tianyu. Zhao Fu also looked at the two of them. A battle between two Emperor Stars, Zhao Fu felt quite excited to see just how terrifying it would be. Boom, an explosion sounded out as Miao Lu took out a black saber and gave off a massive aura, forming a wild gale. His body gave off a black light as a destructive power spread out. Boom, Tianyu took out a white crystal sword and also gave off a massive aura that blew out like a wild gale. His body gave off a rainbow-colored light as a wave of world energy spread out. As expected from two people with Emperor Stars, they gave off two massive auras. One was black while the other was rainbow-colored, and the two auras clashed, creating an even more terrifying gale. Swish, Miao Lu's expression was serious and he did not dare to be careless at all because his opponent also had an Emperor Star. He gripped his saber and gave off a powerful aura as he rushed forwards, leaving behind a black ray of light. Tianyu's expression was quite serious as he held his sword and rushed forwards, leaving behind a rainbow ray of light. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the two rays of light gave off massive auras as they collided in the sky, causing a shockwave to ripple out and countless rays of light to shoot everywhere. This was the first time the two of them had clashed, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Following this, both of them retreated, and Miao Lu swung his saber, sending out a massive black saber light that gave off shocking power as it slashed towards Tianyu. Shing, a sword hum sounded out as Tianyu swung his sword, sending out a sharp rainbow sword light that slashed out, destroying the massive black saber light and causing it to dissipate into motes of black light. Boom, at that moment, Miao Lu stretched out a hand and vigorously pressed down, causing a massive wave of destructive power to flow out and form black orbs. Each of them was as big as a fist, and there were thousands of them. Swish, 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 after the black orbs appeared, they quickly shot towards Tianyu, tearing through the air and leaving behind afterimages. Tianyu stretched out a hand and a wave of world's energy flowed out, causing a massive rainbow shield of light to appear. There was a world's image within it, and it gave off a massive aura as it blocked in front of him. Bang, bang. Bang, explosions continuously sounded out as the countless black orbs slammed against the shield of light, resulting in massive explosions. Countless rays of black light shot out, and shockwaves continuously spread out. Boom, suddenly, Miao Lu appeared above Tianyu's rainbow shield of light and gripped his large saber with both hands. He sent a powerful wave of power into it, causing the large saber to give off an intense black light as it slashed down, sending out a terrifying saber light that seemed to be able to split apart a mountain. Bang! A huge explosion sounded out as the huge circular light shield was split open. The terrifying blade light seeped out and slashed towards Tianyu. Tianyu dodged to the side and avoided the attack. Boom! Another explosion sounded out as Tianyu stretched out a hand. A massive wave of world energy flowed out from his hand, and Tianyu grabbed out with his hand. Miaolu felt as if he had been grabbed by an invisible hand, as if he had been imprisoned by the world. Miaolu struggled hard, but he couldn't break free. Tianyu's outstretched hand once again gripped, and the formless hand also gripped, bringing with it a terrifying power as if it was going to shatter the glass of destruction. Bang! Miaolu exploded out with a massive wave of destructive power, and countless black arcs of lightning appeared around him. He broke free from the formless hand, and he raised his saber and slashed towards Tianyu. Tianyu's body gave off a rainbow light, and a wave of power fused into the world. Everything around him was now under Tianyu's control. Facing Miaolu's saber, Tianyu coldly swung his sword, sending out a massive wave of world sword energy. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as Miaolu, who had raised his saber, was sent flying by a massive wave of sword energy. He flew back dozens of meters before stopping, but he wasn't injured at all. Tianyu's gaze was cold and expressionless as he once again swung his sword. Boom! A massive sword light containing immense sword energy slashed towards Miaolu, giving off an oppressive aura of destruction and incredibly fast. Miaolu exploded out with shocking power, and his body erupted with a black aura flame. Terrifying destructive power continuously flowed out, and black arcs of lightning appeared around him. He gave off this terrifying power as he continued to rush towards Tianyu. Bang! Miaolu slashed out, and a ferocious saber light shattered the sword light, which turned into countless rainbow motes of light and dissipated. Miaolu's body continued to rush towards Tianyu. Tianyu did not move at all, and his expression was cold as he continued to swing his sword, sending out a terrifying sword light towards Miaolu. Miaolu once again slashed out, slashing apart that sword light. Next, Tianyu kept slashing out sword light. The sword light brought with it an astonishing power as it slashed towards crystal destruction at an incredible speed. One after another, crystal destruction was unable to get close to Tianyu. Moreover, Tianyu was left in a somewhat wretched state. Arg! Miaolu cried out as a massive wave of destructive power flowed out. A black energy barrier giving off a terrifying aura appeared, and the space around it seemed to twist. It looked quite terrifying. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the black energy barrier gave off destructive power as it spread out incredibly quickly. It instantly spread out far and wide like a hot knife through butter. Destructive power was the most destructive power, and the black energy barrier's destructive power caused the space around it to be unable to withstand it, causing many cracks to appear. Tianyu looked at the black energy barrier, which gave off terrifying power, and his gaze became serious as his body gave off rainbow light. A shocking wave of world energy spread out as a massive rainbow light barrier appeared, giving off a massive might. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the two energy barriers collided. A terrifying shockwave blasted out, forming a wild gale that caused countless trees to sway and rocks to fly everywhere. Boom! Within the black energy barrier, Miaolu slashed out with her saber, and 10 or so massive black lightning bolts containing terrifying power flashed past and shot towards the rainbow light barrier, resulting in a massive explosion. The 10 or so massive black lightning bolts pierced through the rainbow light barrier, causing it to start collapsing. Miaolu grasped this opportunity and rushed towards Tianyu with massive power. She came in front of Tianyu and sent a massive wave of power into her saber. She vigorously slashed out, and a massive saber light containing destructive power slashed towards Tianyu, bringing with it a massive saber wind. Tianyu's gaze gave off a trace of coldness as he sent some power into his sword. His sword gave off an intense rainbow light, and he vigorously slashed out, causing a massive rainbow sword light containing shocking power to slash out, dyeing the surroundings rainbow-colored. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the two powers collided, and a massive barrier of light spread out. The trees, ground, rocks, flowers, and grass within the barrier were instantly destroyed. A massive gale blew out, sending countless pieces of wood and rocks flying in all directions as if a disaster had descended. Everyone present looked incredibly shocked. This was a battle between emperor stars. It was even more terrifying and intense than a battle between geniuses. At the same time, they felt even more nervous and anticipated this battle. Countless shockwaves dissipated, and Tianyu and Miao Lu both retreated dozens of meters. A trace of blood leaked out of their mouths as they looked at each other. Boom! Miao Lu once again exploded out with a terrifying destructive power as he ferociously rushed at Tianyu. Tianyu sent a massive amount of power into his sword and vigorously slashed out at Miao Lu. A massive rainbow-colored pillar of sword chi containing terrifying power rushed towards Miao Lu with unstoppable force. Miao Lu raised his saber and vigorously slashed out, sending out a massive saber light that contained shocking power. The saber light split the pillar of sword chi in half, causing it to dissipate into motes of light. Xing, a clear sword hum sounded out as Tianyu took the initiative to attack. He appeared in front of Miao Lu and slashed towards Miao Lu with shocking sword energy. Miao Lu felt quite startled and hurriedly used his saber to block. Bang! A massive sound rang out as Miao Lu's body shot down like a meteor, smashing open a large crater on the ground. Standing in the sky, Tianyu once again stretched out a hand and a massive wave of world's energy flowed out. A massive rainbow-colored palm appeared in the sky, giving off a massive might. Boom! Tianyu stretched out his hand and pressed down, causing a massive rainbow-colored palm containing immense power to descend from the sky towards Miao Lu. It was like a massive mountain crashing down. Boom! Just as the massive rainbow-colored palm was about to land on the ground, a massive black beam of light containing shocking power shot into the sky and pierced through the rainbow-colored palm. The black beam of light formed a pillar of light that towered between the heavens and the earth. Terrifying ripples continuously spread out, forming wild gales that blew out in all directions. Countless trees swayed and sand and pebbles were blown into the air. Below the pillar of light, Miao Lu gave off a black light and went through great changes. Her purple hair had become black and had grown much longer, giving off a devilish light. A vertical pupil had grown on her forehead, within which there were 3 black eyeballs. Her eyes were like 2 black holes and did not contain a trace of emotion, seeming to be able to devour everything. A black veil covered her body, looking gentle and illusory, as if it was not corporeal. Waves of terrifying destructive power continuously flowed out from her body, causing everything in the surroundings to be destroyed. The ground continuously shattered and space was torn apart. Many black arcs of lightning appeared in the surroundings, creating a terrifying scene that could cause people to feel terror. By now, Miao Lu had used all of her power. She was the most powerful Lord of Destruction state, and her destructive power could easily destroy worlds. When fighting against the Tree King, she had not used this state, so it was evident that she had not used her full strength. Miao Lu's black hole-like eyes looked at Tianyu and shot out 2 thin beams of light that contained incredibly sharp power. Towards Tianyu in the sky. They were incredibly fast and tore through the air. Tianyu's expression fell and he released a wave of his world's energy, causing a rainbow-colored barrier to appear. Xing, a sound rang out as the rainbow-colored barrier was sliced apart by the 2 beams of light without any resistance. The barrier split into 4 halves and turned into motes of light before dissipating. Tianyu was not injured, and his body erupted with a rainbow-colored aura flame, blocking Miao Lu's attack. Boom! In that moment, Miao Lu's body leapt up from the ground, causing the ground to crack. Miao Lu's body quickly shot towards Tianyu, and the saber in her hand gave off an intense saber light that seemed to contain destructive power. Boom! An even greater rainbow-colored aura flame erupted around Tianyu's body, sending out wild gales. He sent all of his power into his sword, causing the intense rainbow-colored aura flame to give off a terrifying sword energy. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as Miao Lu quickly arrived before Tianyu and vigorously slashed towards Tianyu, while Tianyu vigorously slashed out with his sword. The 2 terrifying powers collided, causing a terrifying shockwave to spread out. Countless rays of light shot out, and a gale blew out. In the next moment, Tianyu was sent flying back 100 meters and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Tianyu looked at Miao Lu seriously. It seemed that if he did not use his full power, he would not be able to defeat her. As such, Tianyu did not hesitate and exploded out with all of his power. Boom! A massive explosion once again sounded out as Tianyu gave off an intense rainbow-colored light, making him look like a sun that shined in all directions. World energy continuously flowed into Tianyu's body, causing Tianyu's body to go through changes. His hair became rainbow-colored, a rainbow-colored mark appeared on his forehead, and his eyes became rainbow-colored glassy eyeballs. A formless power spread out from his body, covering the entire world and forming a formless might. He was like the ruler of the world, and that terrifying aura made people want to kneel and worship him. This was Tianyu's most powerful world god's power, and it was incredibly terrifying. It was as if he controlled the entire world and was the world's master. This was the power of the godly realm's most powerful expert. Tianyu very rarely fought, and it was very rare for people to see him use this power. After being in the secret realm for so long, this was the first time he had used it, and it was the first time someone had challenged him. In countless people's hearts, he was the insurmountable peak on the path of gods. If one wanted to become the ruler of the gods, they had to first defeat him. Everyone tactfully chose not to challenge him, and they instead chose to challenge those who were weaker than him. Only then would they have the confidence to challenge such a terrifying person. In the sky, Miaolu coldly looked at Tianyu, and a massive destructive power flowed out from his body as black orbs once again appeared around him. This time, each of the black orbs was 1 meter wide and gave off shocking destructive power. They densely covered the area around Miaolu and gave off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Swish, 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 the black orbs gave off immense destructive power as they quickly shot towards Tianyu, bringing with them traces of black light. Tianyu stood in the sky, looking like a rainbow-colored sun. Seeing the countless black orbs giving off destructive power, he exploded out with a shocking world's power. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the rainbow-colored orbs gave off an intense rainbow-colored light that turned into rays of light that shot towards the black orbs. There were so many of them that they seemed to cover the entire world. Bang, bang. Bang, explosions sounded out as the black orbs were pierced by the rainbow-colored rays of light and exploded. Boundless light covered everyone's vision, and terrifying shockwaves continuously blasted out, forming a massive storm. When the shockwaves dissipated, the ground was hit by the shockwave and continuously cracked. Many trees were destroyed, rocks were scattered, and grass was everywhere. It was a complete mess. However, the two people in the air were fine and were not affected by the shockwave. Boom, an explosion sounded out as Miaolu's expression was cold as he gave off a powerful aura and rushed towards Tianyu. Tianyu also gave off a powerful aura as he rushed towards Miaolu. Miaolu arrived in front of Tianyu and vigorously slashed towards Tianyu. Tianyu also vigorously slashed towards Miaolu. The two weapons collided, and a shockwave spread out. The two people's strength was about the same, and neither had an absolute advantage. Both of them retreated. Miaolu continuously swung his saber, sending out saber lights towards Tianyu. Tianyu also continuously swung his sword, sending out rainbow sword lights. Clang, 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 the two of them continuously attacked, causing loud sounds to ring out. Shockwaves continuously spread out, causing the heavens and earth to dim. Shing, a sword hum once again sounded out as Tianyu sent great power into the sword, sending Mie Glaze's body flying back. Swish. Swish, Miaolu's body flew back 10 or so meters. His black hole-like eyes once again shot out 2 black rays of light, bringing with them an extremely sharp power as they shot towards Tianyu. Tianyu understood how powerful these 2 rays of light were, so he dodged to the side and avoided Miaolu's attack. However, Miaolu's eyes once again shot out 2 thin rays of light towards Tianyu. Tianyu dodged to the side and avoided the 2 rays of light, but at that moment, another 2 rays of light shot out. This time, Tianyu did not dodge and instead slashed out a massive rainbow sword light, destroying the 2 rays of light. Suddenly, Miaolu appeared behind him and his saber gave off an intense black light as he slashed towards Tianyu with shocking power. By now, it was too late for Tianyu to turn around, so he hurriedly released a wave of his world's energy, forming a rainbow energy barrier. Boom, a loud sound rang out as the defensive barrier shattered and Tianyu was sent flying by the saber strike. Tianyu stopped after flying back dozens of meters, a trace of anger on his face. A massive rainbow aura flame burst forth from his body, forming a massive rainbow aura flame bird that gave off a massive aura. Seeing this, Miaolu also gave off an intense black light as a massive evil-looking black phoenix appeared, giving off a massive destructive power. Scree! Tianyu slashed out with his sword, and the massive rainbow aura flame bird flapped its wings, bringing with it a rainbow gale and terrifying world god power as it ferociously rushed towards Miaolu. Scree! Miaolu also slashed out with his saber, and the black phoenix also rushed towards Tianyu. Its body gave off an intense black light that seemed to cause the surroundings to fall into darkness, and a terrifying destructive aura spread out. Bang! The two attacks collided with shocking power, resulting in an intense explosion. An energy barrier containing destructive power instantly spread out, and the ground, trees, and rocks within the barrier were all blasted apart. A strong gust of wind blew countless sand and stones in all directions. Its momentum was astonishing, as if it was a wind disaster. Bang! Before the terrifying shockwaves could dissipate, a massive explosion sounded out as the two people once again clashed in the sky. Bang! 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 Boom! Miaolu raised his black saber with both hands, and countless rays of black saber light shot out, forming a massive black saber that was thousands of meters long. It gave off world-splitting power as it slashed towards Tianyu. Tianyu sent all of his power into the sword, causing it to give off boundless light, making it look like a small rainbow sun, and a massive sword energy covered the ground. Bang! In the instant that the huge saber light slashed over, Tianyu forcefully slashed out with the sword in his hand. An unimaginable sword force slashed out, and the two forces collided, resulting in a deafening explosion. A terrifying shockwave containing terrifying power instantly rippled out. The ground was lifted up, countless trees were uprooted, and countless rocks were blown into the sky. Boom! Another massive explosion sounded out as Tianyu stretched out a hand, giving off a powerful world's energy as he grabbed towards Miaolu. At that moment, the world became a massive, formless arm that brought with it a massive world's power grab towards Glaze's destruction. It was as if there was no way to block it, and it gave off a feeling of despair. Miaolu did not move, and the third eye on his forehead stared at Tianyu, giving off a terrifying, cold, and dark aura. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Mia Glaze's vertical eye shot out a massive black beam of light that seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was surrounded by black arcs of lightning and was incredibly fast, as if it was a hot knife through butter. Bang! The massive world's arm was pierced by the black ray of light, which reached Tianyu and gave off a massive explosion. Countless traces of black light shot out, and a terrifying destructive power spread out, causing cracks to appear in space. After the shockwaves dissipated, Tianyu released a powerful defensive barrier, blocking that terrifying destructive power. Boom! However, at that moment, Miaolu gave off a shocking aura as he appeared above Tianyu. He held a saber and gave off terrifying saber energy as he slashed down towards Tianyu, seeming to be able to split apart a mountain. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the defensive barrier shattered, and Tianyu's body was slashed to the ground, opening up a large crater and causing countless rocks to fly everywhere. Miaolu's expression was cold as he gave off a destructive aura and continued to rush at Tianyu. He was incredibly fast, and in just an instant, he arrived in front of Tianyu. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as countless rays of light shot out from the crater, and a head giving off a massive aura appeared in the air above the crater. The head was 1 meter long and belonged to a man. Its appearance was quite hazy, and it was impossible to see what it looked like. However, its eyes were rainbow-colored, and they were cold and emotionless. Extinguish! The head opened its mouth and gave off a musical note, causing an incredibly terrifying power to flow out. It was as if the entire world in front of it was collapsing. Space, ground, rocks, and trees all shattered. It was incredibly terrifying. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up. Miaolu was greatly startled and hurriedly released a defensive barrier and blocked with his saber, but he was still sent flying by that massive power. After flying back, Miaolu rolled a few times on the ground before stopping. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked at the head with an unsightly expression. This head seemed to be the manifestation of the world's laws, and it seemed to control the heavens and earth. Its power was unimaginably terrifying. The head's incredibly cold gaze once again looked at Miaolu and it uttered a single word, wind. In that instant, a massive formless energy spread out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that moment, countless wild gusts of wind appeared, forming wind blades that gave off incredibly sharp power. There were many of them, and they filled the sky. Swish, swish, swish. The instant the countless wind blades formed, they gave off terrifying power as they shot towards Miaolu. They were incredibly fast, seeming to be able to slice apart everything, and the sounds they gave off were incredibly terrifying. Boom, Miaolu immediately exploded out with shocking power as a powerful black energy barrier giving off a shocking aura appeared. It gave off terrifying destructive power as it instantly spread out, destroying everything. Bang, the two terrifying forces collided in that instant, causing a huge explosion to ring out. A destructive force instantly spread out, causing the ground to shatter and countless rocks to shoot out. After the shockwave settled, a crater that was thousands of meters wide appeared in the ground, giving off a terrifying aura. Miaolu and Tianyu were not affected by the shockwaves. The head continued to coldly look at Miaolu as it uttered one word at a time, Earth. Boom. Boom, explosions continuously sounded out as pillars of earth rushed out of the ground with shocking power and ferociously smashed towards Miaolu. Miaolu quickly flew into the sky, dodging the countless pillars of earth. The head raised its head and looked at the sky with its cold, rainbow-colored eyes as it uttered one word at a time, Sky. Boom. Boom, explosions once again sounded out as three massive white streams of air appeared in the sky, bringing with them terrifying power as they rushed towards Miaolu. Miaolu sent a massive amount of power into his saber, causing it to give off a terrifying saber light. He vigorously slashed out, causing a massive saber light to slash out with enough power to slash apart everything. Bang! 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 Three massive sounds rang out as three white streams of air were slashed apart by the saber strike, turning into a wild gale that blew out. The eye between Miaolu's eyebrows stared at the head, emitting an intense black light that seemed to distort the surrounding space. Boom, a massive black beam of light shot out from the eye, bringing with it an extremely terrifying power as it shot towards the head with unstoppable force. The head's expression was ice cold, without a trace of fear, and it uttered one syllable at a time, shield. Heaven and earth power gathered in the surroundings, forming a massive rainbow-colored shield. There were countless runes on it, and it gave off a shocking aura. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the shield blocked the destructive beam of light, and a powerful shockwave spread out, forming a powerful gale. Shing, the sound of a huge saber rang out. Mia Glaze had appeared in front of the huge shield. He raised his black saber with both hands and sent out countless black saber lights. Then, he slashed out with all his might. Boom, a saber energy that seemed to be able to destroy everything flooded out and slammed into the shield, directly shattering it. The terrifying saber energy inundated the head, and the saber energy continuously flowed forwards, causing the ground to collapse. After everything settled, a ravine that was thousands of meters long and hundreds of meters wide had appeared on the ground. Many trees had been destroyed and rocks were everywhere. At the end of the ravine, Tianyu half squatted on the ground with his sword stabbed into the ground. There was blood at the corner of his lips as he slowly raised his head and coldly looked at Miaolu. Boom, an enormous rainbow-colored aura flame flowed out of his body, and a massive world's power continuously spread out. Tianyu's body started to become illusory, as if he had truly fused with the world. The ground continuously collapsed and space twisted. Finally, a hazy, illusory image holding a rainbow-colored sword with long, rainbow-colored hair appeared, causing the space around it to twist. This illusory image seemed illusory, and waves of terrifying world's power spread out, controlling the world within it. It was as if it controlled the heavens. Seeing this scene, everyone felt incredibly shocked. Before, it was said that in order to better control the world's power, Tianyu had given up many emotions and made many sacrifices. Now, he had really done it. Xing, at that moment, Tianyu's gaze was cold as he looked at Miaolu. He slashed out with his sword, and a sword light instantly slashed out. Everything in front of him was instantly turned into nothingness. Miaolu's expression was serious as he released a three-layered defensive barrier and held his saber in front of him, giving off a firm aura. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the sword light slammed into the defensive barrier. The defensive barrier instantly shattered into countless shards, and Miaolu's body was forced back 10 or so meters. Swish, Tianyu's body instantly arrived in front of Miaolu, and a long crack appeared in the space and ground behind him. After arriving in front of Miaolu, Tianyu slashed towards Miaolu, bringing with it an extremely terrifying sword energy. Miaolu sent massive amounts of power into his saber and vigorously slashed out, and a black saber light containing shocking power slashed towards Tianyu. Boom, there was a loud roar as the two weapons collided. A shockwave spread out, and the ground instantly collapsed. The scene of the collision lasted for a while, and the next moment, Miaolu's body was sent flying. Tianyu once again slashed out with his sword, causing a massive power to spread out. Countless rainbow-colored birds appeared, all of them giving off immense power and flying incredibly quickly towards Miaolu. Bang, bang, bang! When the rainbow-colored birds arrived in front of Miaolu, they exploded, causing countless rays of light to shoot out, blocking everyone's vision. A terrifying power spread out, causing the ground to instantly crumble, and a powerful gale continuously blew out. Countless trees swayed and sand and pebbles were blown into the air. The terrifying aura caused everyone present to feel a bone-chilling coldness. Roar! A massive roar suddenly sounded out as countless rays of black light exploded out. A destructive power continuously flooded out like a heaven-toppling flood, easily inundating the entire world. The rainbow-colored light from before instantly disappeared. The heavens and earth dimmed, and the world violently trembled as a massive demon image appeared before everyone's eyes. The demon image was 10,000 meters tall and had 3 heads. It looked quite ferocious, and the 2 heads on the side had 2 bone horns while the one in the middle had 3 bone horns. There was also a vertical eye on its forehead that also had 3 black pupils that gave off a destructive aura. Its body was also very strong. It had strong muscles and 6 arms. One of its arms was holding a sword, one was holding a knife, one was holding a spear, one was holding an axe, one was holding a ring, and one was holding a hammer. Its body gave off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy the world. The world could not withstand this aura, so it continuously trembled as if it was terrified. The terrifying aura of destruction weighed down on everyone's bodies, making them feel as if they were going to suffocate. They felt pain and terror. Seeing this scene, the countless experts were incredibly shocked. This was the Lord of Destruction, a terrifying existence that had appeared when the world had ended. It controlled the source of destruction and could easily destroy everything. Most of them had only heard of it and had never seen it for themselves. This was the first time they had seen it, and it was indeed quite terrifying. Now, Miaolu had actually transformed into the Lord of Destruction. This was something that could only be achieved by gaining the Lord of Destruction's favor. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out from the serpent god as the destruction demon image vigorously swung its sword. A massive wave of sword chi slashed towards Tianyu, bringing with it a massive sword chi storm. All of the trees, rocks, and flowers in its path were destroyed, and sword gashes appeared on the ground. Tianyu's expression was serious as he sent a massive wave of power into his sword. He vigorously slashed out, and a massive rainbow-colored crescent flew out. Heaven and earth power continuously flowed in from the surroundings, giving off an unimaginable power as it slashed forwards. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as the 2 attacks collided. Countless traces of sword chi and sword light held out like wild gales, instantly destroying everything in the surroundings. Boom! A massive explosion once again sounded out as the destruction demon image raised its large hammer and vigorously smashed towards Tianyu. It gave off a power that seemed to be able to crush everything, causing space to shatter and chaotic shockwaves to spread out. In that instant, Tianyu's body disappeared. When the hammer struck the ground, a terrifying force instantly spread out. A loud sound rang out as a 1,000-meter-wide crater appeared in the ground. At that moment, Tianyu appeared in the sky above the destruction demon image. The sword in his hand gave off intense rainbow-colored sword light, forming a 1,000-meter-long rainbow-colored sword that gave off massive amounts of heaven and earth power as it slashed towards the destruction demon image. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as a massive gale spread out. The destruction demon image used its saber and spear to block in front of it, blocking that terrifying sword strike. Boom! At that moment, the demon image swung its axe with its other hand, bringing with it a terrifying power as it slashed towards Tianyu, bringing with it a massive gale. Tianyu could only retreat and disappear, causing the destruction demon image's attack to miss. In the next moment, Tianyu appeared on the other side of the destruction demon image and his sword gave off shocking power as it slashed towards the destruction demon image. However, it was easily blocked by the destruction demon image. Its power was simply too monstrous. In the end, Tianyu appeared in the distance and raised his sword. A massive wave of world energy flowed out as a massive rainbow-colored dragon giving off a massive aura appeared, giving off terrifying world energy. Boom! Tianyu slashed out, and the massive rainbow-colored dragon gave off terrifying power as it rushed towards the destruction demon image. The destruction demon image sent a massive wave of destructive power into its 6 weapons, causing them to give off black light as a shocking wave of destructive power flowed out. Boom! The instant that the rainbow-colored dragon rushed over, the destruction demon image slashed its 6 weapons towards the rainbow-colored dragon, sending out 6 massive black lights that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the massive rainbow-colored dragon was slashed apart, resulting in a massive explosion. The destruction demon image was forced back 4 or 5 steps. At that moment, Xianxia gave off a powerful aura as he rushed towards the destruction demon image. The terrifying eye on the destruction demon image's forehead stared at Xianxia as it gave off a terrifying power. Boom, boom. Boom! Explosions continuously sounded out as the destruction demon image's third eye shot out hundreds or thousands of black rays of light, giving off immense destructive power as they shot towards Xianxia. They were incredibly fast and flashed past him in an instant. Xianxia's expression fell and he gave off boundless rainbow-colored light, forming a massive rainbow-colored energy barrier that gave off shocking power. Bang, bang. Bang! In that moment, the countless rays of light hit the barrier, causing it to crash to the ground and heavily smash into the ground, opening up a large crater. Countless rocks flew everywhere as the massive barrier shattered. Boom! However, at that moment, a massive stone pillar rushed up from the ground, giving off immense power as it sent the destruction demon image flying back. Dust spread out from the crater as Xianxia half-squatted on the ground and pressed a hand against the ground, causing a talisman magic formation to appear. Roar! The destruction demon image furiously roared and wanted to get up from the ground to kill Xianxia. Xianxia naturally could not let go of this opportunity. A massive wave of world energy flowed into the talisman magic formation, causing it to give off a massive wave of world energy. Countless amounts of soil surged towards the golem on the ground like a tidal wave. First, it wrapped around its limbs, making it unable to move. Then, countless amounts of soil surged towards its body, covering the golem's body. The soil continuously hardened and the destruction demon image seemed to be sealed within the soil, unable to move at all. The terrifying aura that the destruction demon image gave off also quickly dissipated. Everyone felt quite surprised as they watched this scene. Could it be that Xianxia had defeated Miao Lu just like that? Boom! Suddenly, a massive explosion sounded out as the soil was blasted apart and an enormous black hole appeared, giving off a massive suction force that sucked the soil into the black hole. The black hole disappeared and the destruction demon image's massive body once again climbed up from the ground. The eye on its forehead gave off boundless black light as a formless destructive power flowed out. An enormous black hole suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia and gave off a massive suction force, wanting to suck Xianxia in. Xianxia's expression fell and he immediately sent a large amount of power into his sword and vigorously slashed out, sending out a rainbow sword arc that slashed apart the black hole. However, at that moment, the destruction demon image's 6 arms raised its 6 weapons and sent power into them before vigorously slashing down. Boom, boom. Boom! 6 massive rays of black light slashed out, bringing with them destructive power and a massive aura as they slashed forwards like bolts of lightning. It was as if there was no way to stop them, and a massive explosion sounded out. Bang! Xianxia was sent flying by that attack, and 6 massive 1,000-meter-long gashes appeared on the ground. The ground was a complete mess, and there were broken trees and shattered rocks everywhere. Boom! A massive explosion once again sounded out as a few gashes appeared on Xianxia's chest. He coldly looked at the demon image and waves of rainbow aura flames flowed out, spreading out like a fountain. Xianxia raised his sword and vigorously slashed out. Boom! An enormous rainbow aura flame river gave off massive amounts of world energy as it ferociously rushed forwards incredibly quickly. It was as if there was no way to stop it, and it gave off a massive sense of suppression. The demon image immediately gave off massive power, blocking the 6 weapons in front of it and giving off intense light. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the demon image was sent flying by the Rainbow River and crashed hundreds of meters away. It heavily smashed into the ground, opening up a large crater and causing countless rocks to fly everywhere. Roar! The demon image got up from the ground and furiously gave a heaven-shaking roar. A corporeal sound wave spread out and swept out. Boom! The golem raised the 6 weapons around it, and the 6 weapons continuously gave off waves of destructive power. An enormous black orb giving off terrifying power appeared, and it was tens of thousands of meters wide. Black arcs of lightning continuously flashed around it, giving off a shocking aura. The surrounding space was unable to withstand it and continuously tore apart. Tianyu's expression became serious, and he understood just how terrifying this attack was. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Tianyu exploded out with shocking power, giving off boundless rainbow-colored light. He was like an enormous rainbow-colored sun that was tens of thousands of meters wide, and the rainbow-colored light covered the ground and gave off a shocking power. Boom, Tianyu brought the enormous rainbow sun and rushed towards the demon image. The rainbow light dyed the world rainbow-colored, and it was as if a world had smashed towards the demon image, seeming to be able to destroy all things. Boom, the demon image's 6 arms swung out, and the enormous black orb shot out. The black orb gave off boundless black light, dyeing the world black as if it was going to destroy the world. Bang, a shocking explosion sounded out as the 2 spheres collided. A world-destroying shockwave spread out, and the ground, mountains, trees, and creeks in the surroundings were instantly turned into nothingness. A terrifying shockwave blew out, sending countless rocks and stones flying. Countless trees were uprooted, creating a deafening sound as if a natural disaster had descended. Zhao Fu and the others, who were far away, were also affected by the shockwave. The shockwave carried countless pieces of stone and wood as it shot towards them. Zhao Fu immediately released a defensive barrier to block all the stone and wood. After everything calmed down, a crater that was hundreds of thousands of meters wide appeared in the ground, giving off a destructive power. Everyone looked incredibly shocked, as expected from a battle between 2 people with emperor stars. It was simply too terrifying. Just who had won? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the pit. In the crater, Tianyu's body returned to its physical form. There were a few wounds on his body that were bleeding, and he looked a little weak. On the other side, Miaolu lay on the ground and returned to his original form. There were also a few wounds on his body, and his face was quite pale. Seeing this, everyone saw that Tianyu was standing while Miaolu was lying on the ground. It seemed that Tianyu had won. Boom, just as this thought appeared in everyone's mind, Miaolu stood up from the ground and gave off a massive wave of power as a black light containing terrifying power shot into the sky. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, and an extremely terrifying shockwave blasted out with destructive power. The sky was torn open, creating a terrifying scene. Countless rays of intense white light shot out from the cracks, and the entire sky collapsed into nothingness, turning everything into a jet-black darkness. At that moment, a massive white star giving off a boundless aura slowly descended from the sky. The heavens and earth seemed to sink as a massive pressure descended. The massive white star gave off a divine might and gave off a dignified, solemn, pious, and worshipful aura. It was as if it was the Lord of all gods, and its power could cause the heavens and earth to collapse and space to twist. This was the god race's supreme emperor star, the highest god star. The highest god star's appearance caused Miaolu's aura to become even more powerful, making him seem like a high and mighty godly lord. Boom, a massive explosion once again sounded out. Tianyu did not hesitate and his body gave off a massive wave of world energy as a rainbow-colored ray of light containing immense power shot into the sky. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the sky once again seemed to collapse. Countless cracks spread out as countless rays of white light shot out, and an enormous white star giving off boundless divine might appeared. The god race's emperor star gave off a brilliant white light and boundless emperor star power. It stood on either side of the sky, and its aura shook the heavens and earth. Miaolu's body was cold as he raised a hand and a terrifying destructive power entered the emperor star. The emperor star gave off boundless black light, looking like an enormous black sun, and Miaolu vigorously slammed down with his hand. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the enormous black sun gave off destructive power as it smashed towards Tianyu. The entire heavens and earth seemed to collapse as countless shockwaves wreaked havoc. Tianyu did not feel any fear and raised a hand, sending a massive wave of world energy into the emperor star in the sky. The emperor star gave off a rainbow-colored light, making it look like a rainbow-colored sun and giving off a massive wave of world energy. Zhao Fu's hand also slammed down. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the rainbow-colored sun gave off terrifying world energy and a world-shaking aura as it smashed forwards, seeming to cause the world to collapse. Bang, an explosion sounded out as if the heavens and earth were being torn apart. The two emperor stars collided, and it was as if two worlds had collided, causing boundless light to cover the world. In that moment, not only did the ground, trees, mountains, and rocks crumble, but space and time also crumbled and turned into nothingness. In the distance, everyone could only see a vast expanse of white and could not see anything. They felt as if they had gone deaf and could not speak, and their souls had been dealt a massive blow, making them feel incredibly small. The heavens and earth shook violently, and this lasted for quite a while. Waves of annihilating aura surged out like a tide. After the shockwaves dissipated, there was a 1 million-meter-wide crater in the ground. Countless trees had been destroyed around the crater, and rocks were scattered everywhere. The crater gave off a massive aura of annihilation, and it was incredibly terrifying. Even those far away could sense it, causing people's hairs to stand on end. There were two people lying on the ground, one was Xianxia, and the other was Miaolu. Everyone stared at this scene with wide eyes. Now that both people had fallen to the ground, no one knew who had won. It was possible that it had been a draw, and everyone started to feel nervous. Not too long after, Xianxia stood up from the ground, and Miaolu also wanted to stand up, but she did not have the strength to do so. It was evident that Xianxia had won, and the entire crowd burst into an uproar. Ha ha ha, I knew Xianxia would win. He's definitely going to be the ruler of the gods this time, right? Who can be a match for him now? Originally, the two god race emperor stars had the highest chance of becoming the ruler of the gods. Now that Xianxia has defeated the other emperor star, the ruler of the gods will definitely be his. I can guarantee that. That's right. He's the #1 expert of the godly world. With such terrifying power, he even defeated the #1 expert of the godly domain. He's brought glory to the godly world, and I like him even more. I like Xianxia too, I like him a lot. It would be even better if I could be his wife, I would serve him wholeheartedly. It's the first time I've seen two people with emperor stars fight, and it was incredibly destructive. Both of them are experts worthy of our respect. Both of them are incredibly powerful. Even though Miaolu lost, that doesn't mean she's weak. Xianxia didn't win easily either, and I feel that he's just a bit stronger than Miaolu. You're right, there's also the attribute. Xianxia belongs to the world attribute, he can absorb the power of heaven and earth at any time, and the injuries he receives will heal very quickly. Miaolu belongs to the destruction attribute, although he has a strong destructive power, his recovery ability is not as strong as Xianxia. There's not much to say about this battle. Both of them gave it their all, and the final two emperor stars collided. They deserve our cheers. At this moment, many experts of the divine world couldn't help but praise Xianxia. Even Wu Guang revealed a smile because Xianxia represented the divine world. If he won, then the divine world would win. Although the celestial race lived in both the divine world and the divine domain, there would often be some friction between the two sides. The people of the divine world thought that the people of the divine domain were inferior to them, and the people of the divine domain had always wanted to surpass the divine world. Currently, they just didn't have any large-scale battles. Now that they were being suppressed by the divine realm, the expressions of some of the forces from the divine realm that had come here were somewhat unsightly. They couldn't blame Miaolu, because Miaolu had given it his all, and his strength had shocked them. It could only be said that Xianxia's strength was slightly stronger than Miaolu's. At this time, Xianxia walked towards Miaolu, he had already recovered some of his strength. Miaolu's complexion was also somewhat ugly, she was originally very confident, but in the end, she still lost to Xianxia, it was a huge blow to her confidence. She didn't have any complaints. She had tried her best, but she still lost to him. Xianxia came in front of Miaolu and said coldly, "I've won. But you're not weak either." Miaolu looked at Xianxia and said, "You've won, but I'll definitely win back in the future." Xianxia coldly replied, "I'm also looking forward to the battles in the future. I hope that you'll become stronger and don't disappoint me." These words made Miaolu feel a bit uncomfortable, because she felt that Xianxia thought that she wasn't as strong as him and that she needed to work hard to catch up to him. However, because she had indeed lost to Tianyu, she couldn't say anything about it. Now, a fighting spirit was ignited in her heart, and she hoped that in the future, she would become even stronger and defeat Tianyu. She definitely couldn't lose to Tianyu a second time. At this moment, Miaolu's maid, Luli, worriedly flew to Miaolu's side and helped the weak Miaolu up. Tianyu didn't say anything, and he turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Now, he also needed to recover his strength. After helping Miaolu up, Luli quickly took out a few bottles of good medicinal pills and fed them to Miaolu as she asked caringly, "How do you feel now, miss?" Miaolu lay in Luli's arms and smiled as she said, "I'm fine, it's just that this time Suddenly, before Miaolu could finish speaking, she coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and her face became pale, and her aura became very weak. Luli was shocked. "Miss? What's wrong?" Miaolu didn't reply to Luli and directly fainted. Luli didn't know what had happened, but she immediately fed Miaolu healing medicinal pills and sent her power into Miaolu's body to help Miaolu recover. However, it wasn't very effective, and she found that ordinary powers and medicines were unable to heal Miaolu's injuries. Miaolu's injuries weren't from battle but from a powerful backlash. Just then, she had used the God Race's Emperor Star to attack Tianyu, and even though the attack was incredibly powerful, she had still been greatly affected. The Emperor Star could be said to be her life and everything, and any damage it suffered would be reflected on her body. Just then, when the two stars had collided, the Emperor Star had been slightly damaged, and adding on the fact that Miaolu had lost at a critical moment, her body had suffered a powerful backlash of fate. This was a backlash of fate, and ordinary powers and medicinal pills were unable to heal it. In order to heal these injuries, one needed the help of someone with powerful fate, or else one could only rely on one's own body to slowly recover, which was incredibly slow. Luli immediately thought of a person, which was Zhao Fu. After all, Zhao Fu had a divine bloodline and had defeated the terrifying god Ker. His identity was incredibly mysterious, and he definitely had massive amounts of fate. At that moment, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and brought the women to the crater. Because Zhao Fu saw that Miaolu had lost all of her power, he decided that it would be best to subdue her. As such, he had despicably brought people here. Of course, Zhao Fu wasn't completely confident. After all, the other party had an Emperor Star. Even though the moon god Sprout also had an Emperor Star, it was because Zhao Fu had subdued her first before awakening the god race's Emperor Star. Seeing Zhao Fu arrive, Luli gave a delighted smile and said, "Husband, hurry and save my young mistress." Zhao Fu smiled as he came before her. He could tell at a glance that Luli had suffered a backlash from the Emperor Star's fate. This was a backlash from the Emperor Star's fate, and it was incredibly terrifying. Ordinary people with massive amounts of fate would not dare to touch it, as they might also suffer a backlash. However, Zhao Fu was not afraid of this sort of backlash. This sort of backlash would not be very effective against Zhao Fu, as Zhao Fu had 6 Supreme Emperor Stars. How could a single Emperor Star affect Zhao Fu? As such, this was not a problem for Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, saying, "It's nothing much, don't worry, leave it to me." Hearing how relaxed Zhao Fu was, Luli felt at ease and trusted that Zhao Fu would be able to deal with this. Zhao Fu squatted down and examined Miaolu's body to understand her injuries. He then picked up Miaolu's body and smiled as he said, "It's not convenient to stay here, let's leave." Luli lightly nodded and left with Zhao Fu and the others. This caused countless people to have a bad feeling, and they frowned, feeling quite worried. Where is that beast going with Miaolu? Is he going to do something to her? That's the possessor of the god race's Emperor Star and the most powerful person in the godly domain. Is he tired of living, or did he eat leopard's gall? Fudge. Now that you say that, I'm starting to worry. That's how that fellow subdued Xianxia and Wuchan. They're two peerless geniuses, and yet they were willing to serve a man. Back then, my heart ached so much and I wanted to take his place. That's right. Thinking about those two peerless beauties moaning under another man, I'm so jealous. If he subdued even the possessor of the Emperor Star, everyone would hate him to death. I feel that it's quite possible that this fellow is a shameless and despicable person. Others didn't take advantage of him and attacked him when he didn't have any power, but he wanted to take advantage of Miaolu when she didn't have any power. I just hope that that person won't be so bold and think about the consequences. That's the possessor of the god race's emperor star and the most powerful person in the godly domain. Yes. If he dares to do such a thing, everyone in the deity realm will madly hunt him down. This won't just anger a single power, it will anger the entire deity realm. Moreover, the people of our deity realm might also be involved. He seemed to have mentioned before that he was very interested in Miaolu. I thought that Miaolu was doomed this time. He was going to be defiled by that beast. Thinking about it, I was so angry that I wanted to chop him into pieces. Among the countless experts on the viewing platforms, the ones who were the most worried were naturally Miaolu's faction. They did not want to lose the owner of the Emperor Star before obtaining the King of Gods. Moreover, if they really violated Miaolu, it would be a great humiliation to them. Now that they were outside the mystic realm, they had no power to stop him. Otherwise, they would have rushed in and blasted Zhao Fu to smithereens. No one wanted such a beauty to be defiled by that beast, and they all hoped that this would not happen. Of course, any righteous, kind, and caring person would not want such a thing to happen. Those who wanted to see Miaolu violated and had some sort of reaction were scum. What Zhao Fu had been doing was actually quite normal. It was just that everyone's thoughts were too lewd, and they liked to let their imaginations run wild. This made Zhao Fu feel quite innocent. In actuality, he was a righteous and kind person, and he had sacrificed himself to satisfy those women. Hugging Miaolu, Zhao Fu and the others came to a grassy area. Zhao Fu placed Miaolu on the ground and waved his hand, causing a black energy barrier to spread out, blocking the image in the mirror and preventing anyone from disturbing him. Because Miaolu's life was not in danger yet, Zhao Fu was not in a hurry to heal Miaolu's injuries. To Zhao Fu, this was not an easy thing to do. Moreover, Zhao Fu wanted to take this opportunity to subdue Miaolu. If her injuries were healed, it would be much more difficult. Zhao Fu half-squatted on the ground and pressed his hand against Miaolu's abdomen, and a wave of 6 desires demonic chi flowed into Miaolu's body. Boom, an explosion sounded out in Zhao Fu's mind as Zhao Fu's hand was blasted away by a formless energy, and the 6 desires demonic chi that he had sent into his hand dissipated. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and did not understand what had happened. He stretched out his hand and once again pressed against Miaolu's abdomen. Just as he was about to send in the 6 desires demonic chi, his hand was once again pushed away by a formless energy. What's going on? Zhao Fu could not understand how the 6 desires demonic chi, which was the bane of women, could not be used against countless women. Zhao Fu once again stretched out his hand and pressed against Miaolu's abdomen, but his hand was once again pushed away by a formless energy. Zhao Fu stopped and seemed to have discovered the reason. He looked up into the sky and saw that the god race's emperor star was helping Miaolu. Let alone Zhao Fu sending in the 6 desires demonic chi, even if he tried to harm Miaolu, the god race's emperor star would give off a wave of energy to protect Miaolu. The god race's emperor star could sense that the 6 desires demonic chi was harmful to Miaolu, so it pushed away Zhao Fu's hand, and the 6 desires demonic chi was dispelled by the emperor star's power. This was the first time Zhao Fu had encountered something like this, and he felt that it was incredibly difficult to deal with the owner of the emperor star. However, Zhao Fu had a way to deal with this. If he wanted to send the 6 desires demonic chi into Miaolu's body, he had to first suppress Miaolu's god race's emperor star. However, Miaolu's body was currently suffering a fate backlash, and doing this would put Miaolu's life in danger. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided to first heal Miaolu's injuries before suppressing her god race's emperor star and seeing if he could subdue Miaolu. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive black fate exploded out from Zhao Fu's body. 9 massive black dragon images appeared, giving off a massive dragon's might. The women in the surroundings hurriedly retreated so as not to disturb Zhao Fu. After the 9 black dragons appeared, they surrounded Zhao Fu and Miaolu's bodies and looked down at Miaolu. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand, which gave off a black light, and pressed it against Miaolu's chest. Roar! Roar, roar! The 9 black dragons gave massive roars and gave off massive auras as they flooded into Miaolu's body, and a massive wave of fate power spread out within her body. 9 smaller black dragons appeared within Miaolu's body and swirled about within her body, giving off powerful waves of fate power to heal Miaolu's injuries. With the help of this wave of fate power, Miao Lu's injuries recovered quite quickly. However, a massive backlash came from Miao Lu's body and flowed towards Zhao Fu. Boom! By now, Zhao Fu had no choice but to use the Emperor Star's power. His palm gave off 6 different lights, each representing a different Emperor Star's power. The 6 Emperor Star's power combined was incredibly terrifying, and they successfully resisted the backlash. Zhao Fu used the Emperor Star's power to suppress Miao Lu's Emperor Star. Boom! A massive explosion once again sounded out as Zhao Fu gathered even more Emperor Star power. His palm gave off an intense 6-colored light, and the powerful Emperor Star power entered Miao Lu's body. The Emperor Star power within Miao Lu's body tried to resist this power, and it gave off an intense white light, resisting the 6-colored light. Zhao Fu's expression became slightly cold as he once again gathered even more Emperor Star power and pressed down on Miao Lu's chest, causing an even more intense 6-colored light to enter Miao Lu's body. The Emperor Star power within her body was gradually suppressed, and her body gave off the 6-colored light as a shocking wave of Emperor Star power flowed out of her body. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. Now that he had suppressed her Emperor Star power, it was time to send in the 6 desires demonic chi. Following this, Zhao Fu sent in the 6 desires demonic chi. However, things were not as simple as Zhao Fu had thought. The 6 desires demonic chi quickly dissipated, and only a small portion remained. It seemed that even though Miao Lu's Emperor Star power had been suppressed, she was still able to resist. After all, her body contained Emperor Star power, and even though it had been suppressed, the Emperor Star power still existed. Zhao Fu thought of another way to deal with this. The reason why the Emperor Star power repelled the 6 desires demonic chi was because it was harmful to Miao Lu. If Zhao Fu made some changes and made the 6 desires demonic chi harmless, he would most likely be able to succeed. Zhao Fu's method was to hide the 6 desires demonic chi within his fate power and heal Miao Lu's injuries while using the 6 desires demonic chi to corrode her body. Zhao Fu immediately started to act, and his body continuously sent fate and 6 desires demonic chi into her body. This method was quite effective. Miao Lu's injuries quickly recovered, and at the same time, the 6 desires demonic chi continuously corroded her body. In the end, Miao Lu's injuries quickly recovered, and Zhao Fu planted a 6 desires demonic seed in her body. This was the first time that it had been so difficult for him to subdue a woman. Seeing that Miao Lu's face had become rosy and did not seem as weak as before, Lu Li happily smiled and ran up to Zhao Fu, saying, "Thank you, husband." Zhao Fu lightly smiled and nodded. By now, Miao Lu had woken up, and she had never thought that she would see the person she did not want to see the first. She immediately asked coldly, "Why are you here?" Lu Li explained with a smile, "Miss, you have just received a strong backfire of luck, and it was my husband who saved you." Miao Lu's expression was cold and he did not look very grateful as he said, "I didn't want you to save me, but since you've saved me, I owe you a favor. I can help you with anything you want." Miao Lu gave an evil smile as she looked at Miao Lu and said, "Of course not, I don't have any feelings for you. In fact, I hate despicable people like you." Miao Lu replied angrily, "Of course not. I don't have any feelings for you. In fact, I hate despicable people like you." Zhao Fu did not become angry and instead loudly laughed. Miao Lu felt quite startled and did not understand why Zhao Fu was laughing. She had a bad feeling and immediately examined her body, and she found that there was a strange power within her body. Immediately, Miao Lu became quite angry and glared at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes as she said angrily, "You're indeed a despicable person. What did you do to me while I was injured?" Lu Li looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "Husband, what's wrong? What did you do to Miao Lu?" Zhao Fu smiled as he hugged Miao Lu and said, "It's nothing, from now on, Miao Lu is mine, and you can stay by my side." Lu Li was quite surprised and asked, "Really?" Miao Lu became even angrier as she said, "Who's yours? Let go of me, I'm going to kill you." Zhao Fu lowered his head and kissed Miao Lu, starting to violate Miao Lu. Miao Lu struggled with all her might, but her body had long since been corroded by the 6 desires demonic chi, so she could not resist at all. Moreover, she quickly and intensely responded to Zhao Fu. This caused Lu Li, who had wanted to stop Zhao Fu, to feel quite startled. The Miao Lu, who had hated Zhao Fu so much just then, was now acting so affectionately with Zhao Fu, causing her face to become slightly red. After a while, Zhao Fu let go of Miao Lu, and Miao Lu lay in Zhao Fu's embrace with a red face as she panted, her eyes filled with lust. Now, she understood why Xianxia and Yuchan had submitted to this bastard. With this kind of power, she could not resist Zhao Fu, and she could not help but want to obtain Zhao Fu's favor and do it with Zhao Fu. Miao Lu also wanted to resist and used all of her power to resist, but she found that her Emperor Star was being suppressed by another Emperor Star's power. She was the God race's supreme Emperor Star, how could it be suppressed by another Emperor Star's power? This made Miao Lu feel quite shocked, only now did she understand how terrifying Zhao Fu was. Apart from her Emperor Star, her body could not resist at all under that power's influence. As she acted affectionately with Zhao Fu, that feeling seemed to corrode her soul, making her want to like this fellow as well. At that moment, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and pulled Lu Li into his embrace, and he started to do it with her as well. The two of them were toyed with by Zhao Fu in all sorts of ways, and the other women could not help but blush as they took off their clothes and joined in. This was especially so for Xianxia, who had been waiting for this moment for a long time. After taking off her clothes, she started to act affectionately with Miao Lu. She wanted to taste what it was like to have an Emperor Star. Miao Lu did not understand this, so she was quite passive. She was continuously ravaged by Zhao Fu and Xianxia, and she gave off indescribable sounds. On the other side, Hao Dao also came to the battlefield. Looking at the massive destruction, he felt quite shocked. This power could not be underestimated, and Hao Dao felt a trace of pressure. Seeing this scene, Lan Lu was naturally quite shocked, but she turned to look at Hao Dao and gave a trace of a smile as she said, "Master, I believe you can defeat those two. What should we do next?" Hao Dao also gave a trace of a smile as he said, "Now that the two Emperor Stars have determined a victor, it's time to act. Let's go find that Tianyu. After he recovers, we'll start to fight with him." Lan Lu felt quite confused as she said, "Master. After Tianyu defeated Miao Lu, he has taken first place, while that person is second. Why not defeat him first before challenging the person in first place?" Hao Dao's expression became quite serious as he said, "That person is far more powerful than I imagined, and I feel quite pressured. An expert like that should be left for last. I look forward to that time." Lan Lu felt quite startled. Just how terrifying was that person for even her master to say such things. Right now, Zhao Fu was doing indescribable things with the women. It was a pity that Zhao Fu could only satisfy himself and could not violate them, making him quite pitiful. Zhao Fu continued to play with the women's bodies. It could be considered as doing a good deed and satisfying them. On the other side, Hao Dao had already found Tianyu. But he did not disturb Tianyu. Instead, he waited for Tianyu to recover his strength. Tianyu also sensed Hao Dao's arrival and understood Hao Dao's purpose, so he quickly recovered his cultivation. Everyone's gazes were focused here. They understood that an earth-shattering battle would erupt soon. Because Tianyu had just defeated Miao Lu, the possessor of the Emperor Star, his popularity was very high. Therefore, many people thought that Tianyu would definitely defeat Hao Dao. However, some people did not think so. Hao Dao's origin was very mysterious. Moreover, he had the Heaven and Earth Divine Blade, which was a supreme weapon in the God realm. Moreover, they had never seen him use his true power. It must be known that the 6th-rank devourer only made him use his blade. His strength was simply unfathomable. It was very likely that he would defeat Tianyu. After a few hours, Tianyu quickly recovered his strength. He looked at Hao Dao and said calmly, "It's done." Hao Dao revealed a smile, "Then let's begin." The two of them stood on one side. Lan Lu also moved far away, so as not to disturb the battle between the two. The atmosphere outside the secret realm was immediately ignited. Countless people's faces became filled with excitement. Boom! Tianyu held the crystal sword in his hand and exploded with a huge amount of world god's power. His body emitted a 7-colored light and a huge pressure enveloped the surroundings. Boom! Hao Dao also took out the Heaven and Earth Divine Blade. It was the first time that Hao Dao had taken out the Heaven and Earth Divine Blade so early. This showed Hao Dao's respect for Tianyu. A huge platinum aura spread out, forming a wild wind. Clang, a sword hum suddenly sounded out. Tianyu was the first to attack. His body instantly disappeared and he rushed in front of Hao Dao with a shocking aura. His sword gave off a rainbow sword light as it slashed towards Hao Dao. Tianyu also understood that Hao Dao was very terrifying. He might even be stronger than Miao Lu, giving him a huge pressure, so Tianyu also attacked with all his strength. Bang! Hao Dao had a smile on his face as he used his saber to block. He easily blocked the sword that Tianyu swung at him, creating a sonic boom. Tianyu originally wanted to press down on Hao Dao with his sword, but Hao Dao pushed hard, sending Hao Dao flying. Furthermore, with a wave of the blade in his hand, a powerful platinum blade light slashed towards Tianyu. Tianyu reacted very quickly. He used the sword in his hand to block in front of him, blocking the blade light. However, his body was forced back a few steps. Hao Dao had a smile on his face as he held his saber and rushed towards Tianyu. With a wave of his hand, a fierce blade light slashed towards Tianyu. Tianyu dodged to the side and avoided the attack. A huge rainbow aura flame ignited from Tianyu's body. Tianyu swung the sword in his hand and a rainbow aura flame sword light slashed towards Hao Dao with a terrifying power. Hao Dao still had a smile on his face and looked relaxed. He retracted the saber in his hand and used it to block in front of him. He blocked Tianyu's attack and took 2 steps back. This person caused Tianyu's expression to become even more unsightly. His opponent's strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Boom! At that moment, Tianyu exploded with even more intense power. The aura flame on his body became even larger, forming a rainbow bird formed from the aura flame. It emitted a powerful world energy. Tianyu swung the sword in his hand and the rainbow bird flew towards Hao Dao with terrifying power. It was extremely fast and arrived in front of Hao Dao in the blink of an eye. Hao Dao extended a hand and a platinum energy barrier appeared, enveloping Hao Dao's body. Bang! A huge explosion sounded out. When the bird arrived in front of Hao Dao, it exploded. Countless rays of light shot in all directions and a terrifying power spread out, causing the ground to collapse. The shockwaves spread out and a crater that was hundreds of meters wide appeared on the ground. Hao Dao, who was standing in the center, did not receive any damage. Not even a crack appeared on the platinum barrier. Boom! Tianyu's expression was somewhat solemn. He once again exploded with world energy. This world energy fused with the heaven and earth, causing the heaven to seem to control the world energy. Clang! Tianyu swung his sword and a huge rainbow sword light with astonishing power slashed towards Hao Dao. Hao Dao also swung with force. A huge platinum sword light slashed out and slashed towards Hao Dao with powerful power. Bang! A huge sound rang out. The 2 sharp lights collided and exploded again. Countless sword lights shot out and formed a strong wind. Suddenly, Tianyu charged out from the explosion. His body emitted a rainbow light that dyed the surroundings colorful. He was extremely fast. He arrived in front of Hao Dao and raised the sword in his hand. World energy surged into it at that moment. He swung his sword and a rainbow sword light slashed out with terrifying world energy. Bang! Hao Dao was sent flying by the sword. He flew back more than 10 meters before stopping. His expression became slightly serious and was not as relaxed as before. Tianyu continued to charge towards Hao Dao with this powerful world energy. Boom! Hao Dao Ping picked up his long saber and also exploded with terrifying power. He swung with force and a huge saber light slashed towards Tianyu with a huge saber wind. Clang! Tianyu slashed with the sword in his hand. A sharp sword light slashed out and split the huge saber wind into 2. His body continued to charge towards Hao Dao. Hao Dao stood where he was and did not move a single step. A huge power surged into the saber in his hand. The saber emitted a terrifying saber light and the surrounding space slightly distorted. Tianyu also poured a terrifying power into the sword in his hand. The sword also emitted an intense rainbow light and a shocking power spread out. Tianyu quickly charged in front of Hao Dao and slashed out with his sword. At that moment, Hao Dao also swung the long saber in his hand with force and brought out a terrifying saber light. Bang! A huge explosion sounded out. The 2 terrifying powers collided and a huge explosion occurred. Countless rays of light shot out in all directions and a terrifying destructive power spread out. The ground within a radius of several thousand meters instantly collapsed. Hao Dao and Tianyu were pushed back more than 10 meters by the power, and blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. At this moment, Hao Dao's expression became even more serious. Tianyu's expression became even more serious. Boom, a huge explosion sounded out. Hao Dao exploded with a very terrifying aura. A powerful power surged into the long saber in his hand. The long saber emitted a platinum light, and countless sharp saber lights surged out. The platinum saber lights gathered in front of the saber and formed a ball of light. A power that could split the heavens and the earth spread out. The space slightly distorted and the ground constantly cracked. Before, Hao Dao had used this move to get rid of the 6th-rank devourer, showing just how terrifying it was. The ball of light formed by the blade light became larger and larger, and the power it gave off became more and more terrifying. An intense gale continuously blew out. Boom, Tianyu did not dare to be careless and exploded out with a massive wave of world energy. The power in the surroundings also quickly flowed into Tianyu's body. Tianyu raised the sword in his hand and a massive aura flame flowed out. This massive rainbow-colored aura flame continuously condensed in the sky, forming a massive rainbow-colored divine dragon that gave off a terrifying power. The surroundings could feel a powerful might. Boom, Hao Dao swung the blade in his hand and the massive ball of light formed by the blade light shot out with the power to cut through all things. The surrounding space and ground seemed to be cut apart by the blade. Roar, Tianyu vigorously slashed out with his sword, and the massive rainbow-colored divine dragon gave off a massive dragon roar. It gave off a destructive world energy and a massive aura as it rushed towards Hao Dao. Bang, a shocking explosion sounded out as the two of them once again clashed with terrifying power, resulting in an intense explosion. A blinding ball of light instantly spread out. The ground, trees, stones, flowers, and grass were instantly devoured and turned into nothingness. A wild gale blew out, causing countless sand and stones to be blown away. Many trees vigorously swayed, creating a very, very terrifying scene. The ground violently trembled and the sky was covered by a layer of haze. Waves of terrifying aura continuously surged out like a tide. The countless people in the secret realm also sensed this terrifying aura. Their bodies felt cold, as if they were soaked in icy water, and they all looked shocked. Are these two peerless experts fighting? Within the black energy barrier, Zhao Fu was playing with the thing in front of Miao Lu's chest. Miao Lu's face was completely red as she powerlessly lay in Zhao Fu's embrace. At that moment, they also sensed this terrifying aura, and they all looked shocked. Zhao Fu also stopped and looked towards the direction of the ripples. Zhao Fu did not need to go over to see to know that those two people were fighting. Only two people fighting would cause such terrifying ripples. They were Tianyu and Hao Dao. Miao Lu came back to her senses and looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes as she said, "Are you done playing with me? I want to see the two of them fight." Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "Of course I haven't had enough. Also, if you want to see their fight, you don't have to go over." As he spoke, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a terrifying wave of 10,000 godly power shot out. A rainbow-colored light spread out in the air and a simple white mirror appeared. This mirror was just like the mirrors outside, and an image appeared within it. It was the location where Dao and Zhao. Miao Lu was surprised. He didn't expect Zhao Fu to have this ability. In addition, when he sensed that terrifying surge of divine power, he understood that this was because Zhao Fu had fused the divine power of 24 sovereigns' might, which was why he had this sort of ability. Xianxia, who was not wearing any clothes, leaned against Zhao Fu's other side and asked curiously, "Husband, who do you think will win? Is it Tianyu, the most powerful person in the immortal world, or is it that mysterious person who wields the divine blade of heaven and earth?" Zhao Fu smiled and answered without hesitation, "Of course it's that mysterious man." Seeing how confident Zhao Fu was, Miao Lu also said, "Is that mysterious person really that terrifying? Tianyu has an emperor star and is slightly more powerful than me." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "You'll understand when you continue watching." Hearing this, the women also looked at the mirror. This scene was quite erotic, and the women were not wearing any clothes as they sat around Zhao Fu. Looking at the image in the mirror, at that moment, the ripples spread out, and an enormous crater appeared in the ground. On one side of the crater, Tianyu's mouth was covered with blood, and he stood up from the ground in a somewhat wretched manner. On the other side, there was no sign of Tianyu, and everyone looked for where Tianyu was. Boom, a massive explosion once again sounded out as countless rainbow-colored lights shot out from a pile of rubble, and countless rubble were sent flying. Tianyu gave off an intense rainbow-colored light as he rose up from the ground, looking like a rainbow-colored sun that shined in all directions. World energy continuously flowed into Tianyu's body, causing Tianyu's body to go through changes. His hair became rainbow-colored, a rainbow-colored mark appeared on his forehead, and his eyes became rainbow-colored glass eyeballs. A formless power spread out from his body, covering the entire world, forming a formless might. He seemed to be the ruler of a world, and that terrifying aura made people want to kneel and worship him. Xing, Tianyu stood in the air and grabbed with one hand, causing a crystal sword to automatically fly into Tianyu's hand. Tianyu raised the sword and sent a massive amount of power into it, causing it to give off boundless rainbow-colored sword light that covered the heavens and earth. Boom, Xiaofu slashed out, and an enormous rainbow-colored sword light containing destructive power instantly slashed against Hao Dao's body, resulting in a massive explosion and causing countless rubble to shoot out. However, when the countless sword lights dissipated, Hao Dao was completely fine. Hao Dao's body was now emitting a platinum light, and his body was emitting strands of saber qi. There were 4 saber images floating in 4 directions around him, emitting an extremely terrifying saber power that caused people's hairs to stand on end. Tianyu was startled. He never thought that Hao Dao would only use his true power now, and that he would be able to block his attack so easily. Xing, Hao Dao's eyes looked at Tianyu in the sky, and he waved the saber in his hand. An enormous long saber light carrying a terrifying saber power slashed towards Tianyu like a hot knife through butter, creating a belt of light in the air. Tianyu stretched out a hand, and a powerful wave of world energy surged out. An enormous circular rainbow-colored shield of light appeared, and within it was the image of a world. It emitted a massive aura as it blocked in front of him. Bang, the rainbow-colored shield of light blocked the terrifying long saber light. Countless saber lights scattered, and a few cracks appeared on the shield of light. Xiao! 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 Suddenly, 4 ear-piercing sounds rang out, and the 4 saber images floating beside Hao Dao instantly shot out with an astonishing saber power. Bang, a massive sound rang out, and the 4 saber images carried a terrifying power as they slashed apart the circular shield of light. The shield of light shattered into pieces. Boom, a massive explosion rang out, and Hao Dao also raised the saber in his hand and slashed out a huge long river of saber light. It carried the power to slash apart the heavens and the earth, and it ferociously slashed towards Tianyu. The momentum was huge, and the scene was extremely shocking. There was no way to dodge this massive river of saber light, so Tianyu could only choose to block it. He sent all of his power into the sword in his hand, causing it to give off countless rays of intense sword light. It was like a sun, and countless rainbow-colored sword lights illuminated the surroundings. Boom, the moment the river of saber light arrived, Tianyu vigorously slashed out, and a terrifying rainbow-colored sword energy slashed out, causing the space around it to instantly shatter. Bang, a massive explosion once again sounded out as the 2 waves of power collided, resulting in a massive explosion. Countless rays of blinding light shot out, and a terrifying gale containing shocking power blew out. Just as the countless rays of light spread out, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Tianyu, and a massive saber energy slashed towards Tianyu. Tianyu felt quite startled, and he used his sword to block Hao Dao's attack. Boom, however, in the next moment, another Hao Dao appeared behind Tianyu, and it vigorously slashed towards him with its saber. Tianyu hurriedly dodged to the side, avoiding this attack. Boom, in that instant, a third Hao Dao appeared next to Tianyu, and its saber contained terrifying power as it slashed down Tianyu from the sky. Tianyu's body was like a rapidly falling meteor as it heavily smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Countless rocks shot out, and dust filled the air. The 3 Tianyus in the sky looked down, preparing to continue attacking. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive rainbow-colored aura flame spread out from the dust, blowing away the dust and revealing Tianyu's body. Tianyu's body continuously surged out with rainbow-colored aura flames, and a massive world's power continuously spread out. Tianyu's body started to become illusory, as if he had truly fused with the world. The ground continuously collapsed, and space started to twist. Finally, a blurry and indistinct figure with rainbow-colored hair and eyes appeared. The surrounding space continuously twisted and that figure seemed illusory. Waves of terrifying world energy spread out, controlling the world within it. It was like the heavenly Tao that controlled everything. The three Hao Daos in the sky were not afraid at all. With a terrifying aura, they charged at Hao Dao like three rays of light. Tianyu's expression was cold as he stepped forward, bringing with him a massive amount of world force. Boom, in that instant, world energy gathered, forming a massive foot in the sky, and it gave off immense power as it stomped down on the ground. Bang, the huge foot directly trampled on the three Hao Daos who were rushing over. The ground caved in, and a huge footprint appeared on the ground. It was more than 2,000 meters long, and a strong wind spread out. Boom, in the next second, a huge blade light with a terrifying power rushed into the sky, chopping the huge foot into pieces and dissipating. Hao Dao appeared in front of everyone in a sorry state, and the other two Hao Daos dissipated at this time. Hao Dao brought with him a massive amount of power as he continued to rush towards Tianyu. Tianyu stretched out a hand, and boundless world energy flowed out. A massive arm clenched into a fist, and it gave off a power that could destroy everything as it punched forwards, bringing with it an intense storm. Hao Dao sent a massive amount of power into the saber in his hand, and the saber gave off boundless blade light as he vigorously swung it. Boom, a massive crescent saber light containing terrifying power slashed against the incoming arm. The arm was once again slashed apart, turning into countless motes of light and dissipating. Hao Dao continued to rush towards Tianyu. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Tianyu's body gave off an intense rainbow-colored light. A head giving off a massive aura appeared in the air above the crater. The head was 1 meter wide, and it was a man's head. Its appearance was quite hazy, and it could not be seen clearly. However, its eyes were rainbow-colored, and they were cold and did not contain a trace of emotion. The head's eyes were cold and emotionless as it looked at Hao Dao, and it spoke, lightning. Boom, boom. Boom, massive bolts of blue lightning appeared on the ground, bringing with them terrifying power. Hao Dao slashed down from the sky, and there were many of them. The sound of thunder was deafening, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Hao Dao's gaze gave off a trace of coldness, and a terrifying power flowed into the saber. Hao Dao raised the saber in his hand, and countless platinum-colored saber chi flowed out like a tide, forming a massive platinum-colored lion made of saber chi, giving off a mighty, sharp, and terrifying aura. Roar, the saber in Hao Dao's hand slashed down, and the platinum-colored lion gave off a massive roar. It brought with it a terrifying saber chi as it rushed towards Tianyu, giving off a sense of oppression. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the countless bolts of blue lightning collided with the massive platinum-colored lion. The countless bolts of blue lightning were shattered by the platinum-colored lion's power, turning into countless arcs of lightning and disappearing. The platinum-colored lion gave off massive power as it ferociously charged towards Tianyu. Seeing the platinum-colored lion come out, the head once again spoke, shield. The world quickly gathered, forming a massive shield of light in front of the head. It was rainbow-colored, and it gave off a massive and firm aura. Boom, at that moment, the massive platinum-colored lion gave off terrifying power as it slammed into the shield. A powerful gale blew out, causing countless trees to sway and sand and stones to be blown away. A few massive cracks appeared on the shield of light, but it blocked the platinum-colored lion's attack, and the platinum-colored lion turned into countless saber chi and dissipated. Clang, a massive saber hum sounded out as Hao Dao suddenly appeared in front of the massive shield of light. He vigorously swung the saber in his hand, and a platinum-colored saber light that was thousands of meters long slashed out with shocking power, slamming into the shield of light like a thunderbolt. Bang, the massive shield of light was split in two, and the saber light continued to slash towards the head with terrifying power, shattering the head. Tianyu, who was below the head, was sent flying by the saber light. Everyone stared at this scene in shock, feeling that Hao Dao was simply too terrifying. It was evident that the battle was in Hao Dao's favor, and his power was even greater than Tianyu's. However, Tianyu had an emperor star and was the most powerful expert in the godly realm, and yet he could not compare to Hao Dao. Just what sort of terrifying identity did Hao Dao have, and why did he have such terrifying power? Before, everyone had thought that Hao Dao was inferior to Tianyu, and they had waited for Tianyu to easily defeat Hao Dao. However, things were not as they had expected. They had underestimated Hao Dao. He was far more terrifying than they had imagined. However, they could not be blamed for this, as Tianyu's power was simply too terrifying. Not only did he have the god race's emperor star, but he was also the #1 expert in the godly realm. He had even defeated the #1 expert in the godly domain, Miaolu. If they did not believe him, who would they believe? Hao Dao slashed out, and a 10,000-meter long and hundreds of meters deep gash appeared in the ground. It gave off a destructive power, making people feel quite shocked. At the end of the gash, Tianyu slowly stood up. There was a wound on his chest, from which blood continuously flowed out. This was the wound that Hao Dao had just created. Tianyu looked at Hao Dao with a serious expression as he slowly raised the crystal sword in his hand. Boom! Tianyu exploded out with an intense rainbow-colored light, turning into a rainbow-colored ray of light that shot into the sky, forming a massive rainbow-colored pillar of light that gave off a massive explosion. The sky gave off a rainbow-colored light as a massive might descended. Countless cracks appeared in the sky, and white light shot out from the cracks. The entire sky seemed to collapse into nothingness, turning everything into a jet-black darkness. At that moment, a massive white star giving off a boundless aura slowly descended from the sky. The heavens and earth seemed to sink as a massive pressure descended. The massive white star gave off a divine might, and it gave off a dignified, solemn, pious, and worshipful aura. It was like the ruler of all gods, and its power could cause the heavens and earth to collapse and the earth to crack. Now, Tianyu could only use the god race's emperor star's power, or else he would not have the strength to resist Hao Dao. The god race's emperor star in the sky gave off a brilliant rainbow-colored light and a divine might that could suppress the heavens and earth. Massive amounts of emperor star's power flowed into Tianyu's body, causing Tianyu's body to give off the aura of the ruler of all gods, causing people to feel fear. Boom! Tianyu raised his sword and slashed out, and a sharp rainbow-colored sword light instantly slashed towards Hao Dao. Hao Dao's body flashed to the side, avoiding this sword light. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the sword light slammed into the ground, opening up a 10,000-meter-long gash. It was only 1 meter wide, but it was unfathomably deep. With the support of the Emperor Star's power, Tianyu's power was enough to cause others to despair. The people who had lost confidence in Tianyu now had faith in Tianyu. Now that Tianyu had such terrifying Emperor Star power, it was possible for him to defeat Hao Dao. Facing Tianyu's Emperor Star, Hao Dao's expression became extremely grave. At that moment, Tianyu raised the sword in his hand and a massive sword power surged out from the sword. 7 colored birds appeared one after another, densely packed together as they fluttered their wings. Boom! Tianyu waved the sword in his hand, and countless rainbow-colored birds flew towards Hao Dao with a huge aura. They were like an unstoppable tide. Hao Dao also raised the long saber in his hand. A huge force was injected into the saber. A huge saber shadow appeared with a saber intent that could cut through all things, causing the surroundings to become extremely dangerous. Boom! Hao Dao slashed out with his saber. The saber's shadow brought with it the power to cut through the heavens and earth as it slashed forward, directly cutting the massive bird tide in half. The terrifying saber energy cut the birds into pieces. However, there were still countless birds that quickly flew towards Hao Dao with terrifying power. Hao Dao unleashed a defensive barrier, and the birds exploded again and again, causing waves of explosive power to wreak havoc. The light scattered and a few cracks appeared on Hao Dao's defensive barrier. He was not injured at all. Suddenly, Tianyu appeared in front of Hao Dao and swung the sword in his hand. A sharp sword light slashed towards Hao Dao, directly cutting open Hao Dao's defensive barrier. The sword light continued to slash towards Hao Dao's body, but Hao Dao's body gave off a saber energy that blocked the sword light. His body was forced back a few steps. Tianyu charged forward at that moment, and his sword brought with it a sharp sword light as it stabbed towards Hao Dao. It was like a bolt of lightning, arriving in front of Tianyu in the blink of an eye. Boom! A huge saber energy burst out from Hao Dao's body. The sharp saber energy spread out in all directions, and the ground was instantly shattered by countless saber energy. Tianyu was forced back a few steps. Roar! A loud roar sounded out, and at that moment, countless saber energy surged out, turning into a huge ferocious tiger. With a terrifying aura, it quickly charged towards Tianyu. Tianyu hurriedly used his sword to block. The sword gave off an intense light, forming a rainbow light shield. Bang, a dull sound rang out, and Tianyu was sent flying dozens of meters away, but he did not receive any injuries at all. Boom, at this moment, the vast blade released a massive amount of saber chi. This saber chi formed 1-meter-long flying daggers, and each of them gave off a terrifying saber intent. They covered Tianyu's surroundings, and there were tens of thousands of them. Clang, 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 Hao Dao stretched out a hand and pressed down, causing saber hums to ring out. The countless flying sabers floating around Hao Dao all flew towards Tianyu. They were extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages, as if they could shatter the world. Boom, Tianyu exploded out with a massive amount of world energy. His body gave off countless rainbow-colored lights, as if he was a rainbow-colored sun, giving off a massive pressure. Swish, 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 the rainbow-colored sun shot out countless rainbow-colored beams of light, bringing with them an astonishing power as they shot towards God Hao Dao. They were also extremely fast, as if they could pierce through everything. Bang, 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 loud sounds rang out as the rainbow-colored lights clashed with the flying sabers, resulting in a series of explosions. Waves of terrifying power continuously wreaked havoc, causing the ground to continuously crack and wild gales to blow. The ripples gradually dissipated, and large craters that were hundreds of meters wide appeared on the ground. There were many of them, and they seemed to cover the entire ground. There were shattered wood and stones everywhere. Boom, another massive explosion sounded out as Hao Dao once again raised the saber in his hand. Saber chi continuously surged out from the saber like a tidal wave. The saber chi spread out in all directions, causing cracks to appear on the ground and in the air. Boom, Tianyu held the sword in one hand and poured a massive amount of world energy into it. The sword gave off countless sword lights and a sword intent surged out, covering the heavens and earth. It gave off a massive might and time seemed to stop. Boom, Hao Dao vigorously slashed out with his saber, and the saber chi that was like a tidal wave brought with it a power that could destroy everything as it ferociously surged towards Tianyu. Everything in its path was devoured by the saber chi and turned into dust. Clang, Tianyu slashed out with his sword, and an extremely sharp sword intent slashed forward. It was as if it could cut through everything, and nothing could stop it. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the two powers clashed together, resulting in a terrifying explosion. Countless saber chi and sword lights shot out in all directions, forming a massive storm that wreaked havoc in all directions. After everything calmed down, sword marks and saber marks appeared on the ground, covering the surroundings. The scene was extremely shocking. Tianyu and Hao Dao were both sent flying dozens of meters, and their bodies suffered some injuries. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Tianyu felt quite shocked. He had already used the Emperor Star's power, but he did not have much of an advantage. He could only use all of the Emperor Star's power. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Tianyu coldly raised the sword in his hand. The Emperor Star in the sky gave off an intense light and a massive wave of Emperor Star's power flowed into the sword. Shing, a massive sword hum sounded out as the sword gave off a rainbow-colored sword light and shot into the sky, forming a rainbow-colored sword pillar. A massive wave of sword chi blasted out like a super gale, causing the ground to crack and countless trees to be uprooted. Sand and stones were blown into the air. Hao Dao's expression was serious and he understood that Tianyu was using all of his Emperor Star's power, so he raised the saber in his hand. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a white crystal appeared on the back of Hao Dao's hand, giving off an intense light. A massive wave of power flowed into the saber, and a massive saber light rushed into the sky, forming a saber pillar of light. Shing, 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 countless saber images appeared and spun around the saber pillar of light, looking like a tornado made of sabers. Terrifying saber energy spread out, causing space to continuously collapse. A terrifying saber energy seemed to lock down the world. Shing, a massive sword hum sounded out as Tianyu slashed out. The sword pillar of light that led into the sky gave off a power that could split the heavens and earth as it slashed out. Nothing in the world could stop it, and everything was devoured by the rainbow-colored sword light and turned into nothingness. Boom, Hao Dao also slashed out with the saber in his hand. The tornado formed by the saber gave off world-destroying power as it slashed out like a bolt of lightning. Cracks appeared in the world, and everything started to collapse. Bang, a sound that sounded as if the heavens and earth had exploded rang out as the two powers collided. A world-destroying shockwave spread out in that instant. The sky, the ground, the mountains, the trees, the lakes, and the rocks all shattered and began to collapse. Everything was in nothingness, there was no heaven and earth, no space-time, only boundless deathly silence and darkness. A huge gust of wind blew, uprooting countless trees. Countless grains of sand were blown away, and bits of grass danced in the air. The people in the distance could only see the distance being devoured by darkness and the ground violently trembling. Waves of terrifying auras continuously flowed over, as if they were being pulled into an abyss. Their hearts could not help but tremble. Countless people looked at this scene in shock. The power emitted by Tianyu was even more terrifying than the power emitted during the battle with Miaolu. The power of Hao Dao was also terrifying to the extreme. The saber intent could destroy heaven and earth. The battle between the two of them was even more terrifying than a battle between two emperor stars. This battle would definitely be remembered by countless people and become a topic of discussion. Who would win now? Was it the number one powerhouse in the divine realm, Tianyu, or the mysterious Hao Dao? Everyone stared at the scene in front of them, feeling both nervous and expectant. All of the shockwaves rippled out, and a 1,000,000-meter wide and thousands of meters deep crater appeared in the ground. Magma rose up from some places, and there was rubble and wood everywhere, giving off an aura of annihilation. Puff, Hao Dao leaned against a large boulder and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face became pale, and it seemed that his injuries were not light. On the other side, Tianyu lay on the ground, unconscious. The Emperor Star in the sky had long since disappeared, and he did not give off a trace of power. Hao Dao looked at Tianyu on the ground. This trip to the heaven-awakened world had not disappointed him, he had encountered such an expert who could injure him so heavily. He was already far more terrifying than some holy sons, and if he could break through the imperial bloodline's shackles, he would become even more terrifying in the future. He might even ascend to the celestial world. An expert like this was worthy of his respect. Seeing this scene, everyone understood that Hao Dao had won. The entire scene was sent into an uproar, and the noise shook the surroundings. He won. He won. He won. He's so powerful. The number one expert in the godly world, Tianyu, who has an emperor star, has actually lost to him. This is simply too shocking. That's right, I never thought that Tianyu would lose to him either. If Tianyu was weaker, we might have been able to use our strength, but Tianyu exploded out with unimaginable power and still lost. But Tianyu, who has the god race's emperor star, feels like the ruler of the world. I believe that he will definitely win and become the most famous godly master in the past 1,000 years. This year's godly competition is simply too shocking, it feels like it's hell. Not only are there so many experts, but there are also so many unexpected events. Two people with emperor stars have lost to someone else, this is something that will never happen again. What a pity. Even the number one expert in the godly world, Tianyu, has lost. I feel that no one in the godly world is a match for him. I'm quite curious, just who is he? Why are even the people with emperor stars not a match for him? I thought of a possibility, could this person be the second king of kings? Otherwise, how could he have such great power? Do you think I'm right? Zhao Fu asked. That's really possible, only the legendary second king of kings would have such terrifying power. Otherwise, we really can't think of anyone who would have the power to defeat an emperor star. If he's the second king of kings and wields the godly world's supreme weapon, the heaven and earth divine blade, as well as the outlander race's king of kings sword, I can't even imagine how terrifying he would be. I think so too. However, regardless of whether he's the second king of kings or not, who in the entire secret realm is a match for him? I can guarantee that he's this year's godly master. Do you have any objections? You're right, it seems that there aren't any experts in the secret realm anymore, they've all been defeated by others. Indeed, this year's godly master is him. I also thought of someone else, wasn't there a god stealer? His power is incredibly monstrous, he killed God Kerr. Him? Don't joke around, he's just a scumbag, and he's probably still ravaging Miaolu. Thinking about that, I get angry, so many good women have been defiled by that beast. That person's character is indeed quite trash, but he's very powerful. I admit that, but I feel that he's quite a few levels below Hao Dao. That's right. Back then, when Miaolu challenged him, he didn't dare to accept. Miaolu lost at Tianyu's hands, and Tianyu lost at Hao Dao's hands. That person is indeed quite a few levels below Hao Dao. I also support Hao Dao because not only is he powerful, but he also has the demeanor of an expert. More importantly, he's not a bad person and is worthy of respect. However, that person is a bastard and a scumbag. Not only is he despicable, but he also likes to ravage women. Arg, my heart hurts. Xianxia, Yuechan, and Miaolu are peerless beauties and have such high talent, but now they've been ravaged by a pig. Within the black defensive barrier, the women looked at the scene in shock. They had never thought that even the terrifying Tianyu would be defeated by Hao Dao. Hao Dao's strength truly surpassed everyone's imagination. Everything was as Zhao Fu had said, Hao Dao would definitely defeat Tianyu. Miaolu felt a blow in her heart. She had lost to Tianyu, which meant that Tianyu was more powerful than her, while Tianyu had lost to Hao Dao, which meant that Hao Dao was much more powerful than her. Miaolu was originally the #1 expert in the godly domain, and she was high and mighty. Who could compete with her? But in this competition of the gods, she had suffered a series of setbacks. This made her feel very uncomfortable. Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he looked at Miaolu in his embrace and asked, "What is it?" Miaolu shook her head, "It's nothing, I just feel a bit uncomfortable." Zhao Fu thought about it and smiled as he said, "Is it because of the appearance of two people who are stronger than you?" Miaolu rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. "If you were the #1 expert, and two people who were stronger than you suddenly appeared, would you feel comfortable?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Right now, there is no one in the godly domain who is a match for me, because I am an insurmountable peak." Miaolu lightly harumphed, "I don't believe you, you despicable fellow." Zhao Fu smiled as he lowered his head and started to ravage Miaolu again. After a while, Miaolu's face was flushed red as she gasped for breath in Zhao Fu's embrace. She did not seem uncomfortable at all. Xianxia, who was in Zhao Fu's embrace, said, "Husband, why were you so sure that Hao Dao would win?" Zhao Fu continued to play with Miaolu's delicate body as he smiled and said, "Because from the very beginning, I treated him as my most powerful opponent. The pressure he gave me was far greater than that of Miaolu and Tianyu, which means that his strength is definitely more terrifying than that of Tianyu and Miaolu." Xianxia asked in concern, "Then do you have the confidence to defeat him, husband?" Zhao Fu gave a confident smile, "Of course I'm confident. This time, no matter what, I will defeat him and become the master of the gods." Xianxia gave a smile and kissed Zhao Fu, "Husband, I missed you." The other women all smiled and said that they believed that Zhao Fu would definitely be able to defeat Hao Dao and become the ruler of all gods. Gem Destruction felt quite surprised. They had all seen just how powerful Hao Dao was, so why did these people still believe that Zhao Fu would win? Could it be that Zhao Fu's power was even more terrifying than Hao Dao's? Thinking of this, Miaolu said with some disbelief, "Can you really beat Hao Dao? Don't get defeated in one move." Zhao Fu chuckled, "How is that possible?" Miaolu continued to ask, "How strong are you exactly? Also, can you tell me who you are now?" Zhao Fu smiled as he released Xianxia and Miaolu. He stood up and started to tidy up his clothes. Miaolu looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and said, "You still haven't answered my question." Zhao Fu adjusted his clothes and said with a smile, "You will know soon." Miaolu looked confused, she did not know what Zhao Fu meant. Zhao Fu did not say what his identity was and only said that she would know soon. She wondered what Zhao Fu's identity was. At this moment, Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the women, "You should also quickly put on your clothes, we're going to leave this place." Miaolu could not guess what Zhao Fu was thinking and asked, "Where are we going?" Zhao Fu looked at Miaolu and said with a smile, "Naturally, we're going to fight the final battle and obtain the title of the Lord of Gods." Miaolu looked surprised, she did not think that Zhao Fu, this despicable fellow, would not wait for others to come to him and instead go and compete with others. However, she did not think too much about it and put on her clothes like the other women. After the women put on their clothes, Zhao Fu waved his hand, and the black energy barrier disappeared. Only then did everyone see the scene within. When everyone saw the redness on Miaolu's face, the scene immediately became chaotic. Bastard. Beast. Scum. If Miao Lu is really defiled by that person, he'll definitely be hunted down by the entire god race. He's simply too despicable. That's right. Originally, we thought that he would consider the consequences and wouldn't do anything to Mia Glaze, keeping a glimmer of hope. Who would have thought that this guy would be so daring? I'm so angry. As long as he comes out of the secret realm, we'll definitely rush up together and chop this beast into meat paste. Otherwise, the hatred in my heart won't be quenched. Yes, yes. We'll definitely kill this fellow, or else who knows how many peerless beauties will be defiled by him. This fellow even knows how to hide his appearance, or else the entire god realm would put a bounty on his head and chase him to the ends of the earth. I feel that you're all just jealous. Why are the other beauties not as angry as you when he defiles them? It's because you want Yuachan, Xianxia, and Miao Lu. Don't you want them? I can say that as long as I kiss Miao Lu, I'll die 100 times. Thinking about how she's an emperor star, this life will be worth it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Right now, he seems to be planning to take the initiative to fight Hao Dao. With how terrifying Hao Dao is, he'll definitely be able to teach this fellow a good lesson and help us vent our anger. Ha ha ha, that's right, Hao Dao will definitely be able to oppress him and help us vent our anger. Let's see how he'll be oppressed. It'll be best if Hao Dao can kill that fellow. I think so too. Hao Dao, you can do it, I like you very much. You must teach that fellow a good lesson. When Miao Lu's faction saw their saintess being defiled, they were infuriated to the extreme. Their eyes emitted a dense killing intent, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. They felt a bone-piercing chill. Many experts felt some sympathy. No one would feel good if such a thing happened to them. Not only was the saintess humiliated, but it was also bad for the faction's reputation. It was a huge stain on their reputation. Many experts did not like Zhao Fu. If he dared to appear on the platform again, they would not mind getting rid of this scourge. The demon god emperor and the others were pleasantly surprised. Now that Miao Lu's faction was determined to kill the other party, they could join forces with them to hunt down that brat. As the strongest faction in the god realm, Miao Lu's faction was even stronger than theirs. Now, that fellow would definitely die. They did not believe that two such huge factions would not be able to kill the other party. Within the secret realm, Zhao Fu brought the girls and flew to the side. At this time, Hao Dao was sitting at the side recovering his strength. Lan Lu was quietly guarding him, looking at Hao Dao with a face of worship. Her master was terrifying beyond imagination. Even the #1 expert in the god realm had been defeated by his hands. On the other side, Tianyu had also woken up and was recovering from his injuries. Hao Dao had fed Tianyu a medicinal pill, which was why Tianyu had woken up so quickly. An hour later, Zhao Fu and his people arrived. When Lan Lu saw Zhao Fu bring his people here, she felt quite nervous. Hao Dao had said that Zhao Fu was far more terrifying than the others, and if he took advantage of this moment to act, the situation would be quite unfavorable. As such, Lan Lu stood in front of Zhao Fu and said solemnly, "My master is currently recovering his power, please do not disturb him." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and did not move forward. Instead, he stopped. Everyone felt quite surprised, they had never thought that Zhao Fu would really stop and not take advantage of the situation. This was the most crucial moment, and almost all of the secret realm's fate was concentrated on Zhao Fu and Hao Dao. If they beat the other party now, not only would they obtain very little fate, but it might also not conform to the rules, so they would not be able to obtain the God Master title. Moreover, Zhao Fu did not plan to take advantage of this opportunity to act, as he wanted to see Hao Dao's true power and fight him head-on. Zhao Fu and the others stood to the side and waited. Miao Lu could not wait any longer and asked, "Just who are you? Don't keep me in suspense." Zhao Fu smiled as he put his arm around her and said, "There's no point in saying it now. Later, you'll naturally understand my identity and my true power. You'll also have a deeper understanding of me." Hearing this, Miao Lu did not ask any more questions. She wondered what kind of special identity Zhao Fu had. It seemed that only she and Luli did not know. Seeing this scene, everyone looked quite shocked. They saw that Miao Lu did not resist and was instead snuggling intimately in Zhao Fu's embrace. Why did she not resist? Why was she so intimate with that bastard? Had she been subdued by that bastard as well? Was she willing to be his woman? However, she was the possessor of the god race's emperor star and the most powerful person in the god domain. How could she so easily become that bastard's woman? Everyone could not figure out the reason. Could it be that bastard really had such great charm? Even someone with an emperor star would not be able to resist it, and everyone could not help but feel envious and jealous. Miao Lu's force didn't expect this either. They were the most familiar with their saintess, and they knew that she wouldn't easily become that man's woman. However, the fact was already in front of them, and they had to believe it. What should I do now? Even their saintess had acknowledged him, making things quite difficult for them. If Gem Destruction did not acknowledge him, they would do everything in their power to destroy him. At this time, he could only take it one step at a time. Everyone began to wait. They also knew that this battle would be the final battle in the arcane realm. The Master of Gods would appear between Hao Dao and Zhao Fu. Time passed bit by bit. Tianyu and Hao Dao both recovered their full strength and opened their eyes. Tianyu was quite surprised as he looked at Miao Lu nestling in Zhao Fu's embrace. However, Tianyu didn't care too much because he was also concerned about this matter. His gaze fell on Zhao Fu. At this time only he could defeat Hao Dao. Even though Zhao Fu gave him a dangerous feeling, Tianyu still stood on Hao Dao's side because he had personally fought with him and understood how terrifying he was. Even if he lost, he would accept it wholeheartedly. Moreover, he felt that Hao Dao hadn't even used his full strength to defeat him. If Hao Dao hadn't used his full strength, how terrifying would he have been if he had used his full strength? Perhaps even a few Emperor Star possessors together would not be a match for Hao Dao. Now, his vision had become much higher, and he understood that there was always a higher mountain and a higher sky. Hao Dao opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Fu, and he gave a trace of a smile as he said, "Apologies. I've kept you waiting." Zhao Fu smiled and did not mind as he said, "It's no big deal." Hao Dao's gaze fell on Miao Lu, who was in Zhao Fu's embrace, and he smiled as he said, "I can't help but feel a bit envious of your luck with women. Even someone with an emperor star was so easily subdued." Even with Hao Dao's status, he couldn't make someone with an emperor star submit to him so easily, yet Zhao Fu had easily done so. Hao Dao felt quite envious, and he was quite shocked at Zhao Fu's charisma. There was simply no woman he couldn't handle. Zhao Fu looked down at Miao Lu in his embrace and couldn't help but smile as he said, Subduing her was indeed not an easy matter. Miao Lu rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and felt quite helpless. From now on, she would be his, and she wouldn't be able to resist. Hao Dao did not continue on this topic and directly said, "Let's start fighting. I've waited for this day for a long time, and I look forward to fighting with you." Zhao Fu let go of Miao Lu and smiled as he nodded. Miao Lu, Tianyu, Lan Lu, and the others all left and went far away to avoid being caught up in the shockwaves of the battle. Outside the secret realm, everyone's gazes were focused on the two people, their hearts filled with nervousness and anticipation. This was the final battle. Zhao Fu and Hao Dao each stood on one side. Hao Dao took out the Heaven and Earth Divine Saber while Zhao Fu took out the Emperor Killing Sword. They looked at each other. Swish, two sounds of the air being torn simultaneously sounded out as the two people's bodies instantly disappeared and reappeared between the two of them. Zhao Fu's sword gave off a sharp sword light as it slashed towards Hao Dao. Hao Dao also swung his saber, sending out a powerful saber light as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. Bang, the two of them collided, resulting in a massive explosion. A massive gale blasted out, and cracks appeared on the ground. Boom, Hao Dao's body gave off an intense platinum-colored light as a massive wave of power flowed out of his body. Hao Dao gripped his saber and vigorously pushed, and a massive wave of power slammed into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's body slid back 10 or so meters, and two long ribbons appeared on the ground. Boom, in the next moment, Zhao Fu exploded out with immense power as a terrifying black aura flame appeared around his body. He vigorously swung his sword and a sharp sword light containing shocking power slashed towards Hao Dao. Hao Dao casually swung the saber in his hand, sending out a saber light that easily shattered the sword light. However, in the next second, Zhao Fu's body disappeared and reappeared above Hao Dao. The sword in his hand contained immense power as it slashed down towards Hao Dao. Hao Dao used the saber in his hand to block. Boom, a massive sound rang out as the sword struck the saber with immense power, and the 100 meters of ground beneath Hao Dao's feet instantly crumbled. Bang, Hao Dao sent a wave of power into the saber in his hand, causing it to give off an intense platinum-colored saber light. He vigorously swung, sending Zhao Fu flying back. Boom, in that moment, Hao Dao's body exploded out with countless saber chi, which instantly condensed into a massive and mighty platinum-colored lion. Hao Dao swung his saber and the massive platinum-colored lion gave off terrifying saber chi as it rushed towards Zhao Fu. Boom! Boom! Zhao Fu, who was sent flying, raised the sword in his hand and countless black aura flames surged out, forming a massive and savage black dragon that gave off a powerful dragon's might. Zhao Fu swung the sword in his hand and the massive black dragon rushed towards Hao Dao with great power. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the platinum lion and black dragon collided, resulting in a massive explosion. A terrifying explosive power spread out, causing the ground to instantly shatter and a shockwave to spread out in all directions. Zhao Fu's body flew back dozens of meters before stopping, and Hao Dao's body was also forced back dozens of meters. Boom, a massive explosion once again sounded out, and a massive platinum-colored saber chi surged out from Hao Dao's body. The saber chi formed platinum-colored sabers that were not corporeal, but rather illusory. They gave off a powerful and sharp aura, and there were hundreds of them. Clang, 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 saber hum sounded out as the platinum sabers formed from saber chi shot towards Zhao Fu with astonishing power. In that moment, it seemed as if they could slash through everything, bringing with them an intense saber wind. In the instant that the platinum sabers slashed towards Zhao Fu, a light shout sounded out, celestial mode. Activate. Boom, a rainbow-colored aura flame ignited around Zhao Fu's body and Zhao Fu's hair became rainbow-colored. A circular mark appeared on his forehead and a rainbow-colored rune circle appeared, causing a massive celestial aura to spread out. Bang, bang. Bang, the rainbow-colored rune circle gave off astonishing power as it started to spin. The platinum sabers that were slashing towards Zhao Fu were split in half by this power and shot towards the ground on either side of Zhao Fu. They gave off muffled sounds as the ground cracked. Boom, Hao Dao brought with him a massive saber chi as he charged towards Zhao Fu. He leapt into the air and raised the saber in his hand as he vigorously slashed at Zhao Fu, as if he could split the earth. Zhao Fu did not move and raised his hand. The rainbow-colored rune circle around him automatically flew in front of his palm and gave off an intense rainbow-colored light, forming a powerful rainbow-colored circular shield of light. Bang, the saber slashed against the rainbow shield, creating a loud sound. Then, the terrifying saber energy shattered the shield of light and sent Zhao Fu flying. Zhao Fu flew back a dozen meters before stopping, but his body was not injured. Boom, Hao Dao waved the long saber in his hand and a huge saber light with a powerful force slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu swung the emperor-killing sword in his hand, sending out a sharp rainbow sword light that shattered the incoming saber light. He then grabbed out and the golden pupil in his left eye became rainbow-colored and quickly spun. Clang clang clang, the sound of chains rang out. 7 colored chains extended from the ground in all directions, shooting towards Hao Dao with astonishing power. Hao Dao turned around and waved the sword in his hand. A powerful saber light slashed out and shattered the countless iron chains that were shot over. Countless broken iron chains flew in all directions. Xing, in that moment, Zhao Fu appeared in front of Hao Dao and raised the sword in his hand. It gave off an intense sword light and a shocking sword aura spread out as Zhao Fu prepared to slash towards Hao Dao. In that moment, Hao Dao gave off a formless power and a 5-meter-long saber mark appeared beneath Zhao Fu's feet. Boom, a massive and sharp pillar of saber chi rushed out from the ground. The terrifying power seemed to be able to cut through everything as it slammed into Zhao Fu from below. Zhao Fu's body was cut into countless pieces by the massive saber chi, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere as a bloody smell spread out. Hao Dao felt quite startled. In the next moment, he sensed something and hurriedly slashed backwards. Boom, at that moment, Zhao Fu appeared in front of Hao Dao and his sword gave off an intense rainbow-colored sword light as he slashed towards Hao Dao. Bang, although Hao Dao blocked Zhao Fu's sword strike, the massive power sent his body flying. Like a rapidly falling meteorite, he smashed heavily into the ground, causing rubble to fly everywhere. Zhao Fu held the sword burning with rainbow-colored aura and continued to charge at Tianyu. Boom, a massive wave of saber chi exploded out, and Hao Dao stood up from the ground. He had not been injured much, and the countless saber chi formed sabers that gave off immense power as they flew towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up, and he looked at Hao Dao, who was standing in front of him. Zhao Fu hurriedly released a rainbow-colored defensive barrier, which wrapped around his body and emitted a formless pressure. Bang, 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 massive sounds rang out as the saber slammed against the barrier with shocking power. Waves of shocking power spread out, causing the barrier to continuously shatter. It seemed that it would not be able to stop the countless sabers. Boom! A terrifying celestial's power exploded out from Zhao Fu's body. A massive rainbow-colored aura flame ignited from Zhao Fu's body and dyed his cloak with rainbow-colored light. A massive storm appeared, blowing away the many incoming sabers. Roar, 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 dragon roars sounded out and 9 2-meter-long rainbow-colored divine dragons appeared with a massive aura. A massive dragon's might spread out and the air was unable to withstand this dragon's might and seemed to distort. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out and Hao Dao, who was on the ground, exploded out with a terrifying aura. A powerful power poured into the long saber in his hand and it gave off a platinum light. Countless sharp saber lights surged out. The platinum saber lights continuously gathered in front of the saber, forming a ball of light made of saber lights. A power that could split the heavens and earth spread out, causing the air to slightly distort and the ground to continuously crack. Zhao Fu held the rainbow-colored aura flame sword and wore a rainbow-colored cloak. 9 divine dragons surrounded him and he gave off a terrifying aura as he charged at Hao Dao. Boom, Hao Dao also forcefully swung the saber in his hand and the ball of saber light slashed towards Zhao Fu with the power to split the heavens and earth. The air was instantly split apart. Clang, a massive sword hum sounded out and Zhao Fu also poured a massive power into the sword in his hand. With a forceful slash, a massive rainbow-colored sword light slashed forward with the power to split the world. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out and the two powers collided, forming an energy barrier. The energy barrier instantly spread out with destructive power. The ground, trees, rocks, flowers, and grass all shattered. Countless rays of light scattered and a 1,000-meter-wide crater appeared on the ground. The surrounding trees were destroyed and rocks were scattered everywhere. Zhao Fu stood on the ground and the 9 divine dragons that gave off a faint rainbow-colored light surrounded him. On the other side, Hao Dao half knelt on the ground and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Hao Dao raised his head and looked at Zhao Fu. He slowly stood up from the ground and revealed a smile. You really did not disappoint me. You have to be careful from now on. I'm going to use my true power. Boom. Boom. Boom, a huge explosion sounded out and an incomparably huge white gold saber chi surged out from Hao Dao's body. It formed a huge white gold storm that blew in all directions. The ground looked like it was being cut by saber marks. It was a very shocking scene. The 9 divine dragons around Zhao Fu once again emitted a 7-colored light. They surrounded Zhao Fu and blocked the devastating storm. Hao Dao, who was in the center of the white gold storm, emitted an intense light. His long hair turned white gold and his eyes also turned white gold. His entire body emitted an extremely terrifying saber intent. The ground kept cracking. Hao Dao's clothes fluttered in the wind and he emitted an aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. It caused the sky to change color and the wind and clouds to surge. It was as if a disaster had descended. At this moment, Hao Dao's eyes looked at Zhao Fu. A saber light flashed and a huge saber intent instantly slashed at Zhao Fu. It was as if it was going to split the ground. It was very terrifying. Zhao Fu used the sword in his hand to block in front of him. The 9 7-colored divine dragons surrounded him and emitted a huge aura. Bang, the huge saber intent slashed at the 9 divine dragons. The huge force sent Zhao Fu flying dozens of meters away. A terrifying saber wound appeared on the ground. Although Zhao Fu was sent flying, he was protected by the 9 divine dragons and was not injured. Hao Dao's eyes continued to look at Zhao Fu. A saber light flashed in his eyes and a huge saber intent slashed at Zhao Fu with a shocking force. It was as if it was going to destroy everything. Zhao Fu channeled a huge force into the sword in his hand and shouted, "Sword Master!" Clang, a huge sword hum sounded out and a huge sword chi surged out from the sword. A huge sword intent spread out and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Boom, the saber intent slashed out, and Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword. The terrifying saber intent and sword intent collided, and a formless energy rippled out, causing the ground to crack in that instant. Hao Dao's body instantly disappeared. Zhao Fu's body also disappeared at that moment. Bang, the two of them appeared in the middle, and Zhao Fu's sword gave off a sword light that seemed to be able to slash apart everything as it slashed towards Hao Dao. Hao Dao's saber gave off a world-cleaving power as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. The saber and sword collided, and a terrifying shockwave spread out. The ground within a radius of thousands of meters shattered in that instant. Countless rocks shot out like raindrops. The strength of the two was about the same and neither took a step back. Boom, a rumbling sound rang out, and Hao Dao's body emitted countless rays of white light. Two whitish golden liquids surged out from Hao Dao's body, turning into two Hao Dao bodies that emitted the same power. After the two Hao Daos appeared, they looked at Zhao Fu and swung their sabers, giving off a terrifying saber light as they slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's body hastily retreated, but he was too late. The two shocking saber lights slashed at the 9 dragons with a terrifying power. Zhao Fu's body was sent flying 100 meters and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. The 3 Hao Dao's eyes looked at Zhao Fu. They charged at Zhao Fu with a terrifying aura. They arrived in front of Zhao Fu at an extremely fast speed. One Hao Dao waved the long saber in his hand and slashed at Zhao Fu from the front. Zhao Fu used his sword to block one Hao Dao's attack. Another Hao Dao appeared beside Zhao Fu and slashed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu dodged backwards and dodged the attack. The last Hao Dao took the opportunity to appear behind Zhao Fu. Its saber gave off an intense saber light as it slashed at Zhao Fu. The other two Hao Daos charged in 2 different directions. Zhao Fu attacked at the same time. The 2 long sabers gave off intense saber lights as they slashed at Zhao Fu. Boom, Zhao Fu had no way of dodging. He could only explode out with a massive rainbow or a flame. A massive amount of power flowed into the 9 dragons beside him. The 9 dragons roared and a terrifying power spread out, sending the 3 Hao Daos flying. However, the 3 Hao Daos were knocked back dozens of meters, but they were not injured at all. With Zhao Fu at the center, the 3 Hao Daos stood in 3 different positions. They raised the sabers in their hands and a massive amount of power flowed into them. The 3 sabers gave off intense saber lights and 3 1,000-meter-long saber images appeared. A massive saber aura spread out, seeming to shake the heavens and the earth. Zhao Fu raised the sword in his hand and a rainbow sword light shot into the sky from the ground. Heaven and earth power instantly gathered, forming an enormous rainbow vortex. At the center of the vortex, a rainbow sword formation appeared. Boom, an incomparably massive sword might spread out from the sword formation. The vortex turned into nothingness and an extremely massive sword might covered the entire world, causing it to become extremely dangerous. Boom. Boom. Boom, the 3 Hao Daos raised their 1,000-meter-long saber images and slashed down. 3 terrifying saber energies containing enough power to shatter the world slashed towards Zhao Fu. Everything in front of them seemed to be destroyed. Boom, boom. Boom, Zhao Fu also slashed down with his sword. The sword formation in the sky started to spin and a destructive power spread out. Tens of thousands of meter-long rainbow sword lights containing terrifying power slashed down with an unstoppable force. Bang, bang. Bang, a series of explosions sounded out. Each one was incredibly massive and shook the heavens and earth. Countless rays of light spread out, covering everyone's vision. Terrifying explosive power blasted out, causing the ground to continuously collapse and everything to be destroyed. Wild gales continuously blew out, uprooting countless trees and blowing countless rocks into the sky. The heavens and earth dimmed and clouds swirled, as if a disaster was descending. In the distance, everyone sensed this terrifying aura and felt a coldness in their bodies. They felt quite shocked. The power of these 2 people was simply too terrifying. They could easily destroy the world. The countless people outside the secret realm also looked quite shocked. They had thought that the battle would end very quickly and that Hao Dao would easily defeat Zhao Fu. They had thought that Hao Dao would be much more powerful than Zhao Fu. However, they had never thought that the power that Zhao Fu exploded out with was not any weaker than Hao Dao's. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such terrifying power and had hidden it so deeply. Back when he had been fighting against God Kerr, he had not used his full strength. This battle was many times more terrifying than the battle between two people with Emperor stars. What's more, both of their identities were incredibly mysterious, and they both had sovereign armaments. No one dared to say for sure who would win because both of them were simply too terrifying and surpassed anything they could imagine. Everyone stared at the scene in the mirror nervously and excitedly. As expected from the final battle, they were not disappointed at all. After all of the shockwaves dissipated, the surrounding 100,000 meters had been flattened, and there were large craters that were 100 meters wide. Rocks were scattered everywhere, and trees had been destroyed. An incredibly terrifying aura spread out. At the center of the crater, Zhao Fu's body gave off a rainbow aura flame as he held the Emperor Killing Sword. There were a few shallow wounds on his body, from which blood flowed out, but they were quickly healing. On the other side, Hao Dao held his saber and stood there, giving off a platinum-colored barrier of light. The other two Hao Daos had disappeared. Hao Dao's expression was quite serious. He had been curious about how powerful Zhao Fu was, and now he knew. It was the first time he had met such a terrifying person. The Heaven Awakened world had actually produced such a terrifying person. Not only did he feel quite surprised, but if this news spread to the celestial world, many people would be shocked. Facing such a monster, he could only use his full power. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as a massive platinum-colored saber chi exploded out from Hao Dao's body, forming a 1,000-meter tall and hundreds of meters wide platinum-colored aura flame. Massive saber winds blasted out in all directions. Within the platinum-colored aura flame, Hao Dao went through shocking changes. His platinum-colored hair quickly grew, looking like metal. Each strand gave off a sharp aura, and two blade-like horns grew out of his head. 3 saber marks appeared on his forehead, and his eyes became saber pupils. A platinum-colored crystal appeared on the back of his hands. Now, Hao Dao was emitting an extremely terrifying saber intent. There were dozens of sabers revolving around his body. The ground could no longer withstand his power and was constantly cracking. Thin and long cracks were cut in the void. Everyone felt quite shocked that Hao Dao could explode out with such terrifying power. He had not even used this power when fighting against Tianyu. Tianyu also felt quite shocked. After all, he was the most powerful expert in the godly world and had the god race's emperor star. However, he could not even force Hao Dao to use his full power. However, another person had done it. He felt incredibly envious. Boom, a huge roar sounded. Hao Dao dragged his long saber and rushed towards Zhao Fu. Behind him, there were dozens of long sabers. The ground was also collapsing along the way. The momentum was swift and terrifying. Hao Dao's speed was very fast. Just as he was about to rush in front of Zhao Fu, his saber slashed towards Zhao Fu with a huge force. Boom, a deafening rumble suddenly rang out and a monstrous wave of ghostly energy surged out from Zhao Fu's body. Like a tidal wave, it drowned the entire world. Nothing could resist it. The sky became gray and there was ghostly chi everywhere. The world was filled with an eerie coldness, as if it was a world of ghosts. Everyone watched as Zhao Fu's body underwent a shocking change. A terrifying ghostly flame appeared around his body and he was half naked. His long, gray-white hair and muscles bulged as violet scales grew out of him. His fingernails grew longer and gave off a cold light as a pair of black demon horns grew out of Zhao Fu's head. The space between his eyebrows split open as a pale white vertical eye appeared. Countless fangs appeared in his mouth as a pair of gray-black wings grew out of his back. His body gave off an ancient, savage, evil, and eerie aura, and even the space around him could not withstand his power and continuously twisted. At that moment, Hao Dao felt quite startled. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would have the 6 paths of reincarnation power. However, he still sent all of his power into his saber and slashed towards Zhao Fu with enough power to slash apart the heavens and earth. Countless cracks appeared in space, and a massive saber wind blew out. At that moment, Zhao Fu raised the Emperor Killing Sword and sent a massive wave of ghostly energy into it. The Emperor Killing Sword gave off a gray, ghostly flame that seemed to be able to turn the heavens and earth into ghosts. Bang, a shocking explosion sounded out as the two ultimate powers clashed together. A gray-white shockwave instantly blasted out, and the ground in the surrounding 10,000 meters once again collapsed. A ferocious gale blew out countless rocks and sand. Even Tianyu and the others in the distance were affected by the shockwave, and they unleashed defensive barriers to defend against the berserk gale. Before anyone could react, everyone else had a chance to react. Boom, boom. Boom, heaven-shaking explosions continuously sounded out as the ground continuously trembled. Waves of destructive aura spread out in all directions, causing the heavens and earth to crack. The sun and moon dimmed, clouds swirled, and spacetime became chaotic. Countless people stared dumbfoundedly at the two people fighting in the sky. It wasn't that they couldn't become humans, but that they were all ghosts that could destroy the world. That terrifying power continuously attacked them, and they were as insignificant as ants. A battle of this level was 10 times more terrifying than the battle between the two Emperor stars from before. It was unimaginably terrifying, and it was the first time many people had seen such a terrifying battle. Xing. A massive sword hum sounded out as Zhao Fu held the Emperor killing sword covered in ghostly flames and vigorously slashed Hao Dao to the ground. Hao Dao's body shot down like a meteor and heavily crashed to the ground, opening up a 1,000-meter-wide crater. However, after receiving such a terrifying attack, Hao Dao was completely fine. He lay on the ground and stretched out a hand, and the countless sabers around him pointed towards Zhao Fu in the sky. Each saber gave off a terrifying saber intent, and platinum-colored arcs of lightning appeared in the surroundings as a terrifying saber energy spread out. Boom, boom. Boom, massive explosions sounded out as the sabers turned into rays of light and slashed towards Zhao Fu with world-shattering power. They were incredibly fast and flashed through the air. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a massive wave of ghostly power flowed out. A massive magic formation with 6 circles appeared, and the 6 paths of reincarnation power flowed out, causing the space around them to seem to freeze. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds sounded out as the terrifying sabers quickly pierced through the 6 defensive magic formations. The 6 defensive magic formations were completely shattered, and the countless sabers continued to fly towards Zhao Fu. Xing, Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out with his sword and a terrifying gray sword light containing ghostly power slashed out, destroying the countless sabers and causing a massive shockwave to spread out. Boom, a massive amount of saber chi flowed out from Hao Dao's body as he leapt into the sky. The massive saber chi formed a massive and mighty tiger, and it gave off a terrifying saber wind as it rushed towards Zhao Fu. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive wave of ghostly chi flowed out from Zhao Fu's body. The ghostly chi formed a terrifying ghost dragon that gave off a massive dragon's might. Zhao Fu swung his sword, and the ghost dragon roared and gave off a terrifying aura as it rushed towards the tiger. Bang, the dragon and tiger clashed together, and a terrifying explosion spread out, devouring everything in the surroundings. Everything in the surroundings was destroyed, and a massive shockwave spread out. The ground violently trembled. Zhao Fu and Hao Dao were both sent flying by the impact and a trace of blood flowed out of the corners of their mouths. Boom, Hao Dao continued to rush at Zhao Fu with a huge saber energy. Zhao Fu did not show any weakness and also rushed at Hao Dao with a terrifying aura. Clang, Hao Dao slashed at Zhao Fu with a terrifying power. Zhao Fu used a sword to block Hao Dao's slash. Hao Dao flipped the saber in his hand and fiercely slashed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu once again used a sword to block. Clang, 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 Hao Dao slashed out again and again, bringing out astonishing saber lights. They brought with them a terrifying power as they slashed at Zhao Fu. It was as if they were going to slash apart everything. Zhao Fu did not choose to block and also slashed out terrifying sword lights at Hao Dao. Bang, 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 the saber and sword kept colliding and huge explosions rang out. Terrifying shockwaves spread out, forming a huge storm that blew in all directions. Countless trees were uprooted and a lot of sand and stones were blown away. Boom, Hao Dao forcefully swung the long saber in his hand, slashing out a massive saber light that sent Zhao Fu flying. His eyes also flashed with a saber light, and a terrifying saber intent slashed towards Zhao Fu, who was flying backwards. The wings on Zhao Fu's back flapped and his body instantly disappeared. He flew to the other side and dodged Hao Dao's attack. Roar, 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 huge roars sounded out and a large amount of ghost energy surged out of Zhao Fu's body, forming thousands of evil spirits. There were 1,000 of them and they gave off a ghostly aura that shook the heavens and the earth. Boom, 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 boom. Devil ghosts that were 1,000 meters tall ferociously looked at Hao Dao with their gray eyes. They gave off a massive aura as they charged at Hao Dao, as if they wanted to devour him. Facing the evil spirit that was charging at him, Hao Dao was not afraid at all. His body emitted countless platinum-colored saber lights. Then, with a swoosh, he turned into a platinum-colored stream of light and flew out. He was extremely fast. He just streaked across the sky. He was extremely sharp, as though he could cut the world apart. Bang bang bang. The platinum light streaked through the group of ghosts, slicing them in half one after another. They turned into ghostly chi and collapsed, producing a series of loud booms. The streak of sharp, platinum light shot towards Zhao Fu at an extremely fast speed with a sharpness that could split the heavens and the earth. Boom! Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a massive wave of ghost chi flowed out, forming 6 3-meter-wide gray orbs that gave off the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Xiao xiao xiao! Zhao Fu vigorously pushed with his hand, and the 6 gray orbs shot forwards with shocking power, tearing through the air. Bang, bang, bang! When the 6 ghost orbs reached the streak of light, they instantly exploded. Countless rays of gray light shot out in all directions, and a terrifying explosive power spread out, forming a massive gale. After the gray light dissipated, 4 saber images hovered around Hao Dao, giving off terrifying saber might and blocking the terrifying shockwave. A powerful wave of ghost power flowed out of Zhao Fu's golden left eye, causing it to turn gray, and the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation spread out. Clang, 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 massive sounds of chains rang out as countless gray chains containing terrifying power shot towards Tianyu. They were incredibly fast, as if they could pierce through everything. Boom! Hao Dao gave off a massive wave of power, which entered the 4 saber images. The 4 saber images seemed to become corporeal, and they gave off incredibly intense saber lights, forming a powerful barrier of light. Bang, bang, bang! The sounds of the chains hitting the barrier of light could be heard, but the barrier of light was not damaged at all. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and controlled the countless chains to wrap around the barrier of light. The barrier of light immediately gave off a massive saber might, repelling the chains around it. Zhao Fu did not wrap around the barrier of light and instead wrapped around the space around it. He gave off a terrifying sealing power and started to seal the space around it. The space seemed to freeze, and space-time seemed to stop, as if it did not belong to this space-time. Boom! 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 6 massive explosions sounded out as 6 large gray holes appeared on the chains. Each hole gave off a boundless gray aura and gave off 6 different types of power, as well as an intense might. Boom! A huge rumbling sound rang out, and the 6 gray holes all emitted a terrifying suction force, sucking in the space that was entangled by the countless iron chains. That space became like 6 streams of water gushing out of 6 gray holes. Now, Zhao Fu was sealing Hao Dao into the 6 paths of reincarnation. The suction force was abnormally terrifying, and it could even suck space in. Hao Dao gave off an intense platinum saber light, wanting to resist the massive suction force, but the entire space was being sucked in like water. His body also seemed to have turned into water, about to be sucked into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Boom! A massive explosion suddenly sounded out as Hao Dao's body gave off countless saber lights that were tens of thousands of feet long, bringing with it the power to slash the heavens and earth. He instantly slashed in all directions like a thunderbolt. Clang, clang, clang! The countless chains that were wrapped around the space were slashed apart, and the space was slashed into countless fragments. What was shocking was that the 6 gray holes were also slashed open. A dazzling platinum light was emitted, and Hao Dao's body walked out of the endless void. Hao Dao looked coldly at Zhao Fu, and his body gave off countless saber lights. At that moment, all of them slashed at Zhao Fu. The space in front of him was slashed apart in an instant, and the momentum was terrifying. Zhao Fu immediately released a 6 paths of reincarnation barrier, which wrapped around his body, and emitted the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the barrier was slashed apart by countless saber lights. Zhao Fu's body was also sent flying back hundreds of meters, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Hao Dao used the saber in his hand to point at Zhao Fu, and a formless saber force spread out. 12 platinum saber seals appeared in 12 different areas around Zhao Fu, with Zhao Fu as the center, forming a circle. Boom, 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 massive rumbling sounds rang out, and 12 huge saber energy pillars shot out from the 12 saber seals, carrying a terrifying power as they fiercely charged at Zhao Fu. It was like a hot knife through butter, and no one could stop it. Zhao Fu stood where he was without moving, and he didn't look like he was dodging or blocking. He just raised one hand. Clang. 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 Clang, 6 sounds of chains rang out as a gash appeared on Zhao Fu's arm. 6 chains shot out from Zhao Fu's arm, and 6 10-meter-tall figures giving off shocking ghostly chi appeared around Zhao Fu. One of them had a bulging stomach and an ugly face, one had a muscular body and 3 heads, one looked like a demon, one held a spear and had wings on its back, one was a purple-haired Shura, and one was humanoid. These were the 6 paths demon images. After the 6 paths demon images appeared, they gave evil and savage smiles and stretched out a hand. A massive wave of ghostly chi flowed out from their hands, forming 6 ghostly chi shields. Bang, bang. Bang, the saber chi pillars containing terrifying power slammed into the ghostly chi shields, causing terrifying shockwaves to ripple out. However, the ghostly chi shields were not damaged at all. The 6 paths demon images looked at Hao Dao with terrifying gazes and gave off massive auras as they rushed towards him. Hao Dao stood there with a serious expression. Tian Dao was the fastest and was the first to attack. A massive wave of ghostly chi entered the spear in his hand, causing it to give off a shocking aura. Tian Dao vigorously threw the spear out. Boom, the spear gave off terrifying power as it shot towards Hao Dao incredibly quickly, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as if it could pierce through the sky. Hao Dao did not move at all, and his body gave off intense sword light that twisted the space in front of him. This caused the spear to hit the ground next to him and open up a massive crater. The Hao Dao ferociously leapt up, holding a pitchfork and stabbing towards Hao Dao with shocking power. Hao Dao swung the saber in his hand and a ferocious sword light sent the Hao Dao flying. The hungry ghost Dao appeared next to Hao Dao with the bone cleaver and vigorously slashed towards Hao Dao, sending out a massive sword light. Hao Dao was unable to dodge, so he could only release a platinum-colored defensive barrier. Bang, a muffled explosion sounded out as the saber slammed into the defensive barrier. A powerful force spread out and a few cracks appeared on the defensive barrier, but it still blocked that savage attack. Boom, at this moment, a terrifying figure appeared on the other side of Hao Dao. It was Animal Dao. He had a body full of explosive muscles, and his entire body was ignited with a ghostly flame. He punched the defensive barrier with the power to shatter a mountain. Bang, a loud sound rang out. The defensive barrier was shattered by the punch, and the fragments flew in all directions. Hao Dao's body was also sent flying. He flew back dozens of meters and spat out a mouthful of blood. The 6 golems continued to charge at Hao Dao with great power. Boom, Hao Dao's face also revealed a trace of anger. He raised the saber in his hand and countless saber chi surged out from the saber. It spread out like a tide and covered the surrounding space. Seeing this, the 6 paths demon images sent a massive wave of power into their weapons, causing them to give off an intense gray light. Boom, Hao Dao waved the saber in his hand and the terrifying saber chi flooded forward with the power to destroy everything. It was as if nothing could stop it, giving people a feeling of powerlessness. Boom boom boom, the 6 paths demon images also attacked. 6 massive gray lights containing terrifying ghostly energy and massive gales rushed towards the massive wave of saber chi. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the 2 attacks collided. A terrifying explosion blasted out, causing the ground to instantly collapse and a massive gale to blow out. After the shockwaves dissipated, Hao Dao stood where he was and was not injured at all, while the 6 paths demon images had disappeared. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Hao Dao. It was Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu raised his sword and lightly cried out, "Ghost Lord!" Boom, the emperor-killing sword ignited with a ghostly flame and a massive wave of ghostly energy spread out. Countless ghosts appeared in the surroundings and gave off howls. A massive aura spread out, causing people's hairs to stand on end. Hao Dao felt quite startled and hurriedly tried to turn and block. Xing, however, at that moment, Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword and a massive gray sword light containing terrifying power sent Hao Dao flying. The sword light slammed into the ground, creating a 10,000-meter wide gash that gave off traces of ghostly qi. Everyone stared at the scene before them in shock. Not a single sound could be heard. The battle between the two of them was simply too terrifying, causing countless people to be so excited that they were trembling. This was the final battle. It had far exceeded their expectations. Boom! Countless saber lights shot out from within the rubble, and the rubble instantly turned into dust as a figure giving off intense saber light appeared. Hao Dao's appearance once again went through shocking changes. His upper body was now naked, and his body had become a platinum color. Some parts of his body had become metallic, and his ears had become quite sharp. His eyes had also become metallic, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. His palm had become as sharp as a blade, and there was a saber mark on his chest. There were also many runes around it, and they gave off powerful heaven and earth power. The heaven and earth divine saber in his hand had disappeared because Hao Dao had fused the heaven and earth divine saber into his body, and it was a perfect fusion. In that moment, he was the saber, and the saber was him. He gave off a world-destroying saber qi, continuously tearing apart space and causing wild gales to spread out. Hao Dao's blade-like eyes looked at Zhao Fu and he lightly stepped forward. Boom! The ground instantly collapsed as Hao Dao's body became like a massive saber light, giving off world-shaking power as he slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu blocked with his sword and once again released the Six Paths defensive barrier. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the barrier shattered. Zhao Fu's body was blasted back by the saber light, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Hao Dao stopped in the air and stretched out a hand. A terrifying saber energy flowed out from his hand, and he twisted his hand. Boom! A 10,000-meter wide saber qi vortex appeared next to Zhao Fu, giving off an extremely terrifying aura. The boundless saber qi spun, giving off an annihilating power, as if it wanted to grind everything in the world into pieces. Zhao Fu's body was at the very center of the vortex, and the boundless saber qi was about to grind Zhao Fu into pieces. A Six Paths defensive barrier appeared around Zhao Fu's body, but it did not last long before it was shattered by the terrifying power. Countless saber qi surged towards Zhao Fu, and it was as if Zhao Fu's body had been swallowed by the huge vortex. The vortex gave off an even more terrifying power, as if it wanted to grind Zhao Fu into nothing. The vortex in the sky spun, and waves of terrifying aura surged in all directions, allowing countless people to understand just how terrifying the saber qi vortex's power was. Everyone looked at the huge saber energy whirlpool in the sky in shock. That person was withstanding such a terrifying attack. Was it possible for him to survive? If he was an ordinary genius, he would have been turned into minced meat long ago. Ghost Immortal Mode. Activate. A cold voice suddenly rang out. It spread out like ice and resounded in all directions. It shook the heavens and penetrated through the 9 underworlds. The coldness seeped into the bones and caused the 3 realms to tremble. Boom! A shocking explosion rang out as if something had been broken. A world-destroying power surged out from the center of the saber energy whirlpool. The saber energy whirlpool was unable to withstand this power and started to collapse. Countless saber energy dispersed and a terrifying figure appeared in the center. A towering ghostly flame ignited on that figure's body. Countless rays of gray light scattered out, and the surrounding space seemed to be locked down by an invisible force. Everything was in a state of stillness, giving off a sense of pressure as if it was the world itself. The temperature of the entire world plummeted and became bone-chilling. Countless people in this world couldn't help but tremble in fear. Zhao Fu's appearance also changed greatly. The left side of his face turned crimson red and looked extremely hideous. It was like a devil's face and had grown fangs. The pale white eyeball between his eyebrows turned into a rainbow color. At the same time, the pupils in Zhao Fu's eye sockets all cracked open with a terrifying power beyond imagination. 9 gray rune circles floated out with Zhao Fu at the center. Each circle was larger than the last and each circle was a foot wide. The current Zhao Fu was like a ghost immortal from the legends. When everyone saw Zhao Fu appear, their faces were filled with shock. They felt that he had far surpassed their imagination. How could there be such a terrifying person in the world? Hao Dao was also shocked. He didn't expect Zhao Fu to be hiding such a terrifying power. It had far surpassed his expectations. He had underestimated Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at Hao Dao with a pair of terrifying eyes. Hao Dao felt like he was being stared at by a world-destroying monster. His hair stood on end and he felt a chill. Boom, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand. A large amount of ghost qi surged out like a flood. Countless ghost qi turned into malicious ghosts. They were uncountable and covered the entire sky. They revealed savage smiles as they looked at Hao Dao. Boom. Zhao Fu waved his hand and a massive explosion sounded out as countless ghosts flooded towards Hao Dao, giving off destructive power. Massive amounts of ghostly qi swept out like a wild gale. Hao Dao also stretched out his hand and a terrifying power surged out. Many 2-meter-long white gold saber marks appeared in front of him. They lined up in a row and there were thousands of them. Boom boom boom, Hao Dao stretched out his hand and pressed down. The saber marks shot out pillars of saber qi, bringing with them a terrifying power as they charged towards the ghost tide. They were extremely fast and slashed through the air as if they could pierce through the sky. Boom boom, loud sounds rang out as the ghost tide and the pillar of qi clashed. Explosions rang out and shockwaves spread out. Saber qi and ghost qi also spread out. Boom, before the shockwaves subsided, there was a loud explosion. A pair of white gold eyes appeared in the sky. They were emotionless and gave off a cold and terrifying saber intent. The heavens and earth became extremely dangerous. Boom, the pair of eyes landed on Zhao Fu. In the next moment, countless sharp saber lights shot out from the pair of eyes in the sky. They slashed at Zhao Fu with terrifying power, as if they were going to split the earth. Zhao Fu stood where he was and did not move. His expression was cold and did not change. Just as the countless saber lights were about to attack Zhao Fu, boom, Zhao Fu gave off a large amount of ghost immortal energy. The 9 runic circles around him started to spin with terrifying power. An incomparably powerful twisting force spread out. The countless saber lights that came down from the sky were twisted by a formless force. They all deviated from their original direction and shot towards the ground around Zhao Fu. Bang bang bang, massive sounds rang out as the saber lights slammed into the ground. The powerful saber energies blasted open large craters in the ground. Countless rocks flew everywhere and dust filled the air. Zhao Fu raised his head and his terrifying eyes looked at the pair of white gold eyes in the sky as he raised a hand. The 9 runic circles around Zhao Fu automatically flew to the front of Zhao Fu's palm and wrapped around each other. A massive wave of power flowed out from Zhao Fu's palm and entered the 9 runic circles. The 9 runic circles gave off a gray light as they spun and a terrifying power flowed out. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as a massive beam of light covered with runes shot out from the runic circles. It contained terrifying ghost immortal energy and shot towards the pair of eyes in the sky like a bolt of lightning. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive hole seemed to be blasted open in the sky. The pair of white gold eyes collapsed and dissipated. Suddenly, Hao Dao's body appeared in front of Zhao Fu and his blade-like palm slashed out with power. 5 massive saber lights containing terrifying power slashed towards Zhao Fu, causing space to shatter. At that moment, Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out with the Emperor Killing Sword and a sharp gray sword light containing immense power slashed forwards. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the 2 terrifying powers collided, causing a terrifying shockwave to ripple out. Both of them were affected by the shockwave and took a few steps back. Hao Dao sent a massive wave of power into his arm, making it seem as if his arm had turned into metal. A massive wave of saber qi flowed out, forming a massive saber that gave off a sharp aura. Hao Dao rushed at Zhao Fu and swung his arm towards Zhao Fu. The terrifying saber gave off shocking power as it flew towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu sent some power into the sword in his hand and vigorously stabbed out. A sharp sword light containing immense power stabbed towards Hao Dao. Bang, the 2 collided and the sword light shattered. Zhao Fu's body was forced back a few steps but he was not injured. Boom, in the next second, a massive aura flame flowed out of Hao Dao's body and a massive arm with countless sharp sabers suddenly stretched out from the aura flame. The arm gave off immense power as it slammed towards Zhao Fu. Bang, Zhao Fu was unable to react in time and his body was slammed by the massive arm. His body fell from the sky and landed on the ground. A shockwave rippled out, causing the ground within 1,000 meters to instantly collapse. However, Zhao Fu's body was not too heavily injured. In this state, Zhao Fu's defense had become quite terrifying. Seeing this, Hao Dao stretched out a hand and a massive wave of power once again spread out. Countless sabers appeared in the sky, and they were incredibly dense. The tips of the sabers all pointed at Zhao Fu and gave off terrifying auras. Xing, 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 Hao Dao pressed down with his hand and the countless sabers gave off terrifying power as they quickly shot towards Zhao Fu. They were incredibly fast and brought with them rays of light. They were incredibly terrifying and seemed to be able to shatter the ground. Zhao Fu lay on the ground and did not move at all. The instant the countless sabers shot towards him, ghostly qi flowed out from his body, covering his body and his surroundings. The countless sabers were all blocked by the ghostly qi. It looked like the sabers had been stabbed into a gray ball of fog. The ball of fog covered the ground and gave off a strange and eerie aura. At that moment, the countless sabers stabbed into the fog turned into platinum-colored light and dissipated, and the ghostly qi also dissipated. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Hao Dao gathered a wave of power in his hands. He raised them up and grabbed out, and a 1,000-meter-long saber image appeared, giving off a terrifying power. Hao Dao grabbed the saber and vigorously slashed towards Zhao Fu. It was as if he was going to split the world apart, and he brought with him a massive saber wind. Zhao Fu lay on the ground and coldly looked at Hao Dao in the sky. He gripped his sword and lightly cried out, "Ghost Lord!" The emperor-killing sword lit up with a ghostly flame and countless ghosts appeared in the surroundings, giving off howls. Xing, Zhao Fu slashed out and a massive gray sword light containing immense power slashed forwards. It seemed to be able to devour everything and was incredibly terrifying. Bang, the saber image in Hao Dao's hand was shattered and Hao Dao's body was sent flying. However, he was not injured, and his defense became incredibly terrifying. At that moment, Zhao Fu stood up and sent a massive wave of power into his sword before stabbing it into the ground. The ground cracked and a gray pillar of light containing a terrifying aura shot into the sky, and a massive wave of ghostly power spread out. A 10,000-meter-tall, muscular ghost emperor with 3 iron horns, 6 violet eyes, and a mouth full of fangs appeared behind Zhao Fu. It was a purple-black color and gave off a shocking aura. Zhao Fu coldly said, "Defeat him." Roar. The Ghost Emperor gave off a massive roar and gave off a terrifying aura as it rushed at Hao Dao, giving off a mountain-like pressure. Hao Dao's expression changed, and his body ignited with a huge white-gold aura flame. A 10,000-meter-tall figure carrying a pure saber intent appeared. This figure was completely made of metal and did not have any clothes. It was quite muscular and its entire body was covered with sharp blades. It gave off a white light and gave off a terrifying aura. The Ghost Emperor gave off a massive aura and rushed in front of Hao Dao. It punched towards Hao Dao with a fist that seemed to be able to crush everything, causing the space around it to twist. Hao Dao controlled the person condensed from the aura flame and punched towards the Ghost Emperor with immense power. It brought with it an extremely terrifying saber qi that seemed to be able to cut apart the heavens and earth. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the two fists collided. A massive gale blew out, causing countless trees to be uprooted and countless rocks to be blown into the sky. The Ghost Emperor raised its other fist and punched towards the aura flame giant that Hao Dao had condensed. The aura flame giant stretched out a hand and punched towards the Ghost Emperor. The two fists continuously collided and the shockwaves turned into a massive storm that spread out, causing countless trees to snap and sand to fly. Suddenly, the aura flame giant grabbed the Ghost Emperor's arm and opened its massive mouth. A terrifying saber light shot out from its mouth and pierced through the Ghost Emperor's chest. However, at that moment, the Ghost Emperor's other hand also pierced through the aura flame giant's body. The Ghost Emperor's body turned into countless traces of ghostly qi and dissipated. The enormous aura flame giant's body started to collapse, but the collapsing aura flame giant instantly condensed a 10,000-meter-long saber. Heaven and earth power flowed into it, causing the saber to give off a world-destroying saber energy. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the 10,000-meter-long saber gave off world-destroying power as it shot towards Zhao Fu, and it seemed as if the world was going to collapse. Zhao Fu stood on the ground and drew the emperor-killing sword from the ground and blocked in front of him. Countless traces of gray fog condensed, forming a gray jade orb that gave off shocking power. Bang! A deafening explosion sounded out as the long saber struck the ground and exploded. The platinum saber light devoured everything within it, instantly turning everything into countless fragments. After the shockwaves dissipated, Zhao Fu lay on the ground with a deep wound on his body, from which blood continuously flowed out. Zhao Fu got up and half-squatted on the ground. His terrifying eyes were filled with fury as he looked at Hao Dao, causing Hao Dao to feel a chill. Boom! Zhao Fu exploded out with all of his ghost celestial power and stretched out a hand. 6 runes appeared on his palm, and he pressed them against the ground. A massive wave of ghostly power not only connected to the underworld but also opened a door to the depths of the underworld. Boom! 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 6 shocking explosions sounded out as 6 massive pillars of ghostly chi rushed up from the ground, giving off terrifying power as they rushed into the sky, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. 6 massive pillars of ghostly chi stood in the sky. The 6 pillars of ghostly chi were tens of thousands of meters wide, and massive waves of ghostly chi continuously flowed out, easily inundating the world. The light dimmed and the world became incredibly cold, as if they were in the depths of the ghost world. Boom! A sound that sounded as if the heavens and earth were collapsing sounded out as a massive stone disc with 6 pictures on it, giving off an ancient, reincarnated, and boundless aura appeared in the sky. Countless people looked incredibly shocked as massive waves crashed in their hearts as they looked at the massive stone disc. This is the 6 paths of reincarnation. Boom! 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 The massive 6 paths of reincarnation slowly sank, and the world was unable to withstand the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation and started to crumble. There was nothing that could not stop it, and in front of it, all godly spirits were like ants. Hao Dao also looked incredibly shocked as he looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so monstrous as to summon the 6 paths of reincarnation. At that moment, he wanted to escape, but the surrounding spacetime was locked down by the 6 paths of reincarnation. The massive might slammed into Hao Dao's body, and he exploded out with all of his power, wanting to block the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, he was still unable to block it, and Hao Dao's body was pressed into the ground by the massive pressure. The 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky continuously sank, and the ground continuously collapsed. Massive explosions continuously sounded out, and the world was still trembling. The aura of the 6 paths of reincarnation continuously spread out like a flood, drowning everything within it. Countless people felt suffocated. The 6 paths of reincarnation continued to descend, and a crater that was hundreds of thousands of meters wide had appeared in the ground. Moreover, it was still quickly collapsing. Arg! A long howl sounded out from the depths of the crater, shaking the sky and causing the world to change. Boom! A shocking explosion once again sounded out, and a massive platinum beam of light shot out from the crater. It brought with it a power that could destroy all things as it rushed into the sky, actually shattering the 6 paths of reincarnation. Boom! A sound that seemed as if the heavens and earth were collapsing once again rang out. An incomparably vast divine might suddenly descended, causing the sky to collapse. Countless cracks appeared, and countless rays of white light shot out from the cracks. The entire sky was collapsing into nothingness, turning into a pitch-black darkness. An enormous white star that looked like a white sun gave off a boundless aura as it slowly descended from the sky. The heavens and earth seemed to sink, and everyone felt a massive pressure. The massive white star gave off a divine might, and it gave off a dignified, solemn, pious, and worshipful aura. It was like the ruler of all gods, and its power could cause the heavens and earth to crumble and space to twist. Everyone looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that Hao Dao would have the god race's Supreme Emperor star. Moreover, this Supreme Emperor star was not like ordinary Supreme Emperor stars, it was twice as big and gave off an even more intense light. Hao Dao had never thought that someone would force him to such a state. If he did not use his Emperor star's power, he would definitely be crushed into a meat patty by the 6 paths of reincarnation. This trip to the heaven-awakened world had greatly exceeded his expectations. He had actually encountered such a terrifying person. The heaven-awakened world was truly terrifying. However, now that he had used his Emperor star's power, he would definitely win that battle. He did not believe that Zhao Fu had any power to defeat him. Boom! 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 6 shocking explosions rang out once again, and an unimaginable might spread out from the sky, instantly taking control of the entire world. Nothing could resist it. 6 different colored starlight shot out from the sky, and with Hao Dao's Emperor Star, the sky was split into 7 colors. There was a blood-red star that gave off a blood-red light and an aura of disaster, a golden star that gave off a powerful Emperor's aura, and a gray star that gave off a terrifying ghostly chi. There was a violet star that gave off a massive dragon's might, a black star that gave off boundless demonic chi, and a green star that gave off a chaotic and desolate aura. They all gave off a sovereign aura as they slowly descended from the sky. Seeing this scene, Hao Dao's mind went blank, and a look of shock appeared on his face. His heart seemed to stop beating. Boom! In the sky, the 6 Emperor Stars surrounded Hao Dao's Emperor Star, giving off intense light. A heaven-suppressing power exploded out, locking down that Emperor Star, and a massive 6-colored pillar of starlight descended on Hao Dao's body. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as Hao Dao's body was pressed against the ground by the 6-colored pillar of starlight. Who knew how many of his bones were broken? Countless people looked at the sky in shock, looking at the 6 Emperor Stars giving off heaven-suppressing power. This is actually true, there really is someone with 6 Emperor Stars. Before, I was quite skeptical about this, but now that I've seen it for myself, I can't help but believe it. The rumors aren't false at all. Heavens! 6 Emperor Stars. It's the first time I've seen 6 Emperor Stars descend, it's simply too terrifying. This is the most terrifying thing I've experienced in my life, and I'll definitely record it down so that my descendants will know about this. Who would have thought, who would have thought? Putting aside Hao Dao's massive God Race Emperor Star, who would have thought that that person would have 6 Emperor Stars? No wonder their battle was even more terrifying than ordinary Emperor Stars. It turns out that their power was even more terrifying than ordinary Emperor Stars. That's right. Things changed so quickly, it was really too surprising. When that person became like a ghost immortal, I was a bit shocked. He used the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation to the extreme, and in the end, he even summoned the 6 paths of reincarnation. Forget about the underworld's higher beings being unable to summon the 6 paths of reincarnation, even true ghost immortals are unable to summon the 6 paths of reincarnation, yet he did it. I've always been extremely curious about his identity, and now that the 6 Emperor Stars have appeared, everything becomes clear. That's right, now that the 6 Emperor Stars have descended, everything becomes clear. There's no need to explain or question anything, because he's the second King of Kings. Everything can be explained now. Why was he able to obtain 24 god legacies? Why was God Kur able to absorb his power and fate, become a peerless genius comparable to an Emperor Star, and why was he able to cause so many changes in the secret realm? In actuality, I already expected this, only the legendary second King of Kings would have such terrifying power. Also, how did he sneak into the secret realm? Why didn't those higher beings discover him? I'm so happy. I thought that the second King of Kings wouldn't come, but now that I've personally seen such a terrifying figure, I'm simply too honored. When I tell others about this, countless people will be envious. Now that he's defeated Hao Dao's Emperor Star has disappeared, and it's impossible for him to defeat the second King of Kings. The King of Kings is the ruler of this stage. Yup. This generation's Master of Gods is definitely the most terrifying one out of all the Masters of Gods, and everyone is sincerely convinced, no one has any objections. Now I understand why he has such charisma and why even a peerless genius with an Emperor Star is willing to become his woman. Moreover, it seems that the King of Kings has always been this dissolute, collecting peerless beauties from all over. I don't have any objections now. The King of Kings has the right to have so many beautiful women. Even though his methods are quite shameless, he is the King of Kings, so everything he does is acceptable. Countless experts looked at the 6 Emperor Stars in the sky in shock. They had never thought that the King of Kings would actually come to the godly world and enter the secret realm right under their noses. This King of Kings was indeed as terrifying as the legends said. As experts from the God world and God domain, they had felt disdain towards the other domain's experts not being able to deal with this little cultivator. Now, even if it was them, they would not be able to do it. An existence like him had heaven-defying fate, and even a true immortal would not be able to deal with him. Now, everyone understood that this person was the legendary King of Kings, but no one knew his true identity. This made them even more curious. It was a pity that with the secret realm's protection, they could not do anything to Zhao Fu, and they could not forcefully destroy the secret realm like they did with the Outlander race. The godly world's world-suppressing divine artifact, the All-God Mirror, was there. Let alone higher beings like them, even a group of celestials would be blasted into nothingness. The world-suppressing divine artifact's power was unimaginable to celestials. Out of the many factions, a few of them had complicated expressions. They were quite shocked at Yu Chan's faction, and they had never thought that the man Yu Chan had chosen would be the King of Kings. Now that Yu Chan was by his side, she would most likely receive unimaginable benefits. Not only would she be able to obtain all sorts of material things, but she would also be able to obtain massive amounts of fate. They felt quite at ease and did not worry about what would happen to Yu Chan in the future. Before, they had not opposed this. As long as Yu Chan decided to do something, they would support her as long as she lived a good life. Moreover, they were quite concerned about Zhao Fu forcefully ravaging Yu Chan. Apart from the fact that Zhao Fu had told Yu Chan his identity, he had most likely used some sort of method, or else Yu Chan would not have submitted so easily. Back then, they had really wanted to kill Zhao Fu because Zhao Fu had looked down on them too much and had dared to ravage their holy daughter in front of them. This had almost angered them to death. Now, it seemed that Zhao Fu indeed had the right to look down on them, as they could not do anything to him. The most terrifying thing was just who he was. Hao Dao most likely came from the celestial world, as the Supreme Emperor star was bigger than ordinary emperor stars. This was due to the influence of higher laws, and this emperor star gave off dense celestial qi. Hao Dao's identity was simply too shocking, but a celestial fairy from the celestial world had been defeated by Zhao Fu. This meant that Zhao Fu was even more terrifying than a celestial fairy, and his future accomplishments were simply unimaginable. Xianxia's factions people looked at each other, not knowing what to say. They had been yelling for Zhao Fu to pay a heavy price and for him to be cut into 1,000 pieces and suffer boundless pain. They had also wanted to kill everyone related to him. Now that they knew that he was the King of Kings, they had a massive impact on them. They did not know what to do, because did they really dare to act against such a person? If they did, the consequences would be devastating. Their faction, which had developed for a long time in the godly world, might perish just like that. With such severe consequences, they did not dare to rashly make a decision. That person would definitely have such power in the future. The goddess palace's palace master and the four elders' expressions were quite unsightly. On one hand, they hated men, and they hated Zhao Fu even more for tarnishing their goddess. On the other hand, they feared that Zhao Fu was too terrifying. The demon god emperor faction's expressions were the worst because they had the greatest enmity with Zhao Fu. The other factions had enmity with Zhao Fu because he had taken their women, but they were different. Zhao Fu had killed the emperor that they had nurtured for 10 years. This enmity was incredibly great, and it was on a completely different level from the enmity with the other factions. Before, they had decided that they had to kill Zhao Fu, and there was no room for negotiation. Only when Zhao Fu died would their enmity be resolved. However, this was a King of Kings, and they had personally seen how terrifying Zhao Fu was. They felt quite wary, and if they could become enemies with such a person, they should kill him as soon as possible. If they could not kill him, they should not offend him. Now, some people in the Demon God Empire cautiously suggested, "I think we should just forget about this matter. After all, God Ker's power and fate come from him, and one of them will definitely die. It's best if we don't get into this sort of trouble." That's right. Even though this will cause the Demon God Empire to lose face, it's better than becoming enemies with such an unimaginable monster. I also think that this is the best way to deal with this matter. There's no need to sacrifice the entire Demon God Empire for a single emperor. Moreover, Ker is someone we picked up, so even if we lose him, we still have other emperors. AI. If we knew things would be like this, we wouldn't have allowed Ker to participate in the competition of gods and would have let him cultivate by himself. With the King of Kings' fate and power, he will definitely awaken the god race's emperor star and become incredibly powerful. It's all too late now. Even though it's a bit of a pity, there's nothing we can do about it. This matter concerns an entire faction, so we can't let our emotions affect our decisions. A beautiful woman expressionlessly stood by the side. Looking at the two people in front and behind her, she did not say anything. She understood that the entire demon god empire was wary of that person. As God Kerr's maidservant, she could not take revenge for God Kerr, as she was just an ant in front of that person. God Kerr had treated her very well when he was alive, and now that he had fallen to such a state without being able to take revenge for him, she felt quite bad. The final faction was Miaolu's faction, and they did not know what to do. Back then, they had tried everything they could to kill Xiao Fu, but after finding out about Xiao Fu's identity, they hesitated. Even if they were the #1 influence in the divine realm and possessed formidable strength, they still hesitated when facing Xiao Fu. Clearly, they were too afraid of Xiao Fu's existence. Most importantly, Xiao Fu had the protection of the arcane realm. They could not do anything to Xiao Fu. If they did anything, Xiao Fu would definitely seek revenge in the future. I think we should just forget about it. Anyway, Lu Er didn't object to being his woman, and their relationship seems to be very close and harmonious. Yeah. That brat does have some charm. He won Lu Er's heart so quickly, and he also has the qualifications to become Lu Er's man. Who knows, he might even bring unimaginable benefits to our forces in the future. Yes, this is the best way to deal with it. In fact, even if he didn't expose his identity, Lu Er is already with him, and we can't do anything to him. It's better to support the two of them. Then it's decided. Don't mind what happened in the past and treat him as one of us. Within the arcane realm, Miao Lu and Luli looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that Xiao Fu's identity would be so terrifying. He was the king of kings who had shaken the entire Heaven Awakened world. Their minds were completely blank, and their hearts were beating quickly. The other women also looked at the 6 emperor stars in the sky in shock. Even though they knew who Xiao Fu was, they had never personally seen the 6 emperor stars descend. Now that they had personally seen it, it was enough to suppress the heavens and earth, causing the sun and moon to dim and the laws to lock down. All creatures were filled with fear, which was why they looked so shocked. Tianyu also looked incredibly shocked. He had thought that Hao Dao would definitely win because he knew how terrifying Hao Dao was. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would be even more terrifying than Hao Dao and use the 6 emperor stars to suppress Hao Dao. Sensing the emperor star's power, Tianyu admitted that he was inferior to Xiao Fu and did not have any objections. Xiao Fu was not just slightly stronger than him but much more powerful. Lan Lo looked incredibly disbelieving. She knew just how terrifying Hao Dao's identity was, and even holy sons did not dare to offend him. He was an invincible existence, and yet he had been defeated. However, the other person was also incredibly terrifying. It was the King of Kings who had shaken the world. Now that he had defeated Hao Dao, she understood that the King of Kings was even more terrifying than everyone had imagined. The 6 emperor stars in the sky started to disappear, and Xiao Fu's power quickly dissipated. Suddenly, Xiao Fu coughed up a large mouthful of blood and almost fell to the ground, his body in immense pain. Xiao Fu had not won this battle easily, and his body had been heavily injured. It was even more severe than he had expected. Xiao Fu first used the power within his body to heal his injuries. Because Xiao Fu's clothes had long since been destroyed, Xiao Fu took out a new cloak to prevent his appearance from being revealed. Following this, Xiao Fu walked to the crater and looked at Hao Dao. Hao Dao's injuries were even more severe, and he lay on the ground, unable to move. However, he was still conscious and had not fainted. Hao Dao raised his head and looked at Xiao Fu as he bitterly laughed. How could there be such a terrifying person like you in the Heaven Awakened world? 6 emperor stars descended, causing Hao Dao to fall into a state of shock. He had never seen anyone with 6 emperor stars before, and he had to endure the power of 6 emperor stars. This was a massive blow to him. This trip to the Heaven Awakened world had greatly surprised him. He had never thought that there would be such a terrifying person in the Heaven Awakened world. He had not underestimated the Heaven Awakened world before, but he had still underestimated it. Xiao Fu gave a trace of a smile. This Hao Dao was quite a good person, so he replied, "You're also quite powerful, and you're the most powerful person I've ever met. I've never used 6 emperor stars to deal with a single person before." Hao Dao could not help but laugh as he said, but I still lost to you, you're a monster. Zhao Fu smiled as he walked over to Hao Dao and fed him a medicinal pill, while Hao Dao smiled and thanked him. Following this, the others also came. Lan Lo hurriedly helped Hao Dao up from the ground and asked about his injuries with concern. Hao Dao explained a few times, saying that he was fine now. Miao Lu and the other women came to Zhao Fu's side and stared at Zhao Fu. This man's power shocked them all. Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he asked, "What is it?" Miao Lu went up and hugged Zhao Fu as she lightly harumphed, "So you're so terrifying. No wonder you were able to suppress my emperor stars. You didn't tell me your identity, you just wanted to see how shocked I was, right?" Zhao Fu smiled as he hugged Miao Lu and replied, I indeed had that thought." Miao Lu pouted and patted Zhao Fu. Xianxia smiled as she said, "Husband. How are your injuries? You've already defeated Hao Dao and become the final victor. As long as you ascend to the 10,000 god throne, you will be this time's lord of the gods." Yu Chan also said in anticipation, "Husband, this time's throne of the gods is not simple at all. The Lord of the Gods legacy has appeared, and your 10,000 gods' power can become a true sovereign's power." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, "Let's go now." Following this, Zhao Fu brought everyone to the vicinity of the god throne. There were 24 god statues around them, giving off a massive rainbow-colored barrier. Apart from the victors, no one else could get close. As long as they took a step closer, they would be attacked by the 24 god statues, and there was basically nothing that could block them. Miao Lu and the others could only stop nearby. Apart from them, Tianyu, Hao Dao, and some others had also come, wanting to witness Zhao Fu become the Lord of the Gods. Everyone outside the secret realm fell silent as they looked at the scene in the mirror with looks of anticipation and excitement. Zhao Fu looked at the god throne that was giving off a golden light and could not help but feel a bit of anticipation and nervousness as he walked forwards. The powerful rainbow-colored barrier did not stop Zhao Fu, and it was like a thin membrane that allowed Zhao Fu's body to easily pass through and walk towards the god throne. After a while, Zhao Fu arrived in front of the god throne and stepped onto it. He felt a wave of divine power supporting his body, as if a layer of golden light was shining down on Zhao Fu's body, giving off a holy and dignified feeling. Zhao Fu stepped onto the stone steps, and waves of divine power continuously supported Zhao Fu's body, causing the golden light around Zhao Fu's body to become even brighter. Finally, Zhao Fu arrived in front of the god throne with his back facing countless people. The golden light around his body was extremely intense, as if it was a boundless light that illuminated the heavens and earth. It was as if he was the Lord of the heavens and earth, giving people a feeling of wanting to kneel and worship him. Zhao Fu looked at the golden god throne in front of him and revealed a trace of a smile as he turned and sat on it. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the 24-circle magic formation gave off an extremely terrifying aura and started to spin, causing terrifying power to spread out. All of the god world's power and karmic luck surged toward him like a tide, releasing world-shaking ripples. Heaven and earth dimmed, and the sun and moon dimmed. Someone was walking on a path, someone was sitting at a table chatting with others, someone was chasing wild beasts, someone was reading a book, someone was fishing, and someone was picking fruits from a tree. At this moment, everyone stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to look at the sky. Taisher, Yusher, Silverstone, and the others also sensed the terrifying ripples and came out of the Pantheon Palace. Looking at the changes in the sky, they understood that the contest of the gods had ended. Now, it was the disturbance caused by the Master of the Gods ascending to the throne of the gods. After all, as the Master of the Gods, he would be the master of countless godly spirits and would receive all of the god world's fate and power. He would become the most prestigious person in the god world, and no one would be able to compare to him. Because the Master of the Gods only took place once every 9 years, they had experienced it many times, so they were quite familiar with these ripples. The metal goddess looked at the sky seriously and said, "The contest of the gods has ended. I wonder who will become the Master of the Gods. Will it be our husband?" The jade goddess lightly laughed as she said, "Of course it will be. Our husband is so powerful and will definitely become the Master of the Gods. We just need to believe in him and wait here for him to come back." The bronze goddess said worriedly, "Even though I believe that husband will become the Master of the Gods, that's the center of the god world, and all of the geniuses in the god world will go there to participate. Becoming the master of the gods will be too difficult. The metal goddess nodded as she said, we minor godly spirits don't understand how terrifying those geniuses are. Their power is dozens of times greater than ours, and they have the power to destroy everything. I'm quite worried that husband will fight with them for the master of the gods. The silver goddess corrected her, saying, I didn't want him to go from the very beginning, it would be better if he stayed by our side. Now that our faction has developed so quickly, we will become even more powerful with him. The jade goddess smiled as she said, you should believe in husband. With husband's power, he definitely won't be any weaker than those peerless geniuses. He'll definitely be able to defeat them all and become the master of the gods. Think about it, we men will be the master of the gods in the future. The bronze goddess lightly laughed as she said, we should believe in husband and not worry. We should believe in our husband and not worry. We all know how powerful our husband is. No one is a match for him. The metal goddess looked at the sky and did not say anything. The metal goddess coquettishly smiled as she said, husband has been gone for so long, and I've missed him for a long time. I really want to be toyed with by him. If husband breaks through in his art, that would be the best present for us, and we can enjoy ourselves to our heart's content. These words caused the women's faces to become slightly red. However, they indeed missed Xiao Fu and wanted to be loved by him. Apart from the countless people in the godly world who sensed these ripples, countless people in the godly domain also sensed them. After all, they were also from the god race, but they lived in the godly domain and did not actually live in the godly world. The master of the gods was the master of all god race, so they also sensed these ripples. The godly domain did not have the ripples from the godly world, as the godly domain belonged to the heaven-awakened world and not the godly world. Apart from the god race and the godly domain, the experts from the human domain, outlander domain, demon domain, devil domain, ghost domain, water domain, and spirit domain also sensed these ripples. This was something that could shake the entire godly world, and with their powerful strength, it was impossible for them not to sense it. They felt quite curious as to which genius from the god race would become the master of the gods this time. The master of the gods was the most powerful person in the godly world, and his future was unfathomable. They definitely did not have to personally go and see, they only had to send people to investigate. When the news came back, they would know who had become the master of the gods. Out of the many experts in the underworld, only a few people cared about this matter. For some reason, the 6 paths demon images had been revealed, and the terrifying auras that they gave off caused the entire underworld to fall into panic. What was even more terrifying was that the 6 paths of reincarnation that the 6 paths demon images guarded gave off terrifying ripples, which rarely happened. This was an incredibly important matter. Most of the underworld's experts and factions were focused on this, and they were investigating what was going on. As such, they did not pay too much attention to the godly world. Sir, it's bad. Hurry and take a look, that orb of blood is going through changes again, a panicked voice suddenly sounded out. It was a young man who had rushed into a room and said to a gentle-looking middle-aged man. Hearing this, the gentle-looking middle-aged man's expression fell and he quickly said, quickly notify the Heaven Spirit Financial Group's experts and tell them that the divine blood is going through changes. The young man Dian Dian immediately ran out. The gentle-looking middle-aged man hurriedly left the room and went to a large hall. This hall was made of white jade and did not have much inside, making it seem quite spacious. At the center of the hall was a complicated magic formation that gave off a faint light, and there was an orb of blood floating around the magic formation. The gentle-looking man immediately looked at the orb of blood and looked quite shocked. It gave off a white light and a terrifying divine might spread out. Even though the gentle-looking man was not from the god race, he could sense how terrifying that divine might was. It was as if it rained over the entire god race. Following this, the Heaven Spirit Financial Group's experts heard about this and hurried over. It could be seen just how important this matter was. After coming to the hall, everyone looked at the orb of blood and looked quite shocked. The people of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had been sitting around doing various things as usual. Some were reading, some were conversing, and some were calculating. However, at this moment, they seemed to have sensed something. Their expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly gathered around the Heavenly Mysteries apparatus. The Fate Sovereign, the young woman in white, also hurried over with a serious expression. Everyone could not help but ask, Fate Sovereign, is that person going to awaken another Emperor star? He's giving off terrifying ripples? The young woman in white nodded seriously before looking at the Heaven's Secrets instrument and saying to herself, after so long, there's finally information about him. However, he's going to awaken another Emperor star right after appearing. This is quite shocking. Seeing the young woman in white nod, everyone felt quite shocked. That person already had 6 Emperor stars, and now that he was going to awaken another Emperor star, that would be 7 Emperor stars. This was simply too shocking. Boom. 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 Boom, 6 massive explosions sounded out as the 6 Desires Celestial Sect's 1,000-meter-tall stone statues gave off terrifying auras, causing the heavens and earth to dim and causing everyone to feel a chill. What's going on? Why are the 6 Desires stone statues giving off such terrifying ripples? Did they sense something again? The only person who can cause the 6 Desires stone statue to emit such a terrifying fluctuation is that immortal evil. I wonder where he has been hiding for so many years. Even the 6 almighty figures can't find him. That immortal bastard is causing more ripples. He's becoming more and more dangerous, but we can't destroy him. If we don't do anything, I feel like the 6 Desires Celestial Sect will definitely be destroyed by him. Yeah. That immortal evil is too great of a threat. We have to think of a way to get rid of him. We definitely can't let him continue growing. We have to kill him. What I'm concerned about now is what kind of fortuitous encounter that immortal bastard obtained to actually be able to cause such a terrifying fluctuation. That fortuitous encounter is definitely not small. Yes. I really wonder who that celestial evildoer is. He must be a peerless genius, which is why he has such terrifying potential and obtained such terrifying fortuitous encounters. This time, the 6 Desires demonic art has really found a good successor. In a royal palace, a devilishly handsome young man was indescribably on top of a beautiful woman. The woman had a lewd expression, and there were many other naked beauties around them. Their faces were flushed red as they panted. The devilishly handsome young man's name was Xianxia, and he was the successor of the 6 Desires demonic art. All these years, he had been hiding from the pursuit of the 6 almighty figures. He didn't know why the 6 almighty figures of the 6 Desires Celestial Sect wanted to kill him. He didn't seem to have done anything to make them so crazy. Although he felt strange, Xianxia understood that no matter what the reason was, as long as he was found by the 6 almighty figures, he would definitely die. He could only hide everywhere in the spirit realm. These years, his growth speed was also very fast. Right now, he was already comparable to a peerless genius. Not only was his talent shocking, but it was also because of the power of the 6 Desires demonic art. As long as he continued to find powerful women to do it with, his strength would continue to increase rapidly. This was a cultivation method that was easy and simple. It was a cultivation method that countless men dreamed of. Because he had obtained the 6 Desires demonic art, Xianxia also knew some things. These were the greatest secrets of the 6 Desires demonic art. The cultivation technique of the 6 Desires Celestial Sect, which was the 6 Desires Celestial art, was not a complete cultivation technique. Instead, it was missing a part of the cultivation technique. Although the 6 Desires Celestial art was already a very powerful cultivation technique, because it was missing that part, its power was greatly weakened. If it was the complete 6 Desires Celestial art, its power would be more than 10 times more terrifying than the current 6 Desires Celestial art. Only the complete 6 Desires Celestial art was a true cultivation technique. It was very likely that it required some kind of powerful inheritance in order to cultivate it. Back then, the shocking young sect master wanted to perfect the 6 Desires Celestial art, so he created the 6 Desires demonic art based on the foundation of the 6 Desires Celestial art. The 6 Desires Celestial art was a cultivation technique that cut off all emotions and desires. The 6 Desires demonic art walked the path of indulgence. Because the 6 Desires Celestial Sect discovered this, they didn't kill off the 6 Desires demonic art. However, after so many years, there had been no progress in perfecting the cultivation technique. Moreover, this matter caused the 6 Desires Celestial Sect's reputation to become worse and worse, and they even provoked many enemies. This caused the Six Desires Celestial sect to launch a plan to completely resolve this matter. What they didn't know was that there was progress in the Six Desires demonic art. After so many years, countless people who cultivated the Six Desires demonic art had worked hard, and it was finally about to be perfected. It was also because of this that Xianxia's power had become very terrifying. Right now, the Six Desires demonic art that he cultivated was far more powerful than the Six Desires celestial art. As long as he was given enough time, he would definitely become a powerful immortal. At that time, the Six Desires celestial sect would be destroyed. It could be said that generation after generation of people who cultivated the Six Desires demonic art had mostly been killed by the Six Desires celestial sect. This hatred could be said to be carved into their bones and could not be erased. Since Xianxia had inherited this cultivation technique, he had also inherited this intense hatred. Adding on the fact that he had been chased by the six higher beings, he had become even more furious and hateful. Right now, what he wanted to do the most was to kill his way into the Six Desires celestial sect, kill all the men, and rape all the women. He wanted to enjoy the taste of all the women in the Six Desires celestial sect. These women who cultivated the Six Desires celestial art were great tonics for him. They could make his power even purer and more powerful, and with them, he would not encounter any obstacles. After all, even if there were any obstacles, he would be able to overcome them by doing it with them. It was just that simple. In Xianxia's eyes, the Six Desires celestial sect was a place filled with countless treasures. Of course, with his current strength, he could not do it. Moreover, the Six Desires celestial sect had always been on guard against this, so it was quite difficult to do it. Right now, this palace was only the palace of a small country. That country's king was currently lying on the side, bleeding. He seemed to be seriously injured, and he was looking at Xianxia with a face full of hatred and anger. His concubine was Xianxia's slutty beauty. A few hours ago, Xianxia had brought many women to this kingdom. He had heard that the princess here was very beautiful, so he had directly barged into the palace. In a few moves, he had easily taken care of all the guards and heavily injured the king. After that, he had directly done it with the princess and the women. The kingdom's countless soldiers had gathered outside the palace, but because they were worried about the king's safety, they did not directly attack. Hearing Wang Fei's dissolute voice ring out from the palace, everyone naturally understood what had happened and showed angry expressions. Suddenly, Xianxia seemed to sense something and stopped. He did not know why, but he suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. This sense of danger did not come from the six higher beings but from an extremely dangerous existence. It was as if a peerlessly ferocious beast had set its eyes on him, making his hair stand on end. Right now, Xianxia could not determine who that person was, but that person was definitely incredibly terrifying. As for why he felt this sense of danger, it was because the Six Desires demonic demon within his body had sensed that person. He did not know why the Six Desires demonic demon could sense that person's existence and why it felt so afraid. Xianxia guessed that it was because he had used up the Six Desires demonic art. After all, the Six Desires demonic demon would only react to things related to the Six Desires demonic art. Now, Xianxia could not understand why this was related to the Six Desires demonic art. He was 100% sure that he was the only inheritor of the Six Desires demonic art, so it was impossible for there to be two inheritors of the Six Desires demonic art. What is it? I want more, the beautiful woman said lewdly when she saw Xianxia stop. Xianxia chuckled and continued to ravage the beautiful woman. He remembered that just a moment ago, the beautiful woman had sworn that she would rather die than submit, and that she was willing to do anything for the king. However, in just a short while, she had become like this in front of her man. Xianxia was very confident that no woman could resist the power of the Six Desires demonic art. The king's heart was filled with pain. Seeing his beloved concubine do it with someone else, if his concubine resisted, he would feel a bit better. However, his concubine was like a slut doing it with that man, and he really couldn't bear it. Seeing the king's expression, Xianxia felt quite excited and continued to intensely do it with the beautiful woman. He quite enjoyed doing it with his wife and daughter in front of other men. The beautiful woman was also very excited in front of her husband and other men, and she was doing it with Xianxia. After a while, Jun Moxie lay on the bed and hugged the beautiful woman, and the other women, thinking about what had just happened. Now, he had 20 or so peerless beauties by his side. His standards were quite high, and he did not like ordinary women. As such, there were all sorts of peerless beauties by his side. There were princesses, concubines, sect disciples, family members, other people's mothers, and other people's wives or fiancées. A mature beauty lying next to him said caringly, "Husband, what are you thinking about?" Xianxia explained what had just happened. The women did not understand what was going on, and the mature woman smiled as she said, "Husband, you don't need to worry too much. Even 6 higher beings can't do anything to you, so why would you be afraid of them? As long as you continue to grow like this, you'll definitely become a peerless expert." The concubine said flirtatiously, "Then you can stay here. I'll serve you, and you can continue to cultivate." Xianxia understood this, and he lightly smiled as he said to the concubine, "That won't do. My dream is to collect all of the peerless beauties in the world. I can't stay here forever, I'll be leaving soon." The concubine asked worriedly, "Will you bring me along?" Xianxia looked down at the concubine's face in his arms and smiled as he nodded, "Your beauty and body feel quite good, you have the qualifications to stay by my side. I'll take you away later." The concubine gave a beautiful smile and looked at the heavily injured king as she smiled and said, "Husband, you can't let him off just this once. You can't let him off this time. No matter what, he was my last man. If he dies, I'll feel bad." Xianxia smiled as he said, "That'll depend on your performance." The concubine flirtatiously smiled and started to serve Xianxia. The king was so angry that he coughed up a large mouthful of blood and fainted. Within the godly world, Xiaofu sat on a 100,000-meter tall throne with his hands on the armrests. His body gave off boundless golden light that illuminated the surroundings, and he gave off a massive aura that was dignified and holy, as if he was a god-emperor. In the sky, a magic formation with 24 circles slowly spun, gathering all of the godly world's power and fate. It gave off boundless rainbow-colored light and a power that shook the heavens and earth. This power continuously gathered, and the power it gave off became more and more terrifying. The rainbow-colored light covered the world, and the world seemed to stop. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as an enormous rainbow-colored pillar of light descended from the magic formation and landed on the throne. Overflowing godly world's fate and godly lord power flowed into Xiaofu's body. This power was simply too great, and Xiaofu's body and soul trembled as he entered an ethereal state. That massive power continuously flowed into Xiaofu's body, and Xiaofu's body started to go through changes. After a while, the pillar of light landed on Xiaofu's body and continuously poured power into him. The magic formation also continuously gathered the godly world's fate and power, and terrifying ripples continuously spread out. In the end, the pillar of light gradually dissipated, and a powerful rainbow-colored light shone out from Xiaofu's body. The aura he gave off was extremely terrifying, and time seemed to freeze. The feeling he gave off was that he was the source of the destruction of the world. Everyone stared at Xiaofu, not knowing what would happen next. End of chapter 22-29. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.